In the pitch-black void, only Lu Yao's true spirit remained staring excitedly at the panel before him. He now had 3 chances to traverse different worlds, in other words 3 lives. If one world was ruined, he could simply abandon it, and switch to another. His golden finger was simple. As long as he recorded some iconic moments or interesting scenes, he could obtain all sorts of miraculous little rewards. Unable to wait any longer, he clicked Experience Now, and began his first traversal. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on a street, with a gun holstered at his waist. He turned his head toward a nearby pane of glass, and saw that his appearance had not changed at all. He looked exactly as he had before the traversal, just as handsome as ever. Oh nice, this is great. Otherwise, I'd really have trouble getting used to wearing someone else's face. Casually stopping a hurried passerby, Lu Yao prepared to ask where he was. Seeing the armor on Lu Yao's body, the man he stopped looked a little fearful, his expression tinged with servility, as he asked, "My lord, what can I do for you?" Hearing the man address him as "my lord," Lu Yao froze for a moment, then his expression instantly turned arrogant. He had originally intended to greet the man politely, but now he changed his words to "I'm asking you, do you know where this is?" "To do. This is Terra. If you know it's Terra, then you should know who I am. You actually dared to ignore me when you walked past. I'll let it slide this time. Go. Yes, I'll get lost right away." The man slunk away with his tail between his legs, while Lu Yao cheered inwardly with delight. Perfect, it's Terra. We're saved. Now I just need to develop slowly. Wait, divine blessings. There's something that good. Kind reminder, you have received the blessing of the 4 gods. God of life and prosperity, God of wisdom and truth, God of courage and strength, goddess of love and virtue. Nice, it's the 4 gods' blessing. It seems I'm the chosen hero. How the 4 gods have issued the main quest. Exterminate the false emperor, huh? Wait a second, which Terra is this supposed to be? Lu Yao's expression turned utterly desolate. He drew the gun from his waist and pressed the muzzle against his temple. His original world had also been filled with despair and madness, but those grotesquely mutated flesh monsters at least would not toy with his soul. Before pulling the trigger, he even took the time to snap a photo. A moment later, the loyal little dark room once again welcomed its great traverser lord. Face dark, Lu Yao shook off the psychological shadow of what had just happened. His luck was truly abysmal. Fortunately, he still had 2 chances left. He could only hope the next world would be somewhat peaceful. Right now, he just wanted a stable, quiet life. Starting another traversal, Lu Yao's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he now possessed a body brimming with immense power. Before he could grow accustomed to this strength, memories surged into his mind. Tisk, that's a lot. I'm actually an immortal. The battle of the Heavenly Court. Before he could finish digesting the memories, a furious roar rang out from not far away. No, I cannot die yet. Breachy return. What the hell was that? The thought barely had time to form in Lu Yao's mind before his vision began to blur. As he was dying yet again, he casually snapped another photo. Back in the little dark room once more, Lu Yao fell into silence. His death had been such a loss. His memories hadn't even fully merged, it had ended right at the beginning. It felt like losing 100 million in one go. Those were the memories of an immortal. No matter how useless that immortal might have been, he was still an immortal. After mourning for a while, he turned his gaze to his final chance. If he died again, this time, he would truly die for good. As for returning to his original world, that was even more impossible. He would rather perish here than go back. Please let it be a good world this time. If I can be sent somewhere nice, I'd even be willing to live in a mansion and drive luxury cars. After his prayer, he immediately pressed the traversal button. Master, Madam has given birth. It's a boy. You've worked hard, my lady. And then let's call him Lu Yao. I hope he will live free and unrestrained in the future. The voices by his ears came in fragments, as Lu Yao felt his consciousness grow heavy and drowsy. His whole being was shrouded in a hazy state with little response to the outside world. Huh? Why isn't he crying? Even after a smack, he still won't cry. How strange. Forget it, If he doesn't cry, he doesn't cry. He looks fine anyway. Thus 2 years passed, when Lu Yao's awareness abruptly returned. He discovered that one of his hands was clutching a rattle drum, while the other was gripping a piece of pastry. As his memories rebooted, he looked over the past 2 years of his life, hazy, almost blank. Most of the time, he had simply acted on instinct. So my account has finally finished registration. Lu Yao awkwardly set down the rattle drum in his hand. Playing with that thing now felt a bit too childish. The pastry, however, was genuinely delicious. He took another bite. After finishing the tasty pastry, Lu Yao casually opened his panel to take a look. Luoyao Realm Mortal Entries Blessing of the Four Gods Beyond Fate Miscellaneous Items None Records 2 Is this cultivation or pure fantasy? What are these 2 entries? Don't tell me they're rewards from the photos I took in the first 2 worlds. Curious, he opened the detailed descriptions of the 2 entries. Blessing of the Four Gods, your strength and combat talent are enhanced, your intellect is enhanced, your physique is enhanced, your recovery ability is enhanced, your charm is enhanced. Beyond fate existing, outside the web of destiny, you cannot be divined by any heavenly secrets, any cause and effect type methods are ineffective against you. Goodness, that's ridiculously strong. Looks like those earlier deaths weren't in vain. What astonished Lu Yao most was the effect of the second entry. As for the first, aside from feeling that his strength was indeed considerable for his age, he didn't sense much else. Yao, you've run off again. Didn't mother tell you not to eat random things? A beautiful woman with a gentle demeanor suddenly appeared, scooping Lu Yao into her arms, while muttering softly. She knew saying this didn't help much. Yao couldn't understand her yet, but she was used to reminding him anyway. What she hadn't expected was that this time Lu Yao actually responded. I'm sorry, mother. I won't do it again. As long as you don't. The woman suddenly stopped mid-sentence, lifted Lu Yao up to study him for a moment, then dashed out in a flurry with him in her arms, shouting as she ran. Husband. Husband. Yao has awakened. He just admitted his mistake to me. The food Lu Yao had just eaten was almost shaken right out of him. Soon, he was held up in front of a stir-faced man. Seeing his wife's look of triumphant pride, and the child's near-vomiting misery, Lu Chengxuan's mouth twitched. He almost lost control of his expression. Madam, keep your voice down. The entire compound can hear you. And put Yao down first. You're shouting at me. Madam, I am not. Just put Yao down first. He's about to throw up. Ah. Oh right, my mistake. Only then did Bai Qiubai belatedly remember her precious son, and finally set Lu Yao down. Father. Yao, you've awakened. I think so, but I don't feel any smarter. Lu Chengxuan automatically ignored Lu Yao's words. Awakening simply meant a person suddenly becoming aware of their own existence, gaining a spirit. How could it instantly make someone smarter? Awakening was a good thing. Now that he had awakened, he would be sent to study tomorrow. His son had to be both scholarly and martial. And awakening this early, he might well be a genius. Speaking of which, old Li's daughter hadn't awakened yet, had she? Well now, my son awakened earlier than his girl. How could that fellow compare to me? I'll go tease him about it later. The happier his thoughts became, the more Lu Chengxuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Watching his father slip into this manic glee, Lu Yao felt a chill run down his back. He had a vague sense of impending doom. Was it just his imagination? It had to be his imagination. The Lu clan was a great family. At least within this northern region, they ranked among the first-class lineages. Lu Yao's father, Lu Chengxuan, was 423 years old at the peak of the Void Refining Realm, serving as the family's third elder. Once he broke through to the Integration Realm, he would shed his position and be promoted to an ancestor of the clan. In other words, Lu Yao was a standard second-generation heir, a mother who had just entered Void Refining, a father at its peak, and a great-grandfather whose cultivation realm was unknown. With such backing, his life ought to have been smooth and unobstructed. Of course, no matter how powerful his background, he still had to study. After all, without basic literacy, even if a cultivation manual were pressed against his face, he would be unable to understand a single word, let alone practice it. When Lu Yao entered the clan's school, all the other children were a few years older than him. As this tiny little fellow walked in, he naturally became the focus of attention in an instant. However, after glancing at him for a moment, everyone soon looked away. They were only curious about him, nothing more. Sitting in the back row, Lu Yao strove to learn all the knowledge, characters, and language alike. He did not actually know much of the world's tongue. His fragmented memories contained only a handful of words. To his surprise, he found these words and this language exceptionally simple, and as he studied, he encountered no obstacles at all. Lu Yao could not help casting his gaze toward the entry titled "For God's Blessing." So this was what an increase in intellect felt like. It seemed rather useful. Watching the teacher lecture tirelessly, Lu Yao could not hold back. After adjusting the angle, he took a photograph. Most of his photos were meaningless and earned no reward. He had already tested that. Beginner study reward Spirit 1. Lu Yao felt his mind jolt. Everything around him became sharply clear, and he could even sense a peculiar warm substance in the surroundings, though it remained invisible to his eyes. This discovery excited Lu Yao. He spent several days in a row taking photos, even changing angles and poses, yet he never again obtained a reward. Though a little disappointed, it did not stop him from continuing to learn. In just 1 month, he finished all the courses. When his mother learned of it, she was overjoyed, praising him non-stop as a genius. His father, however, remained composed. He merely said, "He has a few traces of my former bearing," then turned around, drew out a sound transmission stone, and began speaking into it, with a proud expression on his face. After finishing the curriculum, he was still too young to undergo spirit awakening, and began cultivation, so he gradually became idle. Under the evening glow, Lu Yao sat on the rooftop watching, as half of the Lu estate's buildings were slowly swallowed by the setting sun. What a beautiful world! No aberrations, no evil gods, no need to walk with death. I truly hope such peaceful days can continue, even if it is only a dream. Lu Yao still felt that all of this was somewhat unreal. Gazing at the sunset, he suddenly wanted to etch this moment of beauty into memory, so he pulled out his camera and adjusted the angle. A photo was thus born, a child facing the sunset, his shadow stretching long behind him. Ordinary daily life reward, the entry Immortal veil. Huh? This even gives a reward. Normally only the photo he took of the morning sky would grant him a reward of 1 spiritual energy. All other photos yielded nothing at all. Moreover, the spiritual energy he had gained had brought him no improvement whatsoever, as if he had obtained nothing. Now that even the sunset could grant a reward, he decided he would take more such photos in the future. After his brief astonishment, Lu Yao opened the new entry to take a look. Mortal veil, so long as you do not reveal your cultivation of your own accord in the eyes of others, you will be nothing more than an utterly ordinary mortal. This entry delighted Lu Yao. In the future he could play the hidden dark horse, and this new trait also sparked other ideas in his mind. With this newfound gain, and the sky growing dark, Lu Yao carefully climbed down along the nearby stairway. He had heard that tomorrow would be Spirit Awakening Day. In the Lu clan, only children who had reached the age of 5 could participate. On that day, all children of the proper age would be gathered together, whether they were of the direct bloodline or the offspring of servants, all could take part. The elders would teach these children a chi refining method and help them gather spiritual energy. In the end, their allocation of future cultivation resources would be decided according to their innate talent. Tomorrow his father happened to be the one presiding over Spirit Awakening Day. Lu Yao decided to go and take a look. Such a grand occasion, if captured in photos, should certainly yield some rewards. With this thought in mind, Lu Yao finished his dinner, and then fell into a deep sleep. To be honest, his mother's cooking truly was not very good, barely passable as edible. Early the next morning, Lu Chongxuan, dressed in formal attire, looked down at Lu Yao clinging to his leg, and sighed helplessly. "Ah, Yao, your father has important matters to attend to. I am not going there to play. Be good and let go, all right? Father, please take me to have a look. It's too boring at home. Every day I can only squat on the ground and count ants. I promise I'll behave. Just bring me along to see." Ants? Where would we get ants in our household? Lu Chongxuan scratched his head in puzzlement, leaving Lu Yao momentarily speechless. That's not the point. The point is that it's far too boring. At his words, a hint of hesitation appeared on Lu Chongxuan's face. Leaving a small child at home alone every day was indeed not ideal. Because he disliked having people around, there were almost no servants in the house, and naturally no one to keep Lu Yao company. Bai Qiuqiu saw his hesitation, and said with a smile, "Husband, just take Yaoer to have a look. He has already finished all his lessons, and has no playmates at home. Besides, our Yaoer is so well behaved, he won't cause you any trouble." "Sigh, very well, but you must listen and behave." In the end, Lu Chongxuan relented. After receiving Lu Yao's solemn promise, he picked him up, and their figures vanished from where they stood. On the Lu clan's training grounds, over 1,000 chattering children had gathered. Their layered voices rose, and fell like waves of the sea, one crest overtaking another. Having arrived, Lu Chongxuan chose a relatively high spot, and set Lu Yao down upon it. From there, the view was excellent, and it lay safely outside the range of the spirit-gathering formation. After settling Lu Yao, he flashed away, appearing in the sky beyond the arena. He smoothed his robes once more, then dispelled the spell that had been concealing his presence. In the eyes of the children below, Lu Chongxuan suddenly appeared high above, accompanied by a powerful oppressive aura. The entire grounds fell instantly silent. Lu Chongxuan, dressed in a white robe embroidered with golden patterns, his expression solemn and austere, stepped through the void one pace at a time under the curious and worshipful gazes of all present. With each step, he took countless golden lotuses blossomed in the air and drifted downward. The falling lotuses sank into the earth like rain, and at each point of impact, they rapidly grew into a fully formed lotus bloom. As they landed upon the children, they immediately felt light as swallows, all fatigue swept away. A faint Taoist chant seemed to sound by their ears, leaving them entranced, lost in rapture. High above, Lu Chongxuan secretly swept a glance over Lu Yao with his divine sense. Seeing the stunned expression on his son's face, the corner of his mouth curved in a smile, and he sent the rain of golden lotuses falling even more exuberantly. "I am the Lu clan's third elder. Today I shall open your spiritual roots." On the rooftop, Lu Yao stared dumbfounded. So this was a cultivator. How powerful, able to walk upon the air itself. Would he be able to do the same in the future? As Lu Yao anticipated, Lu Chongxuan began to teach the qi refining method. After listening for a while, Lu Yao's expression turned odd. This qi refining art sounded incredibly simple to his ears. Was it just his imagination? He tried circulating it tentatively, and unexpectedly triggered a notification from his system. "You have learned the qi refining art. Cultivation module unlocked. You currently possess 37 points of spiritual energy. Points have been allocated automatically. You have advanced to qi refining stage 2. Huh? Lu Yao slowly formed a question mark in his mind. So this was what spiritual energy was for. No wonder he had felt no improvement before. It had been waiting to be used here. Though a little surprised, he did not forget why he had come. Summoning his camera again, Lu Yao raised a sign toward the lens. Behind him stretched thousands of clan children and his father, who was still expounding the Tao. Click. Lu Yao even supplied the shutter sound in his heart. Spirit Awakening Moment Reward 2478 points of spiritual energy. Allocating points on your behalf. Consuming 963 points of spiritual energy. You have advanced to qi refining stage 9 and cannot break through further. Remaining points will automatically be used to construct your Tao foundation. Consuming 1000 points of spiritual energy, you have obtained a perfect, complete, ultimate, supreme Tao foundation. That's so over the top. Did it make the name that long just to pad out a few extra words? Before he could finish complaining, his newly opened Qi Sea began expanding at a terrifying speed, reaching the limit of the Qi refining realm, then swiftly stabilizing. His Qi Sea expanded again and again, then was compressed again and again. The spiritual energy gathered within first condensed into liquid, and after repeated compression, it actually transformed into jade. Lu Yao tried mobilizing this mana and discovered that once the spiritual energy jadified, a full 1% of it instantly reverted to liquid form. Though that 1% did not seem like much, it alone equaled the total amount of spiritual energy he had possessed upon first stepping into qi refining stage 9. Huh? Is Is this even reasonable? Although he had never been in a real fight, he felt that with this amount of chi, he could probably crush a Foundation establishment cultivator to death just by throwing it at them. For no reason at all, a sentence surfaced in his mind: opening. Just a little doesn't count as opening. If you never close it, it doesn't count as opening at all. Can I add some points myself? You suddenly leveling me up caught me off guard. Receive switched to manual mode. Lu Yao nodded in satisfaction, as this way, he wouldn't be afraid of any unexpected surprises. As for the Foundation establishment technique, he planned to ask his father for it, after finishing his current tasks regarding how to explain his cultivation level. If he were 53 now, he would rely on his talent to pretend to be a pig while eating the tiger. If he were 23, he would think of a suitable reason, perhaps a powerful being transmitting skills, or a reincarnated expert. However, counting the time he spent without any awareness, he was only 3 years old this year. So Yao doesn't know. Don't ask, just don't know, ask again, and it's innate talent. What? Haven't you seen a genius? Lu Yao was immersed in his newly acquired cultivation level, while Lu Chengxuan was busy with his own matters. It's already starting to absorb qi, and I've entered the basics of the qi cultivation technique. Not bad, with decent comprehension and a good absorption speed. Let's classify it as mid-grade talent. Is the acupoint fully developed? Are you at the first level of qi cultivation? The qi absorption speed was decent, but the methods were crude and comprehension was not high. It seemed there was a special physique. He would investigate further, and tentatively classify it as low-grade talent. Lu Changsun's gaze swept over everyone, continuously observing and recording each person's cultivation status, giving extra attention to those suspected of having special physiques. However, this did not warrant his concern, as they were a prominent family, and the decision-makers of the northern region, a subsidiary family of the Xianjin sect. Having lived for over 400 years, he had seen countless geniuses. Only in smaller places do they treat those with single spiritual roots and special physiques as treasures. Due to their impoverished conditions, they cannot allow everyone to cultivate freely. Resources naturally have to be directed towards those who break through quickly and form combat power rapidly, allowing them to establish a stronger foothold. They, however, had no such concerns and valued comprehension more. Single spiritual roots and special physiques might allow for faster cultivation before the nascent soul stage, but it was only after reaching the nascent soul stage, when comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, that the real gap would appear. The Lu family's approach was to allocate resources according to cultivation speed. If one day you suddenly enlightened and reached the golden core from qi cultivation in a single day, then they would dare to treat you like a genius. Lu Chengxuan silently recorded everyone's situations, as others would be responsible for follow-ups in the coming months, screening out a batch of qualified candidates to send to the Xianjin sect. Those with average cultivation speed but decent comprehension would become key training targets. As for why it took a month besides the need for assessment, the most important reason was that the Grand Elder had not yet returned. As the Lu family, a subsidiary of the Xianjin sect, they managed a significant territory and naturally needed to add fresh blood to the Xianjin sect. The Grand Elder had gone back and forth between the two major continents to recruit disciples for the Xianjin sect. This was supposed to be his responsibility, but the Grand Elder insisted that his child was still young and that his wife needed his company, so he forcefully took up this task. When he had recorded most of the information, he glanced at Lu Yao, who was daydreaming on the rooftop, called over the steward, and after a brief handover he flashed over to Lu Yao's side. "Let's go, Yao, it's time to eat." Without waiting for Lu Yao's response, he picked him up and ran. The two returned to their courtyard, and since it was still a while before dark, Lu Chengxuan let him play by himself. Although he still couldn't perform any spells, it was quite simple for Lu Yao to levitate himself with spiritual energy. When he reached the rooftop again, he saw the same sunset as yesterday, the only difference being that today's sun was a bit shyer, hiding most of its body behind the veil. Crack! Normal dusk 1 spiritual energy. Alright, it seems this special reward can only be obtained once, just like a special achievement. After reflecting on this, he quietly watched the last rays of sunlight gradually disappear beyond the horizon. When night fell, he suddenly felt the world being enveloped by something, and a voice reached his ears. "Ah, Yao, dinner is ready." "All right, Dad, I'm coming." After receiving Lu Yao's reply, that feeling of enveloping the world immediately vanished, returning to the previous calm. Divine sense. It actually feels like the world is under my control. This is what practicing the void means, truly powerful. Flying down effortlessly, Lu Yao headed towards the living room. When he reached the door, he heard some strange noises. "On what grounds can't I sit at the table to eat?" "Of course you can't sit at the table to eat." "Why, just because I'm a girl?" "This is prejudice. I want to sit at the table to eat." "It doesn't matter if you're a girl today, no one can sit at the table to eat." "Get down now." Lu Yao was now confused. He never expected such antiquated rules existed in this world. He previously saw that his parents had a good relationship and thought it wouldn't be like the ancient times. The moment he entered the room, even more questions filled his mind. He saw his mother holding a bowl, kneeling on the table with bent legs, eating, while angrily rebutting his father, who was trying to reason with her. "Madam, I beg you please come down. This is simply too embarrassing. Can't you sit on a chair to eat?" "No way. I want to eat on the table. If you try to stop me again, do you believe I'll pour water on the 1,000-leaf orchid you raised tonight?" "You?" Sigh. Lu Chongxuan sighed, and returned to his seat, holding the bowl, with an expression of despair. He turned his head to glance at Lu Yao, and weakly said, "Sai, let's eat." "I'm okay." Lu Yao didn't know how he returned to his room. He just felt his brain was a muddled mess. He had never noticed before how abstract his mother was. Speaking of which, with such a stark personality difference, how did the two of them even meet and end up getting married? With such thoughts in mind, Lu Yao fell into a deep sleep. By the time he remembered his own matters, it was already noon. After searching for a while, he finally found Lu Chongxuan, who was sitting by the small pavilion by the lake, continuously tossing snacks to feed a large spiritual fish inside. "Dad, what's wrong?" "I think I might be about to reach foundation establishment. I wanted to ask if you have any foundation establishment techniques. By the way, where's Mom? I haven't seen her." Lu Changsun's feeding motion paused, his gaze drifting, appearing somewhat guilty. "Oh, your mother. She hasn't. She might have gone shopping." Regarding foundation establishment, yes, there are some." "Wait a moment." Suddenly realizing something, he sharply lifted his head to look at Lu Yao. "What do you mean you're about to reach foundation establishment? When did you start cultivating? You haven't practiced anything wrong, have you? You can't just practice haphazardly." "Oh, I just followed you to the Chi Awakening Day conference yesterday, and then I practiced a bit. It was quite simple. And now it seems I'm about to reach foundation establishment." Lu Yao answered sincerely, having nothing to hide from family. There was no benefit to keeping it a secret. If he stirred up something bigger later, it wouldn't end well. It was better to first solidify his reputation as a genius, as later on, when big matters arose, others would merely think, "Well, he is a genius, so it's reasonable." Lu Chongxuan scrutinized Lu Yao with confusion. "Foundation establishment? But you haven't even cultivated yet." As Lu Yao raised his hand and released an incredibly solid spiritual energy comparable to foundation establishment, Lu Chongxuan was so astonished that he forgot to speak. He immediately released his divine sense, scanning Lu Yao repeatedly. Previously he hadn't noticed, but now, with Lu Yao releasing his spiritual energy, he discovered that Lu Yao had indeed reached the peak of qi cultivation, and it wasn't just any peak. The solid foundation he possessed was something he had never seen in over 400 years of life. It was not merely foundation establishment, but superior to it. Lu Chongxuan was left in shock, feeling as if he had lived in vain. He thought he had seen everything, but now this scene was something he had truly never encountered. "Ah, yeah, what is going on with your cultivation? Where did you learn this hidden technique that even I can't see through?" "Ah, you haven't learned it. Then, could it be some special physique or innate divine ability?" Achieving foundation establishment in a day and even having a hidden innate divine ability that I can't perceive. This is truly remarkable. It's like my father's 17th charm. He looked at Lu Yao, his eyes shining brightly, marveling at his prodigious talent. No matter how extraordinary he was still his son. He never expected that on a whim, wanting to raise a child for fun, he would end up with such a genius, truly deserving of his lineage. Lu Chongxuan quickly took out a communication jade pendant. He needed to inform the family leaders immediately and proudly flaunt this news. He wanted to see exactly what Lu Yao's situation was. Those old folks in the clan had surely never seen anything like this, and he wanted them to broaden their horizons before discussing this kid's future. Ah, Yao, wait a moment, I need to notify the clan. Your talent is of great importance. As for the foundation establishment techniques, there's no rush. He'll check if the ancestor has better ones later. Lu Yao knew that his situation was indeed a bit outrageous, and it was certain to notify the ancestor, but it was fine. This was the kind of attention he wanted. Just as he was about to say something, a familiar voice suddenly came from the water beside him. What? Ah, Yao is really about to reach foundation establishment. Is this for real? This is too outrageous. Lu Yao turned sharply, looking at the large koi carp that had been silently eating snacks, feeling as if the wrinkles in his brain were smoothed out the moment she spoke. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but then gave up. Finally, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Mom, what are you doing? Why have you turned into a fish? Or were you originally a koi spirit? Am I human or a demon? Or am I a hybrid? Of course, I am human. I am just curious about what it feels like to be a koi fish. Beiyuan said calmly, ignoring Lu Chongxuan, who stood beside her, with his head down, his face flushed. Just as she was about to say more, several figures suddenly appeared beside them. Lu Yao was startled by the large hand that appeared on his shoulder, nearly reacting with instinctive retaliation. I truly cannot probe, as if like a mortal. How peculiar. An old man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor spoke, marveling at Lu Yao's innate talent. Seeing the few people, Lu Chongxuan immediately bowed in greeting. I have met several esteemed ancestors. Lu Yao followed suit and also bowed. As for Beiyuan, she maintained her koi form, silently consuming the snacks floating on the water's surface like a real fish. The corners of the ancestors' mouths twitched as they chose to ignore her, reflecting on how they were deceived by her seemingly obedient exterior, and agreed to this marriage. No need for such formality. We are all of the same kin. Let us skip these formalities and show us what you can do. Though they had heard Lu Changsun's report, they still maintained a skeptical attitude, wanting to see for themselves if it was as outrageous as he claimed. Yes, esteemed ancestors, Lu Yao said, demonstrating his spiritual power once again. At the moment he released it, the ancestors finally saw his qi. Ah, this is the qi, but why has it turned to jade? This kind of Tao foundation shouldn't be possible. How did he achieve this? Even an Immortal's Tao foundation isn't this impressive. Just based on this qi, he could match a foundation establishment practitioner without issue. Tianyuan Sect. Send into Xianjin Sect. Such talent cannot be wasted on our Lu family. The crowd exchanged excited words, appearing even more enthusiastic than Lu Chongxuan. After all, Lu Chongxuan was just a young man, with little experience. He only thought of Lu Yao as a prodigy. In contrast, they, with their rich experiences and insights, understood that such a speed of cultivation and an incredibly solid foundation displayed an undeniable immortal demeanor. If properly nurtured within a millennium, he would surely add a higher combat force to the Xianjin Sect, and with a bit of luck another immortal would not be impossible. Indeed, the first thought that came to these ancestors was not about the Lu family, but rather about the Xianjin Sect. Not to mention that their Lu family was originally a subordinate clan of the Xianjin Sect. Nearly all the high-ranking members of the family had emerged from the Xianjin Sect. Establishing the family was merely to help the Xianjin Sect manage its vast territories better. The bearded old ancestor immediately began contacting the sect's master. Hey, senior brother, I have good news. Our Lu family has produced a top-tier prodigy. Just hearing about the qi refining technique, he comprehended it, and within a day reached the peak of qi refinement. If it weren't for the lack of techniques, he would likely have already achieved foundation establishment. This is truly an immortal's demeanor. Is it really appropriate to directly impart the Xianjian Sect's core secret art, the Xianjian True Classic? Alright, I understand. Everyone focused intently on the elder, realizing he had gone to discuss matters. After a moment, he finally revealed a friendly smile, crouching down to stroke Lu Yao's hair. Yao, I am your great-grandfather. You can call me that from now on. Okay, great-grandfather. Lu Yao obediently nodded. Very well, next great-grandfather will impart a technique to you which you must practice alone without teaching anyone else. Do you understand? Thank you, great-grandfather. I will not teach others. Lu Yao assured, gaining a satisfied smile from Lu Qiuzhen as he extended his finger to tap Lu Yao's forehead. Lu Yao felt a weight in his spirit, followed by a flood of information rushing into his mind, making him feel a bit drowsy. After imparting the technique, Lu Qiuzhen looked at his descendant Lu Chongxuan. He had already thought highly of this descendant, and was surprised to find he had given birth to an even more monstrous son. The more he looked, the more he found it pleasing. He waved his hand, and a token appeared in Lu Changsun's palm. This matter counts as your merit. Afterwards, you can use this token to obtain a 7th grade barrier break pill. The token need not be returned to me. Give it to Yao. From now on, he can enter and exit the library below the divine transformation stage freely, with his monthly benefits raised to the golden core level. Lu Chongxuan was still somewhat bewildered, looking at the elder token in his hand, and then at the drowsy Lu Yao in his arms, feeling puzzled. Senior brother said that the child is still too young and should be raised in our Lu family for now. When he turns 5, he will be sent to the Xianjian Sect, and by then, he can obtain true inheritance and become a disciple of a certain elder. Lu Qiuzhen explained with a smile, glancing at the seemingly innocent Koi beside him. You're quite impressive. Your son is so talented. If all your offspring are like this, then the future of our Xianjian Sect is indeed promising, he remarked before leaving, as he had a pile of matters to attend to. If not for Lu Yao, ordinarily a regular tribulation transcendence practitioner would find it difficult to even catch a glimpse of him. The other several low-profile ancestors, upon seeing the highest-ranking super elder depart, immediately showed expressions of relief. They smiled and surrounded Lu Chongxuan, pinching Lu Yao's small face, and after leaving a pile of small gifts, they departed. Everyone was quite busy. The celestial demon had yet to be cleared, and there were recent movements of evil cultivators within the 10 continents managed by the Lu family. They also had to prepare for the upcoming alchemist conference, and ensure the newly mined spirit stone veins had strong practitioners overseeing them. After the ancestors left, Bai Qiuyo sprang out of the water, returning to her human form, taking Lu Yao from Lu Chongxuan and scrutinizing him carefully. Yao is so talented. I initially thought of raising him just for fun, but it turns out he is indeed worthy of inheriting my unparalleled beauty and unmatched talent. Lu Chongxuan scoffed, acknowledging that it was not solely her contribution. He surely had a greater share in this. Then he suddenly recalled the elder's words, and looked at Baiqia's curvaceous figure, especially after having had a child, which added an inexplicable charm to her. He quietly drew closer, his palm resting on her slender waist, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Dear, since that's the case, why don't we have another child? Maybe the next one will be even more powerful. Baiqia's ears flushed red, feeling a bit shy. But it's still daytime. What's wrong with the daytime? Isn't it clearer during the day? In a daze, Lu Yao gradually accepted all the inheritance, and as he drowsily opened his eyes, he realized he had returned to his room. Although he wanted to get up and take a look, he was far too sleepy to muster any energy. After yawning, he fell back into a deep slumber. In his dazed state, he heard clattering noises accompanied by vibrations from the ground. So annoying, who is it? It's late at night, and they are renovating. After muttering a complaint, he fell back asleep. In the Xianjian Sect, a handsome young man clad in green, full of righteous spirit, set down the communication jade tablet, murmuring softly. Establishing a foundation in a day is indeed a promising talent, but to say he possesses the demeanor of an immortal is somewhat exaggerated. Becoming an immortal is no easy feat, he thought. To him, the claim of establishing a foundation in a day while a bit of a stretch was not entirely unacceptable. As the Xianjian sect ruled over a domain with countless continents, he had encountered numerous unparalleled geniuses. Lu Yao's talent could be considered top-tier, and he would still require careful cultivation. Choosing who to mentor him became a dilemma. Upon reflection, he wondered if there were any highly skilled yet free individuals within the Xianjian sect who could teach disciples without overly influencing their future paths. After pondering for a moment, a strange smile crept onto his lips. In the next instant, a leisurely man in white appeared at this location. "Junior brother, what can I do for you? Senior brother still has to continue contemplating the path to immortality. I'm very busy," he said. Chiwen glanced at his senior brother oddly. If he was going to sleep, then just sleep. Why claim to be contemplating the path to immortality? It was just deceiving junior brother. "Senior brother, I want to establish another peak specifically to teach a select group of exceptionally talented disciples. You know I've had this idea for a long time. Thus, I need someone with considerable strength who also has ample free time. Ideally, this person should be easygoing and not insist on leading the disciples down their own path." After speaking, he smiled. "Senior brother, do you know who this person is?" "Oh, that's difficult to guess. Who could it be? Ha ha ha. Can I refuse?" Li Changsheng laughed, but then fell silent, almost revealing his birthday. Chiwen remained silent, simply watching him. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and ultimately Li Changsheng conceded with a resigned nod. "I understand now. I will find a site, clear the veins of the earth, arrange the spiritual formations, construct buildings, and cultivate spiritual fields to connect with the Sect's grand formation." As Li Changsheng spoke, his voice grew softer, gradually tinged with despair. What a hassle. Why couldn't he just lie down and do nothing? Why did he have to seek help from those old geezers? Chiwen nodded in satisfaction. Although his senior brother was a lazy fish, he still knew how to differentiate the important from the trivial. "Your first disciple will be Lu Yao from the Lu family of the Lingyuan continent. He will arrive in 2 years, just be ready before he comes." "Oh, the Lu family. Isn't that junior brother Lu's family?" He realized it had been a while since he last saw him. The last time they met was probably decades ago. Chiwen felt somewhat nostalgic. It had indeed been a long time. 80 years, which was equivalent to an ordinary mortal's lifetime. However, for cultivators, like them, who were nearly immortal, it was indeed just a moment. "Yes, junior brother Lu has been busy recently. He needs to refine the life-rejuvenating pill to help junior brother 1 transcend the thunder tribulation. Really, junior brother 1 is about to advance to the great ascension stage. That means there will be another prominent figure in our northern region." "Wait. How do you know so much? I saw it in the group chat." "What group? Who else is in it?" "In the northern region above the tribulation realm, aside from you, everyone is basically in the group." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng displayed a look of disbelief. Was he being isolated? So he was the last person in the entire northern region to learn this news. Just as he was preparing to cause a ruckus, he heard his junior brother say, "Who told you to be so lazy, always thinking about slacking off and sleeping? Fine, I'll pull you in later." Hearing this, Li Changsheng, who was about to make a fuss, immediately stopped. Oh, pulling him into the group chat. That was fine. After confirming with the communication jade tablet that his junior brother really added him to the northern region cultivation group, he left with satisfaction. Watching Li Changsheng depart, Chiwen turned to gaze into the distance, his expression melancholic. "Sigh, the celestial realm is sending envoys again. Seriously, we have already stated that we will not yield that outer heavenly demon nest. What is there to negotiate? They truly do not understand human language. The people from the celestial realm are like this, arrogant, conceited, and somewhat oblivious. When they first came into contact with the legendary celestial realm, they were quite excited until those celestial envoys opened their mouths to demand. They wanted a portion of their world's origin and demanded that their world be integrated into the celestial realm, with everyone contributing their true spirits to merge into the reincarnation of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this demand, the entire Tianyuan realm erupted. It should be noted that as beings born within the world, the limit of their world determined their own limits. The entire Tianyuan Realm had painstakingly developed over many years, killing countless heavenly demons and merging countless sources of power to achieve its current scale. To demand half of that now. What did their countless years of effort amount to? Moreover, merging into the celestial realm would require an extremely slow process, the fastest taking at least a calamity's time. The subsequent demand for true spirit integration was even more unreasonable. It was nothing less than a grudge against the path. Countless beings were enraged, deciding to fight to the death against the celestial realm. Even if their world was destroyed, they would not let them take an ounce of their origin. When the coalition of the 5 regions gathered to launch a joint assault on the celestial realm, preparing to face death, they discovered something shocking. Is this really the celestial realm? Why is it so weak? Did not the ancient texts of our ancestors say that immortals are incredibly powerful? Celestial techniques are unfathomably deep and wondrous. What on earth is this immortal, who cannot even defeat someone in the great ascension stage? Such a thin magical barrier shatters upon contact. How can their celestial bodies be as fragile as paper? In the end, what began as an invasion war turned into a defensive war for the celestial realm. If it were not for the fact that the number of immortals in the celestial realm was more than 10 times theirs, the celestial realm would have already been integrated into the Tianyuan realm, renamed as some domain. Both sides ultimately signed a peace treaty witnessed by the heavenly Tao of both worlds. It was only after the war ended that their envoys sent for communication learned of the internal situation of the celestial realm. The celestial realm is dominated by the heavenly court, with countless factions under its command. These factions each occupy a mountain, vying against one another and suppressing dissidents. They value the inheritance of their techniques more than life itself, preferring to let it become lost rather than teach it to others. The heavenly court suppresses all factions, and any prospective immortals must join the heavenly court to gain the chance to ascend. The forces under its command are equally ruthless, engaging in intrigue. Whenever an enemy faction's genius emerges, they will kill. If an enemy faction weakens, they will annex and suppress. What? There are wild geniuses daring to emerge. Kill. Do they have any fortuitous encounters? Kill. Everyone is focused on how to harm others, with no time to create perfect cultivation techniques or nurture fresh blood. Thus, the celestial realm still uses ancient cultivation methods, coalescing ancient celestial bodies, and their combat power naturally pales in comparison to a world that is continually advancing. When the Tianyuan envoys returned and recounted the chaotic situation within the celestial realm, everyone fell silent. Even the demon path-dominated western region gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Six!" The chaotic state of the celestial realm was evident. Even the western region felt inadequate. While they merely pursued the Tao through extreme methods, the celestial realm was decidedly more extreme. It's so annoying. Why do I have to negotiate with those so-called celestial realm envoys? What is there to discuss? Hewen felt somewhat frantic. Those celestial envoys acted like lunatics, presenting themselves as victors in their own propaganda despite being the defeated party. Now 99% of the people in the celestial realm believed they had won the war. Every envoy who came to the Tianyuan realm carried an inexplicable air of arrogance and confidence. He still could not comprehend where the confidence of an immortal, who could not even defeat a slightly stronger tribulation realm cultivator, came from to look down on them. Every time they met, they had to exchange barbs, claiming that ancient techniques must not be altered, and that those who change their techniques are not authentic immortals, not aligned with the great Tao. At such times, he always wanted to slap the envoy in the face with his shoe in frustration, but unfortunately, as he represented the northern region, he could not engage in such undignified actions. Damn it! Why do I have to take over as the sect leader? My master clearly knows my temper is the most fiery, yet he insists on passing the position to me. After cursing for a while, he quickly returned to his calm demeanor, lamenting that his cultivation of composure was still insufficient. Rubbing his chin, Heaven began to contemplate the feasibility of knocking the envoy out with a blunt object in the chaos sea after the negotiations concluded. In the room, Lu Yao was sitting in meditation. Though he could have chosen not to, he simply felt that this created a more atmospheric ambience. As he practiced his technique, the concept of a bottleneck seemed to Well, there was no bottleneck. Successfully converting all his spiritual energy into magical power, Lu Yao quickly opened up a space in his Dantian based on his Dao foundation. He advanced to the foundation establishment stage, but aside from the transformative feeling during the promotion, he felt nothing particularly significant. His physical body had grown stronger, his spirit more solid, and he could now project his power outward. The quality of his magical power was higher, but these were merely minor enhancements. Lu Yao held the token and a storage ring in his hand delivered to him today by the steward of the Lu family. It was said to contain resources for cultivation at the Golden Core stage. Holding back his curiosity, Lu Yao bid farewell to the steward, finally having time to inspect the items. After successfully recognizing the master, his divine sense delved inside, revealing spirit stones the size of small mountains along with various bottles and jars of elixirs, as well as some rare materials. However, he did not see any weapons. It was understandable who would prepare weapons for a small child. Lu Yao ignored the pile of spirit stones and focused on the elixirs, which had their functions and recommended usage methods written on them quite considerate. Nourishing spirit pill slowly nourishes the soul, enhances its strength, recommended to take one every 5 days for maximum effect. Body refinement pill, not for consumption, dissolve in water, for soaking, can slowly enhance physical strength, recommended to soak once every 5 days, moderation is key. Qi gathering pill, taking it can accelerate the absorption speed of spiritual energy by 10%, recommended to be used with a Qi gathering formation. These were all second-grade elixirs meant for the foundation establishment stage. Although the family promised him Golden Core treatment, it was unlikely they would truly give him third-grade elixirs meant for foundation establishment. At most, they would compensate him with more spirit stones. How should he put it? They were good items, but not particularly useful. Lu Yao didn't dismiss these items, rather, given his rate of progress, by the time these items began to take effect, he would have already advanced beyond them. At that time, these items would naturally become obsolete, tasteless to use, yet regrettable to discard. Remembering this, he glanced at his balance, still at 515 points, wondering how much he could enhance it if he used it all. There was no rush to enhance. After all, he certainly wouldn't reach the Golden Core stage in one go. Moreover, as he had no pressing need to upgrade quickly, he might as well save up for a big jump to the Golden Core. Lu Yao stood up. He had more important matters to attend to. With the token in hand, he headed towards the Lu family's library, preparing to learn more knowledge. No matter how powerful one becomes, it cannot bring peace of mind. Only the knowledge in his mind could offer him a semblance of security. He arrived at the library with ease. After presenting his token, Lu Yao successfully entered. Gazing at the plethora of jade slips, he rubbed his hands together in excitement. He had no intention of leaving today. Arriving at the low-level spell area, he casually picked up a jade slip and probed with his divine sense. This slip contained a record of a second-tier spell, the Earth Spike technique. Lu Yao glanced at it briefly, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. Why is it so simple? The moment he saw the jade slip, he felt as if he had received profound enlightenment, learning the spell with just a glance. At this moment, he realized the true value of the term blessing of the four spirits. That line about increasing intelligence actually meant enhancing comprehension. Very well, then he would immerse himself in knowledge, guiding it all into his mind. Lu Yao picked up one jade slip after another, continuously learning the spells within his actions, casual, as if he were merely checking for dust. Clone technique learned. Cleaning spell nice learned. Cloud and rain technique good cosplay, as the Dragon King now learned. Yin Yang transformation technique. So strange, but whatever, learned it for now. Lu Yao thus reveled in the ocean of knowledge until twilight approached. Although it was a pity he hadn't learned everything, he still had to go back. Lu Yao used the wind control technique to fly home. By the time he returned, Bai Qiuqiu had already prepared dinner. Looking at the boiled greens, boiled sliced meat, and various boiled dishes, Lu Yao's little face scrunched up. Previously, he had to eat for survival, but now that he had established his foundation, he could fast naturally. He no longer wanted to eat this kind of food. So he spoke up, "Mother, I have already established my foundation, so I won't need to eat anymore. You don't have to worry about preparing these for me anymore." Beiyuan looked up surprised at Lu Yao's words, and her expression began to turn aggrieved. "Ah Yao, do you dislike my cooking? I knew it, your father must have been lying to me. Who would like to eat what I make?" Lu Yao felt a sudden headache while Lu Chongxuan beside him was blinking furiously at him. "No, how could I dislike it? I just feel bad that you have to prepare these for me every day. How about this, starting tomorrow I'll cook, so you can also taste my skills?" "Ah sure. Let's see what you can make. Our Yao's food must be delicious." Beiyuan returned to her cheerful self, having merely been teasing Lu Yao. Of course she knew how good or bad her cooking was. Now that Lu Yao said he would cook for her, it was truly amusing. As long as Lu Yao was happy, no matter what he made with her strong stomach, she could digest it all. Lu Yao sighed in relief. Great. He wouldn't have to eat this tasteless dark cuisine anymore. He had to showcase his skills as a top-notch chef. After finishing dinner, Lu Yao returned to his room, lying on his bed, and starting to cultivate. He planned to replace sleep with cultivation from this day forward. Although the system could directly add points, that didn't stop him from striving to cultivate. Saving a bit of spiritual energy was still worthwhile. Spiritual energy should be used to break through to higher realms, not wasted on trivial matters. Thus he cultivated throughout the night, and the next day, he headed to the scripture pavilion. Remembering his father's admonitions from last night, Lu Yao felt a hint of curiosity. This time, he headed straight for the technique section, quickly finding the body refinement and spiritual refinement technique areas. The techniques here were not ranked. Even if one became an immortal, they could still be useful. Looking at the body refinement techniques, Lu Yao twitched his mouth. Good heavens, these people were really something. After countless generations of revisions, now even the basic techniques inherently contained body refinement and spirit enhancement effects. When he was cultivating last night, he could already feel his physical body and spirit growing alongside the increase in magical power. Now, having seen these techniques, he realized he was still too young. Later, some cultivators found it too cumbersome, and thus researched a technique that allowed for the simultaneous cultivation of 3 paths, altering the long-held belief that ancient methods could not be changed. This cultivator spread his teachings across the world, and countless individuals modified their techniques based on his, earning him the title of Qiyuan Xianzun after ascending to immortality. After adopting the new methods, the weaknesses that previous cultivators possessed were entirely absent in the new ones, allowing a new cultivator to defeat 5 ancient cultivators of the same realm, akin to a hexagonal warrior. Everything was going well, until some clever individuals proposed a different idea. "Alas! If the new method is so powerful, what if I create a new technique for body refinement and cultivate it alongside? Wouldn't that make me stronger than those who only practice the new method?" Thus the body refinement technique was born, and those who practiced it found their physical strength to be significantly greater than those who only practiced the new method, often gaining an advantage in battles of the same level. As one new technique emerged, another followed swiftly. The spirit refinement method was quickly developed. Suddenly a strange trend appeared across the Tianyuan Realm. If you did not practice both body refinement and spirit refinement, you would be easily defeated by those who were once your equals. If you learned it, then, you would revert to a state of equilibrium with your previous rivals. When everyone learned it, it was as if no one had learned anything at all. Everyone became stronger, yet it seemed like no one had truly improved, as all had become stronger. Now the consensus of simultaneously cultivating 3 methods had been established. After reading this, Lu Yao couldn't help but sigh. It's absurd how things have escalated. Indeed, one cannot escape this phenomenon of evolution anywhere. Soon Lu Yao chose to cultivate both the furnace body refinement method and spirit shattering method as his dual practices. Furnace body refinement method is a technique that uses one's own body as a furnace, magical energy as fuel, burning away impurities from flesh and blood through true fire, continuously strengthening the physical body. Spirit shattering method, on the other hand, is more extreme, converting part of one's divine sense into a great millstone, constantly crushing one's old divine sense to refine and enhance the soul. Due to being auxiliary techniques, the moment he mastered them, the Xianjian True Classic would activate alongside them with each circulation. With each activation of these 2 techniques, he would experience the pain of his body being tempered and his soul being crushed. Lu Yao brushed it off, finding it to be merely a trivial pain touching upon the soul. He chose these two specifically because their cultivation speed was the fastest, and the side effects were outside his considerations. Though it was still early, he did not plan to read any more today, as he had other matters to attend to. Lu Yao arrived at the main kitchen of the Lu family preparing to learn the culinary arts of this world. Having promised to cook, he needed to be prepared. His father had mentioned the spirit chefs of this world last night, and it left a lasting impression on him. They processed ingredients using unique techniques, pairing them according to their medicinal properties and attributes, thereby creating delicious and highly nourishing spirit meals. Chef Lu expressed his curiosity, feeling the need to learn and see what it was all about. The tranquil days passed for over half a year, and Lu Yao maintained his routine of 3 points in life each day. After spending 6 months, he finally finished reading the comprehensive guide to heaven's materials and earthly treasures, and the complete guide to crafting materials. Another 6 months should enable him to finish reading the remaining pile of miscellaneous notes, documenting various strange tales and secrets. After a busy day, Master Lu stepped out of the scripture pavilion and returned to the familiar hall. To his surprise today, there were 2 unfamiliar strangers in addition to his parents. How strange! Usually apart from his great-grandfather, no one came to his house. Who were these people? Upon seeing Lu Yao standing at the door, Lu Changsun's eyes brightened, and he immediately pulled Lu Yao over. "Ah, Yao is back. Come, let me introduce you to Uncle Li and Aunt Zhang." "Hello, Uncle Li. Hello, Aunt Zhang." Although he did not know these two, out of courtesy, Lu Yao still politely greeted them. Hello, Yao. You're so adorable. Just look at those eyes, they resemble Sister Chiu so much." Aunt Zhang, with a gentle demeanor, smiled and greeted Lu Yao, even squatting down to gently rub his little face with her hands. Uncle Li beside her was rather indifferent, and his gaze carried an inexplicable scrutiny. Such a look made Lu Yao feel quite uncomfortable, as if under an unexplainable pressure, but fortunately Uncle Li quickly averted his gaze. After sizing up Lu Yao for a while, Li couldn't help but look towards Lu Chongxuan beside him. "I say, old Lu, didn't you say Yao is exceptionally gifted in foundation establishment? Are you sure you aren't just teasing me?" Seeing his good friend doubting him, Lu Chongxuan immediately snatched Lu Yao from Zhang Ruyun's hands. "Come on, Yao, show Uncle Li your skills." Lu Yao felt a sense of helplessness. His seemingly normal father was quite abstract in reality, and he had no choice but to comply. As Lu Yao released his magical power, 5 gasps of astonishment echoed in the room. "What? Peak foundation establishment? This is truly foundation establishment. Wait, when did he reach the peak of foundation establishment? Yao is really impressive. So impressive." Lu Yao was surprised to glance in the direction of the 5th voice, only to see a little head peeking out from behind Uncle Li, with a pair of watery big eyes staring at him. Upon noticing Lu Yao looking at her, the little head quickly shrank back, but soon peeked out again, curiously staring at Lu Yao like a little quail. Uncle Li noticed the 2 children and stepped aside, revealing the little quail behind him. Without any cover, she immediately became flustered, fidgeting with her shirt hem and nervously staring at the ground. Only then did Lu Yao see the little quail's appearance. With bright, clear, big eyes, delicate features resembling a work of art, and her current, almost crying expression, she looked soft and incredibly cute. Humans are visual creatures, and Lu Yao was no exception. He really wanted to pinch the little girl's face, which must feel soft and squishy. Through Uncle Li's introduction, Lu Yao learned her name, Li Zhixin. Watching her timidly wanting to talk to him, but also a bit afraid to do so, stealing glances at him, and quickly averting her gaze when caught, Lu Yao found her extremely amusing. Thus he generously initiated an introduction. "Hello, I am Lu Yao. You can call me Brother Yao. Do you want to play with me?" Lu Yao approached her and extended his hand in invitation. I am Li Zhixin." After saying that, Li Zhixin immediately retreated behind Aunt Zhang, hugging her leg and casting a hopeful glance. Seeing her daughter wanting to play with Lu Yao, but being hesitant, Zhang Ruyun smiled and nodded at her. "Go on, let your brother Yao take you out for a walk." With her mother's affirmation, she finally reached out her hand and grasped Lu Yao's. Warm and soft, Li Zixin couldn't help but think in her heart. Let's go, brother will take you to play, Lu Yao said. Brother Yao. After Lu Yao led Li Zixin away, the adults gradually reined in their previous smiles. Lu Chengxuan turned to Li Yu, his expression serious. Old Li, are you and your sister-in-law really going to the outer battlefield? You know the situation in the eastern region, it is renowned for its valor. To compete for the elder position, one must hunt down a foreign demon of the same realm. Li Yu appeared very calm, as if heading to the perilous outer battlefield was nothing significant. I know, but that is the outer battlefield, even immortals can fall there. What will happen to Zixin? It's not as dangerous as you think. The last immortal to fall was over 1,000,000 years ago. As for Zixin, I wish to entrust her to you for a while. Lu Chengxuan was somewhat taken aback, asking, Entrust her to us? Aren't you from the Li family? I don't trust them. I was born a side branch, and it was by chance that I gained this cultivation. The fifth elder and I have long-standing conflicts. I worry he will take action against Zixin while I'm away. Zixin's constitution is special. She will surpass me in the future, and I can't trust those clan members. I can only trust you and me. Lu Chengxuan looked at his good friend, feeling complex emotions. The trust shown toward him touched him deeply, to not even trust his own family, but fully trust him. It's just that back then, he had sacrificed his own chance at immortality to save him, and then fought his way through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood for him, nearly losing his life. Since Li Yu feels this way, Lu Chengxuan was not one to be overly sentimental. Only rest assured, Zixin will be like my own daughter from now on. As long as I am alive, I won't let her suffer even the slightest grievance. Once I become an elder, challenge the old thief, and avenge my parents' death, I will come back to take her with me. Also, if I can't return, I see that this boy Yao has such great talent, and is taught by you. His character should also be admirable. Rather than let her return to the Li family to live an underprivileged life, it's better to. Brother Yao, where is that big goldfish you mentioned? It's right ahead. We will be there soon. Lu Yao excitedly walked ahead, holding Li Zixin's little hand. The two quickly arrived at the pond's edge. Lu Yao pointed to a large goldfish in the water, about 1/2 meter long, and said to Li Zixin, Look, this is the goldfish I raised. I raised it from a little fish. Lu Yao wore a smile, and his tone carried a hint of pride. He still felt a bit lonely. Those servants kept their distance due to his status, and the older family members looked down on him, and didn't want to play with a little kid. The younger ones, he found unsatisfactory, each one immature and mischievous. Over time, Lu Yao became a rare lone wolf in the family. Today, finally having a cute and well-behaved little sister come along, he was naturally very happy. Brother Yao is so amazing. Li Zixin's eyes sparkled with admiration, making Lu Yao feel a wave of pride, yet he didn't notice the additional meaning in her gaze. Brother Yao's hands are so soft and warm, he's so cute, and his face looks so squishy, I really want to pinch it. She thought this in her heart and acted on it. She suddenly reached out her hands, cupping Lu Yao's cheeks, and as he was still a bit dazed, she gently pinched them twice. Children are like that, acting on a whim, their hands faster than their brains, too quick for Lu Yao to react. Soon realizing what she had done, Li Zixin's face flushed red, and she quickly withdrew her hands, her eyes becoming watery, as if she would cry at any moment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Can you please not hate me? It's fine, I don't mind. Hey, please don't cry. How about this? Let me pinch you back, and we'll be even, okay? Then I will pinch you. Hey, it feels really good. If you want to pinch me again, fine, just this once. Lu Yao leaned in, and Li Zixin, breaking into a smile, stretched out her little hand, showing a silly grin as she rubbed Lu Yao's face. Whoa, Daddy and Mommy don't want me anymore. At the dining table, Li Zixin cried, while still shoveling food into her mouth. Tears rolled down in large drops, splashing into the bowl, but her chopsticks did not stop. Lu Yao looked at Li Zixin, who was still crying with snot starting to show, and then glanced at his parents across the table, with amused expressions, feeling a vague sense of helplessness. "Why are you just watching? What's so funny about that?" He looked at Li Jixin, who was crying and eating. "Well, alright, it is indeed quite amusing." Lu Yao quietly activated the camera, zooming in on Li Jixin's face for a close-up. Black history, perhaps this can be used to mock someone later. No reward deemed worthless by this system, but that didn't matter, he hadn't expected any. Lu Yao looked at the photo where Li Jixin's adorable little face was puffy, stuffing food into her mouth, while tears streamed down with hints of snot starting to appear. He couldn't help but let his mouth curl up for a moment, then immediately suppressed it. Glancing at the two indifferent elders beside him, he silently took out a small piece of silk cloth and wiped the tears and snot from Li Jixin's face. "Be good, don't cry. Your mommy and daddy haven't abandoned you, they just have some things to do, and they will come back to pick you up once they're done." "Woo-woo, really? Really? You just need to wait patiently for a while." Seeing she was still about to cry, Lu Yao immediately unleashed his ultimate move. "If you don't behave, they might really not want you anymore. Woo-woo. Then I choo-choo-choo will behave, they can't choo-choo-choo not want me. Woo Yang is so pitiful. Yang, I'm sorry you smell so good." A month later, in the scripture pavilion, Lu Yao sat quietly reading. Beside him was Li Jixin, who was overwhelmed with a pile of paper books. After getting the keeper's permission, he brought Li Jixin in with him, preparing to give her a good lesson. For years old, a crucial year in life, the child must start learning from a young age. Turning to glance at Li Jixin, who was scratching her head in distress, Lu Yao's devilish voice rang out. "What is the composition of spiritual energy?" "I don't know." "What symptoms occur when the first great circulation is running and the meridians feel swollen and painful?" I forgot. Didn't I just explain this to you? Did you forget already?" "Well, I'm sorry, don't scold me, I really can't remember." "I'll say it again. You have 1 hour, and then I will give a surprise test." Seeing the despair in the little girl's expression, Lu Yao nodded with satisfaction. He was really getting carried away. After learning she was a year older than him, Lu Yao stopped calling her sister, and only referred to her as Li Jixin. "I must make up for the childhood she lost." "Lu Yao, when will daddy and mommy come to pick me up?" Li Jixin hugged her book, looking aggrieved. Lu Yao looked at her pitiful little expression, sighed, then walked over and patted her head. They will come soon. That's enough for today. Come, I'll take you to the landscape garden to play." "Yay!" Half a year later, by the pond pavilion, Lu Yao looked at Li Jixin, who had started cultivating and was checking the jade slip. Seeing her serious look, he couldn't help but pinch her little face. "Do you miss your parents?" "Oh, yes I do. I don't know when they will come to pick me up." Very soon," Li Jixin replied, and soon immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge. Lu Yao stopped talking, grabbed a handful of snacks, and tossed them into the pond. The fish quickly swam over, and Lu Yao watched as they scrambled for the food. As he watched, he suddenly felt a twitch in the corner of his mouth, and couldn't help but comment. "Mom, can you please stop competing with little Qing for food? She's already gotten thinner." Hearing Lu Yao, the largest koi raised its head to look at him, blew a bubble, then continued to feast heartily. Looking at his mother, who was playing dumb, he felt somewhat exhausted yet helpless, so he simply shrugged and gave up. A year later, still in the scripture pavilion. "Do you miss your parents?" Lu Yao asked, looking at the little girl buried in her books. She now mentioned her parents less and less. At first, she brought them up every day, then once a month after half a year, and now it had been several months since she last mentioned them. Yes I do." Li Jixin looked up at him with a perfunctory response, quickly leaning in again. "Lu Yao, this body refining technique says that spiritual energy nurtures vitality, which then runs through 28 primary meridians and 108 secondary meridians for purification and nourishment. Which meridians does this refer to, and where are they?" 2 years later. "Do you still want your parents?" What parents?" Li Jixin looked at Lu Yao in confusion, then quickly realized. You mean my biological parents. Wait, don't you have other parents? You? Never mind, take a break today. Go out and have a look, don't be so silly. Lu Yao pushed her out, then closed the door. Li Jixin stomped her foot at the door. Damn, Lu Yao not letting me see, and then secretly working hard, huh? You really deserve to die. Muttering to herself, Li Jixin turned and left, choosing to be angry and frustrated. Having followed Lu Yao for 2 years, and being influenced by him, she was no longer the crying girl she once was. Arriving at the main courtyard of the Lu family, she felt a bit lost watching the bustling crowd. It seems like I haven't gone out to play for a long time. Maybe I really should come out and take a look. At that moment, several little girls around 7 or 8 years old ran over, and looking at the adorable little sister, they couldn't help but invite her. Who are you? You're so cute. Would you like to come play with us? We'll take you to our secret base. Facing their invitation, Li Jixin hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. She felt that perhaps she hadn't interacted with other friends for too long, and was a bit out of practice. Maybe she really needed a few friends. Plus, she was also a bit curious about the secret base they mentioned, so she followed them. The group of little girls led her through winding paths until they arrived at an idle courtyard. Pushing the courtyard door open, she couldn't help but look around, but after a long time she found nothing unusual here. Is this your secret base? Where's the secret? Li Jixin couldn't help but ask, and the oldest-looking girl next to her answered her question. Here, this is it. Mommy usually doesn't let us touch these things. Li Jixin looked in the direction she pointed and blinked in disbelief, uncertainly asking, Is that a pile of cosmetics? Yes. Yes. Do you want to try some? You're so cute, it'll look great on you. Li Jixin didn't respond, but instead asked her another question. How many types of pupil techniques are there? I don't know. 'Tis childish. Not practicing properly, just playing with cosmetics. You're only at the 4th stage of chi refinement. Have you been working hard on your cultivation? Have you been studying the techniques seriously? Aye. Woo-woo. Li Jixin turned and walked away, feeling she must have gone mad just now, actually thinking she needed a bunch of little kids to be her friends. This kind of make-believe game would only affect her efficiency and progress. If she kept being so lax, when would she surpass Lu Yao? After all, she was Lu Yao's sister. How could she be surpassed by him at every turn? Recalling the time a year ago, when they went out together, Lu Yao stood in front of her, striking down a vicious spirit dog that lunged at her. Then he also dealt with the arriving guards, and even gave a slap to that spoiled young lady. After everything was over, Lu Yao gently comforted her, wiping away the tears on her face. Amid her fear, a strong sense of unwillingness surged within her. Clearly I'm older than him, yet I still need him to protect me. I don't want to be weak and crybaby. I want to cultivate. I want to surpass him. Lu Yao and Bai said, you will be going to the Xianjian Sect in a month. Yeah, Uncle Li, and the others are coming to take you back, right? I heard he is now the 6th elder of the Li family. On the rooftop, Li Jixin hugged her knees, burying half her face in them, her expression tinged with a hint of dejection. Yes, my father is coming to take me back. After a moment of silence, she suddenly looked up, meeting those gentle eyes. The setting sun cast a rosy hue on her face, and she finally mustered the courage to ask, Lu Yao, after I leave, will you forget me? Lu Yao was taken aback by her words, smiling, as he gently patted her little head, answering earnestly, No, I will always remember you. Besides, it's not like we're parting forever. If you miss me in the future, you can come back to find me. Then. Can you call me Sister Jixin before I leave? Li Jixin quietly asked. Lu Yao's mouth began to curl into a mischievous smile, and then he printed out a photo of that dark history. Pretending to pull the photo out of his storage ring, he waved it in front of Li Jixin. Oh, Sister Jixin! Lu Yao's mischievous voice reached her ears, and she finally realized what he was holding. Hey! Where did you get this? Sister Jixin, this is obviously from the night I documented it. You don't say that. Li Jixin shrieked, covering Lu Yao's mouth with her hand. The sunset that originally touched her cheeks quickly spread to her ears and neck. Looking at the little hand covering his mouth, Lu Yao's eyes curved into crescents, and his divine sense expanded outwards. This was too amusing. Sister Jixin. Hearing the sudden voice in her mind, Jixin could no longer hold back, and tackled Lu Yao, burying her head in his embrace. Ah, forget about this. Don't say it again, or I won't talk to you. After a while, at the Immortal Pavilion in Floating Light City, Li Jixin held Aunt Zhang's hand standing on the Immortal boat, and waving goodbye to Lu Yao with her other free hand. Lu Yao, goodbye. You must not forget me. The formation on the Immortal boat had already activated, and Lu Yao could not hear any sounds. However, seeing her desperately waving little hand, he still smiled and nodded in response. As the formation activated, a rift opened in space, and the Immortal boat transformed into a stream of light, and flew inside, with Li Zixin's figure disappearing before him. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Lu Yao felt a bit lost. Lu Yao quickly adjusted. Although he was more emotional, he was not indecisive, or someone who lamented over the past. As he had said before, there would be opportunities to meet again. After glancing once more in the direction the Immortal boat disappeared, Lu Yao turned and walked towards the Lu family. Third young master. Lu Yao casually responded to the guard's greeting. Outsiders mostly called him that not because of his seniority, but mainly because he was of the direct lineage of the Lu family, and his father was the third elder, so it was natural for people to refer to him as third young master. Moreover, the concept of seniority was quite chaotic. After all, in cultivation lifespans varied greatly. Generally, it was assumed that those within 100 years were of the same generation. This meant he could address a person who was 105 years old as a brother, and no one would find it odd. Just the thought of calling a 105-year-old man as a brother made Lu Yao want to chuckle. After wandering around, he arrived at the pond's edge, scanning with his divine sense, and confirming there were no strange creatures inside. Lu Yao then focused his divine sense and spiritual power towards the water. As he concentrated, ripples appeared on the surface of the pond, and soon a vividly lifelike water dragon soared upward, twisting and turning continuously. Lu Yao extended his hand, and the water dragon quickly coiled around it. Looking at the lifelike water dragon in his hand, with each scale clearly visible, Lu Yao nodded in satisfaction. The shape of this water dragon was outlined by his divine sense, and its internal structure was formed by combining spiritual power with water flow, creating a complete network. It could be said that aside from lacking a soul, this was a new life. After practicing for so long, I finally managed to achieve a perfect illusion. My control must be among the best, even among transformation stage cultivators, Lu Yao murmured as he stroked the little water dragon. He had not reached the transformation stage, but he had seen the transformation stage cultivators in his family, and their control over spiritual power and divine sense was far inferior to his. This was the result of 2 years of practice, and for others merely improving their realm would consume most of their energy. However, for Lu Yao, the realm was not that important. In fact, he had previously damaged many things at home, because his control could not keep up with his rapid advancement. After reflecting on his mistakes, he resolved to first improve his control. Otherwise, what would happen if such a situation occurred again? Lu Yao Realm Pinnacle of Golden Core attributes Blessing of the Four Spirits Beyond Fate, Transformation of the Mundane Miscellaneous. Record: Spiritual Power 28715. Over the past 2 years, he had not gained any new attributes, and the spiritual power he had accumulated had not been invested into his cultivation. Even so, he still reached the pinnacle of Golden Core. In addition to spiritual power, he had also gradually gained a few points of divine sense and blood energy. Compared to spiritual power, these two were extremely rare attributes, and each point could cause a significant transformation in his physical and spiritual senses. As for the specific changes, Lu Yao probed his divine sense into his body, and saw 9 first-grade golden cores quietly floating above a green cauldron in his dantian. That cauldron was his Tao foundation. The so-called foundation establishment period was a process of continuously improving the Tao foundation. Once the Tao foundation was complete, one could begin to refine their soul qi and spiritual power using the foundation until they produced a qualitative change and transformed into a golden core. Only then would they step into the golden core stage. Lu Yao knew that he was slightly different from others, but he never expected the difference to be this significant. When he stepped into the golden core stage, the power within him condensed into a first-grade golden core, yet there was still a vast surplus. He knew something was off. It wasn't until one time he gained a point of divine sense and a point of blood energy, and during the transformation formed a second golden core, that he was left dumbfounded. For this matter, he specifically went to ask his great-grandfather, who was also amazed after looking at it, and told him not to panic. In ancient times, the three energies were collectively referred to as blood energy, divine sense, and spiritual energy. His situation was that the three energies far exceeded what was needed to condense a golden core, and the surplus would automatically condense into a slightly inferior small golden core. His great-grandfather said this was a good thing, indicating that Lu Yao's talent was far beyond the ordinary. The benefits of having two golden cores were also quite evident. Not only did he possess an extraordinary amount of the three energies, but when the shattered core formed the nascent soul, he could also have an extra dose of power to nurture it. He also said that this situation was quite normal. Most geniuses could form two golden cores, which was a symbol of genius. Lu Yao's dual first-grade golden cores even more so marked him as a genius among geniuses. If he hadn't already known that Lu Yao's talent was monstrous, he would likely have been very surprised. Hearing what his great-grandfather said made Lu Yao feel assured, and later, when he gained a few more points of divine sense and blood energy, forming the third and fourth first-grade golden cores, he merely felt a faint sense of acceptance, maintaining a calm demeanor. Great-grandfather said this is normal, it's just a few more golden cores, nothing to be surprised about. 9 golden cores seemed to be the limit. No matter how many attribute points he acquired afterward, he did not gain even one more. Normally, he would need a year of preparation to break through to the nascent soul stage. But clearly, he was not an ordinary person. With a mere thought, the stored spiritual power began to coalesce into his nascent soul avatar. The 9 golden cores within his body started to emanate their power, continuously filling his nascent soul. The ethereal nascent soul began to take shape, rapidly growing from an embryo into the likeness of a young child, its features gradually becoming clearer and resembling Jiang Qin himself. What should have been a slow process felt as if it had been accelerated. At the moment it fully solidified, the nascent soul abruptly opened its eyes. Everything around was within view, as if he had activated a 360-degree ultra-wide-angle vision. If he unleashed his full power, it could cover a radius of 1,000 miles. Of course, he dared not do so, given the many ancestors and experts nearby. Engaging in such actions would be akin to provocation. Not only was flying prohibited in the city, but so was divine sense. Feeling this extraordinary perspective, Jiang Qin found it quite novel. The sensation of looking down at the earth from high above made him feel almost divine. Yet it was merely an illusion, as he was still just a small ant in the nascent soul stage. Jiang Qin stood up, lifted his hands, and sensed the state of his nascent soul. Due to the immense foundation amassed during the formation of his nascent soul, it was as if it had come to life from the moment of its conception. Typically, a cultivator just entering this realm would have a nascent soul that was ethereal and needed gradual filling. However, given Jiang Qin's current state, according to the descriptions in the Xianjian classic, he exhibited characteristics of a peak nascent soul, and indeed felt as though he could break through to the transformation stage at any moment. If he attempted to break through to the transformation stage from this point, he could achieve it within 5 years. Yet Jiang Qin did not plan to do so, as he felt he had not yet reached his limit. Yes, although he had reached the peak state of a typical nascent soul, Jiang Qin felt he had not hit his limit, and still had immense potential for growth. Moreover, Jiang Qin pondered, why are the 9 golden cores still here? Looking at the 9 golden cores flying around in his nascent soul's grasp, he fell into deep thought. Normally, at the moment a cultivator enters the nascent soul stage, the golden cores within would shatter, becoming nourishment for the nascent soul. Since the transformation into a nascent soul relies solely on oneself, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is ineffective, the golden cores serve as backup energy reserves when the innate foundations of human beings are insufficient. as they are a conglomerate of the essence of one's three energies. During the transformation, they can act as the kindling that fuels the process. Jiang Chen suspected that due to his exceptionally deep foundation, he didn't need to shatter the golden cores for the transformation's kindling, hence, they remained intact. Moreover, they transformed alongside him, particularly these few that appeared as golden cores had essentially become nascent souls in nature. Thus one could say these were several nascent soul-like golden cores, so perhaps they should be called Yuan Dan. Somewhat unclear about his changes, Jiang Chen waved his nascent soul, and the 9 Yuan Dan flew behind his head autonomously, forming a circle that began to rotate slowly. Jiang Chen also discovered an advantage. Each time these Yuan Dan rotated, they absorbed spiritual energy autonomously, with an efficiency roughly 3 times that of his own cultivation. Is this normal? This is quite reasonable. Last time with a few more golden cores my great-grandfather said it was very normal, and this time there isn't even an extra nascent soul, so it's even more normal. Setting aside these concerns, Jiang Chen prepared to cultivate a supernatural technique. Starting from the nascent soul stage, cultivators become eligible to practice supernatural techniques, which are a high-level form of magic that transcends spells, and even touch upon the domain of laws. Once one fully comprehends a law and manifests it into a true supernatural technique, congratulations, you have become an ordinary transformation stage cultivator. If one reaches the transformation stage without comprehending a law's supernatural technique, but merely transcends the 3 energies, congratulations, for you have a chance to appear in the tales of young heroes that people pass down. Yes, you are the transformation stage cultivator that was rebuffed by the young prodigy in the stories. Whether or not a transformation stage cultivator comprehends a supernatural technique represents 2 entirely different species. Moreover, supernatural techniques are not related to talent, they purely depend on personal insight. Thus, for some major sects and schools, talent is the baseline, but never the ceiling. Every disciple with the potential to reach the nascent soul stage will not give up, as one never knows when they might suddenly attain enlightenment. Such occurrences are not rare. It is said that many immortals were quite ordinary before reaching the nascent soul stage, even possessing poor talent, yet once they reached it they blossomed remarkably. Uncertain whether it was the blessing from the 4 divine beings, when Jiang Chen began to comprehend the supernatural techniques within the Xianqian classic, he was instantly immersed in it. Countless mysteries unfolded before him, unraveling like silk, arranging and combining in myriad ways. Jiang Chen felt as if he was facing the great Tao. The path ahead was incredibly smooth. When he opened his eyes again and raised his hand, a sharp sword aura formed in his grasp. As the sword aura quivered slightly, the surrounding space was sliced open, like tofu, by a scorching blade, creating a fine line that quickly healed. Is this the entry point? A mere 10% of sword intent doesn't seem too difficult. If outsiders heard this, they would likely be infuriated. Others toil for decades, or even centuries, to grasp the entry point, while some are even forever barred from it. Yet Jiang Chen merely comprehended it in a day, and directly entered. It was simply unreasonable. Can I now challenge the disgrace of the transformation stage? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, starting to contemplate. In terms of physical body, spirit, and spiritual energy, he felt no less than the transformation stage cultivators of his family, and with his comprehension of 10% sword intent, if he faced the disgrace of the transformation stage, victory or defeat was truly uncertain. As for the gap in combat experience, there was none. Although he did not possess genuine power in his past life, he had considerable combat strength through an array of unique items. Having faced countless battles, he was truly a veteran of war. His previous power was like a drifting reed, yet he had indeed mastered it previously. The inability to control his strength stemmed from finally having true power of his own rather than relying on fixed-value items. Each use required precise control, which was why he was unaccustomed. Heaven knows how excited and yearning he was when he first saw himself standing in the air with his own power. Now he was getting closer to that kind of strength. Jiang Chen calculated that even if he only had the basic morning and evening meals from now on, by the time he turned 50, he could reach the same level as Lu Chongxuan. But is that possible? Even if he randomly snapped a photo outside, he might still accumulate some spiritual energy. Surpassing his father was something Jiang Chen believed would not take long. Ah Yao, when you go to the Xianjian sect, don't sacrifice your own comfort. If you can cultivate, do so, if not, at least eat well. We can't go there for nothing. If you miss home, just come back. Bai Qiuqiu said, her hands resting on Lu Yao's shoulders, reluctant to part. Lu Chengxuan sighed. Don't worry, Ah Yao definitely won't lose weight. After all, the meals we eat every day are cooked by him. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but reminisce. It must be said that Lu Yao seemed to possess a special talent in the culinary arts. Having only learned from the chef for a few days, he was already capable of creating medicinal dishes that rivaled those of a spirit chef, with flavors that were innovative and left people savoring them long after. Now he had grown accustomed to fine dining. The thought of returning to his wife's terrible cooking after Lu Yao left made him feel a twinge of reluctance. While reminiscing, he patted Lu Yao on the shoulder. Braised ribs. Ah Yao, remember, this will always be your home. If you miss home, come back. If you encounter anything unpleasant, you can always talk to your parents. Don't bully others when you're over there. Focus on your cultivation and treat your fellow disciples well. What are you saying? Our Ah Yao is so well behaved, how could he bully others? Yes, madam is right, it's my clumsy tongue. Seeing the affectionate exchange between the two, Lu Yao felt he could hardly stay a minute longer. There seemed to be no place for him in this family. After bidding farewell to his parents solemnly, Lu Yao turned and boarded the Lu family's celestial ship. After sensing a bit, he vaguely detected a presence that was not weaker than his own. It was merely a celestial ship escorting seedlings, yet it had a transformation stage cultivator accompanying it, indicating the importance the Lu family placed on this matter. As he stepped aboard, the formation activated, isolating the sounds from the outside. Curiously, Lu Yao observed the inside of the celestial ship. Although it appeared small from the outside, once inside, he discovered it was astonishingly spacious, resembling a small city. After receiving his room number from the steward, he began to wander around. The view outside was transparent, allowing him to see the scenery clearly. It was pitch dark with no light, only occasionally illuminated by a brief flash of brightness, when the celestial ship left the void to determine its direction. Looking at the pitch-black void, Lu Yao felt a familiar itch. He had the old habit of wanting to take a picture of anything novel he saw. Click! First void traversal reward, a spiritual power 2456. That's quite a reward, equivalent to a peak foundation establishment version of myself. Lu Yao sighed inwardly when his gaze suddenly caught a familiar figure. A handsome young boy was curiously observing the void. Lu Yao recognized him. He was also from the Lu family, part of the direct lineage. There were very few of their generation, only dozens in total. Among the eligible direct descendants going to the Xianjian sect this time, it was just Lu Yao and him. As if sensing something, the boy turned to look at Lu Yao. After a few seconds of surprise, he proactively greeted him. Cousin! Are you also interested in the void outside? No, I'm just curious. The two chatted for a while, during which Lu Yao noticed the boy seemed a bit intimidated by him. He proactively ended the conversation and retreated to his room. After Lu Yao finally left, the boy let out a sigh of relief. Being around Lu Yao was too stressful. This cousin was the ideal child in the eyes of their parents. He had heard his grandfather mention Lu Yao countless times, urging him to look up to him, and telling him to visit the library occasionally to broaden his horizons. Cousin must be at peak foundation establishment by now, right? He might even be at the golden core stage. Thinking of his grandfather and father lecturing him, he couldn't help but shudder. It was the same in the Lu family. Nearly everyone of Lu Yao's generation felt this pressure. Thus, in their eyes, Lu Yao was naturally shrouded in a halo of divinity, and they instinctively placed themselves in a lower position whenever they encountered him. Typically, they would avoid him if possible. If they couldn't, they would muster the courage to greet him. However, to engage in conversation with Lu Yao, who exuded the warmth of a parent yet held an air of authority, was genuinely uncomfortable, creating a sense of restraint. After several days of travel, the anticipated demonic cultivators attacking or entering special secret realms did not occur. This left him feeling somewhat regretful. He indeed did not possess the fate of a protagonist. Otherwise, some event would typically unfold at this moment. They arrived smoothly at the outskirts of the Xianjian sect, or rather the outskirts of Xianjian continent. Lu Yao noticed that surrounding them were not just their celestial ship. Countless celestial ships swarmed in from all directions like ants. Some of these celestial ships had come to a halt, and Lu Yao had a rough idea of what was happening. Those must be disciples heading to the Celestial Seed Valley. Every year the Xianjian sect would gather orphans generated within the domain for various reasons, and then train them uniformly. Once they reached adulthood, those with talent would enter the inner sect, while those whose talents could not reach even the nascent soul stage would usually be taught some skills for survival, and given some resources to help them leave the sect. Thus the Celestial Seed Valley functioned as the outer sect. Every disciple's actions, character, and talent within would be recorded as standards for future assessments. As for Lu Yao and the others, they did not need such trouble. Entering the sect meant they were part of the inner sect, as they were all chosen geniuses within the Lu family. As long as they were willing to cultivate, they would at least reach the nascent soul stage in the future. They queued up before a magnificent and grandiose enormous gate, and Lu Yao curiously observed the two disciples at the entrance and the empty peak behind the gate. He had heard his father mention that the true location of the sect was in the secret realm behind the gate. Unable to resist, his old habit kicked in. Click! Secret realm gate. Reward of 1 to spirit. Lu Yao was lost in thought as he felt his soul enhance, while the steward had already approached and tossed a token towards the gate, which then fused into it. The space rippled. In the next moment, the world transformed, and Lu Yao and the others found themselves in an unfamiliar new realm. Looking up, he was astonished to see a sun in the sky, and in his perception, it was not fake but a real sun. Before them lay mountains that seemed endless plains, and lakes. He even saw a snowy mountain adjacent to a fiery one. A range filled with boundless thunder, and even a valley that shone with countless stars during the day left Lu Yao in awe. Before coming here, he had understood the circumstances, yet he was still taken aback. This secret realm was incredibly vast and real, with a sun that seemed to have been captured from who knows where. If there were also a moon under the balance of yin and yang, it would automatically ascend to a higher level. Even now, this was likely a top-tier secret realm. One step further would lead to a small world. The scale of the Xianjian sect made Lu Yao exclaim in admiration. Truly a region where immortals resided. Click! World elevation. Reward of talent evolver. Talent. This was his first time receiving a talent reward. Out of curiosity, he opened the panel to check. Talent evolver. Each time you advance to a higher level, one random attribute will increase by an additional 10. 10! That's only 1/10. It doesn't seem like much. Wait a minute, it doesn't mention an upper limit, so does that mean when I reach the Immortal Realm, I will also randomly get an additional 10? An extra 10 power for an immortal. That's great. Those who can become immortals are not ordinary people, and that extra 10th might allow one to surpass countless immortals instantly. Lu Yao was quite satisfied. Such high-tier talents were definitely beneficial. After all, he was safe in the early stages, and did not lack combat power. With the support of the Xianjian sect and the Lu family, he had no enemies, and no major tasks to accomplish, allowing him to develop in peace. It was just a pity that such grand events could generally only yield a major reward once. After that, further attempts would yield only some spiritual power, or low-tier resources that were tasteless and regrettable to discard. As for smaller events, they could only yield one reward. Subsequent attempts would yield nothing. I have met my master uncle. Greetings, master uncle. The various peak masters surrounding him continually greeted Li Changsheng with curiosity in their eyes. Li Changsheng's lips twitched as he responded to everyone. He knew exactly what they were curious about, as it was quite rare for a person at the Great Ascension stage to take on the position of a new peak master. Generally speaking, those at the Great Ascension stage are busy with various matters, or focused on cultivation. Only those who have achieved Dao integration and are about to face tribulation would take on the role of a peak master. He was likely the only idle Great Ascension master in this sect, and now he found himself in the same position as these younger disciples, which was somewhat embarrassing. Fortunately, he had thick skin and didn't mind. Everyone was curious about Li Chongqing, but even more so about his disciple, as anyone personally taught by a great ascension master must be a genius among geniuses. Li Chongqing himself was quite eager to meet Lu Yao, as this was his first time taking on a disciple, and he was determined to teach well, and not hinder his disciple's future. As he scanned the dark crowd of disciples, he quickly spotted Lu Yao. With a slight gesture, Lu Yao immediately appeared before him from the crowd. After sizing him up, he found this little one to be quite cute, with a temperament as gentle as water, displaying a maturity far beyond his peers, along with a deeply hidden confidence, absolute confidence, even arrogance, and arrogance that looked down on everything. He wondered how this confidence had come to be. Strangely enough, he couldn't discern Lu Yao's true cultivation level. He appeared just like an ordinary person. This innate ability was truly a must-have skill for a cultivator. While he was examining Lu Yao had snapped out of his panic, suddenly finding himself transported to another place with no resistance at all, startling him greatly. He thought he might have triggered some hidden plot. "Disciple Lu Yao, I greet my master." Lu Yao respectfully bowed, recognizing that this was his master, the untroubled Tao Lord Li Chongqing. Upon hearing this, Li Chongqing adjusted his mindset, smiled, and tried to appear more amiable. To achieve this, he had even altered his appearance 2 years prior, transforming into a middle-aged look which made him appear more mature and reliable. "From now on you will cultivate with me. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I have dabbled in various arts of cultivation and know a bit about everything. If you encounter trouble, you can also tell me, and I will support you." "Thank you, Master. I will remember your teachings." "All right, stand behind me then." "Yes." As Li Chongqing released the mana that had been holding him, Lu Yao immediately stepped into the air and quietly stood behind him. The surrounding peak masters looked at Lu Yao in astonishment, sensing that Li Chongqing was no longer supporting him, yet he could still hover in midair. He appeared to have no cultivation, yet he managed to do something like floating. Was it a concealment artifact? A special talent? While Foundation Establishment disciples can also float, there is a distinct difference between floating and stepping through the air. One relies on mana, while the other is entirely dependent on oneself. This means that Lu Yao was at least at the Golden Core stage, perhaps even in the middle of the Golden Core realm. As for the nascent soul, no one dared to think in that direction. Golden Core disciples are not uncommon, but one must remember that Lu Yao entered alongside those younger disciples, who were mostly at the mid to high levels of chi refinement, with only a few at Foundation Establishment. Having a Golden Core at this point is indeed a bit outrageous. Everyone secretly sighed, truly worthy of being a genius taught personally by a great Ascension Master. Having reached the Golden Core stage at such a young age, he certainly has the potential to catch up with them within a century. The gap between people can sometimes be greater than that between a person and a dog. Some take 20 years to reach Foundation Establishment, 100 years to achieve Golden Core, and nearly 1,000 years to break through to Nascent Soul. While some who are called geniuses can shatter your worldview with the harshest of realities. After cultivating for 1,000 years, you finally break through to Nascent Soul, just as your lifespan is nearing its end, while the same genius, having also cultivated for 1,000 years, is already preparing for ascension. Lu Yao stood behind Li Chongqing and the various peak masters, gazing at the dense crowd below, recalling the day of his awakening. He adjusted the angle of the camera, made a peace sign, and prepared to take a commemorative photo. Click. Initiation ceremony. Received reward: Fire Spirit Essence Flower. A 5th-tier spirit herb, quite decent. Once he learns alchemy, he can use it for pill refinement. Disciple, what does this gesture mean? Li Chongqing noticed Lu Yao's small action, and that strange gesture. Lu Yao thought for a moment and replied, "This gesture is something I came up with. It means victory." Victory, huh? This little guy certainly has a strong spirit, making a victory gesture in front of a crowd of 100,000. Quite confident. Li Chongqing nodded, choosing not to say more. Although Lu Yao was a bit arrogant, he felt that Lu Yao indeed had the qualification to be so. All those present combined wouldn't be a match for this Golden Core. Just as everyone was waiting, a figure in green appeared above them. As soon as the man in green appeared, the crowd fell silent. He casually flicked his sleeves, exuding an ethereal aura that made one feel as if they were bathed in spring breeze. Sensing the astonished, curious, and adoring gazes of the disciples, he nodded in satisfaction. He then delivered a speech that Li Changsheng found to be tedious and lacking in substance, causing him to feel drowsy. He glanced back at Lu Yao, and found him also lost in thought, which gave him a sense of relief, as if he was glad that he wasn't the only one slacking off. Lu Yao didn't know how he managed to get through it. By the time he returned to his senses, he was already clapping along with everyone else. After the speech concluded, the peak masters began to descend to select their disciples, having long since drafted a list. Soon only Lu Yao and Li Changsheng remained in the sky. Their situation was special this time. They only needed to accept Lu Yao as a disciple. The two, having nothing to do, exchanged blank stares for a moment before tacitly averting their gazes.
How boring! It is indeed boring. I wonder when it will end. How about we sneak away? We've nothing to do here anyway. Master, wouldn't that be inappropriate?
Lu Yao asked, uncertainly surprised that his master would be so carefree.
Cough, it's fine. Your master uncle should not hold it against us, I hope.
Seemingly trying to reassure himself, he reached out to grasp Lu Yao's shoulder, and the two of them vanished from their spot. Qi merely turned his head and glanced indifferently at the spot where they had just been accustomed to it. He was only slightly worried that his senior brother would lead Lu Yao astray. What if Lu Yao picked up his senior brother's bad habits? Thinking of his senior brother's tendency to run off, he couldn't help but snort coldly. What was wrong with his speech? Was it that unbearable? He had spent 3 days and nights polishing this speech draft, with every sentence crafted to resonate deeply, striking at the heart. Didn't he see how the disciples below were already fired up with tears in their eyes?
Humph. Not recognizing true value is just not recognizing true value. A mountain pig cannot appreciate fine bran.
Li Changsheng led Lu Yao to an endless mountain range where Lu Yao immediately sensed the spiritual energy concentration far surpassing that of the plaza they had just left, evidently enhanced by a higher spirit-gathering array. At the heart of the mountains rose numerous celestial pavilions, and jade towers viewed from above mist-wreathed their peaks like flowing silk, while immortal cranes glided gracefully between them, occasionally alighting upon azure pines to preen their snowy plumage. Li Changsheng and Lu Yao descended upon the highest peak, standing side by side on a colossal boulder at the cliff's edge, drinking in the breathtaking vista in its entirety. Truly magnificent, it soothes the soul and lifts the spirit just to behold such splendor. Ahem, these are merely casual constructions I assembled myself, nothing extraordinary. Lu Yao spoke with heartfelt admiration, while Li Changsheng stood beside him, feigning nonchalance, uttering the words with deliberate casualness. Master is truly extraordinary. Hearing this pure, unadorned praise, Li Changsheng's lips curled upward uncontrollably. Waving his hand dismissively, he declared, "Oh, it's nothing, merely average at best." Once his quiet triumph had settled, he began introducing the mountain range in earnest. The buildings below constitute the residential quarter. You may select any one to dwell in. Each is safeguarded by protective arrays. Simply drip your blood upon it to establish mastery. The rear mountains house several ferocious beasts I've raised. Should you wish to hunt for sustenance, feel free, but beware the nascent soul-level predators dwelling there. Rest assured, restricted formations confine them, they cannot emerge. At the foot of the mountain lies a broad, fertile spirit field beside a great river. Plant whatever crops your heart desires. And within that river dwells a spirit beast responsible for regulating the water veins. Its true form is a profound water python. When fishing, take care not to accidentally catch and consume the spirit beast. You do understand the distinction between spirit beasts and ferocious beasts, correct? Lu Yao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he knew well ferocious beasts possessed raw power alone, devoid of even a trace of sentience, acting solely upon primal instinct. Spirit beasts, by contrast, were born with innate intelligence. Their relationship to ferocious beasts mirrored that of humankind to apes. Ordinarily, cultivators refrain from consuming spirit beasts for devouring a sentient being struck them as morally indistinguishable from cannibalism. Humans and spirit beasts stood as equals. Many sects and clans even appointed spirit beasts as elders or senior advisors. It was widely known that the Southern Realm was governed by a coalition of shape-shifting spirit beasts who called themselves the Yasu clan and insisted others do likewise. Over time, only spirit beasts outside the Southern Realm retained that title within its borders. All were uniformly designated Yasu. Though over 90% of the Southern Realm's inhabitants were Yasu, a minority of humans nonetheless dwelled there. As is universally acknowledged, human desire knows no bounds, and once transformed into human form, biological barriers dissolved entirely. Thus human-male hybrids were far from rare across the Southern Realm. Glad you understand. Oh, and those white cranes atop the mountain. They're only at the chi refinement stage and cannot yet speak. Please treat them gently. I will, master. This communication jade token is yours. Drip your blood upon it to activate it. Through it you may accept assignments, exchange items, and access all necessary functions. Your disciple token of true transmission has already been embedded within. Lu Yao bowed slightly. Thank you, master. Should you ever have questions, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I shall clarify any doubt. Having spoken, Li Changsheng vanished, disappearing from Lu Yao's sight before instantly collapsing onto a reclining chair. Ah, exhausting. Yet the dignity of mentorship feels exquisite. Next time he seeks counsel, I'll indulge in a modest display of wisdom. After Li Changsheng departed, Lu Yao retrieved the jade token, activated it with his blood, and skimmed its interface, discovering it functioned like a multifunctional artifact complete with an internal storage space. The dense lattice of array inscriptions engraved upon its surface made his head spin. Realizing he could not decipher the script, he abandoned further scrutiny, chose a residence at random, and returned to the massive boulder where he and his master had earlier stood, settling into meditation. Compared to the confines of a chamber, this open precipice granted unparalleled clarity of mind and undivided focus. His foremost priority now was comprehending divine arts, and the spirit-gathering array inside any room held negligible value for him. Meditating here was simply more efficient. Lu Yao commenced his cultivation. First month. His sword intent deepened subtly, its manifest power now vastly exceeding his former capacity. Second month. His sword intent reached consummation, not blazing with overt sharpness, but refined, inward, serene, and profound. Third month. With sword intent perfected the arcane techniques within the profound sword scripture, each founded upon that very intent, offered no further advancement unless he transcended to the divine transformation realm. Thus, Lu Yao sought additional techniques from Li Changsheng: Firepath Arts, Waterpath Arts, Thunderpath Arts. Fifth month. He mastered increasingly diverse techniques, and began synthesizing them as foundations for cultivating his own unique divine arts. 1 year. 2 years. Until 5 years had passed. Lu Yao had shed his childlike appearance, maturing into a graceful ethereal youth, his brows sharp as swords, his eyes bright as stars. Over those 5 years, he integrated all his knowledge into a seamless whole. His divine arts reached the zenith attainable at his current level, and his nascent soul had been tempered to absolute perfection. During this time, Li Changsheng would periodically visit, initiating conversation along these lines. My disciple, do you harbor any uncertainties? None at all. Very well. Do remember to come to me when you do. You require new divine arts. Greed breeds stagnation, but cross-disciplinary insight is always welcome. Should anything elude you, do not hesitate to ask. Are you truly certain there is nothing you wish to ask me? No, I certainly don't expect you to ask me. That was merely an illusion. For heaven's sake, please just ask me something. Let me savor the joy of being a master. Finally, Lu Yao relented and posed a question. Watching his master deliver the answer with visible satisfaction, and then depart radiating serene contentment, left Lu Yao quietly exasperated. After 5 years, Lu Yao felt their bond had evolved beyond master-disciple into something akin to friendship. Li Changsheng no longer clung to dignity. He had wholly shed the formal airs of an elder mentor. He frequently dropped by to chat, sharing wondrous tales and curiosities. He'd appear unannounced during meal preparations to savor Lu Yao's cooking, and often produced a reclining chair mid-conversation, collapsing onto it without ceremony. Just then, Say Lu Yao, when shall we dine? This master finds himself rather peckish. Li Changsheng lay sprawled upon his chair, delicately holding a pastry Lu Yao had prepared, tilting his head to gaze at him with playful inquiry. Lu Yao paused his cultivation and simply stared. How could a sovereign ascension-level cultivator possibly feel hunger? Preposterous. He was plainly ravenous for the food. A silent standoff ensued, until Lu Yao yielded, rising to prepare the meal. Li Changsheng nodded approvingly. Though the thrill of mentorship had faded, acquiring a peerless chef proved no small consolation. Lu Yao's culinary artistry ranked among the finest even among spirit chefs he had encountered. At the thought of those delicacies his throat tightened and his mouth flooded with saliva. Watching Lu Yao turn to leave, Li Changsheng suddenly recalled something and called out, "Ah, Lu Yao. Tomorrow is the initiation ceremony. My senior brother, the Sect patriarch, asked me to take in a pitiful young novice as my disciple. Would you attend in my stead?" Without awaiting reply, he tossed a jade slip toward Lu Yao. "This contains his background. Read it, then destroy it utterly. Under no circumstances mention this to my senior brother. Should he inquire tomorrow, tell him I am sequestered in profound seclusion." Lu Yao caught the slip, scanned its contents, and frowned deeply. Pitiful. This was sheer unspeakable tragedy. Alas, the poor soul. Lu Yao sighed softly, said nothing more, and resolved to personally escort the young disciple till the following day. Watching Lu Yao's retreating figure, Li Changsheng smiled knowingly. He had foreseen precisely this response. After 5 years of companionship, he understood Lu Yao's nature well, proud at heart yet fundamentally compassionate. Confronted with such suffering, Lu Yao would never remain idle. May he help this child step out of the shadows at last, for life demands forward motion, not perpetual dwelling upon sorrow. Such empathy stemmed from youth. Unlike himself, who had witnessed countless partings and deaths, endured endless human tragedies, Li Changsheng now responded to such scenes with little more than a sigh of pity. Alas, 10,000 years of cultivation root the heart in stone. Even a boulder may achieve immortality and be hailed as a sage. How lamentable! How tragic! Li Changsheng sank back into his reclining chair, murmuring softly, uncertain whether the words mourned another or himself. Amidst the clamor of the bustling square, newly arrived disciples whispered among themselves, their excitement palpable, except for one solitary slender figure standing apart. His head bowed low, his expression vacant. He stared unblinkingly at the ground, his long hair veiling his face, arms cradling a sword taller than himself. The other children watched him with curious, uneasy glances. Occasionally one would approach to speak, but silence alone repelled them. Those who reached out to touch his sword recoiled instantly beneath a single frigid stare. After that disciple awkwardly withdrew his hand, no one dared approach again. People instinctively steered clear of him, leaving an eerie hollow circle around his still form. Yixingyu did not care. He clutched the sword tightly, as though embracing his parents once more. He loathed himself deeply. Born with the innate demon physique, a curse sealed at the moment of his birth, misfortune would follow all who drew near. Elders of his clan had urged his immediate execution, only his parents' desperate tear-streaked pleas had spared his life. For those born with such a physique were destined to grow twisted, bloodthirsty. Nearly every known bearer had succumbed to the path of demonic deviation. And indeed, he had fulfilled their grim expectations from earliest memory. He provoked chaos, lied without hesitation, withdrew into isolation, and raged without cause. No child would play beside him. Soon he discovered a new diversion, tormenting captured creatures. He relished their final frantic struggles, especially when, with blood draining from their veins, they still clawed desperately toward the faintest glimmer of life. One day the other children witnessed his cruelty. They hurled stones at him, then fled shrieking into the distance. He lunged to stop them, but the crowd was too thick, too swift. Predictably his parents were summoned. As the pair approached, his hands trembled, his breath shallow. His mother rushed forward, eyes glistening with tears, and enfolded him in a gentle embrace. He recoiled inwardly, hating the warmth of her arms, hating her sorrowful tears, hating the softness of her voice. The man, stern in every memory, advanced as always, his face etched with fury, and something else, something unreadable, guilt. Disappointment. He could not tell, only that afterward the man bound a massive stone to his body, forcing him to endure its crushing weight as penance. The stone remained strapped to his back for 2 days. Swelling and searing pain drove him to tears. He crawled to his mother in supplication, then knelt before his father, sobbing aloud, confessing faults he did not truly regret. As expected, their hearts softened. They forgave his repentance. A farce, repentance. I've done nothing wrong. What have I to repent? Wait, you'll pay for this. He sat by the door cursing under his breath, utterly unaware of wrongdoing, his confession born solely of unbearable agony. As he swore vengeance in silence, a frog hopped past him. His eyes lit up. He lunged to seize it, then froze mid-reach. A dull throb flared across his wounded back, a visceral echo of those 2 wretched days. Slowly he lowered his hand, and watched the frog vanish into the grass. Thus he remained subdued for 2 years. Yet his fingers itched anew, until a stray stone on the roadside instantly stilled them. Though forbidden his darkest pastime, he found fresh delight elsewhere. Brawling with the children, who called him freak, hurling stones, demolishing their secret hideouts. Each burst of their helpless fury filled him with quiet, chilling satisfaction. Afterward his parents dragged him to apologize at their doors. He refused to speak, his face a mask of cold indifference. Then one boy pointed at his mother and spat, "It's your bad luck, the broomstick who bore a monster. Everyone says he should have died at birth." A sharp slap cut him short. His parents dragged him away into the courtyard. That was the first time Yixingyu felt true killing intent, not for the boy but for the woman he despised being defiled. A strange suffocating ache gripped his chest. Kill her. Sever her tendons. Watch her writhe in agony until the last drop of blood drains from her veins. A voice coiled through his mind, urging him to tear the insolent brat limb from limb. Black chi surged from his skin. His eyes bled crimson. A wave of slaughterous intent rolled outward, and his consciousness blurred, slipping into fog. He remembered nothing of the return, only the final image: his clansmen's terror-struck faces, his mother's helplessness, his father's frantic urgency. From that day onward, he was confined, locked inside his chamber. You wish to kill her for insulting us. Then if the entire Yi clan reviles us, would you slaughter them all? Let them all die. I'd slaughter them gladly. You wretched disobedient son, still no remorse. I am blameless. They deserve death. His father asked as always whether he repented, yet this time Yixingyu refused even to utter the word. You? Ah. His father sighed deeply. I know resentment festers within you, but understand the Yi clan's tolerance is itself a monumental grace. Born with the innate demon physique, you harbor innate demonic essence from conception. 9 in 10 such bearers become fiends, the 10th perishes. Worse, if rogue cultivators learn of your existence, a perfect vessel for extraplanar demonic possession, they will descend upon our gates. The elders have spoken, your recent exposure endangers us all. Henceforth you shall depart for the Fenian Sect to cultivate. With that he turned and left, leaving Yixingyu alone in silence. That night screams and clashing steel jolted him awake. He cracked open his door, and beheld a scene seared forever into his soul. Blood drenched the earth. Limbs lay scattered. One familiar face after another collapsed, until his gaze locked onto a pair of wide, terrified eyes, the girl who had mocked his mother now lying motionless in a pool of crimson. The hated child was dead, yet he felt no joy, only a sudden nameless fire igniting deep within his chest. He lifted his eyes skyward, and saw the clan's nascent soul ancestor, once invincible, now evading 2 black-robed figures with desperate, graceless leaps. One robed figure noticed him. Eyes gleaming, perhaps intending to frighten, he strode slowly forward, pausing only to kick aside the dead girl's body, as if clearing debris from his path. You deserve to die. Yixingyu charged, eyes blazing scarlet, driven by a courage he did not recognize. Before he closed the distance, the robed figure exploded violently. Then his father, lips stained with blood, and his mother, face hardened with resolve, burst into view. They seized him and fled toward the mountainside, black-clad pursuers clinging relentlessly behind. Mid-flight, they struck an invisible barrier, His father halted abruptly. This area is sealed by formation arrays. We cannot escape. Tianyuan, what do we do? Yi Xiaotian gripped his trembling wife's hands and gritted his teeth. I will conceal you both. No matter what unfolds, do not emerge. Not for anything. He withdrew a formation disc, then his wife seized his wrist. Her usually gentle hands now held firm resolve. She took the disc and tossed it toward their son. Tianyuan, I stand with you. Very well. Their devotion moved no one. Within moments the black-robed figures overwhelmed them, captured, defeated. The intruders scoured the terrain, yet failed to locate the vessel their master prized above all else. Gritting his teeth, one robed figure flicked his wrist. 2 coils of obsidian black chi shot forth, burrowing into the couple's bodies. Instantly their faces contorted in agony, blood gushed from every pore. Boy, this is soul-consuming black flame. It will sear their spirits endlessly. Emerge now, or I will torture them until their souls dissolve. His voice rasped like bones grinding in a tomb. But his threat was futile. Yi Xingyu hammered wildly at the formation barrier, trapped, sealed tight, unable to break free. Survive. To the robed figure's astonishment, the couple spoke those final words, and then ended their own lives. Soul shattered. Vitality extinguished. Cursing silently, he transmitted urgently to his superiors. Moments later, a formidable leader descended, dragging the corpse of the Yi clan's nascent soul ancestor in his grip. A sweep of divine sense revealed the hidden formation. A mere level 4 array stood no chance against his nascent soul peak scrutiny. With a flick of his fingers, Yi Xingyu was wrenched from concealment, clutched helplessly in the man's palm. His face was numb, tear tracks glistening on his cheeks. The man frowned. Too little rage, too little awakening. The demonic nature remained dormant. A thought summoned torrents of demonic chi lacerating Yi Xingyu's flesh. Still no reaction. With a cruel twist, the man severed one of his eyes. Blood spilled, but the boy remained eerily still. The robed figure grew uneasy. He prolonged the battle deliberately, letting the parents die, to ignite hatred, fury, and full demonic awakening, preparing the perfect vessel for his master's soul transfer. Now he feared he'd gone too far. Rather than awaken the innate demon physique, he'd broken something deeper. Without autonomous awakening, even forced soul seizing would fail to capture the primordial demonic chi, the very essence his master sought. He seized Yi Xingyu to depart. Time was running short, others would soon detect this carnage. Just as he signaled his men to withdraw, an overwhelming pressure descended. The suppression formation shattered instantly. He endured less than a heartbeat, then his body imploded into a cloud of inky mist. Damn vermin. Daring to surface again, these deviant cultivators multiply like cockroaches, impossible to eradicate. A green-robed man plummeted from the heavens, muttering curses. Oh! Innate demon physique. No wonder they dared show their faces. He studied the numb-eyed boy, then waved a hand before his face. Little one, how fare you? Receiving no reply, he gestured, and a ring materialized in his palm. He extended it. These are your family's treasures. Keep them well, for cultivation, for vengeance. At last the boy lifted his head, gazing at the ring. Seeing the first flicker of response, the man offered a sword, your father's blade. The boy's stoic mask cracked. Pain flashed across his features, as he pulled the weapon close, holding it as if reclaiming his heart. Come with me to my sect. With your aptitude, your path will be swifter, vengeance nearer. I do not preach forgiveness or closure. Enemies are slain, not excused. And if these killers are dead, then the masters behind them remain. Every deviant cultivator falls within the realm of enemy. The boy parted his lips, remembering his parents' last words, survive. Then softly he spoke. Yes. Yi Xingyu was still lost in memories, when he suddenly felt his line of sight rising, leaving the ground, as a hand lifted his leg, cradling him. Looking up, he met a pair of gentle eyes, and Yi Xingyu felt a wave of confusion. This gaze was very familiar to him. Mother! He couldn't help but call out, but quickly reacted, turning his head away to continue looking at the ground. His mother was already dead. The young man before him could not possibly be her, merely possessing a similar aura. The young man who was called Mother paused for a moment, then used his free hand to pat Yzingia's head, smiling, as he said, I am Lu Yao, and from today onwards, I shall be your senior brother. I pay my respects to the master. Yi Xingyu, still holding onto his sword, knelt before the tall figure. Rise. Yi Xingyu was then lifted by a force. Lu Yao and Li Changsheng stood side by side, with Li Changsheng towering over him, as they both examined their junior brother. Disciple, what do you think I should teach him? Lu Yao glanced at the sword tightly held in Yzingia's arms, and asked in confusion, shouldn't it be the Mystic Sword Classic? No. Li Changsheng shook his head. To maximize the advantages of the demonic body, some demonic arts are still needed, which I will ask your master uncle for later. Suddenly he patted Lu Yao's shoulder, smiling, as he said, what I meant to ask was about techniques for self-defense. Lu Yao understood this was a test of his knowledge. While his junior brother had some materials for this half-baked path, he, who had been reserved for years, certainly had not been left without resources. His long hours in the scripture pavilion were surely known to his master. He recalled the demonic body is renowned for battle. After killing enemies, it can absorb part of their vital essence for its own use. However, because the absorbed souls carry some memories, over time one loses their own self. Therefore, throughout history, the demonic body has also practiced blood and soul paths. Though it cannot completely eliminate the influence, it can prevent one from becoming entirely mad. Pausing, he continued, so master, are you planning to let your junior brother practice blood and soul paths? You are correct, but I do not intend for your junior brother to follow their old path. Seeing Lu Yao's puzzled expression, he finally felt some joy in being a master. Although he could not guide Lu Yao in cultivation, he had lived long enough to gain insights that mere books could not provide. Thinking of this, he involuntarily straightened his chest, and said proudly, those demonic bodies that have fallen into the evil path are all because the demonic nature has taken root in their hearts. Born with indifference to everything, they have no thoughts to cling to, thus they also have nothing to uphold. But your junior brother is different, he now possesses what those demonic bodies lack. Lu Yao glanced at the figure still clutching the sword, seemingly disinterested in everything, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is it? Heart. Heart. Lu Yao still did not quite understand what did the heart have to do with different paths. Because without a heart, the demonic body will be influenced by the malicious thoughts of those souls, just before death, magnifying the desires within. When everything in the world becomes dull, only slaughter and destruction can make them feel alive. Lu Yao tilted his head at him, somewhat lost, and asked, what does it mean to be alive? Li Changsheng, upon hearing this, looked at Lu Yao strangely, not answering him, but instead pointing at the sword being held. That is his heart. This sword will constantly remind him to stay true to his heart. As long as he can remain steadfast in his beliefs, he will not be affected by demonic nature and memories. Thus I plan to have him practice with the sword. A person with a firm mind often travels further on the path of the sword. Lu Yao understood, looking at his master with admiration. Truly, he was a master, his perspective was broader than his own. Indeed, one must not only read countless books, but also travel far. Being looked at like this by Lu Yao made Li Changsheng feel quite pleased. As for his extraordinary perspective, well, the sect had previously encountered a demonic body with a heart, so he simply replicated the situation. How could that not be considered a kind of insight? By the way, disciple, how is your sword training going? Li Changsheng suddenly asked. Lu Yao was practicing the Mystic Sword Classic, a technique that leads directly to the Immortal Golden Immortal, primarily focused on the sword path, with the cultivation methods as a supplement. Having practiced for so many years, he should have made considerable progress in sword techniques, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao looked at his sword intent, which was just one step away from the transformation into the laws, and nodded, saying, I have a slight understanding. Very good. Then you will guide Xingyu in his sword techniques. Once you feel you have nothing more to teach, I will step in to provide guidance. Li Changsheng directly assigned Lu Yao the task. Teaching a new disciple the basics did not require him, as the master, to intervene personally. Otherwise, what was the point of having Lu Yao as the senior brother? He should help alleviate the burden. Lu Yao can only teach for a few years at most. Xingyu should soon catch up to his progress. Then when they begin to touch upon sword intent, I will teach them together. What a genius, I truly am, one saving effort. As if the meridians had been openly, Changsheng thought, yes, I have a great disciple. He then waved his hand, and said to Lu Yao disciple later, you should also visit your master uncle, and ask him for the Undying Celestial Demon Classic and Spirit Awakening Pill. After you get the items, come find me on the mountain. Yes, master, I will go now, Lu Yao replied, and then flew away towards the sect's main peak. After flying for over an hour, he finally saw the shadow of the main peak. Its characteristics were still quite distinct, visible from afar, as a towering giant sword stretched into the clouds. Landing at the main peak flying was generally not permitted here, and one was required to walk. Although there were no explicit regulations, everyone tacitly agreed that flying in this place was disrespectful to the ancestor. He had heard about this, and wouldn't act special. Countless disciples came and went, most of whom were at the nascent soul and transformation stage, rarely seeing anyone below the nascent soul level. Most disciples looked hurried, a few were leisurely, and some were hand in hand with their partners. Lu Yao even saw a couple holding a child. This is the myriad states of cultivation. Some are busy, some are in love, some are stuck between heights and lows, and no one cares for them, hence they pretend to be carefree. At first no one paid attention to Lu Yao, until more and more people noticed the presence of this mortal. Curious gazes turned towards him. His transformation talent allowed him to blend in with mortals, but suddenly appearing among a group of cultivators marked him as the most extraordinary. Though they were curious, no one approached him to chat. Everyone was busy cultivating with no time to explore other secrets. Lu Yao was not bothered by the scrutiny of others. Holding the token given by his master, he arrived at the main hall. After explaining his purpose, an elder went inside to report to the sect leader. Soon the figure of the sect leader appeared beside him, quietly observing him. This genius, who had been taken in several years ago, and had not been heard from since. I have met the sect master. Lu Yao obediently bowed. Although he was a senior uncle, he was still the sect master in name, and it was best to address titles when outside. Did your master call for you? Yes, sect master. Upon hearing Lu Yao's response, Chiwen felt his fists tighten. This lazy fellow has really gone too far now. He won't even come for such small matters. Looking at the respectful Lu Yao, Chiwen recalled that it seemed he had never left Wuming Peak since entering the sect. Never going out, not doing tasks, not interacting with others. He was just like his senior brother. How can this continue? A genius who hasn't experienced setbacks and tempering cannot grow the fullest wings. Thinking of his senior brother, he couldn't help but ponder whether the decision to have him teach Lu Yao was correct. He hoped he wouldn't turn into a second senior brother. No, he needs to get out and exercise. With this in mind, he looked at the youth. Lu Yao, there will be a grand competition in the sect in a year. Although Wuming Peak is newly established according to the rules, you still need to participate. Lu Yao was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a grand competition, and since he never learned about these matters, he naturally didn't know, but he still nodded in agreement. I will inform the master. Yes, considering your junior brother is still young this time, you will be the only one to participate. Thank you, sect master. Chiwen casually found a reason. In fact, there was no necessity for participation. He merely wanted Lu Yao to understand that there are always people beyond oneself, and that solely burying oneself in hard cultivation is unwise. He needs more practice, and to interact more with others. Taking advantage of this grand competition to give Lu Yao some intensity, he even planned not to throw Lu Yao into the new disciples group, but to directly place him in the senior disciples group, allowing the senior brothers and sisters to give this genius a lesson. Although there were a few decent young ones among the new disciples, there was still a considerable gap compared to Lu Yao, which could be seen from the attitude of the senior brother. That lazy dog of a senior brother hasn't let Lu Yao out once in 5 years, indicating he believes Lu Yao does not need practice or interaction, and is satisfied with his progress. Chiwen thought for a moment. Among the disciples who entered the sect with Lu Yao, several had already broken through to Golden Core. So hypothetically, Lu Yao should be at nascent soul level now. So he turned to Lu Yao and tentatively asked, Lu Yao, I am preparing to let you participate in the true inheritance battle. How do you feel about that? True inheritance disciples are at least at the nascent soul stage, and the outstanding among them have even entered the transformation realm. It should be enough to broaden Lu Yao's horizons.
Ah, me.
Lu Yao pointed at himself, and then asked,
Sect Master, what levels are the true inheritance disciples? The nascent soul stage qualifies as true inheritance. If that's the case, then I will follow the Sect Master's arrangements.
Good, he agreed. It seemed Lu Yao had indeed reached nascent soul, though his fine his cultivation speed was quite fast. Looking at Lu Yao's indifferent demeanor, Qi Wen's lips curled up. He merely said that nascent soul is true inheritance without stating that true inheritance is only nascent soul. Speaking of which, such an occasion should offer some decent rewards, right? On the way back, Lu Yao couldn't help but think. Previously, the Lu family had held several competitions, and he had received good rewards after participating. A sect as large as Xianjian Sect would surely offer even more.
Puff!
The sword light flashed, and the beast's throat was sliced open, blood spurting forth like a fountain. Yixing Yu sheathed his sword, looking at the fallen beast with the one remaining eye, placing his hand upon it. Then the corpse began to rapidly shrivel, leaving only a pile of ashes on the ground. His aura surged in an instant, breaking through from the third layer of qi, refining directly to the fourth layer. As his strength increased, the memories and bloodthirsty instincts of the beast began to influence his mind. However, this influence was negligible to him. He merely tightened his grip on the sword in his arms, suppressing the effect. On the cliff, Lu Yao and Li Changsheng stood together, observing Yixing Yu below. His injuries had all healed except for the sword scar on his eye, which Yixing Yu requested to remain. They respected his choice.
Tis, this is the demonic body. How enviable! All it takes is slaughter.
Li Changsheng spoke, but there wasn't a trace of envy in his tone.
It seems junior brother was not affected.
Lu Yao was a bit curious, as this was different from what was described in the books.
You?
Li Changsheng was somewhat at a loss for words. No matter how many times he said it, Lu Yao could not understand the so-called.
The heart can restrain the demonic nature.
Although he appeared mature, Lu Yao seemed particularly stubborn in certain aspects.
By the way, how is the spirit nurturing technique I taught you the other day coming along? No progress whatsoever.
Lu Yao honestly replied, his tone somewhat dejected. A few days ago, his master taught him a sword technique for nurturing spirits, and even gave him a sword embryo for him to nurture into a personal spirit sword. Until now, he still had no clue. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where he couldn't even grasp the basics.
Nourish it with mana and blood. Establish a connection with your divine soul. Imagine it as your friend, junior brother, or lover. Infuse it with emotions, and over time, the sword spirit will naturally be born from it.
Li Changsheng explained again to Lu Yao.
The disciple does not understand infusing mana, and blood does not produce spirit. Emotions, huh?
Lu Yao fell silent for a moment, then said,
I cannot regard it as anyone of mine. If you do not infuse emotions, how can spirit be born? That is just a sword. It is your future companion, your family. It is a weapon, a sword. You?
Sigh. By the end, Li Changsheng sighed helplessly, feeling a bit numb. Alright, if he couldn't learn it, then he couldn't. Although in a sword-oriented sect like Xianjian Sect, the absence of a sword spirit was somewhat abstract, it was just an unavoidable situation.
I will be going out for a while. Keep an eye on your junior brother, and don't let him wander too deep into the mountains. After all, he is only at Qi refining stage, and there are plenty of nascent soul beasts within. I will do so. By the way, what is the master going to do? Sigh.
Li Changsheng sighed again, looking even more weary. His appearance aged a few years.
Your senior uncle said that there are too few disciples on Wuming Peak, so I need to go out and recruit a few myself. Don't expect him to help find good ones and send them over.
Hearing this, Lu Yao understood his senior uncle had mentioned this before during his last visit, telling his master to go out more often and not to spoil the disciples. Li Changsheng left, and Lu Yao continued to try the spirit nurturing technique with the sword embryo. After fiddling for a long time, there was still no reaction. Not even a hint of spirit could be seen. Holding the sword, he pondered for a while, then infused sword qi into it and swung it out. Swish! The massive mountain peak was cleaved in two, With a casual swing, half of the mountain vanished, leaving only the larger portion. Lu Yao raised his hand and wrote the 3 large characters, Woman Peak, on the smooth mirror-like mountain face with sword intent. Looking at his masterpiece, he smiled, no longer entangled in the spirit-nurturing technique. After all, whether or not it existed didn't affect his power.
A sword is just a sword, merely a weapon for killing. It does not require excess emotions.
Before leaving, the master instructed him to teach his junior disciple well. However, unlike the gentle approach of his master, he believed more in practical teaching. After all, teaching 1,000 times could not compare to the gains from a single battle. Thus he raised his sword and pointed its tip at his junior disciple. Pick up your sword and face me using the sword techniques I taught you. Looking at his senior brother, although Yixingyu couldn't understand, he obediently lifted his sword, aiming it at Lu Yao. It was only when the duel began that he realized Lu Yao was serious this time. Feeling the blood seeping from the sword marks on his face, Yixingyu finally became serious. In that fleeting moment, he truly sensed the intent to kill. If he hadn't reacted quickly, that sword would have found its way to his neck. Daring not to be careless anymore, he struggled to fend off his senior brother's attacks, new wounds continuously adding to his body. He appeared extremely disheveled, and correspondingly his sword technique was advancing rapidly. However, this did not change his predicament, as every time he made a little progress, Lu Yao's strength would increase, just as slightly, forever keeping him in a state where he could not defeat Lu Yao yet could not lose. Clang! In a moment of distraction, his sword was knocked away, and he was struck in the chest, falling to the ground. What are you daydreaming about? The enemy won't wait for you to snap out of it. Yixingyu did not answer, but picked up his sword, continuing to attack Lu Yao. Weak and flaccid. What are you hesitating for? What do you think this battle is? Why hold back? Forget my identity, and hold on to the thought of killing me. Pick up your sword and face me. Lu Yao's reprimands echoed amid the battle, and Yixingyu's face gradually flushed red, his actions becoming increasingly decisive and nimble. It was until he stabbed out with the intent to kill that Lu Yao extended 2 fingers, catching his sword. He looked at his injured junior disciple with satisfaction. All right, that's enough for today. Yixingyu gradually calmed down, nodded quietly, holding his sword as he followed Lu Yao. Looking at the figure walking ahead, there was no hint of resentment in his eyes, only gratitude and admiration. His senior brother was right, the enemy would not hold back just because of his weakness. The scar on his eye was the best proof. His senior brother also said that bleeding more in peacetime would prevent death in battle. Now putting in more effort would ensure stronger abilities in the future. Stronger abilities. He was now deeply yearning for powerful strength. If only he had his master that night. No, even possessing the strength of his senior brother would have kept him from being powerless, watching those he cared about die before him. He now only hated his indecision and lack of decisiveness, which made his senior brother feel he was of no use, leading to an early end to his guidance. Yes, the next time his senior brother guides him, he will definitely learn from this lesson and ensure his senior brother is satisfied. The two moved quickly. Lu Yao was unaware of what the little guy behind him was thinking, nor did he need to know. Being strict now was better than risking death in the future. As long as he didn't die, injuries could be healed. Even if he were to die, as long as it wasn't long-term, he could still be saved. Lu Yao grabbed him by the nape of his neck, lifting him up, then gently shook him, causing Yixingyu's clothes to fall to the ground. With a flick of his hand, he tossed him into a bathtub filled with various spiritual liquids. Bloop bloop, holding his sword with only his eyes visible above the surface, Yixingyu watched bubbles float up. Under the nourishment of the spiritual liquid, his wounds began to heal rapidly, and he comfortably squinted his eyes. Hey, this little one is really interesting. Watching Yixingyu blowing bubbles, and the spirit sword peeking out, Lu Yao found it quite amusing. He actually liked children, especially obedient ones. He used to enjoy watching children play, full of vitality. They were the embers and future of a civilization. I wonder how Kanglin Star is doing. It must have perished by now. Lu Yao couldn't help but recall the past, but then quickly dismissed it. Did Kanglin Star perish? The answer was certainly yes. Because with him, the ultimate weapon and civilization's guardian gone, He couldn't fathom how the remaining humans on Kanglin's star would face the eerie and crimson invasion. He felt no sorrow, just a sense of nostalgia. After all, he was already lingering on the brink of destruction. Each day he lived, he was prepared for death. When that day truly arrived, he would naturally face death calmly. Regarding the demise of Kanglin's star, Liu Yao felt no guilt, for he was the first to sacrifice himself. At least before he fell, not a single person had died because of those monsters. Looking at Yixingyu still blowing bubbles, Liu Yao pondered for a moment and decided to add a little more to the mix. He took out a small jade bottle, opened it, and poured it in. The originally calm spiritual liquid began to boil and roll. Yixingyu, who had been comfortably soaking, felt a sudden pain all over his body. Just as he was about to rise from the surface of the water, Liu Yao's calm voice reached his ears. This is body refining spiritual liquid. It can temper your physical strength and increase your cultivation speed slightly. Yixingyu sat back down, silently enduring the pain as he began to cultivate. Liu Yao nodded in satisfaction, greatly admiring the child's resilience and initiative. Upon learning that the devil body could absorb the essence of dead creatures to enhance strength, he immediately sought out ferocious beasts to combat. From this point alone one could see his determination. Yixingyu continued to soak while Liu Yao left the room. He needed to prepare a meal. Although both of them had already taken Inky, the desire for food was something he wouldn't refuse. Entering the kitchen, Liu Yao summoned from the nearby water tank a ferocious beast, a Lingyun flying fish, at the foundation establishment stage, which flew out and landed on the counter before him. Looking at the struggling ingredient that was baring its teeth at him, Liu Yao picked up a nearby kitchen knife and delivered a stunning blow, causing the Lingyun flying fish to obediently fall asleep. He began to kill the fish, gut it, scale it, and finally cut it into evenly sized pieces. Taking out various spices and spirit materials, he ground them into powder, evenly applying them to the fish meat, and then frying it in oil, releasing a fragrant aroma. After retrieving the golden fish meat, he added various ingredients and stir-fried them. When it was about 70% cooked, he added water, then returned the previously fried fish meat to simmer. He also stir-fried a couple of side dishes. Any more would be a waste, as he was merely tasting it himself. His junior disciple couldn't finish so much, and the master, the glutton, had gone out again. Before leaving, he also took away his stock of osmanthus cakes, leaving him with little. Now even if he craved it, he had to save some to eat, and he must make a little more later. His junior disciple's head appeared beside the door frame. The effect of the spiritual liquid had worn off, and as soon as he came out, he was attracted by the aroma. His throat rolled. No matter how many times he smelled his senior brother's cooking, it always made his mouth water. Outside the sword training ground, Liu Yao planted 2 patches of trees, one of which was osmanthus. Speaking of which, this world does not have osmanthus, so he cultivated this new type of osmanthus tree himself and planted it outside the sword training ground, using magic to hasten its maturity. Liu Yao was unsure whether this thing could truly be considered osmanthus, as it looked like osmanthus, smelled like osmanthus, and tasted like osmanthus. The biggest difference from regular osmanthus trees was probably that his variety bloomed all year round, quickly bearing fruit again after each harvest. Due to its special cultivation, this plant could be considered a second-tier spiritual plant, and the blooming osmanthus belonged to the category of second-tier spiritual materials. The current osmanthus tree was still continuously absorbing spiritual energy to grow. Perhaps one day, it could evolve into a higher-tier spiritual plant. Junior brother, catch this. I'm about to start picking the osmanthus, Liu Yao said from atop the tree, addressing Yixingyu, who stood below with a long sword on his back and a large piece of silk cloth in hand. Okay, senior brother, I will catch them all. Yixingyu controlled his spiritual energy, trying hard to straighten the cloth to ensure no flower would escape. Seeing that he was ready, Liu Yao took out a long pole and began to pick the osmanthus. As he moved, large clusters of flowers began to fall from the branches, descending to the ground. Yixingyu ran around with the silk cloth, using his spiritual power to wrap and control those flowers he could not catch. Senior brother said this was to train his control, so he was required to precisely use his spiritual power to catch each falling flower without wrapping a large bunch at once, or else he wouldn't get to eat it later. Yixingyu recalled the fragrance. He had wanted to taste it when his master ate it in front of him, but master said he had not yet started cultivating, and could not digest senior brother's osmanthus cake, or he would burst. Later he began cultivating, but unexpectedly master took all the osmanthus cakes, and ran away, leaving him without a taste. What one cannot obtain is always in turmoil, and the osmanthus cake he could not eat became exceedingly sweet in his mind. The two worked together efficiently, and soon finished harvesting the 2 patches of trees. Lu Yao looked at the ones that had not yet transformed into spiritual materials, just ordinary osmanthus trees. He thought to himself that if he wanted to harvest again, he would have to wait a month, not knowing if master would return by then. If not, these would not be his share. With a large bag full of osmanthus, the two returned to the kitchen. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the osmanthus and prepared spiritual materials were turned into powder. Following the formula he had researched countless times, he precisely controlled each ingredient's amount, knowing when to add what and how much, all adhering to strict standards. Any mistake would not only alter the taste but also affect the efficacy. Indeed, this could already be considered an alternative form of medicinal pill, as a spiritual chef also needed to grasp some alchemical knowledge, otherwise one could end up making something that might harm others. As a group that placed greater emphasis on taste, the items produced by spiritual chefs of the same tier were not as effective as those made by alchemists, who focused more on practicality. Thus the alchemists were more rigorous, and would not casually alter the properties of a pill, such as adding sugar to a bitter blood spirit pill. Pinching a piece of the finished osmanthus cake, Lu Yao tasted it, and casually handed a piece to his junior brother. With one bite, he not only tasted the fragrant flavor, but also felt a surge of energy spreading throughout his body, refining his blood and qi. The degree of refinement was negligible, since his physical body was already strong enough. This little amount of refinement was like a drop in the ocean. Lu Yao frowned. He hadn't felt this before, but now he realized he had added enough materials to refine a third-tier pill, yet had only achieved the peak efficacy of a second-tier pill. Looks like I need to learn alchemy. This utilization rate is too low. Although I don't lack spiritual materials, it's still a waste, Yixingyu said, puzzled by senior brother's frown after he had eaten the cake. Why was senior brother dissatisfied? Thinking this, he brought it to his mouth and took a big bite. The cake's texture and the fragrant aroma that surged to his mind made him feel as if he had entered a sea of flowers, utterly enchanted. Isn't this quite delicious? He suddenly exclaimed, as a surge of energy flowed into his limbs, rapidly generating qi and blood, causing his physical body to swell slightly. Lu Yao was taken aback, reaching out to touch him, suppressing the surging qi and blood which gradually condensed within Yixingyu into a blood essence pearl. Spending every day with master, he almost forgot that his junior brother was rather weak. The potency was equivalent to the peak of foundation establishment. While he and master were in the great vehicle and nascent soul stages respectively, they had no issues consuming it, but for his junior brother, merely one bite almost caused him to burst. Lu Yao broke into a cold sweat, unable to imagine the expression on master's face when he saw his junior brother sprawled out everywhere upon returning. Fortunately, he was eating beside him, so he managed to help compress the excess blood energy into a blood pill, sealing it within his junior brother to be absorbed gradually. This time it was senior brother's mistake. I didn't expect you wouldn't be able to absorb all the medicinal power. Just hold off on eating this remaining piece for now. After you finish digesting the blood pill, come find me, and I will help you refine the rest of it. Cake. Lu Yao said uncertainly to him. It was indeed a cake, but to his junior brother it was akin to a complete restoration pill. 1 bite increases cultivation, 2 bites meet the ancestor, 3 bites ascend to immortality. Yixingyu felt both fortunate and a bit disappointed, realizing that he needed to refine even a piece of cake in senior brother's eyes in 2 separate sessions. However, it was indeed very delicious, and he finally understood why master enjoyed eating it so much every day. He smacked his lips, still savoring the flavor, when senior brother's voice rang in his ears again. With so much qi and blood, it would take too long to refine it. Slowly come with me to the sword training ground to practice swordsmanship. Like celestial music, the sword practice session he looked forward to was about to begin. inside the sword training ground.
Not bad, you're progressing quickly,
Lu Yao praised as he looked at Yixingyu, who was covered in wounds. From being able to only wield spiritual energy initially, with a form devoid of spirit in his swordsmanship, to now attacking with a hint of sword energy, his progress was undeniably rapid. Come on, continue, and aim to reach the point of executing these sword techniques entirely, with sword energy today. After Lu Yao finished speaking, he executed a sword technique slightly stronger than Yixingya's, and continued to attack him. In the end, Yixingyu unleashed a scorching flame sword energy, and then collapsed toward the ground. Lu Yao caught him with his magic, looking at the 10-meter-long 1-meter-wide ravine beside him. The ground that had been cut open was charred black inside, with residual sword energy continuously slicing and damaging the earth. Lu Yao smiled. It was indeed the fastest way to progress. If he were to contemplate slowly on his own, his junior brother would take ages to reach this level. Now, just half a month later, the flame sword technique had reached a minor achievement. This speed could be considered as that of a peerless genius. It should be noted that even he had taken 3 days to reach this level. With a thought, he activated the earth and tint, and the scorched ground quickly returned to its original state. Lu Yao skillfully tossed his junior brother into the bathing tub, even kindly tossing his sword in with him. The next day, Lu Yao left the nameless peak, Yixingya tucked under his arm, swiftly flying towards the direction of the Pill Peak. His master instructed him to take good care of his junior brother, and he dared not leave him alone on the nameless peak. What if something happened to him? How could he face his master then? When out and about with no one around the mountain, it was naturally better to bring his junior brother along, allowing him to relax and broaden his horizons. Otherwise, if he buried himself in cultivation every day, what would happen if he became foolish and turned into a muscle-bound idiot? Soon he arrived at the Pill Peak, where the alchemical exchanges of the Xianjian sect took place. There were no protective formations set up here, and it was not forbidden. At the foot of the Pill Peak, Lu Yao and Yixingya landed in Yidong City. As far as the eye could see, there were shops selling pills, and on the streets, alchemists were discussing their techniques, unabashedly sharing their refining methods and experiences without worrying about being copied. On the contrary, they were eager for others to learn their alchemical skills and experiences. For alchemists, the more people who recognized and learned from them, the more it indicated the success of their techniques, confirming that they were on the right path. Exchanging ideas and drawing from others' strengths to make up for one's own shortcomings is the correct choice. Even a novice alchemist could find someone willing to engage. After all, there's no saying that the longer you practice alchemy, the more you know everything. Perhaps at some moment another person's flash of inspiration could resolve a problem that had troubled you for decades. A small unintentional detail might become a new milestone in the entire path of alchemy. Lu Yao listened quietly.
Brother Zhao, the pill I refined yesterday spoke to me. It greeted me. Oh, is that so? How did you handle that pill? Can I take a look? I brought her out and plan to study her slowly from now on.
The man named Zhao glanced at his friend with a strange look. Brought her out. He did not see any pill beside his friend, just a strange girl. Wasn't he always holding on to his prized pills? Could it be that it was on that girl?
This young lady. Yes, she is that pill.
A question mark slowly formed. Wasn't it a talking pill? What was this little girl doing here?
Ahem, I had a whim yesterday and fed this pill a transformation pill, so.
Zhang Tianxiang said awkwardly. He just wanted to give it a try and didn't expect it to turn into a girl, and a particularly clingy one at that. Zhao Wuwei felt he was getting old, unable to keep up with his friend's thoughts. The onlookers, including Lu Yao, were astonished, staring incredulously at the young man being hugged by the pill.
So how about it? The pill is quite remarkable, isn't it?
A voice sounded beside him. Lu Yao turned to see a young man in white, looking scholarly, with a teasing smile on his face. Lu Yao nodded and said to the young man in white,
It is indeed remarkable. By the way, do alchemists usually have such lively pills? Not necessarily, only these two are particularly special.
Lu Yao was somewhat puzzled. The young man in white pointed to the man named Zhao and said,
This is an elder of Pill Peak, a supreme master of 9th level alchemy, who enjoys tinkering with novel ideas in his spare time. This is the Elder of Medicine Peak, also a master of alchemy, easygoing, and has a rather lively personality. These two are elders.
A master of alchemy. Is it hard to believe? That's quite normal. Not everyone is eccentric and aloof just from appearances. How could one know what a person does? Just like you.
He suddenly pointed at Lu Yao.
If it weren't for face-to-face communication, who would know what kind of person you Lu Yao are?
You know me.
Lu Yao was somewhat puzzled. He rarely went out, and did not interact with others, yet someone recognized him.
Of course, the newly appointed top disciple of the Nameless Peak, the possessor of innate divine abilities, a genius, who entered the Golden Core stage at the beginning, a mysterious cultivator who has never interacted with anyone.
There aren't that many people here.
Are they talking about me? So I'm actually quite famous?
Lu Yao asked with curiosity.
Not really, it's just that I had something to attend to on the day of your initiation ceremony and missed it, and the Sect master often mentions you, so I remembered you. May I ask who you are?
The young man in white straightened his chest. Lu Yao felt he looked like a peacock about to spread its feathers.
I am Shen Muyang. Oh, brother Shen, I've long heard of your name.
The peacock's feathers subsided, and Shen Muyang looked at Lu Yao's calm demeanor, feeling he was somewhat dismissive.
Have you heard of the sword that shattered the demon abyss, leaving a sword chi that lingered for 10 years? Know who was that? That was me. Oh, brother, you are truly impressive. How dismissive. You said you had long heard of my name. It's all just polite talk. If you like, I can say more.
Shen Muyang felt somewhat defeated. Why be so straightforward? Can't he just flatter him a bit?
Forget it, let's continue discussing alchemy.
Originally, he wanted to show off in front of his junior brother, but it turned out the latter didn't even know him, which was quite embarrassing.
Did you come to Idan City to buy pills, sell pills, or perhaps to take on some alchemical commissions? Can commissions be taken here? Of course. Some rare spiritual herbs or special materials or certain types of spiritual herbs in high demand, alchemists often post commissions to have others help find them.
Lu Yao nodded in understanding. After all, the profession of alchemist sounds quite wealthy.
Brother Shen, I came this time to learn alchemy. For alchemy, you can visit the Dan Pavilion in the city center, which has countless recipes and refining techniques, all freely accessible to the public. Thank you, Brother Shen, I will go check it out shortly. I didn't expect my junior brother to be interested in alchemy,
Shen Muyang said curiously. As such a cultivation genius typically wouldn't delve into alchemy, at most just understanding it. They usually focus their energy on cultivation.
I'm a spiritual chef. I want to learn a bit about alchemy to see if I can gain some inspiration through it. Spiritual chef.
Shen Muyang's eyes lit up, staring at Lu Yao. Spiritual chefs are quite rare. Anyone with a bit of alchemical talent usually rushes to alchemy. Who would study cuisine? It is said that everything made by spiritual chefs may not have potent effects, but the flavors leave a lasting impression. He had long been curious about the taste of spiritual chef cuisine, but unfortunately, he had never encountered one. Lu Yao squinted his eyes, dazzled by the golden light radiating from Shen Muyang's eyes. How on earth is this achieved? Lu Yao stared intently at his glowing eyes.
Junior brother is actually a spirit chef. I've heard that all spirit chefs are exceptionally talented and skilled, possessing an unparalleled grasp of flavors. Today, having met junior brother, he truly is a dragon among men, remarkably extraordinary.
Lu Yao fell silent, watching his senior brother swallow hard, almost as if the abacus beads were about to hit his face. However, he still took out a piece of osmanthus cake. He simply liked honest people like this.
This is a snack made by junior brother. Please enjoy, senior brother. Then I won't hold back. Junior brother, it's delicious.
Shen Muyang took a bite and immediately gave his favorable review.
If senior brother likes it, I'll give you a few more pieces later.
Hearing Lu Yao's words, Shen Muyang happily accepted. He wasn't the type to be coy. Straightforwardness was his character. However, he didn't believe in taking advantage without giving something in return. He immediately pulled out a jade slip and tossed it to Lu Yao.
Junior brother, I won't take your things for free. This eye technique is for you. I could see your curiosity about my golden eyes just now. This is the secret technique I use. Thank you, senior brother.
If senior brother wants to taste delicious food in the future, you can come find me at Wooming Peak.
Lu Yao joyfully accepted. He indeed wanted to get a pair of beautiful eyes to where glowing eyes would be so cool. You said it. In that case, we will go to the Pill Pavilion later. First, I'll show you something interesting. Where to? At the top of that mountain, 2 disciples are having a duel today. Senior brother will take you to see the excitement.
Shen Muyang pointed at one of the peaks, which was the residence of the inner disciples of the Pill Peak. Lu Yao was very interested and readily agreed. He casually tucked Yixingyu under his arm, preparing to take him along. Shen Muyang, who was nearby, saw this scene and opened his mouth in confusion.
Junior brother Lu, what are you doing?
Aren't we from the Xianjian Sect, a righteous sect? Why does junior brother Lu dare to do something as audacious as kidnapping a child in broad daylight? At least pretend a little.
Oh, this is to bring my junior brother along.
Hearing Lu Yao's response, his confusion only increased.
Your junior brother. Didn't Li Shu only have you as a disciple? When did he take on another? A month ago. Oh, I didn't know about this from Master.
After a moment of silence, he took out a small jade pendant and handed it to Yixingyu with a warm smile.
Little junior brother, this is a welcome gift from senior brother to you. I'm sorry for leaving you behind just now.
Yixingyu, with drooping hands and feet, looked up with his only remaining eye silently staring at him without any action. Seeing him silent along with senior brother's awkward hand hovering in the air, Lu Yao reached out to take the jade pendant and stuffed it into Yixingyu's hand, turning to thank his senior brother.
Thank you, senior brother. I'll accept it on behalf of my junior brother. He is not good with words and is quite shy.
Only then did Shen Muyang notice the scar over little junior brother's eye. He had been looking down all this time, and if Lu Yao hadn't planned to take him along, he wouldn't have even noticed this person. Combining the scar with that expressionless little face, he instantly imagined thousands of words of a tragic backstory, so he waved his hand and skipped over the topic. After all, about 1/5 of those who entered the Xianjian sect were orphans, many of whom had tragic backgrounds. As the current sword master and the sect's eldest disciple, he naturally had no interest in unearthing others' wounds.
Let's go to junior brothers. Senior brother will take you to see the excitement. I tell you, it's quite interesting.
Shen Muyang led the way, and the two rose with the wind, flying towards the mountain range of the Pill Peak.
This is it.
The two landed, and then the 3 stepped forward. Lu Yao curiously looked at the disciples encircling the area. Just now, when he was in the sky, he noticed that many disciples had gathered here. If one didn't know better, they might think it was some kind of cult gathering. When the 3 squeezed to the front of the crowd, they finally saw what was happening ahead.
Qin Luofeng, if you're sensible, admit defeat early. Leave Lu Shiji or you'll regret it. Noisy.
2 young men faced off, one fuming angrily, while the other remained calm and collected, not taking the opponent seriously at all.
I hope that when you lose later, you can still be as arrogant as you are now. At that time, I will personally break your limbs, so that Lu Shiji can see how this waste who speaks arrogantly crawls back. Chu Mingxuan, I'm giving these words back to you.
Hearing Qin Lufeng's arrogant words, Chu Mingxuan's face grew increasingly dark. He couldn't understand why the usually cold Lu Shiji favored this good-for-nothing so much, when he had pursued her for 10 years without receiving even a kind look. This Qin Luofeng had been stuck in Foundation establishment for 15 years, how could he compare to him? Today he had to make this waste understand that he alone was Lu Shiji's suitable match.
Chu Mingxian, what are you doing? Who allowed you to drag Luofeng into a duel?
A furious female voice rang out, and then a beautiful woman in a plain white dress, with a cold expression, stepped forward and stood between the two. Seeing the newcomer, Chu Mingxuan's momentum instantly weakened, and he stammered.
Lu Shiji, It's fine, Lu Shiji. This match was proposed by me. The condition is that if I win, he will keep his distance from you in the future.
Qin Luofeng interrupted Chu Mingxian. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiji frowned slightly, looking coldly at Chu Mingxuan.
So in your eyes, I'm just an accessory that can be used as a bet? No, Lu Shiji, Just what? can't bear to see me getting too close to others. Over the past 10 years, whoever I've grown closer to, you have targeted that person. Have you ever considered my feelings? I'm sorry. Alright, I don't want to hear this. You've truly disappointed me this time. Regardless of winning or losing, don't bother me again in the future.
Looking at Lu Shiji's disgusted expression, and her trust in Qin Luofeng, Chu Mingxian clenched his fists tightly, and squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth.
Fine.
As disciples of the Pill Peak, the content of their duel was naturally alchemy supervised by an inner disciple, who randomly selected a pill recipe, and then refined it. The outcome would be determined based on the quality of the finished product. An inner disciple wearing a purple robe came before the two and randomly drew a slip of paper from a box. Throughout the process, he monitored with divine sense to prevent anyone from cheating or interfering with the draw. Ensuring everything was correct, he opened a slip of paper, which momentarily stunned him. Then he unfolded it and announced it to the crowd.
Third-grade pill, Purple Thunder Essence Pill.
What? It is actually the Purple Thunder Essence Pill. It is said that the difficulty of refining this pill is extremely high, as it not only tests the alchemical skills, but also requires precise control. If one is careless, the Purple Thunder herb liquid will turn the other ingredients into charcoal. A passerby who wished to remain anonymous explained in surprise. Lu Yao turned to look at the senior brother, who had just shouted. His expression was peculiar. Senior brother, what are you doing? Enhancing the atmosphere otherwise? How would these passers-by know how difficult it is to refine this pill? This matter seems irrelevant to us. There is no benefit in doing this. Shen Muyang turned to Lu Yao, his expression carrying a hint of excitement.
Alas, junior brother, you are mistaken. Haven't we gained joy from this? Besides, in doing things, why dwell on gains and losses? Life is about happiness.
Life is about happiness. Of course, whether happy or sad, since we are alive, why not live with a smile? Well, of course it means to seek joy, to do things that make you feel happy. That is what it means to live. As Shen Muyang spoke, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards Yixingyu, completely unaware of Lu Yao beside him, who appeared to be deep in thought. Seeking joy, doing things that make me happy, does that mean I am living? Lu Yao began to ponder what things he found interesting. In a daze, he recalled that before the Crimson Invasion, he was just an ordinary student whose greatest hobby was reading novels and painting. Each time he encountered those cliché and melodramatic plotlines, he would get furious and curse as he swapped books. Ever since the Crimson Invasion, he had not read novels again, and even the painting he had planned to learn was never brought up again. Unexpectedly fused with a part of the Crimson creation, he walked the path of saving the world, spending 7 years in battle, ultimately dying in combat. Lu Yao glanced at the current scene, recalling the content of the novels, and suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Why did everything before him seem so similar to the plot of a novel? He had once fantasized about becoming the main character, but reflecting on his current life, it had been smooth sailing with no family tragedies, no mockery from passers-by, no fiancé breaking off their engagement, and he had never provoked anyone. Wait, doesn't that make me a standard passerby? Not even a villain. He looked once more at his senior brother, who had just been shocked, and suddenly realized, so we are like those all-knowing passerby characters when the main character is showing off. That is indeed quite interesting. As for the main character, I am already tired of that. Being a passerby is also a novel experience. Shen Muyang was still concerned about the state of his junior brother when a sudden voice startled him. What? The method Qin Luofeng used, could it be the ancient Three Flames alchemy technique? It is said that this method has long been lost, yet who would have thought that Luofeng would actually be able to? Shen Muyang looked dumbfounded at Lu Yao, who had shouted, Junior brother, what are you doing? I am doing the same as you just did, becoming a qualified passer by enhancing the atmosphere. Don't you find this very interesting, senior brother? It is indeed very interesting. Shen Muyang did not understand what a passerby meant, but he found it quite enjoyable. After all, he had been doing this for many years, always being a part of the excitement. Whenever he saw others become shocked due to his shouting or engage in a fight because of his provocation, he felt a sense of delight. He thought he was the only one like this after all his junior sister and master could never understand, but unexpectedly, he now had a like-minded junior brother, which was wonderful. In a fit of excitement, he shouted again,
"Well done, stay spirited, don't lose face."
Amidst their shouts of astonishment, the two people on the stage were also sweating profusely as they approached the final moment. At last the two alchemical furnaces on stage completed their processes, simultaneously reaching the moment of revealing the suspense. The judge picked up the two pills and took a glance before loudly announcing,
Chu Mingxuan pill refined to the 9th grade. Qin Luofeng pill refined to perfection. Qin Luofeng wins.
Around them exclamations broke out, but this time, they were not the ones leading the cheers. What perfection is that? The flawless pill with no side effects. Qin Luofeng actually managed to refine such a pill. Could it be that he has been hiding his talents for the past few years? After being mocked by his peers for years yet enduring until now, his depth of character and resilience are simply terrifying. The onlookers gasped in awe, contributing their share to the warming of the cultivation world. As the victor Qin Luofeng listened to the various voices from the audience, feeling no waves in his heart, after so many years, he had long gotten used to it. He calmly walked past Chu Mingxian without a second glance, as if this failure was not worth his attention. Sister Lu followed closely behind and paused for a moment when passing by Chu Mingxian.
"Sister Lu, I hope you remember your promise."
Chu Mingxuan's words were interrupted as he saw Sister Lu turn away amidst his gradually dimming gaze. Chu Mingxian weakly lowered his head and sat down on the side steps. He turned to look at the maid who had grown up with him, asking in a weary tone,
"Your Honor, did I really do something wrong? Young master is not at fault, it is that woman who is at fault."
Your Honor shook her head, never believing that young master was wrong. He was such a good person, and the one at fault must be the one with the surname Lu.
"Alas, she is not at fault, she just wants to pursue her own freedom. It is I who was self-righteous, thinking I should bind her."
Your Honor, am I a disgusting person for never considering her feelings? How could that be? Suddenly a pair of soft little hands grasped Chu Mingxuan's hand. The warmth in his palm startled him.
"Young master, you saved Your Honor from the hands of a human trafficker. Avenged my parents took me, and not only feeding and clothing me, but also willing to bring me to the Immortal Gate for cultivation. When I am unhappy, you comfort me. When I am sad, you console me. In my eyes, young master is the best person in the world. Clearly it is that Lu Qing who is blind.
She does not deserve someone as good as young master."
Chu Mingxian was stunned, looking at Your Honor's flushed face. These were words she had never said to him before. "Am I really as good as she says?"
he asked uncertainly.
"Really? You really think I am that good? Of course, young master is such a good person. How could anyone not like you?"
I quite like you."
Though her voice trailed off, like a mosquito buzzing, as cultivators, how could they not hear it clearly?
Looking at her blushing face, Chu Mingxian felt his heart stop for a moment, and his face turned red involuntarily. As he scrutinized Your Honor carefully, he noticed for the first time that she had grown up, blossoming into such a pure and lovely girl.
"Ahem, well. Let's go back home in a couple of days." Okay, young master. By the way, why are we going home, young master?" "To settle the matter of my marriage with Lu Qing." "Ah."
"Oh."
Your Honor's mood dropped. Young master still couldn't let go of that Lu person, and she truly did not understand what was so good about her. Wasn't it just giving him a second-tier spirit sword at the time of entry?
How infuriating. I also wanted to give a gift, but I was so poor back then with nothing even to offer. Otherwise, I could have given him 100 or 1,000 gifts. What does that Lu person have to do with it? Your Honor was still lost in her thoughts when she felt a large hand grasp hers. The young master pulled her up from the ground, his aura no longer as dark as before, his gaze still gentle as before, but with an added depth.
"Let's go, follow me back, and cancel the marriage with Lu Qing." "Alas, young master, you don't want to marry her anymore. Since she doesn't love me, why torture each other? In the past, I was blind and thought of marrying her."
"Why not marry someone who loves me? What do you think?"
Facing the fervent gaze of the young master, Your Honor lowered her head, but her little hand tightened around his larger hand. I will listen to you.
The two walked away, leaving behind a group of onlookers with their mouths stuffed with dog food. Lu Yao glanced around wanting to see everyone's reactions, but was taken aback by the expressions of relief, as if to say finally the child has grown up. Senior brother, what's going on with him? Not understanding, Lu Yao decided to ask the gossip expert beside him. Tisk, junior brother Chu has finally gotten a clue. Everyone must be happy for him. Got a clue? Lu Yao was puzzled, as it seemed like a story where a malicious villain, after being humiliated by the protagonist, abandoned the heroine and instead got close with a maid. This junior brother Chu is notorious for being infatuated within the Xianjin sect. Despite his unmatched talent in swordsmanship, he willingly abandoned the path of the sword for Lu Shimi, dedicating himself to the study of alchemy, which he is not adept at, spending most of his resources on her, buying her spiritual herbs and pills. He would accompany her on tasks, even forsaking his own missions to help Lu Shimi complete hers. Whenever her family sent letters urging them to marry soon, he would evade it for her sake, asking after her well-being daily. To support her, he even had his father assist her family, and it was likely the elders of the Lu family urged their marriage due to this. Yet Lu Shimi has remained quite indifferent to him over the past decade, feeling obliged to associate with him due to family ties, which gradually turned into disdain. Everyone in the sect, including his father and clan members, knew that Lu Shimi did not love him and hoped he would see the truth and let go, but junior brother Chu always felt he was not good enough for her. Lu Yao, upon hearing this, suddenly realized, and his expression softened. If that were the case, it indeed made sense. Chu Mingxuan's actions suddenly became reasonable in his eyes. The so-called villain was merely a pitiful figure who, upon seeing his fiancée, whom he had cherished for 10 years without warmth, turned to a waste, as everyone called him, with whom he had known for less than a month, forming a particularly close bond. If it were him? Well, if it were him, there wouldn't even be a duel, because he wouldn't be a sycophant, he would simply eliminate both of them. Perhaps the engagement was not her true intention, but she was the greatest beneficiary, receiving all the good things without guilt, and in the end daring to turn her back. What? Not really cheating. Emotional infidelity is still infidelity, just as disgusting as physical cheating. If she had rejected all benefits and firmly declared, "I do not love you," then Lu Yao would have praised her, saying, "Independent and strong, well done." Now, seeing Chu Mingxian finally free from his suffering, Lu Yao also felt a sense of relief. The child has finally grown up. By the way, senior brother, are all these people here to see junior brother Chu? Are they all this idle? Oh, of course. After all, junior brother Chu has grown up under their watch. Look over there, that's the second elder of the Sword Peak. He has always hoped junior brother Chu would join Sword Peak. That one over there is the fifth elder of the Medicine Peak. Junior brother Chu often goes to Medicine Peak to buy spiritual herbs, so they are quite familiar with each other. And that one? After Lu Yao's introduction, he realized that there were at least a dozen people present, all of whom were formidable figures. Speaking of which, are these big shots really this idle? So, senior brother, with so many people close to junior brother Chu, is there not one willing to teach that Qin Luofeng a lesson? Of course there are, but only those below the transformation stage will act against him. Those above have been warned. Why is that? Can't you feel it? Shen Muyang looked at Lu Yao with some confusion. Feel what? Have you not felt a strange irritation upon seeing Qin Luofeng, as if you find him displeasing? Not at all. He turned to ask Yi Xingyu, what about you, little junior brother? Do you feel that way? Yi Xingyu nodded, indicating that he indeed felt such a sensation upon seeing Qin Luofeng. He felt a strong impulse to attack him, as if Qin Luofeng were his enemy. Confirming that it was Lu Yao's issue, Shen Muyang began to explain in astonishment. Qin Luofeng carries a destined fate. He is naturally plagued with misfortune. Wherever he goes, major events unfold, and such a person is destined to be a cultivator engaged in incessant battles for survival and opportunities. Sounds like a protagonist, a child of destiny. Though I do not know what a protagonist is, he can indeed be considered a child of destiny. Unless an immortal intervenes to sever his fate, it is generally difficult to kill him. Due to his misfortune and constant battles, cultivators with lower realms are more likely to be influenced by his fate, and feel aversion, upon seeing him, for the first time, even wanting to kill him. So junior brother, you best keep your distance from him, otherwise when danger or opportunity arises he will draw on the fortune of those around him, strengthening his own fortune, thus turning peril into safety. Master has already warned all those above the transformation stage within the sect. What a cognitive impairment, Halo. What sauce, Halo? Is it tasty? I don't know, I haven't tasted it. Ugh, this thing is inedible. After explaining for a long time, Lu Yao realized that the intention was not solely about the wine, so he pulled out a plate of steamed spine fish to appease senior brother Shen. Then he opened the system interface. After such an exciting event, it was impossible for him to have done nothing. Alchemy Observation Reward Alchemy Experience 2500 Awakening of the Sycophant Reward Clear Mind Talisman's Hopes for a Bright Future Reward Low-Level Talent Advancement Stone. Among the pile of photos, only 3 were useful. Lu Yao checked the alchemy experience and found that this could enhance his alchemy skills, so he casually clicked the plus sign. You have gained 2500 alchemy experience, current grade 1st stage 2500100000 his. A sharp pain shot through his head, as countless experiences of first-grade alchemy flooded into his mind. Within the first stage realm, all the recipes and methods for crafting first-grade pills from ancient times to the present in the Tianyuan Realm transformed into his experience. However, this influx soon stopped, and Lu Yao received a quarter of the experience, which nonetheless allowed him to become a low-level alchemy master. Although the panel showed only the first stage, the substantial experience and techniques fortified his foundation so well that he could even refine 4th-grade pills. Lu Yao's eyes lit up. Why bother learning alchemy when there's a shortcut? He excitedly dragged the other 2 down the mountain to where alchemy was being done, taking photos for remembrance. To his surprise, there were rewards, but they were too scant. 0.001 was just too little. At this rate, it would take ages to accumulate. Based on the experience he had already summarized, only grand events would yield good rewards. The recent generosity might have been due to that protagonist, which led to a sufficiently large scene. A grand scene. Lu Yao thought of this, and suddenly had an idea. What kind of scene could be considered grand? With so many alchemists present, it must be the alchemist conference. It would be filled with young talents from all walks of life. Surely, that scene would be grand enough. Moreover, it could broaden his horizons. Since alchemy could be done this way, wouldn't formations and weapon refining be possible too? Feeling optimistic, he remembered that the Lu family was responsible for the security at the alchemist conference, so it would be quite reasonable for the 3rd young master to go and observe. Just in time. Lu Yao was planning to return soon. His mother had been hesitant, as if she had something to tell him, urging him to come back quickly. Clear mind talismans clarifying the mind, granting clarity, can dispel one state of confusion. Low-level talent advancement stone. A vessel for a second chance can upgrade 1 talent below the immortal level. Within the Xianjian peak, 2 figures, 1 tall and 1 short, stood side by side, accompanied by a small shadow behind them. Senior brother Shen, I leave Yi Shidi in your care. Rest assured, Shidi, Shen Muyang assured Lu Yao. Lu Yao nodded, feeling reassured. Initially, he intended to take his little junior brother along, but after consulting with his master, he was instructed to leave the little junior brother with Shen Muyang for a while, allowing senior brother Shen to teach him. After bidding farewell to the 2, Lu Yao turned to leave. Once he was gone, Shen Muyang looked at Yi Shidi beside him, his smile radiating warmth. Yi Shidi, from today onward, senior brother will teach you swordsmanship. Did Lu Shidi teach you anything before? Yi Xingyu nodded, indicating he had been taught. Very well, unleash your sword technique with all your might. Let senior brother see how well you've learned. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shidi sprang into action. A fiery sword energy imbued with a scorching and fierce aura slashed towards him. Shen Muyang merely reached out to grasp it, crushing the sword energy into fragments of sparks that vanished without a trace. He was somewhat surprised. It seemed Yi Shidi had considerable talent, managing to grasp a sword technique in just over a month. Lu Shi's teaching was indeed effective. Just moments ago, he was troubled about how to teach, having never mentored a disciple before. Now this provided a ready-made template. Yi Shidi, could you demonstrate how Lu Shidi taught you? Yi Xingyu pondered for a moment before drawing his sword and attacking. Shen Muyang was left puzzled, but after practicing for a while, he understood Lu Shidi's teaching method. So this is how one instructs a disciple. Excellent. He has already learned. Once he returns, he can teach it to his master sister. Meanwhile, Lu Yao had left the Xianjian sect. Looking at the vast open sky outside, he took a deep breath. He hadn't been out for 5 years. The scenery outside was no different from when he first entered, except the gatekeepers had been replaced by unfamiliar faces. Lu Yao transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. He swiftly traversed the outer gate, and soon arrived at the Immortal vessel. Lu Yao purchased a ticket only to find that the child didn't need one. Just moments ago, he saw someone preparing to pay with spirit stones for his little junior brother's ticket, but the clerk merely glanced at him and waved his hand, saying, "Children ride for free." Standing on the deck of the Immortal vessel, he couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of whoever invented it. Otherwise, if he had to fly back on his own, even though he could now cover 1,000 miles in an instant, it would still take him a month to exit the range of the Xianjian continent, let alone return home, as there were hundreds of continents in between. The Immortal vessel set off, and the surrounding scenery faded into darkness. Lu Yao skillfully activated the camera. Click. Void reward obtained. Void Knight Bright Flower him. Lu Yao was taken aback, not expecting such a valuable item from a casual snapshot. The Void Knight Bright Flower was an 8-tier medicinal herb, the main ingredient for the Void Creature Pill. Such a pill was considered precious even among 8-tier medicines. Not only was its main ingredient rare, growing only in the boundless void, but more importantly, consuming it could lead to an understanding of the void's laws, and with a bit of luck there was a chance to gain a special constitution. Excellent, if only I could get more, Lu Yao thought greedily. Once he returned, he would ask his great-grandfather if he could refine it. After several days of travel, the Immortal vessel arrived at its destination, and Lu Yao disembarked. He did not enter the city, for the Lu family's residence was not within the city itself, but beside it, appearing like a second small town attached to the first. The journey home was uneventful, with no guards looking down on him, nor any stories of him putting on airs to slap faces. From a distance, the guards recognized the ancestral jade pendant Lu Yao wore, and naturally no one dared to stop him. Lu Yao skillfully made his way home. This time, he did not notify anyone in advance, but returned secretly to surprise them. Upon returning home, he saw his father, whom he hadn't seen for many years, by the pond. He was carrying a sword, leisurely feeding the fish. Lu Yao approached. "Father." Lu Chongsun turned in surprise, clearly not expecting Lu Yao to return. "Yao has returned." "Yes, father, I am back," Lu Yao replied, then glanced at the fish feasting in the water. After hesitating, he shouted towards the surface mother. "What are you shouting for? Your mother is right here." The long sword on Lu Chongsun suddenly spoke, leaving Lu Yao momentarily silent. The long sword flew out, landing on the ground and transforming into a woman in a green dress. As soon as she regained her form, she rushed to Lu Yao's side, gently pinching his cheeks. "Ah, Yao has grown up." Seeing Lu Yao's youthful appearance, Bai Qiu felt immense pride. Lu Yao's features resembled his father's, while his nose and mouth took after her. Although he hadn't fully matured yet, one could already tell he would be exceptionally handsome in the future. Indeed, as his son, he would surely be able to win over many young girls. "Why has Al Yao returned? Are you homesick? Did you not summon me back?" "Huh? Did I?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Lu Yao felt it was time to jog her memory. "Didn't you mention during a conversation that there was something you didn't know how to tell me? And when I asked, you said I would know when I came back." "Ah, I seem to have indeed said that. So what is it about?" Well," Bai Qiu stammered, as if unsure how to articulate it. Seeing this, Lu Chongsun interrupted, reaching out to pull a small, exquisitely carved object from the air. "This is what we wanted to tell you." Lu Chongsun shook it gently before handing it to Lu Yao. Receiving it, he gazed at the small object, which was also looking at him. It suddenly giggled, raising its chubby little hand to touch Lu Yao's face. Lu Yao was amused by her antics, and gently stroked her soft skin. "Oh, how cute. Whose child is this? Ahem, ours. This is your sister. Is she from uncle's family, or fourth uncle's family? She is your biological sister. Biological sister. Lu Yao's eyes widened, clearly taken aback. Upon hearing this news, he initially thought his mother wanted a daughter, so she brought someone else's child home to raise. After all, why would one take the long way when one could take a shortcut? There was no other way. It seemed like something she would do, fitting a stereotype of her. Oh, so this is the matter you wanted to discuss with me? They both observed Lu Yao's expression, noting he only seemed somewhat resigned without any excess emotion. Aren't you angry? Why would I be angry? Lu Yao retorted. You didn't tell me suddenly gaining a sister would be such a surprise. Am not that fragile. Besides, isn't she quite cute? Lu Yao said playfully, pinching her little face, making her giggle. Seeing Lu Yao's demeanor, the couple let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a twinge of guilt. Lu Yao had always been an understanding child, never making a fuss or demanding anything from them. He had actively learned to cook for them, while the couple being busy had never given him much affection, even sending him off to the faraway Xianjian Sect for training at the age of 5. A child so small going alone to such a distant place. With parents who had given him little love, they had unexpectedly given him a sister without his knowledge. For him it felt somewhat unfair. Seeing Lu Yao smiling, they exchanged glances, feeling even more guilty. On the street, various vendors came and went, carrying swords and holding all kinds of magical artifacts, with uniquely styled cultivators mingling with mortals. Though they were referred to as mortals, they were merely relative to the true cultivators. After all, in the Tianyuan Realm, even those without any innate talent for cultivation would gradually absorb spiritual energy over time, passively attaining chi refinement. However, for the Golden Core and Nascent Soul cultivators, passing by chi refinement was no different from being immortal. It was akin to how those practicing void and Tao integration viewed them, just as immortals looked upon those in Tao integration. Brother! Big brother! A small figure sat on Lu Yao's shoulders, hugging his head, with both hands calling him brother, with a somewhat clumsy pronunciation. Ming Xue's good brother will buy you delicious food. Lu Yao was quite pleased to have a little sister. The little one, Lu Xue, was almost a year old. He wandered around with Lu Xue, buying a little of whatever looked tasty, and picking up interesting little toys to hand to her. All along the way, Yingxu's laughter never ceased. She babbled brother, while pointing at curious things, looking extremely happy. Lu Yao followed her guidance, wandering about until they arrived at a neglected stall. A sorrowful-looking man was gazing longingly at a pile of scrolls in front of him. Beside him stood a sharp-featured woman, who was incessantly berating the man. What use is this pile of junk you're painting? You might as well get a proper job to support the family. These aren't junk, they're my heart's blood. Heart's blood. How you have no idea of your own abilities, do you? Do you really think you can feed us with these? Are you trying to starve us both? The man continued to argue softly, his voice lacking in confidence. Lu Yao listened for a while, and roughly understood the situation. The man had dreamed of being an artist since childhood, and wanted to make a living selling his paintings, but after years of setting up his stall, he hadn't sold a single piece. His wife, unable to endure it any longer, had ordered him to sell all his painting supplies, and go work for her brother's patrol team, leading a stable life. Yet the man seemed somewhat unconvinced, and the two began to argue. Facing a wife who had been holding the family together for years, he appeared to falter, even lowering his voice. After hearing the story, Lu Yao understood that this was a tale of an artist frustrated in his ambitions, and a wife who did not understand him. Coincidentally, he was also interested in painting, and felt a sense of kinship, so he approached them. Young master, are you here to buy painting supplies? Seeing someone approach, the arguing couple stopped, and the woman could not help but ask Lu Yao. I came to take a look at the paintings. Lu Yao replied, picking up one of the scrolls as he spoke. In life, it is not uncommon to be talented yet unappreciated. High mountains and flowing water lead to meeting a kindred spirit, my brother. Do not be discouraged. Perhaps you just have yet to meet your patron. Hearing Lu Yao's words, the man's eyes brightened with hope. This was the first time someone had said such things to him. Strangely, he felt a deeper affection for Lu Yao, believing him to be his kindred spirit.
This painting.
Lu Yao hesitated, looking at the chaotic lines and the postmodern art style. He tried to discern it before cautiously saying,
This painting of a chick pecking at rice has a certain charm. If you put in some more effort to refine it, the future looks promising. That's the white bird facing the phoenix painting.
Lu Yao picked up another painting, studying it closely before continuing.
This one of pigs playing is vividly portrayed. There's a lot of room for improvement,
the seller remarked.
Young master, that's the 8 steeds painting,
Lu Yao replied.
So what about this one of braised pork?
The seller replied.
That's the rising sun,
Lu Yao asked.
What about this washed seaweed?
The seller replied.
That's the azure dragon entering the sea,
Lu Yao inquired.
And this one, the night demon grabbing souls,
the seller replied.
That's my wife dressing the child.
Lu Yao fell silent, then picked up a painting tool beside him, took a deep breath, and said to the woman next to him,
Actually, I came to buy painting supplies.
Upon hearing this, the woman immediately broke into a joyful smile, and ignoring the resentful look from the man, bundled everything up for him.
Brother, you should really find a stable job to make a living. Painting may not be suitable for you. But young master, didn't you just say I haven't met my patron yet? I did say that, but to put it another way.
As Lu Yao was leaving, he could still hear the man muttering something about how no one appreciated his work, and the common folks' lack of vision, eliciting peals of laughter from his wife. How wonderful if this man's confidence were divided in half. He felt he might already be looking down on all the heroes of the world. Lu Yao took his sister to the top of a nearby ancient tree, from where the entire city came into view, offering an extremely broad perspective. Taking out his painting supplies, he began to paint. Moments later, a painting that was a perfect reproduction, akin to a photograph, was completed. Lu Yao looked at the painting, resting his chin on his hand, somewhat dissatisfied. Although it looked identical, he felt something was missing.
What exactly is missing?
After looking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, mumbling in confusion.
It lacks a certain vitality and spirit.
A sudden voice from beside him startled him. He turned to see an old man in a green robe, with a white beard, stroking his beard as he looked at him.
May I ask who the senior is? Guess who I am, since you're standing on my head. On your head.
Lu Yao suddenly realized and quickly bowed.
I have met with Senior Lu.
Lu Yao had heard that there was a willow tree outside the city that had become sentient, known for its gentle temperament. Many parents had their children worship it as a dry grandfather, hoping for blessings and safety. He rarely ventured out, so he didn't recognize this Senior Lu, and certainly never expected to be standing on top of him. Senior Lu, however, didn't mind, and continued to critique Lu Yao's work.
Your painting is good, but it is merely a shell without spirit. Please enlighten me, Senior. Well, it's like a puppet. No matter how much it resembles a human on the outside, once you lock eyes with it, you can instantly tell it is not a living being. This is the difference between having spirit and not.
Lu Yao looked at his painting, then at the nearby trees swaying gently in the breeze, along with the incessant calls of birds and cicadas. He seemed to have found some insight. Seeing him lost in thought, Senior Lu felt he should understand the meaning behind his words, and thus patted his shoulder before vanishing. Lu Yao felt he had grasped the concept. Since there was form without spirit, intention without essence, would it suffice to infuse a bit of spirit into it? What embodies spirit, intention, and essence the most? The answer was the various powers of insight he had derived from the universe. Nothing could be more authoritative than this. If there was, it would only be the laws. However, he had yet to step into the realm of transformation, and could only make do with the power of insight for now. With this thought in mind, he began to infuse the power of insight into the painting. Among the 2,999 realms, he had mastered the majority belonged to the 5 elements category. Lu Yao began to summon the wood realm, as the painting predominantly featured trees, thus he prioritized this. Initially he infused only the life essence of wood, but later thought it might be a bit monotonous, so he added the essence of nourishment, and the concept of withering that accompanies the decay of trees. Since the trees had attained a realm, the earth realm naturally could not be left behind. He unleashed the power of the earth realm, infusing it with all aspects of Earth's essence. Although it had become very realistic, Liu Yao felt something was still lacking when looking at the unchanged scene. After much contemplation, he decided to add an element of time. As time flowed, the originally monotonous forest began to show trees withering away, while new buds sprouted, growing into towering trees in an endless cycle of rebirth. Liu Yao found this quite fascinating. Suddenly an idea struck him. Since time was present, what would happen if he added a bit of space? Without hesitation, he infused a hint of space. In Liu Yao's perception, the space within the painting began to expand, and the elements on the canvas became three-dimensional, with trees and soil transforming into a more realistic form. The world within the painting underwent dramatic changes. The sky soared higher, the earth spread wider, thunder rumbled in the heavens, and dark clouds swirled together. The ground cracked, collided, and began to sag. Due to Liu Yao not infusing the essence of water and fire, the sky and earth merely lamented without rain or magma emerging, presenting a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. In fact, it was indeed the end of days, as the painting suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Ultimately, it was merely a low-grade spiritual paper that could not withstand such turmoil. Staring at the ashes of the paper, Liu Yao seemed to gain some insight, standing quietly. It wasn't until the creaking sound behind him awakened him that he came back to his senses. After bowing in gratitude to Elder Liu, he prepared to send his sister home before experimenting with something. After Liu Yao left, Elder Liu reappeared in the treetops. Watching the departing young man, he stroked his beard, looking confused.
Did that young man truly understand my meaning? How did the painting suddenly turn to ashes? Is he unable to comprehend it, and thus angered?
Not understanding the young man's thought process, Elder Liu sighed and returned to his original form. Meanwhile, Liu Yao, after sending off his sister, arrived at a deserted mountain range. He stood in the sky, closing his eyes to recall the state he had just experienced. The power of thousands of realms stirred, converging into a sphere of space floating in Liu Yao's hand. Within the sphere of space, chaos reigned as various realms collided and intertwined. Eventually, they fused into a peculiar new power. Gazing at this power in his hand, which bore a resemblance to chaotic energy, yet was not quite it, Liu Yao's expression turned strange. His original intention was to mimic the earlier painting, but now he inexplicably found himself creating a small world in his hand, and for some reason it always failed at the last moment. In the end, he was left with two choices: abandon the small world in his hand and let it be destroyed, or control its fusion into this chaotic power, as he was doing now.
With space, the five elements, and time all present, what exactly is missing?
Reflecting on the configuration of the world, it seemed nearly complete. Unable to comprehend it, he decided to try something else. The pseudo-chaotic power dissipated. A new sphere of space reappeared in Liu Yao's palm. The world within his palm evolved rapidly, instantly reaching its final state. This time, he chose to let it be destroyed. In the next moment, Liu Yao's expression changed dramatically, as he struck out, shattering a fragment of space and throwing the small world into it. The space instantly healed, but Liu Yao immediately fled thousands of miles away. The sound of the mirror shattering echoed, and behind him all space crumbled, a rift appearing. Despite Liu Yao's full defense, a deep wound was left on his back. Drops of pale golden blood fell as he gazed at the void extending 60,000 miles behind him. Along with the healing space, beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The force of the small world's destruction was far beyond his expectations. Even if it was just a pseudo-world, it still contained the essence of thousands of realms. The destruction of a pseudo-world that was only a step away from becoming a true world could also be considered the end of a world. His self-created technique had nearly cost him his life. This technique brought both joy and sorrow to Liu Yao. The good news was that the new technique was powerful. The bad news was that it was too powerful. Even he, the developer, couldn't withstand it. Using it more than once would lead to mutual destruction. As the wounds on his body healed, Liu Yao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, while gazing at the void revealed after the space shattered. A spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. That's right. Space needs a void to stabilize it. He had only infused space laws without the laws of the void. Thinking of the void laws, he realized he actually had a way to obtain them. The Void Enlightenment Pill. He just needed to return and ask the ancestor or his master for help in refining it to acquire it. However, he was unsure if he could handle it any longer, as his comprehension of the realm's essence had already reached its limit. Yet thinking about that illusory small world, and the power of destruction, Lu Yao gritted his teeth, finally letting greed triumph over reason.
Let's do it.
Taking a gamble. Looking at his nascent soul, and the 9 nascent pills filled to the brim with the essence of realms, Lu Yao decided to make one last attempt just in case it succeeded. Although he wished to live a stable life, he wouldn't truly give up entirely. Power is ultimately the foundation of everything. No matter how powerful the family or sect, they are merely external factors. Previously, he refrained from taking risks because there was no need, but now, this terrifying power capable of annihilating transformation was enough to entice him. Originally, he planned to push straight into the peak of transformation without any further advancement, then see if he could break through to the realm of illusion. Now that he had discovered a new breakthrough point, he naturally had to try. Moreover, Lu Yao felt excited, as he had a very bold idea. What he was doing now was actually touching upon the path of refining the illusion. During the transformation, the comprehension of realm essence would transform into laws, and cultivators would use these laws to fill and expand their Tao foundation, ultimately forming a false world composed of laws. The goal of refining the illusion is to transform the false into the real, turning this false world into a true world. This inner world would effectively become a new Tao foundation, determining the cultivator's future limits and power. If he was going to do it, he aimed for the strongest. Lu Yao prepared to go all out, gathering 3,000 laws to create an unparalleled inner world, giving himself the capital to fight above his level. The laws of the void he was determined to obtain. Deep within the Lu clan's ancestral enclave, Lu Yao stood quietly in an open expanse, waiting. After a short while, the air shimmered faintly, a ripple in space. What is it, Ah Yao? Lu Qiuzhen had long maintained a soul mark upon Lu Yao, something Lu Yao himself was well aware of, though he had never once invoked it deliberately. Today marked the first time. Great-grandfather. Have you encountered trouble? Rest assured, I can resolve any matter below the peak of the Great Ascension. No, it's not that. Your grandson merely wishes to request your aid in refining a pill. Refining a pill? The reply startled Lu Qiuzhen. He had assumed Lu Yao had provoked some formidable faction and come seeking his intervention, even preparing in his mind to eradicate the entire opposing sect. Yet instead the boy sought only his expertise in alchemy. The Lu clan boasted countless accomplished pill refiners. What elixir could possibly warrant summoning its most venerable ancestor? Great-grandfather, please observe. Lu Yao withdrew the Void Night Lumina flower, then opened his medicinal casket and presented it before him. This is... Wait, Void Night Lumina flower. His expression shifted from mild curiosity to stunned disbelief, so abruptly that Lu Yao blinked in quiet astonishment. Ah Yao, where did you obtain this? Was the acquisition clean and untraceable? Lu Yao broke into a cold sweat. His great-grandfather had clearly leapt to the most dramatic conclusion imaginable. No, great-grandfather, I acquired it purely by fortuitous chance. Ha ha ha. Then all is well. The heavens themselves smile upon our Ah Yao. He bears immense celestial fortune. Great-grandfather, surely this flower isn't that rare. Lu Yao frowned slightly. After all, it was merely the principal ingredient for an 8-tier elixir. Could such a thing truly signify heaven-defying luck? Surely not. Of course it is. Do you imagine flowers that bloom within the void are commonplace? Know this, across the entire Tianyuan realm fewer than one may be found in 10,000 years. Few, so extraordinary. Extraordinary. Try understated. Even immortals traversing the void would pause mid-flight to pluck it, without hesitation. Moreover, its rarity transcends mere tier classification. Though its refinement falls within the 8th tier, its intrinsic value far exceeds it. That even immortals coveted it stunned Lu Yao. Ancient texts had declared the flower precious, but never hinted at this degree of reverence. So, you intend to refine the Void Awakening elixir? Yes, great-grandfather. Fortunate indeed. Many know the formula, yet few have ever attempted it. I myself refined it once, 20,000 years ago. My experience is peerless. Failure is impossible. Having spoken, Lu Qiuzhen gestured, and a hidden realm's entrance unfurled before them. Together they stepped inside. The realm was modest, no larger than a single continent, a typical minor secluded world. The moment Lu Yao entered, a scorching wave of heat crashed over him. Yet he remained unruffled, not even raising a spiritual barrier. Lu Qiuzhen's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the youth. This was his alchemical sanctum, saturated with spirit flames and primordial earth fire. Even nascent soul cultivators dared not enter. Unprotected burns were inevitable. Yet Lu Yao bore the inferno bare-skinned, unscathed. Could it be? Ah, Yao, have you ascended to the divine transformation realm? No, great-grandfather. I'm still in the nascent soul realm. Lu Qiuzhen's brows furrowed deeply. Still nascent soul, yet his physique had already attained divine transformation level resilience. An astonishing imbalance. The Xian sword scripture designated as the clan's supreme core cultivation art was renowned for holistic cultivation. How then had this deviation occurred? Had the boy stumbled upon some extraordinary destiny, causing his body to surge ahead of his spiritual foundation? Though intrigued, Lu Qiuzhen chose not to inquire. Genius walks its own path, beyond the comprehension of ordinary minds. Thus Lu Yao's private mysteries were both natural and acceptable. As patriarch, Lu Qiuzhen's duty was solely to safeguard, not to dissect every secret. Though he let the matter rest, Lu Yao's cultivation pace still surpassed his expectations. The nascent soul realm itself was unsurprising, but bodily attainment of divine transformation, that was unexpected. They soared toward the realm's heart. Lu Yao scanned left and right, yet saw no alchemical furnace. Noting his curiosity, Lu Qiuzhen offered only a faint knowing smile, then raised both hands. In that instant, all flames across the realm erupted violently, their temperature surging beyond measure. Lu Qiuzhen cast forth rare herbs, each dissolving midair into pure essence or fine powder. He commanded the fire to purge impurities, then fused and refined the essences in ceaseless cycles. 3 days passed, until the skyful of herbs condensed into but a minuscule residue. Lu Qiuzhen cradled the essence in his palm. With a sharp command, condense. Spiritual flames converged upon his hand, swirling and dancing fiercely within his grasp. Moments later the flames subsided. He opened his palm, revealing 3 obsidian-black pills translucent as polished onyx, each pulsing faintly with ripples of void energy. Lu Qiuzhen placed them carefully into 3 jade caskets. Left unsealed, their emanating void energy would collapse the entire realm. Were one released into the outer world, its presence would soon warp reality, carving out a permanent irreparable rift, a scar of eroded spacetime. Here, you may take these. Lu Qiuzhen tossed 2 pills to Lu Yao. This third is my fee for services rendered. Naturally, I am deeply grateful, great-grandfather. Lu Yao accepted without hesitation. He would have offered payment regardless, even had no fee been requested. Think nothing of it. One more note: only 1 pill may be consumed. A second confers no additional benefit. Should you find the second unnecessary, offer it to your Sect master, perhaps in exchange for something exceptional. Lu Yao tilted his head, puzzled. Does the Sect master require this elixir? My elder brother does not, but his daughter does. The Sect master has a daughter. Indeed? Though she has journeyed to the outer realms for trials. Lu Qiuzhen sighed softly, then continued, she is a child of sorrow. Her mother departed moments after her birth. And due to her ingesting spirit tiger bloodline, she occasionally slips into void fissures without warning. Thus my elder brother has long sought a void awakening elixir, to help her comprehend void laws. If fortune favors her, she may even awaken the void physique, rendering her immune to such collapses forever. Ah, I see. Lu Yao's understanding crystallized, then instantly fractured as a startling implication struck him. She was adopted by the Sect master. No, his flesh and blood daughter. Ingesting spirit tiger. A heavy silence fell. Yes, do not speak of this lightly. Few. This time Lu Yao was genuinely astounded. The ingesting spirit tiger was a uniquely perilous Yao beast, born with an innate spirit-consuming body. Wherever it walked, ambient spiritual energy vanished, consumed utterly. Remained too long in one place, and it began devouring space itself, triggering void collapse and fissure formation. Such consumption was involuntary, instinctive as human breath. Only upon ascending to immortality could it ever be controlled. Yet none of this was the true marvel. The true marvel was this: the ingesting spirit tiger was the only Yao beast in the entire Tianyuan Realm incapable of assuming human form. If she was truly the Sect Master's biological daughter, then Lu Yao dared not complete the thought. One truth became irrefutable: the Sect Master possessed a life of extraordinary depth. Inside the secret realm, Lu Yao sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by flickering purple-black electric arcs. In the next moment, he suddenly merged into the void, disappearing within the secret realm. Countless chaotic streams of the void swept by, yet they could not affect Lu Yao in the slightest. He abruptly opened his eyes, the pupils glimmering with a purple-black hue as they scanned the surroundings. With the miraculous effects of the void awakening pill, the chaotic void transformed in his eyes, becoming a clear intertwining of laws and principles with incomprehensible regulations laid out before him. Overwhelmed by the manifestations of void laws everywhere, Lu Yao felt slightly dazzled. He understood that he could not absorb them all, so he focused on a few key pathways. These pathways represented aspects of the void's lethality, such as the collision of laws generated at the moment of void fissures and chaotic streams. Lu Yao was entranced until at a certain moment he suddenly exited the void. Upon introspection, he noticed that his nascent soul and golden core were trembling continuously, as the newly comprehended essence of the void shattered the original balance. Lu Yao let out a sigh of relief. He had prepared himself for risks, but unexpectedly the consequence was merely that he could no longer contain his cultivation, and was on the verge of a breakthrough. 9 golden cores shattered, infusing 3,000 intents into his Dao foundation. The originally cauldron-shaped foundation transformed into a spherical one, becoming illusory and hazy as the intents flowed in. A series of peculiar powers emerged, causing Lu Yao's blood to shift from a light golden hue to a pure golden color, his bones resembling crystal, and even his appearance began to trend towards perfection. With a thunderous boom, Lu Yao's expression changed, and he quickly merged into the void, rushing towards a desolate area. Transcending to a divine form would naturally require enduring the tribulation. This was a form of grace. The tribulation would reinforce his divine body, while revealing the mysteries of the Tao, allowing him to transform the power of intent into laws. However, this grace could only be accepted by the one undergoing the tribulation. If other beings were within the range of the tribulation, they would truly suffer heavenly punishment. Lu Yao dared not linger at the Lu family during the tribulation, otherwise, before the tribulation even began, his great-grandfather might take action to deal with him. Lu Yao darted out of the void, arriving an unknown distance away, even suspecting that he was no longer in the Lingyun continent. Traveling through the void was convenient as long as one wasn't afraid of getting lost. The speed was incomparable to the outside world. As Lu Yao appeared, the tribulation clouds began to gather above him. The swirling black tribulation clouds, intertwined with silver arcs of lightning, slowly rotated above Lu Yao's head. After brewing for a while, the first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, and Lu Yao casually flashed a peace sign, capturing a photo of himself undergoing the tribulation. He then prepared to face the lightning tribulation. The first sensation was a pure destructive force relentlessly ravaging his soul and body, followed closely by boundless vitality mending everything about him. His divine body grew stronger under the tug-of-war between the two forces. After a while, confirming that Lu Yao had absorbed it completely, the second bolt of lightning fell. The third bolt, the fourth bolt, until the 9th bolt. Only then did he finally complete the lightning tribulation, and next came the heavenly baptism. Golden radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping Lu Yao. Within the radiance, boundless Tao unfolded before him. He witnessed the birth and destruction of worlds. Life transitioned from birth to death. The torrent of time surged forward, with vast spaces shattering and reassembling. Lu Yao understood the existence of laws, which formed the foundational logic of the world's operation, one of the components of rules. His 3,000 intents transformed into the power of laws, and the illusory embryonic form of the world began to solidify. Lu Yao's nascent soul had already transformed into a primordial spirit now seated atop the embryonic world. Sensing his state, Lu Yao felt it was quite strange. Because the power of laws was so comprehensive, he did not need to rely on the meager power of laws, like ordinary divine form cultivators, to evolve the world, carefully maintaining the balance between laws. But due to its comprehensiveness, he was essentially condensing a real world, a daunting undertaking, making the process exceedingly lengthy. There were also benefits. The moment the embryonic world successfully condensed, he could directly undertake the path of unity, merging his primordial spirit with the internal world, thus becoming a united Dao cultivator. Therefore, Lu Yao's current state was quite peculiar. If one were to say he was at the divine transformation stage, he had already skipped the construction of the world. If one were to say he was at the illusory stage, he didn't even need to train to turn the illusory into the real, because he simply needed to wait for the condensation to complete, equating to being at the peak of the illusory stage. Moreover, Lu Yao's combat power was also quite strange. With a primordial spirit and body at the peak of divine transformation, he could utilize a portion of the power of illusory stage cultivators thanks to the embryonic world. What was this? Illusory stage or divine transformation? Unable to make sense of it, he decided to stop pondering. After all, he had grown stronger, and that was always a good thing. Lu Yao did not forget his purpose. He had returned to enhance his cultivation skills. Although the first level was already useless to him, knowing a bit more was always beneficial. A gap opened in the void before him, and Lu Yao stepped inside. He had left a void coordinate when he came, so he was not worried about losing his way back. Had he to fly back from the outside, he might truly get lost. When he reappeared, he was back at the Lu family. Feeling the distance between the 2 points, and after consulting a map, he discovered that he had just run to the Great Yin continent, which was 2 continents away from the Lingyun continent. It must be said that traveling through the void was indeed fast. No wonder celestial boats needed to traverse through the void. In just a short period, he had crossed 2 continents, although he had already stepped into the illusory realm divine transformation illusory stage. However, to traverse 2 continents would probably take at least a year and a half. Lu Yao also conducted a small experiment, discovering that the spirit power points could not accelerate the formation of his world, they could only enhance his spirit power. Feeling a bit disappointed, but it wasn't a big deal, he could just wait, as once he completed the condensation, he would be at the peak of the illusory stage. He then looked at his rewards, a photo of himself smiling, with a peace sign under the tribulation. First tribulation reward, tribulation pool, heavenly baptism reward, stone of enlightenment. Tribulation pool can purify and refine 3 energies, effective below the great ascension. Stone of enlightenment, easier to comprehend the Tao essence. When worn, effective below the great ascension. Well, getting 2 good items is nice, but it's a bit of a pity they can only be used below the Great Ascension. The low-grade talent stones from last time still worked at the Great Ascension. However, thinking it over, the low-grade talent stones from last time were one-time use items, while these 2 were permanent, and could even be passed down to future generations. A lower grade didn't seem so unacceptable. Lu Yao returned to his room without alarming anyone. He took out the rewards from this time, a plain little stone and a small silver stone. Examining it, he found that the plain little stone was the stone of enlightenment. Wearing it for a while indeed allowed him to sense some subtle Tao essence. The silver stone was the tribulation pool. By infusing it with spirit power, it would transform into a small pond of over 10 meters in size. Looking at the tribulation pool that resembled ordinary clear water, Lu Yao hesitated for a moment, then took off his clothes and immersed himself in it. As soon as he entered the water, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and weak lightning slowly refined every cell within him, leaving Lu Yao so comfortable that he nearly fell asleep. He squinted his eyes, a towel over his face, relaxing his mind. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep. In the back mountains of Xianjian Peak, 2 figures were swiftly moving across the ground, one chasing and the other fleeing. The young man chasing the petite figure shouted loudly, "Junior sister, don't run, come towards the tip of the sword."
No.
Senior brother, I don't understand, why do we have to do this? It's too dangerous. Tianyuan quickly wiped away her tears with her hand, and continued to run without looking back, still questioning. I don't understand, how could the senior brother, who was so good before, suddenly go mad? Ever since he brought back a little junior brother a few days ago, he suddenly started saying that she was too lazy and needed to be taught well. She had originally thought it was the senior brother giving her special guidance, but unexpectedly, he drew his sword and lunged at her, insisting that she face him without fear. Am I really going to fight the senior brother? Is this for real? No, I'll die. As the fleeing junior sister was chased, Yang couldn't help but frown. After teaching Yixingyu for a few days, and witnessing his determination and resilience, looking at the junior sister now, how could she be so timid, afraid even of pain? Yi junior brother could thank him even while covered in wounds. That was how a cultivator should be. However, he understood that the junior sister had a soft personality, so he just silently pursued her, applying a bit of pressure. Otherwise, does he really seem to be a mere foundation establishment cultivator who can't catch up with her? He only wanted to temper the junior sister's will. The pressure of words was also not to be underestimated. What's with those tears? Do enemies let you go just because you cry? Put them away. Are you planning to rely on this to defend the Xianjian sect? Don't run, face me like a man. Tianyuan cried even louder. When she turned her head, she saw Yixingyu standing by, his expression cold, watching her being chased by the senior brother. A sense of resentment welled up from her heart. It's all his fault. The senior brother wasn't like this before, but ever since he brought him back he has changed. As she passed in front of Yixingyu, she suddenly turned to look at that annoying person, her eyes red and tears rolling down her cheeks, as she loudly expressed her grievances. I hate you, star of misfortune. After saying this, she quickly left, leaving Yixingyu standing dumbfounded. Star of misfortune, he murmured softly. Yang stopped watching the junior sister run far away, his expression darkening. Yi junior brother, junior sister, she. It's nothing. Facing the senior brother's consolation, Yixingyu only responded indifferently, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. Seeing Yi junior brother like this, Yang became a bit angry. This girl really needed some proper discipline. He no longer harbored the intention of tempering the junior sister. Taking a step forward, he intercepted the still running junior sister, and pulled out the ruler given by their master. Tianyuan's face turned pale. It's over, the senior brother seems to be angry. But why is that? She got caught up in this, and shouldn't she be allowed to say a few words? What wrong did she do? You this? Time quickly passed to the night. On a cliff at a mountain peak of Xianjian, Yixingyu held his sword in both hands, looking up at the moon, lost in thought. Suddenly a rustling sound came from behind him. He didn't turn around. After a while, a voice with a crying tone came. Junior brother, I'm sorry. It's no problem. Looking at the junior brother, who was about the same age as him. That calm demeanor. Tianyuan suddenly wanted to slap herself, if it weren't for the senior brother saying, so she wouldn't have known that Yi junior brother's background was so tragic. And she had actually said that kind of thing at that time. I really should die. She stumbled over to Yi junior brother, her voice carrying a slight cry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I didn't know you at that time. You're right, Yixingyu interrupted her. He really wasn't angry because what she said was the truth. He really was a star of misfortune. I'm sorry, can you forgive me? The atmosphere fell silent. Seeing him remain silent for a long time, Tianyuan grew anxious. She suddenly sat down beside Yixingyu, wanting to grab his hand to act cute. But just as she sat down, she immediately let out an awe, and jumped up, gritting her teeth, her small hands covering her back as she gently rubbed it. She suddenly looked at Yixingyu, only to find his expression still calm, as if he had just heard a laugh. It was just her illusion. Were you just laughing at me? No. Oh, okay. Tianyuan was doubtful, maybe she really misheard. Then can you forgive me? Yixingya's silence initially made her think there was no hope, but his sudden word was like redemption. Thank you, Junior. Ah. She happily wanted to squat down to hug Yi junior brother, but at that moment, her injury was triggered. Lo Tianyuan bounced up from the ground, her bright eyes wide open, staring at Yi Xingyu, her tone filled with resentment. Junior brother, you just laughed, didn't you? You were laughing at me.
No.
You definitely laughed just now.
No.
I'm starting to hate you again.
It's no problem.
Lu Yao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to pay special attention to him. He entered this alchemist conference in the capacity of a guard. Although he was called a guard, in reality no one directed him, and he didn't have to work, he just gained the privilege of free access to the venue. Facing the special care from his family, Lu Yao expressed that it was unnecessary, he only wanted to take a photo, and after taking it, he would still do his work. After passing through the Thunder Tribulation and achieving transformation, he found that the system seemed to have evolved, gaining many new functions. For example, Click. A small secret realm contains a large amount of spiritual fire from heaven and earth, seemingly a place for alchemy of a certain advanced cultivator. Entry is not recommended. Reward Fire Source Fragment 1. The above are the newly appeared functions, providing detailed descriptions of the photos and revealing hidden elements, along with a small video recording feature. The rewards have also improved. This kind of small secret realm used to just give him some spiritual energy to dismiss him, but now it actually produces fragments. Although he didn't know what use the fire source would have, after gathering 10 it must be more useful than spiritual energy. Ever since he discovered this, he hasn't cancelled his camera, essentially becoming a human photographic machine. Surprisingly, he found some interesting things. The carp of the Leap Pool, a carp about to transform into a demon beast containing a trace of the faint dragon bloodline. With cultivation, it may be able to warm your bed in the future. Name, Dongfang Chung, hometown. Lu Yao sat at the entrance registering information for the passing alchemists. Since only those under 100 years old are allowed to participate, the attendees consist mostly of a few young people and a guardian. At this moment, Lu Yao suddenly noticed a peculiar figure in the crowd. Clad in a black robe with a hood that concealed his head and a bronze mask on his face, this attire stood out even among the crowd. From time to time, curious glances were cast in his direction. Lu Yao, equally intrigued, scanned with his spiritual sense and found that he couldn't see through this person. Crack. Classic scene. The disguised chosen one Qin Luofeng aims for the first prize of this alchemist convention. Reward: concealment jade pendant. Goodness, it's you, kid. The reward was of little use, merely serving to conceal oneself, so Lu Yao was not overly concerned. What mattered more to him was the person Qin Luofeng. As the chosen one, it was well known that trouble followed him wherever he went. Therefore, this alchemist convention could not possibly be peaceful. With this in mind, Lu Yao silently took photos of everyone and planned to take the time to photograph every inch of the venue later. Qin Luofeng finally reached the registration desk. Name. He lowered his hat and deliberately roughened his voice. Lingyun. Lu Yao recorded without lifting his head, then asked,
Hometown.
Qin Luofeng paused slightly and replied,
8 Treasure Continent.
Lu Yao hesitated. 8 Treasure Continent. That sounds appetizing. He recorded the information truthfully, and Qin Luofeng turned to enter the competition. At this moment, the ring on Qin Luofeng's hand slightly heated up, and the voice of his teacher resonated in his consciousness.
Be careful of that person, I can't see through him.
Qin Luofeng was startled but maintained a facade of calm, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from turning to look at Lu Yao.
Even you can't see through him, master. It must be some sort of concealing treasure. At a time like this, concealing oneself surely implies some ulterior motives.
Qin Luofeng. Seeing his disciple's expression, the old alchemist suddenly coughed awkwardly and said,
Of course we don't count, it's merely for self-preservation.
Regardless of whether others believed it, Qin Luofeng certainly did. Looking at the entrance of the competition, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. No matter what unexpected events occurred this time, he must secure the first prize. The Heavenly Cold Ice Essence. Only by doing so could he have the old alchemist help refine the ice and fire duality pill, allowing him to fully activate his yin-yang Dao body, and finally rid himself of the title of a cultivation waste.
Hey buddy, are you going or not? Don't block the road if you're not going.
A disgruntled voice from a passerby reached him. Qin Luofeng realized that he had been standing still blocking others' paths.
Sorry.
He hurriedly moved aside. The passerby snorted coldly, though he didn't know why he found this kid so displeasing. However, he had other more important matters to attend to, and didn't have time to trouble him, considering it lucky for him. The registration was completed quickly. After finishing his work, Lu Yao entered his chaotic wandering mode. He left no inch of land unchecked, and to his surprise discovered quite a few interesting things. Evil passerby A sent to assassinate the top 10 alchemists at the convention. Evil passerby B sent to. After a stroll, he found over 30 evil cultivators. Though he didn't quite understand their line of thinking, what's the use of assassinating geniuses? It didn't matter if they had normal brains, they wouldn't be evil cultivators. Lu Yao only needed to know they were evil cultivators. He contacted the person in charge, old ancestor Yuan, and reported the situation regarding the evil cultivators honestly. There was no choice, there were too many people, including several transformation stage and void refinement stage cultivators. It was unrealistic to handle it all by himself. Although he had now raised his 3 chi to the level of void refinement, he was still not a true void refinement cultivator, and could not use the laws of the domain, so he wasn't sure if he could take on someone at the void refinement stage. To be safe, it was better to call someone relying on oneself while leaning against a big tree. Wasn't that just foolish? Old ancestor Yuan took Lu Yao's information very seriously. Although he couldn't ascertain exactly what was wrong with these people, he believed Lu Yao was definitely not mistaken. Putting aside the fact that Lu Yao had no reason to deceive him, just the fact that the truth-seeking ancestor had high hopes for Lu Yao was enough for him to trust him. As for how Lu Yao knew these people were evil cultivators, did that really matter? He was the pride of the Lu family, having some means was only natural. Old ancestor Yuan pondered for a moment, ultimately instructing Lu Yao not to act rashly, but to first keep an eye on these fellows. He wasn't preparing to act immediately, and wanted to see if he could lure out a big fish. These transformation and void refinement cultivators were already high-tier forces among the evil cultivators of a continent. If he could catch a Tao integration or even a tribulation transcendent big fish, it would be a huge gain. With this in mind, he immediately contacted his family to request support from tribulation cultivators. It was impossible to act alone, he had to call for help. Causing trouble on their turf was no ordinary evil cultivator. A heavy-handed approach was necessary. While he was contacting allies, Lu Yao was keeping an eye on a few evil cultivators. Strangely, the group seemed to be intentionally following Qin Luofeng for unknown reasons. They followed Qin Luofeng, and then he followed them. It was quite odd. Suddenly, he noticed Qin Luofeng looking at him. A wicked delight surged within him. Thus, Lu Yao approached closer, smiling in a somewhat teasing manner at Qin Luofeng.
Friend Lingyun, you look quite familiar.
I'm wearing a mask, what do you mean familiar? While mentally scoffing, Qin Luofeng maintained a stiff facade and replied,
Perhaps we have met somewhere before.
Lu Yao didn't expose him, only continuing with keen interest.
I believe you will shine brightly at this alchemist convention.
Qin Luofeng let out a dry laugh twice.
Thank you for your kind words,
he said, quickly accelerating to leave.
That person is still trailing us from afar.
The old alchemist's voice echoed in his mind, causing Qin Luofeng's heart to skip a beat. He didn't understand why this person was fixated on him, but due to previously keeping an eye on him. So when Lu Yao appeared in the crowd, he couldn't help but glance a few more times, only to find that Lu Yao seemed to have been following him all along. He didn't know what Lu Yao's intentions were, only thinking of keeping his distance from this dangerous individual. Accompanying Elder A Dan Dao Master, who was ambushed by his disciple during tribulation, leaving only a wisp of half-immortal soul reward Heaven Mending Pill. Heaven Mending Pill can reshape the qualifications of individuals with blocked meridians, and no affinity for spiritual energy, giving them the ability to cultivate. It was a great reward, but to Lu Yao, it was worthless and of no use. A natural-born waste refers to someone who cannot cultivate. This physique is inscribed on the true spirit, and even reshaping the body cannot solve the issue. However, the heaven-mending pill can grant such individuals the ability to cultivate an extraordinary effect. But Lu Yao was not a waste. He couldn't be bothered to seek out someone rarer than a giant panda, so he tossed the divine pill into storage to gather dust. As a qualified hoarder, even if something was utterly useless, he would keep it just in case it might be of use someday. Having taken photos for so many years, Lu Yao was now a walking treasure trove of Sect resources. If someone could explode his coins, they would probably become rich in an instant. He stored the reward and looked toward the direction in which Qin Luofeng had departed, muttering in disbelief.
What a classic archetype of a companion elder and a useless main character. Does the Heavenly Way not update its version at all?
After waiting for 3 days, the alchemist conference finally began. At the competition venue, the crowd initially looked down on Qin Luofeng with disdain and mockery. However, as the competition progressed, his performance left everyone astonished. His skilled hands precisely tossed various precious herbs into the cauldron, where the flames danced faintly, emitting an extraordinary glow. Those who had mocked him earlier now widened their eyes in disbelief.
How is this possible? He can control the fire and the proportions of the herbs so perfectly.
An alchemist exclaimed. Qin Luofeng curled his lips into a confident smile and continued to focus on alchemy. The moment he opened the cauldron, a pill exuding a rich fragrance, and with a smooth luster, appeared before everyone's eyes.
A top-tier pill!
A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Those who had just looked down on him now wore expressions of embarrassment, some even lowering their heads in shame. Qin Luofeng had forcefully slapped them in the face with his prowess. At this alchemist conference, his brilliance began to shine, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. Below the stage, Lu Yao watched this spectacular scene, almost unable to suppress his applause. These people had inexplicably started to mock Qin Luofeng, and then he smiled crookedly, delivering a harsh slap to everyone's face. Lu Yao could only sigh, realizing this was the mocking aura and intelligence-diminishing halo of the Chosen One. No matter what he did, there would always be someone to ridicule and question him. Due to its classic nature, he even recorded a short video. Unlike photos, videos could be named freely, so Lu Yao gave this video a distinctive title.
Rebirth, I am the Dragon King in the Immortal World.
Reward:
Alchemy experience 247800 points.
Charisma 1. This was the first time Lu Yao received 2 rewards. He was unsure whether it was due to the video or the protagonist, or perhaps just a low probability event. It didn't matter, receiving rewards was sufficient. The alchemy experience was precisely his purpose for coming here. As for the charisma, he felt no change, as if nothing had been added. What Lu Yao did not know was that in the eyes of others, he had suddenly undergone some indescribable change. His black hair floated gently in the wind, like the finest silk. Even his previously ordinary attire instantly transformed into something noble and mysterious, the dark robe swaying gracefully in the breeze, its sleeves fluttering. His expression remained calm, as if he were born sacred, neither joyful nor sorrowful. With each step he took, he moved lightly, as if treading on clouds untouched by the noise and turmoil of the mundane world. However, this change lasted only for a moment. Soon all alterations were suppressed by the attribute of transforming the mundane. In the eyes of others, Lu Yao reverted to that ordinary person, as if everything that just occurred had merely been an illusion. Even Lu Yao himself did not notice this. He had always believed that this attribute would only hide his cultivation. Little did he know its true effect was to subconsciously obscure all his extraordinary traits, making him appear quite ordinary. After reviewing the rewards, Lu Yao immediately began his diligent efforts. Alchemy level 5th rank 470 TAFE 47437. A vast amount of knowledge and experience began to flood into his mind. Lu Yao only felt a slight pain, and then it was gone. Having absorbed the massive insights of alchemy, Lu Yao reflected.
What a thoroughly invigorating effort!
He was just a tad short of experience for leveling up. He planned to gather more over the next few days, striving to reach the 6th rank this time, otherwise he would have to slowly accumulate it back at the Sect. Master Lu once again embarked on his path of hard work, while Master Qin was equally diligent. Throughout this month, Qin Luofeng repeatedly experienced the following scenarios.
With just him, does he even qualify to compete? What? This is impossible. He must be cheating. Is it really true? This child is terrifyingly powerful.
He was looked down upon and mocked, then he showcased his skills, followed by skepticism, proving himself, once more slapping the faces of the naysayers, and in the end everyone gasped in astonishment. He repeatedly went through this process, until he reached the finals, where he decisively defeated a descendant of a renowned alchemist, claiming the championship. Qin Lufeng joyfully held the ice essence of Heavenly Cold, hastily leaving the competition venue. His only thought was to find a safe place quickly to study this precious reward and fully activate his physique. Qin Lufeng did not notice that the descendant of the alchemist he had defeated was watching him intently, his eyes filled with resentment. As soon as Qin Lufeng stepped out of the venue, the descendant commanded the protector in a dark tone,
"Go follow him."
He had observed that this person did not have a protector with him, most likely a rogue cultivator. As a descendant of an alchemist, he had lost to a mere rogue cultivator, and even the coveted ice essence of Heavenly Cold was claimed by him. This person actually dared to snatch his belongings. He had sealed his own fate. The evil cultivators in the crowd observed Qin Lufeng's movements, and were about to follow, when they suddenly realized that the second place was also tracking Qin Lufeng. They exchanged glances, sending out one half-step void refinement, and 9 divine transformation cultivators quietly trailing behind the two groups. Lu Yao glanced at the photo, and found that the strongest among the evil cultivators tracking them was merely a guy on the verge of forming a world illusion. The strong practitioner among the evil cultivators went to pursue those geniuses, who had void refinement protectors. The first place Qin Lufeng, and the second place, who had no protector, and the other only had a peak divine transformation protector. Sending out these few was already a considerable recognition of their capabilities. After greeting the old ancestor Yuan, and indicating he didn't need support, Lu Yao followed. Qin Lufeng hurriedly left. The descendant of the alchemist followed him. The evil cultivators trailed them both, and Lu Yao tracked all three parties.
"Qin kid, someone is following us."
The voice of Elder Dan rang out, and a wave of unease surged in Qin Lufeng's heart. After a moment's thought, he decided to proceed as planned. Fortunately, Elder Dan had foreseen such a situation before coming, and had left a contingency. Qin Lufeng quickly fled to a secluded area, and the descendant of the alchemist closely followed with his protector. At first, they pretended to be traveling together, but after getting far from the competition venue, he dropped the act. Qin Lufeng slowed down, and then stopped.
"Kid, hand over the ice essence of Heavenly Cold, or today I will ensure you die without a complete corpse,"
the descendant of the alchemist said fiercely. Qin Lufeng furrowed his brow, wondering if these people were all insane. It was always the same threat. Whether he complied or not, he would die, so why should he surrender?
"Want it? Then you must have the ability to take it."
He prepared to activate the hidden teleportation array, to leave only to find it had malfunctioned, causing his heart to sink. Elder Dawn's voice also sounded.
"This is troublesome, Qin kid. This space has been sealed by a special formation. I will tear open a crack for you soon. Run like hell, and don't look back."
Qin Lufeng nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly several cackling laughs rang out.
Hey, none of you will leave today.
Kikik, none of you can escape. A sinister laughter echoed, as 10 figures appeared above everyone. 9 at the transformation realm, 1 at half-step void training. It seems I must fight with all I have. I may fall into a slumber for a while afterward, Qin boy, it will be up to you then. Hearing Dan Lao's words, an inexplicable sense of unease filled his heart. Why would these transformational beings target someone who had just entered the golden core stage? It's merely the Heavenly Cold Ice essence, isn't it too much? Dan Lao's impending slumber left his once confident heart feeling somewhat lost. Dan Lao had always guided him on the path ahead. What should he do if Dan Lao fell asleep? While Qin Lufeng was still in a daze, the descendant of a master had already approached with his protector. Respected seniors, I am a descendant of the great Qi Wang's master bloodline. I hope you will spare my life for the sake of my ancestors, and I shall repay you greatly in the future. He invoked his background, attempting to make these people hesitate. This was his usual tactic, and today he planned to use it again. The group of black-robed figures remained silent. Their gazes towards him were quite peculiar. This descendant of the master, seeing their silence, thought that the reputation of his ancestor had once again worked its magic, and he had narrowly escaped disaster. As if suddenly remembering something, his expression turned sinister, pointing at Qin Luofeng and saying, "Seniors, I do not know this person. Feel free to strike him down. I hope you can hand over the heavenly cold ice essence in his possession to me. I will surely reward you later." A few of the evil cultivators exchanged glances, seeing the same emotion reflected in each other's eyes. "Fool?" The master descendant continued to speak confidently, as if he could already see Qin Luofeng, who had stolen his spotlight, dead at his feet, ready to trample over his corpse and humiliate him, as he had done to those loose cultivators in the past. While he was still daydreaming, he suddenly realized that his perspective had changed, the world spinning at an alarming speed, and his consciousness began to blur. Just before his consciousness faded, he saw his headless body, and heard the furious rebukes from his protector. "How dare they? I am a descendant of a master." The last thought flashed through before he fell into eternal darkness. "You insolent wretches, how dare you?" His protector shouted angrily, and prepared to flee. 10 of them. What a joke! It was just a job not worth losing his life over. However, after just a few steps, he darkened in expression, realizing that the area was sealed by a formation, and he could not escape at all. Thus a smile immediately appeared on his face, as he humbly pleaded, "Dear friends, it's a misunderstanding. If you are willing to let me go, Zhao would be willing to give you half of my wealth. Another fool, if we kill you, that will also be ours." The others exchanged glances, and that half-step void training cultivator struck at the protector. A tremendous force of worldly energy enveloped his fists, crushing the protector's law power with the force of a landslide. With one punch, he shattered half of the protector's body, sending him crashing to the ground. Though he had not truly entered the void training stage, and could not utilize the domain, he could still summon some worldly power. Even if it was just a false world that had not yet coalesced, it was still worldly power far beyond what the Transformation Realm's laws could contend with. At that moment, the pinnacle Transformation Realm cultivator struggling on the ground was the best proof. Whenever the shattered half of his body attempted to heal, a stream of worldly energy would bind him, preventing his flesh from regenerating. To be honest, it is no wonder he is at the pinnacle of the Transformation Realm. If an ordinary Transformation Realm cultivator had taken that punch, they would likely be dead by now. He raised his hand, and a surge of black energy shot out, ready to end that person's life. As for Qin Luofeng on the side, he found it amusing. No one here had ever cared about him, just a golden core easily crushed. "Qin boy, get ready. I am going to break through. That half-step void training cultivator has worldly power protecting him. I can only injure him. You should run directly to the alchemist conference's arena. Rest assured, Dan Lao." Just as they prepared to explode out, the world fell silent. A tremendous pressure suddenly descended, and everyone present felt their bodies sink, their flesh being squeezed and crushed, their golden bodies beginning to shatter, divine blood seeping from their bodies. Only the half-step void training cultivator fared slightly better, though he was not in a good position either. Under the protection of worldly power, he struggled to lift his head, and finally saw the figure in the sky. In the sky, a figure clad in flowing clouds and golden-threaded black robes surrounded by celestial aura appeared, like an immortal descending to the world. His eyes were cold, seemingly containing endless stars. That tremendous pressure emanated from him. The young man stood there, as if he were the very center of the universe, drawing attention. "To commit an act of violence under my watch, you have quite the audacity." His voice was cold, carrying an undeniable authority. The evil cultivators were filled with terror, kneeling and begging for mercy. The half-step void training cultivator forced himself to speak. "Senior, spare us. We were unaware that this was your territory. We implore you to show mercy, and we will leave immediately." His heart was filled with dread. "Damn it, why is there a void training cultivator here? Fortunately, before coming we were protected by the master's secret technique. Our identities cannot be seen through." He felt relieved. The characteristics of evil cultivators were too evident. If not hidden, that aura of decay could easily reveal their identities. However, the black-clad youth snorted coldly, waving his hand, as boundless worldly power descended. "A misunderstanding. I have no misunderstanding with you evil cultivators. Take it up with my worldly power. In an instant a flash of celestial light passed, and those evil cultivators were reduced to dust. Even the half-step void training cultivator could not escape. Even in their dying moments, they could not comprehend how their identities had been exposed. Could it be that the master's secret technique had failed? Afterward he descended from the sky, looking at Qin Luofeng with a gentler gaze. Are you okay? Qin Luofeng immediately pretended to be somewhat flattered, hastily shaking his head. Thank you for saving my life, Immortal. He truly did not expect that the person who had been following him would be a senior of the Void Training Realm, albeit with a rather unique preference for disguising himself as a youth in his teens. But then again, it's quite normal for an old senior to have a peculiar hobby. Thinking back to the previous stalking behavior, it seemed he had misunderstood this senior. He was clearly here for those evil cultivators. Otherwise, why would a void training cultivator specifically follow a golden core? Qin Luofeng gazed at the black-clad youth before him, his heart filled with longing. The scene of him effortlessly crushing those formidable evil cultivators had left a profound impact on him. Qin Luofeng vowed silently to work hard in his cultivation, aspiring to one day be as powerful as he. Lu Yao once again returned to an ordinary state, with all his previous remarkable qualities completely vanished. He transformed back into a form that was indescribably plain, yet instinctively made others perceive him as ordinary. Of course, at this moment Qin Luofeng could no longer consider him ordinary. The previous scene was deeply etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Although transforming into an ordinary state was an active skill, Lu Yao never intentionally turned it off. He preferred not to be the center of attention from others, finding this state quite satisfactory. He looked at the reserved Qin Luofeng with amusement, and waved his hand, saying, "Am no immortal. If junior brother Qin doesn't mind, you can call me senior brother." Qin Luofeng instinctively wanted to refuse, feeling unworthy to address someone as a brother who was a senior practitioner, but midway through his words, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Does he know me? Who is this person? When was my disguise exposed? Didn't my master say that beneath the down no one could see through my facade? Qin Luofeng was now filled with questions, unable to resist asking this senior, "Do you know me?" "Haha, no need to be nervous. I am also from the Xian Sword Sect, indeed your senior brother. As for how I know you, I was present during your last alchemy competition." Lu Yao found his reaction quite interesting and explained. At this, Qin Luofeng was genuinely surprised. He was indeed a senior brother who had witnessed that competition, which meant it couldn't be false, as not many knew about it. "Senior brother, you were there too?" he asked, uncertainly surprised that he had not noticed such a distinctive person. "Yes, I was the loudest one cheering from the audience." Listening to Lu Yao's reply, Qin Luofeng recalled that indeed there had been someone making a commotion down there, and he had even complained to Elder Dan about why these onlookers seemed to know everything. Yet he couldn't understand why he felt the other person was so ordinary that he subconsciously overlooked him. Comparing the earlier charismatic senior brother to the now seemingly ordinary senior brother, he suddenly understood this was some kind of divine ability of the senior brother. No wonder he couldn't remember him. "Thank you for saving my life, senior brother." Qin Luofeng cupped his hands in salute and expressed his gratitude to Lu Yao once more. Lu Yao indicated that it was no trouble. He had originally intended to deal with that group of evil cultivators, and saving him was just incidental. However, even though the senior brother said so, Qin Luofeng felt grateful, acknowledging the kindness despite not being related to lineage. Perhaps the senior brother didn't come specifically to rescue him. He could have escaped earlier, but being saved was still being saved. He was a person who clearly recognized debts of gratitude and would definitely seek an opportunity to repay it in the future. Seeing the serious look on the other person's face, Lu Yao found him quite likable, not at all like the type he imagined, one who had already chosen the path to death. He didn't care about being the chosen one, and didn't expect Qin Luofeng's repayment. Earlier he hadn't pretended not to know the other person, he simply felt it was unnecessary. In Lu Yao's eyes, whether the other was grateful or resentful had no bearing on him. After all, he was someone who had gained extraordinary powers. Would he still fear being remembered by the other? He was now at the transformation stage, while the other was at the golden core stage. If the latter could catch up or even surpass him, then he might as well not live. Could one still be pursued while having extraordinary abilities? Being such a useless individual living would only waste the cheat. From what he could see, Qin Luofeng was clearly a person who appreciated kindness, and Lu Yao began to entertain the thought of befriending him. Mainly because of the characteristics of the Chosen One, he would get involved in many interesting events, and he could occasionally benefit from rewards. Although those rewards might not be useful to him, it was still true that no one would despise having more good things. With that in mind, he decided to invest a little in Qin Luofeng. Thus Lu Yao pondered what was most commonly done by those favored by fate. Hiding oneself, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, then hiding oneself again, followed by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger once more. Looking at his inventory, he found the most suitable item. Concealment Jade Pendant. After wearing this pendant, low-level Great Ascension, and below will be unable to see through your true nature. This item was completely useless to Lu Yao, not to mention Great Ascension. Even immortals would not be able to see through his true nature. Thus he tossed the pendant over. Junior brother, catch this, it's a welcoming gift from your senior brother. Qin Luofeng instinctively caught it. He was about to refuse, but Elder Dawn voice echoed in his mind, take it, this pendant is a good thing. Once worn, even ordinary Great Ascension practitioners may not see through your true nature. What was on the tip of his tongue was forcefully changed to thank you, senior brother. He wanted to refuse, feeling the gift was a bit too precious, but it was indeed quite enticing. Alas, he could only repay senior brother later. He believed that day would not be long off. Once he activated his Yin-Yang Dao body, he would soar to great heights. By the way, junior brother, did you come to participate in the alchemist conference for the heavenly cold ice essence? Yes, senior brother, I need to refine a special pill, and one of the main ingredients is this item. Qin Luofeng replied honestly. Lu Yao thought for a moment, and couldn't figure out what pill he intended to refine. There were too many pills that used this item as a main ingredient. Over 126,800 different kinds, of which 921 could be classified as special pills. Qin Luofeng didn't say anything further, nor did he plan to ask. He wasn't very interested in other people's privacy. He glanced subtly at the ring on his hand, which should belong to Qin Luofeng's grandfather, an esteemed alchemist. That would mean he could refine immortal pills, and he wondered if his enemy had ascended yet. Of course, all of this was none of his concern. He had more pressing matters at hand. Junior brother, can you share the story between you and junior brother Chu? Lu Yao's face was filled with curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued. There's really not much to it. It's just that I was helped by Sister Lu back then. Later I saw that she was quite averse to that Chu Mingxuan, so I volunteered to be her shield to repay her kindness. The subsequent events, senior brother, you already know. Qin Luofeng answered with a helpless expression, genuinely not expecting the senior brother to be interested in this. Oh, so how far have you progressed with Sister Lu? Progress? There hasn't been any progress. After repaying the favor, we didn't contact each other again. Huh? You don't like her? Or she doesn't like you? Seeing Lu Yao becoming increasingly gossipy, Qin Luofeng felt his idol aura shatter into pieces, and he continued to explain. How could that be? I am devoted to the Tao, and Sister Lu has someone she likes. Oh! Who is it? There was indeed more to this story, making this gossip even juicier. It's Chu Mingxian. Lu Yao. Seeing the confused look on the senior brother's face, Qin Luofeng glanced around to confirm no one was listening before beckoning him closer, whispering, I'll only tell you this, senior brother, don't spread it around. Rest assured I will keep it a secret. Seeing Lu Yao's serious demeanor, Qin Luofeng finally revealed the shocking news that even Lu Yao found explosive. Actually, Sister Lu has always liked Chu Mingxian. With the way Chu Mingxian is devoted, even a stone would be warmed by him. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago, but of course I'm not interested in men and just making a comparison. However, due to her parents passing away and her family's arrangements, Sister Lu despises the feeling of being controlled, so in her eyes, her engagement with Chu Mingxian symbolizes oppression. Because of that engagement, she believes that if she compromises with Chu Mingxuan, it represents a compromise with her family and those oppressors. Torn between liking him and not wanting to compromise, she has always treated Chu Mingxian coldly, intentionally distancing herself from him. Yet she enjoys seeing him get jealous, so she deliberately gets close to some disciples from time to time. Every time she sees Chu Mingxian looking anxious, it makes her feel loved. Personally, I think Sister Lu is quite twisted. She may have developed this warped character due to her parents' death and living under someone else's roof. However, treating someone who loves you like this is simply not right. I also lost my parents and experienced living under someone else's roof. Even when I came to the Xian Sword Sect, there were still people looking down on me and causing trouble, but I never developed this kind of personality. Honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards Chu Mingxian. Sigh, if only someone loved me like that. Of course, I'm not talking about Chu Mingxian. I'm not interested in men. Lu Yao's thoughts stirred, and the scattered storage rings flew into his hand. He casually picked one and tossed it to Qin Luofeng, sharing an amusing story that delighted old Master Lu, who rewarded him generously. Junior brother, here you go. Sigh. No, senior brother, the voice of Dan Lao echoed once more. Take it, there's a piece of one Hu Jing inside, which is another essential ingredient for the Yin Yang Yang Yi Dan. Thank you, senior brother. Seeing his reaction, Lu Yao guessed that the storage ring contained what he needed. If I hadn't come, would the plot have unfolded with the old man ambushing an evil cultivator, obtaining his storage ring, and breaking through the encirclement only to find that it contained exactly what he needed? Truly deserving of being the chosen one. Seeing his humbled expression, Lu Yao chuckled. Just consider it, senior brother, investing in your future. When you need something from me later, I hope you won't refuse. Rest assured, senior brother, no matter what you wish to do, I will assist you. Qin Luofeng said firmly. As the two chatted, a faint voice suddenly came from beside them. Senior, please save me. They turned to see that the injured transformation stage cultivator was still alive, almost forgetting about him. Qin Luofeng looked at this scene, opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Yao casually waved out a sword light, ending the man's life. Lu Yao felt no guilt about this. In fact, he had been there for a while, choosing not to act and deliberately watching the disciple of the master meet his demise. The moment he chose to act against Qin Luofeng, he was already marked for death. Perhaps due to a hint of a mocking aura, but generally people merely found Qin Luofeng unlikable. It's commendable to cause him trouble and give him a beating. But those who directly sought to kill him were not good individuals. Death was their fate. The aura merely amplified others' malice towards Qin Luofeng. It wasn't a form of hypnosis. Not to mention Qin Luofeng was still his fellow disciple, and in a comparison between outsiders and his own, he naturally favored his own. That transformation stage cultivator had attacked alongside the disciple of the master. Lu Yao saw that he was indeed seeking death. Junior brother, do you know how to refine weapons or formations? No. Then it's nothing. Lu Yao had initially wanted to follow the Destined One to gain some experience in weapon refining or formations, but it was unfortunate that he couldn't. Perhaps due to the absence of Qin Luofeng, the fastest weapon refining and formation convention wouldn't be held for several years, organized by the Wanqi Sect and the Tianjin Sect. Lu Yao couldn't blend in his staff and could only attend as an audience, meaning the rewards wouldn't be as plentiful. He realized once again that he was indeed not the protagonist, otherwise he would surely catch every Ancient Century competition, Millennium Secret Realm, or 10th Ascendier battle. Forget it, let's just be NPCs, he mused. But truly it must be said that these villains had great composure. He gazed into the sky, his expression neutral. As a man whose camera had never been turned off, he had just captured 2 valuable photos. Hidden Voyeur, a secret occult leader hesitating on whether to confront you, who is also in the transformation stage. Reward Vital Soil. Although there was an evil cultivator lurking there in the transformation stage, Lu Yao felt no panic. His instincts told him that the evil cultivator was not his match. His gaze shifted elsewhere, towards the owner of the storage ring he had given away. The original evil cultivator, now in the position of evil cultivator sauce. Secret Realm of Inheritance, a hidden realm concealed by a powerful being containing unparalleled inheritances. It can be opened by breaking through 3 spaces in a short time. Reward Water Source Fragment 1. What a disgusting powerful being hiding a secret realm so thoroughly. Who are they hiding from? What normal person could discover that there was a secret realm here, and even needed to break through 3 spaces. There was only one possibility: a person driven to desperation engaged in a life-and-death struggle with others, inadvertently opening the secret realm and being sucked inside. Ultimately, after enduring multiple trials, they would obtain the predecessor's inheritance and reach the peak of life. Haha, who could guarantee triggering such events? It's so hard to guess. What's wrong, senior brother? Xin Luofeng asked curiously upon noticing Lu Yao looking at him. Nothing, junior brother. Qin is truly fortunate. Xin Luofeng didn't understand what Lu Yao was referring to, but still scratched his head and smiled. He just lucky. Watching the two converse, Feng Xiao was very hesitant. On one hand was the command from above, on the other was the unknown Lu Yao. When Lu Yao made his move earlier, he could sense that overwhelming force of the world, yet he did not detect any domain power or the aura of the world. Therefore, he was uncertain whether it was hidden, or if Lu Yao was just an exceptionally powerful half-step transformation stage cultivator. Damn it, had he known being an evil cultivator would be so difficult, he shouldn't have joined in the first place. But now, it was too late to regret. Moreover, if he hadn't become an evil cultivator, he would likely have already aged and died at the golden core stage, turning into a pile of unremarkable dust. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and decided to act. At worst, he could kill that genius and flee. He was quite confident in his ability to escape and hide, just like now he had quietly approached, and that cultivator hadn't noticed him at all. Once he reached a distance of several thousand miles, he stopped. This distance was enough. Getting closer would risk being detected and complicate his escape. He planned to spring from the shadows, using the black long sword in his hand, still imbued with chilling aura, to strike hard at Qin Lufeng's face. If he attacked from a distance, he would easily be detected and blocked. Just as he was about to make his move, he saw Lu Yao suddenly smile at him, sending alarm bells ringing in his heart. The figure in his sight suddenly vanished. He reacted swiftly, then his figure flickered and appeared tens of thousands of miles away, immediately sending out a gust of palm force. This palm force contained powerful, deathly stillness, sweeping towards the spot where he had just stood like surging waves. Lu Yao casually dispersed the palm imprint, lightly shaking his long sword, drops of golden blood falling from the blade. He hadn't anticipated that the reaction of this evil cult leader would be so swift, managing to evade his ambush. At this moment, cold sweat dripped down Feng Xiao's forehead, as a terrifying sword scar nearly cleaved him in two. Even though he had relied on the instinct to escape death to dodge that strike, he still paid the price of losing an arm. On his empty sleeve, the terrifying sword intent and the power of the world hindered the healing of his wound, causing him to bleed continuously. Blood dripped onto the ground, absorbed greedily by the plants, instantly transforming into spiritual vegetation, with fierce beasts either dying or growing stronger, creating a scene of vibrant life. Yet deep down, Feng Xiao felt a sense of dead silence. He couldn't win, and would die. He had to escape. Just in that moment, he hastily raised his sword to defend, but still had his arm severed with overwhelming force. The gap between the two was far too great, so great that he felt like he was facing a monster. He didn't want to fight anymore, having finally become a powerful transformation stage cultivator. How could he die so easily? But how to escape? Although they appeared to be thousands of miles apart now, to them, it was merely a moment's matter. Could he really get away? With no hope of escape, there was only a desperate fight to the death. Feng Xiao took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual power surge wildly around him, as the power of his domain instantly spread out. Lu Yao sensed Feng Xiao's movements, his brows furrowing as a flicker of vigilance crossed his eyes. Feng Xiao shouted loudly, channeling the illusory world within him, with all his might, attempting to forcibly pull Lu Yao into his domain. Only in this way could he perhaps have a slim chance of survival. The outcome was even smoother than he had imagined. Without any resistance, he successfully pulled Lu Yao into the domain. The figures of the two vanished, entering the domain projected into the void. In the pitch-black world, Feng Xiao's face showed wild joy. He had actually succeeded, which meant that Lu Yao was merely a half-step into the illusory realm. The domain represented the power of the illusory realm projected into the void. If his opponent had a domain of their own, he would sense the collision of world powers. The fact that he had detected no resistance just now indicated that the other side had not cultivated a world. Not having cultivated a world, and being merely a half step into the illusory realm, he was still able to be beaten like this. Talented individuals are truly disgusting. Feng Xiao's expression twisted. He loathed those so-called geniuses, who casually surpassed hundreds of years of his hard work. Fortunately, the opponent was far too arrogant. If they were in the outside world, he would indeed not be their match. However, having pulled him into the domain, Feng Xiao looked down at Lu Yao from above, as if gazing at a corpse. Within the domain, all his powers would double. If someone entered the domain without a comparable domain to resist, they would bear the oppression from a world. Not to mention the domain Lu Yao entered was his Black Death domain, where he would be constantly corroded. Lu Yao indeed felt a sense of oppression, and there was a force attempting to corrode his flesh and soul. However, it was far too weak, practically negligible for him. After years of tempering and adding so many attributes with several transformations, just how strong were his flesh and soul? Lu Yao did not know. He only knew that the opponent's domain could not harm him in the slightest. Suddenly he clenched his fist. Withstanding the world's corrosion and oppression, he charged towards Feng Xiao. There were no extravagant techniques or swords flying in the air. He was not in the illusory realm, and had no comparable means to counter. Since he could not match the mechanisms, then in this battle the only thing that could determine the outcome was relying on pure numerical values. And Lu Yao happened to be the type with maximized values.
Come at me!
Seeing Lu Yao so brave, not only not fleeing, but also recklessly charging at him, Feng Xiao shouted, and met him heat-in. The fists collided. That overwhelming sensation surged again. Feng Xiao's expression changed wildly, as he was instantly obliterated, turning into a mist of blood. Moments later his figure reformed in the distance, pale and weak.
Why? Why is he still so strong? He must have used some secret method. Yes, that must be it. He must have paid some price. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful?
He mumbled frantically, trying to hypnotize himself, until Lu Yao struck again, with a fist, feeling a power that remained unchanged and showed no signs of weakening. Feng Xiao was amused by the absurdity. He suddenly laughed, feeling relieved.
You disgusting geniuses truly make one feel sick.
With a hint of nonchalance, he threw out one last punch, afterward transforming once more into a mist of blood, but this time he would never rise again. With his death the domain shattered, and Lu Yao fell from the void. Golden blood rain began to fall from the sky, bringing new opportunities to the living beings on the earth. Lu Yao collected his spoils, and left. He had no habit of bathing his enemies. Through this battle he successfully confirmed his strength. Even without the support of domain power, he still possessed power comparable to the late stage of the illusory realm. In a life-and-death battle, he could potentially contend with the peak of the illusory realm. In terms of strength, he was already sufficient to protect himself. After all, in the entire Tianyuan Realm, 99 of the cultivators above the illusory realm had gone to the outer regions. Therefore, as long as he did not seek death, it would be hard to provoke any insurmountable enemies. Watching Lu Yao return, Qin Luofeng let out a sigh of relief. Although he did not think his senior brother would lose, it was inevitable to feel a bit anxious before seeing the result. He, a mere golden core, could not see the battle that occurred miles away. Senior brother, Lu Yao responded simply before starting to study the secret realm.
Is senior brother going back next?
Qin Luofeng asked curiously.
Not in a hurry, there are still some good things here.
Lu Yao finished speaking, put a shield on Qin Luofeng, and then began to attack that space. After studying for a while, he found that he could not see through how it was hidden, so he simply stopped researching. The space shattered, and Lu Yao threw a punch as it healed. After repeating this 3 times, the secret realm finally appeared. A portal shimmering with light. Soon he received some information about this secret realm. Guanghua secret realm left by the ancient Immortal Guanghua. One must not exceed golden core cultivation to enter. If one forces entry, they will be killed by the laws of the secret realm. Lu Yao. No, dude. This is too targeted. Why not just set the entry condition to someone's birth date? He did not need the items within this secret realm, but being unable to enter it still made him a bit frustrated. He looked at Qin Luofeng and said,
"All right, you can go in." Ah.
Qin Luofeng was stunned. He had thought his senior brother had gone mad, but he did not expect there would actually be a secret realm here. How had his senior brother discovered such a bizarre way to activate it?
"Senior brother, aren't you going in? This secret realm can only allow golden cores to enter. I cannot go in."
Qin Luofeng suddenly understood, and then said seriously,
"Senior brother, don't worry, he'll go collect all the good things inside, and you can pick first later."
Lu Yao glanced at him and shook his head.
"No need, even if there are immortal inheritances inside. I'm not interested. You can keep it for yourself."
Qin Luofeng said nothing more, deciding to let his senior brother pick first later. After receiving so many favors, he must find a way to repay him. The moment the two entered the secret realm, the long-silent Dan Lao finally spoke.
"Little Qin, your senior brother is quite remarkable. Though he has not reached the illusory realm, he can still suppress those in the illusory realm. Senior brother possesses the talent of a celestial being. It is only natural. By the way, why have I become Little Qin again? It sounds like a eunuch from Immortal Dynasty."
Qin Luofeng did not know how strong the illusory realm was. He only felt that if it were his senior brother, everything would make sense. After all, he had once been able to establish a foundation and defeat a golden core, so what was it for his senior brother to win against the illusory realm? Quite reasonable. Dan Lao hesitated, unsure how to explain to Qin Luofeng that it became increasingly difficult to fight across levels as one progressed. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to speak. This kid would understand eventually.
"His methods are incredibly powerful. This secret realm is something even I have not discovered. It is most likely an immortal's cave. Moreover, thinking back to what your senior brother said just now, he probably already knows about me. The young people today are truly becoming more and more formidable. He may have already discovered me."
Qin Luofeng was taken aback. Had Dan Lao been discovered? This was his greatest secret, and now that it had been exposed, he felt a bit flustered. Seeing him like this, Dan Lao said irritably,
"Why are you panicking? If he had malicious intent, could the two of us stop him? As it stands, he is still very friendly."
It seemed so. Qin Luofeng suddenly felt less anxious. He might as well explore the secret realm first. He stepped forward, finding himself in a valley shrouded in clouds and mist where spiritual flowers and celestial herbs grew wildly, emitting strange light. Suddenly a fiery spirit beast leaped out from the grass, roaring angrily at Qin Luofeng. Startled, Qin Luofeng quickly assumed a defensive posture. Just as he prepared to fight, the spirit beast suddenly relaxed its stance and ran to his feet, revealing a hint of submission in its eyes. Qin Luofeng looked at it in confusion. At that moment, Dan Lao's voice sounded in his ear.
"This spirit beast probably recognizes you as a fated person. Perhaps you can contract and subdue it."
Qin Luofeng's heart stirred, and he attempted to establish a connection with the spirit beast using the secret method taught by Dan Lao. Just as he concentrated, a low rumble came from deep within the valley, as if some powerful existence was about to awaken. Qin Luofeng thought for a moment and decided not to pay attention to this spirit beast. He walked toward the source of the rumble, wanting to see what had just happened. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had passed in the outside world. When Qin Luofeng emerged, he found that several houses had appeared in the area, along with a vegetable patch and a chicken coop. Qin Luofeng, did I not stay in the secret realm for a month, but rather for 10 years? What are these things? Where did the houses and chickens come from? Soon he found his senior brother. At that moment, his senior brother was holding a piece of yellow cake, examining it closely, and the aroma wafted through the air, making him unable to resist swallowing. Lu Yao was holding osmanthus cake, but it was not an ordinary osmanthus cake. It had been improved by him, incorporating more ingredients, enhancing its medicinal properties, flavor, and fragrance significantly. 5th grade osmanthus cake. He had recorded the recipe onto the inheritance jade slip, encompassing grades from 1 to 6. Lu Yao planned to throw the inheritance jade slip into a secret realm after he developed a 9th grade osmanthus cake, leaving some opportunities for future generations. He believed that when they risked their lives to pass through the secret realm and obtain the osmanthus cake recipe, they would surely be very pleased. Noticing Lu Yao's arrival, he put away the 5th grade osmanthus cake, and tossed Qin Luofeng a piece of the 3rd grade. Even with the help of the old man, it was still very difficult for him to refine the 5th grade osmanthus cake. Of course, the main reason was that there were too few refining materials. He hardly had any himself. If he were to give a 5th grade spirit tool or spiritual material, he would not blink an eye, but this was truly impossible. Qin Luofeng received the osmanthus cake, and in his sea of consciousness Dan Lao exclaimed in amazement.
Wow, such perfect alchemy skills! The combination of spiritual materials is just right, with not a single bit of medicinal power wasted, and it tastes sweet and delicious. This cake is simply the art of alchemy. Is it really that amazing? By the way, Master, you don't have a body. How do you know this thing is sweet and delicious?
Dan Lao was momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by his question indicating that he should not concern himself with the matters of the strong. Qin Luofeng repeated Dan Lao's words and praised Lu Yao. Lu Yao was quite pleased. He knew that Qin Luofeng could not see these things, and most of it was told to him by the old man. This indicated that his work had received recognition from a master of alchemy. Truly, the super 5th grade alchemy was remarkable. The things produced were praised by the big shots. In a good mood, Lu Yao copied a jade slip and tossed it to Qin Luofeng.
This is my self-created osmanthus cake recipe. The effect is simple. It quickly enhances the 3 energies while being very delicious.
Since the other party was also an alchemist, Lu Yao was happy to share his knowledge. Receiving a wonderful item from his senior brother again, Qin Luofeng was even more touched. He took out everything he had obtained from the secret realm and laid it out before Lu Yao. Lu Yao glanced at it. Various high-grade spiritual herbs and materials, and even a dragon egg. Faced with these items, he still shook his head and said,
I told you I'm not interested in these things. You got them, so they're yours.
There were plenty of these items in the warehouse. What he needed most were items that could accelerate the formation of the world, which could naturally not be found here. A dragon egg. What a joke. The resources for feeding are numerous, and the speed of becoming stronger is not as fast as his own. What is the point of raising it? Seeing that his senior brother was uninterested, Qin Luofeng gritted his teeth and made a decision, pulling out a small cauldron.
Little Qin, are you crazy?
Dan Lao's astonished voice sounded. This is an immortal tool. How can it be casually exposed? What if this person intends to eliminate both of us? Lu Yao glanced at it, and then waved his hand, saying,
You can keep this immortal tool. I told you don't need to give me the things in the secret realm.
Jade Cauldron, an immortal alchemy artifact left by the immortal Guanghua. If held by someone without great fortune, they will face continuous natural disasters and calamities. Reward 1,000 refined world meteorite. The item was indeed good, and Lu Yao's first glance did make his heart stir, but after reading the introduction, he immediately lost interest. Forget it, he did not want to become a jinx.
Qin
Luofeng was surprised his senior brother actually didn't want an immortal tool. Oh no, now his senior brother's favor was truly impossible to repay. At the same time, Dan Lao was even more astonished. He was actually not moved by the immortal tool. Meanwhile, he had underestimated his senior brother. After thinking for a moment, he said to Qin Luofeng,
Little Qin, your senior brother is worth cultivating a deep relationship with.
This ambush was remarkably successful. The Lu family had slain over 100 Hua, Shinten Lian Su, and additionally a high-ranking evil cultivator at the Tribulation Transcendent stage. Lu Yao lay in the courtyard flipping through a jade tablet in his hands. At the very top of the trending topics was the Lu family's demon-slaying operation. Further down there were some gossip tidbits, such as a certain secret realm opening, or a holy son from a sect eloping with a demoness. The new communication jade tablet released by the Tianyuan Alliance was indeed very useful, allowing one to see fresh happenings from all corners of the world while sitting at home. It was a pity that these messages could only be viewed and not commented on. It is said that this feature was available in the past. However, an incident occurred. Initially, it was just 2 disciples from different sects arguing in the comments section, but it escalated to the involvement of their elders, with neither side wanting to lose face. As the situation escalated further, they began to clash offline, from small scuffles escalating to a sect war. In the end, both sects sent out immortal ancestors to battle. Although they were relatively restrained, they nearly caused the sinking of an entire continent. Although this incident occurred in the eastern region known for its belligerence, it served as a wake-up call for the Tianyuan Alliance, leading to the removal of the commenting function. The two sects involved did not fare any better, losing their rights to explore outside the domain for 10 years, and their own ancestors were punished to serve in a large demonic abyss for 10 years. The 3 other observing sects were also implicated for failing to stop them. These 5 sects were all located on the same continent, each under the protection of an immortal. This continent was still at the bottom of the eastern region, and Lu Yao found it hard to imagine how many immortals existed across the entirety of the Tianyuan Realm. How many immortals would be in the Immortal Realm that could contend with the Tianyuan Realm and remain undefeated? Of course, these were not matters for a mere Hua Shen like him to consider. Notably, when his great-grandfather learned that he personally killed a Lien Su, he was utterly dumbfounded. Although Lu Yao had already informed him that he had the capital to fight a Lien Su only after stepping into Hua Shen, it was still quite absurd. Even the weakest Lien Su should not be something a Hua Shen can trifle with. Yet Lu Yao had done it. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been removed from the list of unparalleled geniuses and placed among the ranks of unparalleled monstrosities. At the Xianjin sect, when she heard this news, he was quite disturbed. Entering Hua Shen at the age of 10 and defeating a Lien Su right after achieving Hua Shen such a unique talent, was this still the Tianyuan literature? He found it somewhat incomprehensible. Now he was at a loss. Lu Yao was even more of a genius than he had imagined. With such talent, he could already become a sword disciple of the Xianjin sect. However, there was already one sword disciple in the sect. Lingyun, the sword master of the Northern Abyss, current sword disciple of the Xianjin sect. He began cultivating at 3, achieved Golden Core at 7, and reached Nascent Soul at 14. After reaching Nascent Soul, he seemed to blossom, achieving Hua Shen in just 3 years. In the same year, he ventured into a demonic abyss and slayed an evil Lien Su with a single sword strike, astonishing many old ancestors of the Xianjin sect, becoming the only sword disciple who was directly conferred without competition. At 25, he stepped into Lien Su. Since then, he had not made a move, and now his true strength was unknown. Now with Lu Yao emerging, it seemed he might surpass even Lingyun. Logically, he deserved the title of sword disciple. However, no sword disciple could select a successor before ascending to immortality. This was the ancestral law, and could not be changed. Thus, he promptly reported the situation to the elders. After several days of discussion, a conclusion was finally reached. Then let us establish another sword disciple with such talent. What harm is there in having 2 sword disciples? Rules. What rules? Rules are meant to be broken. Yes, he received such a response. The elders made a decision that went against ancestral teachings. Now the question arose, should Lu Yao be allowed to participate in the internal sect competition? Although there were a few other talented youngsters who could also contend against Lien Su, any victory would be hard fought. Against Lu Yao, they had an 80 to 90% chance of losing. To ensure a win against Lu Yao, they could only let Lingyun compete. But if Lingyun did compete, then his plan to temper Lu Yao would be in vain. On the other hand, Lu Yao was already formidable enough, he hardly needed tempering. Perhaps it was better to let him refrain from participating, as it would not be good to dampen other spirits. Just think about it, if it were him, having worked hard for decades, or even 100 years, only to be crushed by a junior who had only been cultivating for a few years, wouldn't that shatter his Tao heart on the spot? From now on, it would be best to leave him alone. After all, he did not understand the world of geniuses. With the thought of giving up, he felt the world open up before him. Sect Master. A month later, Lu Yao returned. With his master absent, he first came to pay his respects to the Sect Master. What have you decided regarding the matter? She was naturally referring to the title of sword disciple. Lu Yao hesitated. Setting aside whether it was in accordance with the rules, he simply did not like being in the spotlight. Noticing his hesitation, she asked curiously, "What? Do you not care for the position of sword disciple?" "Not that, it's just that senior brother Lin still holds the position of sword disciple. To confer the title upon me would not be in accordance with the rules. Besides, I am not very fond of drawing attention to myself," Lu Yao replied. She breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was the elder's decision, it was still best not to break the rules. Since Lu Yao had no intention, the matter was naturally dropped. However, though he lost the title of sword disciple, his treatment remained equivalent to that of a sword disciple. Lu Yao was pleased with this outcome, and so was Qi, relieved that they did not have to disrupt the rules. The elders were also satisfied with Lu Yao's discretion, believing that such a temperament would allow him to go further. That was the official stance, but who knew, if Lu Yao had wished to become a sword disciple, would they still say the same? Young people should shine brightly and pursue their goals fearlessly, only then can they go further. Subsequently, Lu Yao bid farewell to the Sect master and went to retrieve his junior brother from Lingyun. Having troubled senior brother Lin for so long, he naturally had to show some appreciation. He offered many rare treasures, but senior brother Lin declined, saying it was merely a trivial matter, and that he quite liked the junior brother, so there was no need. Later he recounted the experiences that had happened after returning home. When he learned that Lu Yao had already stepped into Huashan and had forcefully slain an evil Lin, so his expression changed. He immediately wanted to challenge Lu Yao to a match. Lu Yao gladly agreed. Ever since learning that senior brother Lin was the current sword disciple, he had wanted to find him and test his own strength. The two entered the void to duel. Fighting outside would surely damage some buildings. While the mountain peak had formations to protect it, they were both Lian Su fighters, and their full strength might not be contained. They battled fiercely in the void for a day before stepping out together. No one knew the result of that battle, only that after that day Lingyun was always grumbling. "What a freak! This physical body can withstand my killing moves, and my divine sense can't even disrupt his soul-breaking sword." Although he had suppressed his cultivation, the result was still somewhat hard for him to accept. If the two were truly of the same realm, he might not be Lu Yao's match. His arrogant heart suddenly recoiled. He had always believed himself invincible, until he met Lu Yao, who made him realize that there were always people beyond others, and perhaps he had been a bit complacent. He looked towards his junior sister, who was muttering about Yishiti. He felt that his junior sister was also a bit complacent, and must train harder alongside him. "What? 5th grade osmanthus cake?" Shen Mu Yang's astonished voice echoed out. After the two finished their duel, they sat down to chat. When he learned that Lu Yao had actually developed a 5th grade osmanthus cake, but hadn't shared it with him immediately, it felt worse than being killed. Lu Yao felt somewhat helpless. Who knew he would be so fixated on this item? He had given so many heavenly materials and treasures, yet it was not enough. He sent the osmanthus cake along with the jade slip. Shen Mu Yang held the jade slip as if it were some supreme divine technique, his expression solemn. It was hard for Lu Yao to connect this person with the monster who had previously fought him to a draw. From the moment he emerged from the void, he began to doubt his life. He activated his abilities, and Shen Mu Yang was even more outrageous, nearly defeating him, who was already cheating. That move, sword sweeping the galaxy, almost sliced his physical body in half. Looking back now, he still felt a bit of lingering fear. It had been so close. It wasn't unacceptable. From another perspective, Shen Mu Yang was truly a grain of sand in the vast sea, standing out among countless beings in the northern region. It seemed not so difficult to accept that he could rival Lu Yao, who was cheating. There were also other 4 regions such talents wouldn't be sparse. Lu Yao put away his thoughts of underestimating others. If he hadn't been cheating, he should still be wandering in the nascent soul stage, unable to reach the level of top-tier monsters. However, it was hard to say. After all, isn't cheating a kind of talent? Don't those talented individuals' abilities count as a different form of cheating? As the two chatted, the little junior brother stood by with his sword, while a little girl surrounded him, chattering incessantly. The senior brothers were discussing high-level topics, like laws, world constructions, and the mysteries of the Tao. She couldn't understand a single word. Usually having no friends, and with her senior brother not playing with her coupled with the constant reminders to practice, she found herself quite bored. Fortunately, she now had a new source of fun.
Junior brother, how about we go play? Not going. You practice swordsmanship like this every day, almost turning into a wooden post. Don't you find it boring?
Not boring. Like a lively butterfly, she flitted around Yzingia's ear, gently waving her wings. Seeing the annoyingly wooden expression on him, she found it quite amusing, and couldn't help but want to tease him more.
Senior brother, we're heading back now.
Lu Yao noticed the pleading look in the little junior brother's eyes, and bid farewell to Shenmue Yang.
All right then, junior brother, come find me for sparring often in the future. Definitely.
It was unclear whether senior brother was thinking of him, or just the delicious food. That should be about right, Lu Yao thought. He turned to the little girl beside him, who looked disappointed and smiled.
Junior sister, you can come to Wooming Peak to play more often. At least you and the little junior brother can keep each other company.
The conservation of smiles law came into play, when Yzingia's small face brightened. A smile naturally appeared on Luo Qianyun's face. She nodded with a beaming smile, indicating she would definitely come often.
Humph. This is what senior brother Lu told me to do. Senior brother can't say anything about it now.
Luo Qianyun thought happily. Shenmue Yang indeed wouldn't stop her, as he had learned the methods of guidance from Lu Yao. If junior sister directly went to practice with Lu Yao, he naturally had no objections. It was just right, he could take junior sister along when he went to find Lu Yao for sparring. Wooming Peak was indeed a bit remote. One wondered what his master was thinking when choosing the location. The two bid farewell, and then left. A month later. Whoa! The sound of sobbing was particularly clear in the sword practice arena. Lu Yao looked at the little junior sister, who was crying and swinging her sword fiercely, decisively striking with every move, and his mouth twitched. What a crying battle goddess! Beside the little junior sister was Yixingyu, his expression serious, and focused, his speed of progress astonishingly fast. Lu Yao trained the two. Whether it was herding one sheep or two, he simply taught them together. On the side, Shenmue Yang was picking osmanthus flowers, studying the recipe for osmanthus cake. After glancing at the crying little sister, then at her injuries, he turned his head and stopped looking. It must be Lu Yao, he was still too kind-hearted. Although it looked quite tragic, it was effective, wasn't it? Just look at how quickly the little sister was improving. At this moment, Yixingyu was fully immersed, while the one in the arena feeling the most despair was Luo Qianyun. She had even started to miss her senior brother. At least, he wouldn't chop her, and wouldn't truly want to kill her. Facing Lu Yao's philosophy, that only the strong deserve to live, Luo Qianyun felt like crying without tears. Clearly, he seemed like such a gentle person on normal days, who would cook delicious food for her, and tell her stories, but once training started, he turned into this. The filter for her senior brother had shattered into pieces. Now she felt as if a demon stood before her, and she and her junior brother were merely nameless pawns, challenging this demon. In an instant, she even had a feeling of mutual understanding and shared suffering.
All right, that's enough for today.
Like a heavenly sound, some were happy, while others were sorrowful. Luo Qianyun chuckled finally over. Yixingyu looked miserable, wondering how it had ended so soon. Lu Yao had sent them both to separate rooms, letting them soak by themselves. Luo Qianyun had been training almost every day for the past month, so Lu Yao simply reserved a room for her as well. It was just a matter of preparing an extra batch of medicinal liquid. They were all low-grade spirit herbs, so Lu Yao didn't mind, and neither did Shenmue Yang. After soaking in the medicinal liquid, Luo Qianyun walked out of the room, feeling refreshed. The moment Yixingyu came out, her eyes lit up, and she ran over to him.
Junior brother, how about we go play? Not going.
Still the same calm response, but Luo Qianyun didn't care, pulling Yixingyu along as they ran. Lu Yao visited the Qi Peak to custom make a set of painting tools. He had not given up on his desire to paint, as the one he bought previously was too fragile to withstand even his strength. He directly approached the elder of the Qi Peak, and after discussing the specific details, Lu Yao took out a pile of materials. Among them was the Qianlianji meteorite iron he had obtained earlier. The introduction stated that it was a very special material, but it did not explain what was special about it. Thus he simply asked the elder to refine it along with the other items, accepting whatever quality it might yield. The two exchanged contact information, and he would be notified when the refining was complete. After finishing up here, he went to the Dan Peak. He hadn't gathered enough experience last time, and was just a little short, so he needed to come here to make up for it. Even if the rewards were small, they would add up and be sufficient for him to reach the 6th level. To his surprise, while casually wandering around, he spotted a familiar face.
Junior brother Qin.
Seeing the figure that looked like a thief, Lu Yao called out to him. Qin Luofeng turned around, his eyes lighting up as he quickly approached.
Senior brother Lu, what brings you here? I'm here to practice formations.
As Lu Yao observed Qin Luofeng's expression that suggested disbelief, he suddenly remembered that his senior brother was also an alchemist, and one who had been praised by their master. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. Watching Qin Luofeng, who was making a series of exaggerated motions, Lu Yao decided to continue the conversation.
Have you finished your business outside, junior brother Qin? It was supposed to take a long time, but you gave me some spiritual materials, so it was just enough.
The two chatted as they walked. On their way to a certain mountain peak, they unexpectedly encountered a few individuals, which made the two stop in their tracks. Lu Yao even took out his camera and began recording.
Sister Lu, is there something you need?
Chu Mingxian asked, looking puzzled at Lu Qing, who was blocking his path.
Why did you break off the engagement?
Lu Qing maintained her usual cold demeanor, but her words carried a hint of anger. A few days ago, she suddenly received news from her family stating that Chu Mingxian had unilaterally terminated their engagement. At the moment she heard this news, she felt it was unbelievable, repeatedly confirming it. It wasn't until she was sure that Chu Mingxian had indeed broken off the engagement that her mind went blank, as if struck by thunder. A surge of grievance and anger rose within her. She wanted to confront Chu Mingxuan, but he hadn't returned yet. Today, upon hearing that he had come back, she hurried over.
Me? I merely fulfilled sister's wish. Since there is no love, why should both of us suffer?
Chu Mingxian said flatly. He had already joined the Sword Peak and was engaged to Yuan, so it was only natural he needed to say goodbye. He didn't know why, but when he expressed his desire to get engaged to Yuan, his father had been so pleased. He was fully prepared for strong opposition, and even to elope. Chu Mingxuan's gaze fell upon Lu Qing. Looking at Sister Lu again now, she still appeared as cold as an immortal. However, he no longer felt that inexplicable sensation, only finding her very beautiful. Lu Qing noticed this too. The affectionate gaze that once filled Chu Mingxuan's eyes was now replaced with coldness. The way he looked at her, as though she were a stranger, made her heart ache like a knife wound. Her aura inexplicably weakened and her tone softened.
You cannot break off the engagement. Why can't I?
Facing Chu Mingxuan's counter-question, she stammered and was at a loss for words. Seeing her like this, Chu Mingxian lost the desire to continue the conversation. He took Yuan's hand and prepared to leave.
What is your relationship? Why are you holding hands?
Gazing at their joined hands, another wave of anger surged within her as she asked Chu Mingxian.
What does it matter to you, Sister Lu? What identity do you plan to question me with?
Lu Qing was stunned. Yes, they no longer had an engagement. What right did she have to be angry?
If we must speak of relationships.
He held Yuan's hand up and shook it playfully, smiling as he did so. That was a smile Lu Qing had never seen in over a decade. He smiled so joyfully, so blissfully, and uttered words that shattered her heart.
She is my fiancée. I wish Sister Lu finds someone who loves her soon. Farewell.
Chu Mingxian left with Yuan. Only Lu Qing remained standing there in a daze, staring in the direction the two had left, unable to regain her senses for a long time.
See, what did I say? Sooner or later one weaves their own cocoon, and now it has come true.
Qin Luofeng excitedly chimed in, seemingly quite pleased with his insight. Lu Yao was speechless. He didn't understand why Qin Luofeng was so happy over someone else's breakup. He quietly saved the video He had just recorded planning to show it to senior brother Shen later. Good gossip should definitely be shared. 10 years of unrequited love. I choose the cute maid. Why are you crying? In my previous life, I pined for that woman for 10 years, yet she trampled my love underfoot. For her, I even dared to oppose the protagonist, ultimately leading to my family's ruin. When the protagonist stepped over my body and thrust a sword at me, the maid who had followed me for so many years unexpectedly held me tightly, choosing to die together. Just before dying, she whispered in my ear, "I have always loved you, young master." At the moment the sword pierced our hearts, I regretted it. I never expected heaven to grant me another chance. This time I choose the little maid. Huh? Are you the one who doesn't love me? I choose the cute maid. Why are you crying?
He titled the recently recorded video and added a classic little story as a footnote.
Lu Yao looked at the excited Qin Luofeng and said,
"Aren't you going to comfort her? You shouldn't be so happy over someone else's misfortune. That's not how to attract women. Tisk women only slow me down when drawing my sword."
Qin Luofeng replied disdainfully. Lu Yao looked at him oddly.
"Have you never thought that a wealthy woman could get you a good sword? A woman older by 3 years is worth her weight in gold."
Qin Luofeng fell into deep thought, realizing something. He suddenly had an epiphany.
Senior brother has a point. I understand now. Tomorrow I will agree to the third elder's pursuit from the Yunnan sect. Junior brother, that really isn't necessary. One should have integrity. Selling one's looks is best avoided. Alright, senior brother is right. I should rely on myself.
Seeing that Qin Luofeng had given up the idea, Lu Yao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had almost led his junior brother astray. He had heard of the third elder from the Yunnan sect. Due to her physique in a cultivation world where average beauty was high, one could not say she was hideous, but she certainly was not pleasing to the eye. If junior brother truly could not understand, and ended up being her kept man, wouldn't he be the sinner? I can't be a kept man. With my poor luck with women, how could I possibly manage that? After some time had passed, only a few days remained before the grand competition within the gates. The sect master allowed Lu Yao to forego participation, and instead the representative from Wuming Peak became the junior brother. It wasn't mandatory to send someone, rather the junior brother insisted on participating. Lu Yao stood on a large rock gazing at the magnificent scenery of the mountain range. He had discussed this with his master a couple of days ago. Upon hearing that the junior brother wished to compete, he hurried back from outside, eager to observe his progress. Calculating the time it should be nearing. Suddenly 2 figures appeared behind him, and a familiar voice rang out.
"Junior brother Lu."
He turned his head, and as expected it was senior brother Shen and junior sister Lu arriving. Over the past 6 months, senior brother had been exceedingly diligent in visiting. One might think he was part of Wuming Peak. Lu Yao responded to senior brother Shen, then smiled at junior sister Luo, saying,
"The junior brother is at the back mountain. Oh, I'll head there first, senior brother. Alright, be safe."
After the young girl left, Shen Muyang made himself entirely at home. He slumped onto a nearby lounge chair and began tasting the pastries on the table. After a bite of the pastry and a sip of tea, Shen Muyang let out a long sigh. So comfortable. This is what life is about. Sitting in this chair, he could admire the vast landscape with green pines and sparrows accompanying his meal. Glancing at Lu Yao, who was watching him with a peculiar expression, hesitant to speak, he waved his hand.
"What are you still doing there? You go cook me a couple of dishes." "Oh, is it me you want to cook for you?" "Of course."
Shen Muyang's voice trailed off, as the reply did not come from Lu Yao, but from behind him. He stiffly turned his head, and met a pair of eyes gleaming with coldness.
"Master! Uncle!"
Li Chansheng did not respond, but squinted his eyes, inspecting the table and chair.
"Senior Shen has quite the audacity, lounging on my chair, eating my pastries, and daring to order my disciple around. Master, it's a misunderstanding."
Shen Muyang instantly stood up. However, Li Chansheng ignored this, and pressed down on his shoulder, dragging him into the void.
"Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. Let Master see how your cultivation is progressing." "Master, no. Be obedient, let me see." "No.
Moments later the two emerged. Shen Muyang had several bruises on his face, especially around his eyes, which had clearly been given special attention. Li Changsheng felt that this kid truly deserved a beating. He had only been gone for nearly a year, and he had become so arrogant. Of course, this wasn't the main reason he wanted to hit Shen Muyang. He had been doing that for quite some time. Their enmity could be traced back more than 10 years when Shen Muyang was still quite mischievous. While practicing with spiritual fire, he accidentally ignited the purple sunflowers that Li Changsheng had painstakingly cultivated. During his comprehension of sword intent and excitement, he shattered the Wanli Xiang that Li Changsheng had brewed for a millennium. While he was training in a certain cave, this kid, not even checking if anyone was around, directly shattered an entire mountain peak, nearly burying him alive. All of these were just the tip of the iceberg, which is why Li Changsheng always found various reasons to give him a beating. Just thinking about the jar of Wanli Xiang he was reluctant to drink made his fists clench.
"How you think you can command my disciple, but don't you have hands of your own?"
Li Changsheng said, then slumped onto the lounge chair, washed his teacup, and picked up a piece of pastry. After a bite and a sip of tea, he mused,
"All life. Disciple, go cook me 2 dishes.
Lu Yao. So what's the difference between you two? Seeing Lu Yao's speechless expression, Li Changsheng straightened up.
Ahem, alright, let's get down to business.
As he finished speaking, 2 figures appeared beside him, one large and one small. Lu Yao was taken aback. He looked at the long-haired little fox and the towering figure deep in thought. He reached out to scoop up the fox and hugged it in his arms, stroking its furry head. The little fox squinted its eyes, making soft whimpering sounds, thoroughly enjoying the affection.
"Master, can we eat this fox tonight?"
The enjoyment in her expression froze, and her eyes filled with terror. Li Changsheng pointed at the burly man beside him with annoyance and said,
"I brought them back together, what do you think?"
Lu Yao looked at the man Li Changsheng was pointing at, thought for a moment, and hesitated, but still spoke up.
"Master, wouldn't eating a person be a bit inappropriate?"
Li Changsheng. Are you talking about eating whole cakes? Why would you jump to eating people?
What nonsense are you spouting? This is your junior brother and junior sister.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yao lifted the little fox under its armpit, raising it up, and locked eyes with both the fox and the person.
Hello, junior sister.
Yip. Lu Yao then looked at the burly man and greeted him as well. To his surprise, the junior brother ignored him, fixated on the pastries and Li Changsheng's hand, drooling. Lu Yao contemplated for a moment, holding the little fox with one hand, while pulling out a piece of first-grade osmanthus cake with the other, making sucking sounds towards the junior brother. Indeed, the junior brother immediately ran over to his side, his gaze fixed on the treat in Lu Yao's hand. Lu Yao called out another greeting to the junior brother, then shook the pastry up and down, and the junior brother's head bobbed in response. Lu Yao felt satisfied. This was at least a nod of acknowledgement from the junior brother. He tossed the osmanthus cake over, and the junior brother leaped up, biting it, then landed on all fours to eat. Lu Yao found this very amusing. He approached to pat the junior brother's head, but halfway through the junior brother unexpectedly bared his teeth at him, protecting his food. Lu Yao pondered for a moment, set down the little fox, and took out another piece of pastry. The junior brother's attention was once again captured, and he reached out his hand. This time, there was no resistance, and he smoothly got patted. Lu Yao kept feeding him with one hand, while using the other to hold the pastry near his mouth. This time he quietly ate the pastry, ignoring Lu Yao's touch. After finishing the pastry, the junior brother looked at Lu Yao with longing. Lu Yao held the pastry in his hand, and said to him,
"Come shake hands."
The burly man didn't understand. So Lu Yao grabbed his hand, shook it with his own, and then gave him the pastry. After repeating this several times, whenever Lu Yao said to shake hands, the junior brother would immediately extend his hand. Li Changsheng watched this scene with a head full of questions. "You brat, what on earth are you doing? That guy is your junior brother." He then saw the burly man curled up, lying on the ground, obediently letting Lu Yao scratch his chin and rub his belly. Li Changsheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. What to do? His heart felt so tired. Did he really get through that inner demon tribulation? Why does he keep seeing such absurd things? Could it be that I am still undergoing my tribulation, and everything before my eyes is an illusion created by my inner demon? Ha ha.
It's all fake, all fake. You can't fool me, come out now.
Shen Muyang. By the way, are we still having dinner? If not, he would just head back first. At dusk, a group sat around the dining table. Li Changsheng exhaled deeply only after repeated confirmation, not because he remained trapped in his inner demon tribulation, but because his junior disciple was simply too unsettling. As Lu Yao placed the final dish upon the table, the gathering at last began their meal. The newly arrived junior brother and sister, accompanied by a fox, sat separately at two small side tables. There was no choice. One could not wield chopsticks, the other could not use them at all. Were they to join the main table, their hands would inevitably rummage through every dish, rendering the meal inedible. Watching his junior brother plunge his merciless iron hand directly into the cooking pot, Lu Yao resolved to teach him how to use chopsticks, first and foremost.
Your junior sister once lived within a mortal dynasty. Born with innate spiritual awareness, she was captivated by the resonant recitations of classical texts, and so each day, she secretly attended the local academy as a silent listener. Over several years, she absorbed profound lessons on virtue and conduct. Only after observing her for a full year did I deem her worthy to become my disciple.
As Li Changsheng recounted her origins, he casually deflected Shen Muyang's chopsticks, and plucked the largest pork rib into his own bowl.
Then, crunch, 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 master, does she have a name? Naturally. She chose one herself, Su Liue. Ah. Master, crunch, 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 you understand beast speech too. Have you eaten yourself, stupid? What do you think divine sense is for? Indeed. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
He now seriously questioned Lu Yao's intellectual capacity. Snatching another piece of braised pork from Shen Muyang's grasp, he gestured toward the burly man beside him.
That is your fourth senior brother. Raised wild in untamed wilderness, with no guidance or instruction, he behaves like a beast, untutored in human ways. Yet his body cultivation aptitude is exceptional, so I brought him back.
Lu Yao asked curiously.
And his parents? Oh, his father was a scholar journeying to the capital for imperial examinations, his mother a giantess. That day torrential rain fell from the heavens. Enough, I understand, master. Please no more. It'll fail review.
Lu Yao hastily cut off his master's words. Gazing upon the iron tower figure, he hesitated.
Truth be told, is it not rather late for my junior brother to begin cultivation? Learning even basic literacy will take years, surely. Not at all. He is only 4, prime age for both study and cultivation. How could it possibly be late?
Lu Yao glanced between the towering man, who stood a head taller than himself, and Li Changsheng disbelief etched across his face.
4. No one would believe it. Even I refused to accept it until we verified his bonage. The child takes after his mother, grew up in quite a hurry.
As Li Changsheng spoke, he snatched yet another meatball. Shen Muyang's expression tightened with suppressed frustration. Was he truly being singled out?
White glare. You'd best repay my Wanli Xiang now.
Silence followed. At 20-some years old, repayment would require another 9 centuries, assuming he survived that long. Besides, it had been a genuine slip of the hand, not deliberate at all. Lu Yao, watching the exchange, grew curious and asked, thus learning the tangled history between them.
Master, do you enjoy wine?
Lu Yao asked.
I'm not particularly fond of drinking, but I spent 1,000 years brewing a vintage mere days away from its ceremonial unveiling, only for it to shatter. Not a single sip passed my lips. It stings.
Lu Yao, hearing this, promised to craft some peach blossom wine for his master to savor. Of course, he first needed to cultivate peach blossoms. Thanks to prior experience, nurturing them posed little challenge. With accelerated maturation, his master might taste it as early as next year. Hearing this, Li Changsheng's mood lifted, and he ceased deliberately targeting Shen Muyang. His hand reached toward the large covered pot at the center, Lu Yao's nourishing fragrant broth. The moment the lid lifted, a golden radiance erupted skyward, dazzling all present. Shen Muyang shielded his eyes, astonished.
What? This light? Is this the true power of a spirit chef? Junior brother, how did you achieve this? Fluorescent powder, I added a touch.
Oh, how disarmingly simple the secret proved to be. Once the golden light faded, Lu Yao ladled a bowl. One sip, and sheer transcendent freshness flooded his senses. Indeed, he had infused luminous spirit herbs accounting for the blinding brilliance. All sampled the broth, and agreed rich, sweet, exquisite. Suddenly inspiration struck Shen.
Ah!
If the soup itself tasted so divine, then anything he cooked from it must be equally sublime. Acting without hesitation, he secured everyone's consent, then dropped thin slices of meat into the simmering broth. Instantly the nourishing soup transformed into a bubbling hot pot. Lu Yao paused, then traced a finger through the liquid, parting the broth cleanly in two. Into the second half, he added an array of pungent fiery ingredients. Thus the Yinan hot pot was born. Through this dual broth vessel, he discerned his junior brother favored spice, senior sister Luo preferred mild flavor, senior brother Shen likewise loved heat, while master partook of both with equal relish. Both pots held ingredients he had prepared. Senior brother favored thinly sliced meat, junior brother shared that preference, senior sister leaned heavily toward vegetarian fare. As for master, he balanced his portions meticulously, meats, fungi like mushrooms, leafy greens such as bok choy, all distributed with precise harmonious proportion. Whether due to the abundance of added ingredients or something deeper, Lu Yao found the flavor growing increasingly ethereal with each bite, until he felt himself ascending beyond mortal realms, floating weightless, forgetting heaven and earth entirely. This state persisted until the soup pot began speaking to him. Lu Yao stared as the pot sprouted a mouth and cheerfully greeted him, while tiny figures darted about, scampering across the floor. The world before him suddenly warped, layer upon layer folding inward like a dream unspooling. His junior brother had already scurried into a corner, crouching low and digging a shallow pit to bury his lower body, muttering,
I am a mushroom. I am.
Meanwhile, senior sister Luo staggered unsteadily, repeatedly clutching her head.
My water will spill.
Excellent. She clearly believed herself a water bucket. Shen meanwhile stood eyes closed, grinning foolishly.
Hee. Shaoli, your time has come. Call me Brother Shen and I'll spare you. Yes, just like that. One more time.
Lu Yao turned to his master, whose face remained perfectly impassive.
Truly a master, utterly unruffled, the very image of a transcendent sage.
Just as this thought formed, thump! Li Chengxing's forehead struck the tabletop with startling force. He appeared merely asleep, but in truth he may well have departed some time ago. Gazing upon the pandemonium, Lu Yao felt his own head spin. The tiny figures flickered, fading, reappearing, until his vision steadied. Then calmly Lu Yao ladled another bowl, and drank. Instantly the altered state returned. Why? Because the soup pot brother wished to continue their conversation, and Lu Yao too wished to speak further. This was no ordinary pot. It was a pot steeped in wisdom. Mid-conversation, the soup pot brother suddenly declared he would share an exceptionally brilliant recipe for a modest side dish. Lu Yao listened, and found it utterly logical, profoundly brilliant. Fearing he might forget a single syllable, he even fetched paper and brush to record it. Though dazed, he knew, beyond doubt, that this was a recipe of extraordinary merit. When Lu Yao woke up the next day, he heard some noises, and realized that someone seemed to have already awakened. He began to recall what had happened yesterday. It appeared that he had been poisoned. He thought of this and looked around. Senior brother Shen was hanging from a tree, while their master was whipping him.
So you are Shen, huh? Ah. Smack. Roar. Do you want to hear it again? Master, please stop, I was wrong.
Lu Yao simply glanced over, and noted that everything seemed fine. He still had the energy to cosplay as a sunny doll. He looked at his junior brother and junior sister, who were cuddled up with their heads together, still asleep. Judging by their posture, it seemed that junior sister Luo had watered the mushrooms last night. Reasonable. Li Chengxing, seeing Lu Yao awake, stopped what he was doing.
So how was the Tianyuan mushroom I collected? Tasty, right?
Lu Yao recalled that the flavor was indeed exquisite, and he nodded affirmatively, saying,
Yes, it was quite delicious. Those two little ones have relatively low cultivation. They should wake up by this afternoon, so there's no need to worry.
Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly started to search. He then found a crumpled piece of paper beneath his feet. Thankfully, he hadn't lost the recipe for the dish that Brother Tang had taught him. Lu Yao opened the recipe and looked 2 taels of shoe polish heated to 70%, add in screws from 1982, stir fry until changed color, then immediately add gutter oil, simmer for 5 minutes, sprinkle in some iron filings, and it's done.
What on earth did I remember? Why did I not feel anything wrong yesterday?
Now that he was clear-headed, he realized that the most healthy ingredient in the entire dish was actually gutter oil. He set it ablaze, turning it to ashes. Master was busy dealing out 100 consecutive draws, while Senior Brother Shen was occupied collecting 100 consecutive draws, leaving the task of teaching the new junior brothers and sisters naturally to him. In the afternoon, Junior Sister Luo and the other finally woke up. Master wanted to test the junior brothers' training results, so Senior Brother Shen demonstrated a bit.
You scoundrel, who taught you to bully children like this?
Not long after it started, Senior Brother Shen almost received another 100 consecutive draws from Master. Upon hearing that it was Lu Yao who taught this, Master immediately changed his expression.
Well, it's understandable they do need a bit of a trial.
Shen Muyang. Teaching Su junior sister went unusually smoothly for Lu Yao. After all, she had studied for several years and had a thirst for knowledge, so she had no difficulty understanding at that moment. As for the 4th junior brother, since he had no name and had always lived in the wild, Master directly named him Lin Sheng. Just like his name, he was born in the woods, so he possessed an innocence that had not been tainted by knowledge. Instead of teaching him to read, Lu Yao decided to teach him cultivation, first guiding him through the cultivation methods, and he quickly learned. As for learning to read, they could take their time with that later. After all, he didn't need to understand the principles of the cultivation techniques now, as long as he could use them. Teaching a junior student was still somewhat challenging. Afterwards, Master curiously asked Lu Yao why he wasn't participating, but rather it was the junior brother who was up. Lu Yao helplessly explained that the sect leader felt that if he participated, it would be a case of a small one bullying a larger one, so he wasn't allowed to fight.
A small one bullying a large one? You haven't fallen into the void, have you?
Li Changsheng was somewhat hesitant. It couldn't be that absurd.
No, I just became a transformation god.
He sighed in relief, but not completely. Lu Yao's next words made his heart leap into his throat.
Then I've killed a transformation god, which is why the sect leader won't let me participate. What on earth? You killed a transformation god? When did that happen? You didn't know? Oh no, Master has been isolated. The sect leader didn't even tell him.
So he retold the entire sequence of events. Li Changsheng fell silent. After listening, this was even harder for him to accept than if Lu Yao had directly become a transformation god. The most crucial point was that he had not provided any help to Lu Yao. As a master, he was undoubtedly a failure. His disciple trained alone, quietly becoming a transformation god, and even defeated an evil sect transformation god. Lu Yao looked at his master, who had turned ashen, and did not understand why he was like this. A few days later, during the grand tournament, although Lu Yao did not participate, he successfully ended up on stage. Yes, he was the judge for the Golden Core group. He heard that Senior Brother Shen was judging in the adjacent arena for the Nascent Soul group, and would eventually guest star as the final boss for the Transformation God group. The top 3 of the Transformation God group would have the chance to challenge him. Similarly, the top 3 of the Nascent Soul group could also challenge Lu Yao. After the first day of matches, Lu Yao was amazed by the various spiritual bodies, divine pupils, and innate abilities that emerged in abundance. There were also disciples who had mastered their techniques to an extraordinary level, defeating many opponents with higher cultivation. These disciples, with excellent talents in technique cultivation, even if they didn't have special physiques, were still considered future seeds of transformation gods. The various techniques learned during the chi refining stage did not mean they immediately became useless at the next level. On the contrary, foundational techniques were prerequisites for many techniques at the next level. For example, the fireball technique at the foundation establishment stage had 3, 5, 6, 8 for second level techniques based on it. Not to mention those combination techniques. The ultimate form of the fireball technique is a series of flame divine abilities. The burning flame sword technique practiced by the junior brother had 3 ultimate forms: burning heaven sword, sea golden crow rainfall, and long rainbow piercing sun. Even the cleansing technique had a divine ability that could render 1,000 miles dust-free. Although it was hard to imagine who would train something to the level of divine ability, it would take a top-level cleanliness freak. Thus, a foundational technique could definitely be utilized at the transformation god stage. As for what to use after becoming a transformation god, one needed to start pursuing their own Dao using self-created methods. Lu Yao had yet to develop his own Dao. His current approach was purely numerical dominance. He needed to come up with some personal techniques, not requiring them to be particularly powerful, but they must be stylish. Otherwise, while others fought with dazzling effects, he would just rush in without any effects and punch someone to death, which was truly unbecoming. At the very least, he needed to develop some flashy skills. When the time came, he could rush in with effects and punch someone to death, which would look much better, right? Lu Yao served as a judge for 3 consecutive days, and what impressed him the most was a formation master. Unlike his imagination of a slow setup requiring various spiritual materials and flags, it was completely different. The formation master only needed to know the spiritual power nodes and input spiritual energy to construct the formation patterns, instantly forming the array. In this new era, formations were naturally progressing. Using formation flags was said to be the method from the Immortal Realm, and had long fallen behind. Now when a formation master raised a hand, several formations would appear. It was said that high-level formation masters could effortlessly create millions of composite formations powerful enough to slay immortals from the Immortal Realm. For example, the disciple Lu Yao saw could instantly construct dozens of golden core formations, and these formations could also combine and cooperate, their power rivaling that of the nascent soul. However, he still lost because his opponent was an indestructible battle body whose strength increased the more injured they became. At the last moment, that indestructible battle body even unleashed an attack at the nascent soul level, forcefully shattering all formations and eliminating that formation master. The grand competition lasted for over a month. Junior brother Yi ultimately secured 3rd place in the foundation establishment group. Ahead of him was a sword cultivator with a natural sword body and another disciple with impressive mastery over elemental techniques. Regarding this achievement, although the young junior was dissatisfied, Lu Yao felt it was already quite commendable. After all, he had only been cultivating for a short time, and was able to stand out among countless disciples. Junior sister Luo only managed to secure the 13th position in the Golden Core group. However, Lu Yao expressed his understanding, as he being a judge was most aware of the strength of those participants, each more extraordinary than the last. Without nascent soul level combat power, one couldn't even make it into the top 10. It was said that the situation in the nascent soul group was even more exaggerated, so the judges had never used anyone at the transcendence stage, otherwise even the judges might not have been able to match those disciples. As for the transcendence group, he was unclear about that. It was all overseen by sect elders as judges, and he had been busy these past few days, and hadn't gone to observe. According to his master, it was exceedingly absurd. Even if he were to temporarily seal his cultivation and enter, he might not be able to secure a place in the top 10. He also learned that his master had ranked 29th in that group, back then nearly falling out of the top 30. It was said that among those who ranked above him too had already attained immortality, and were currently fighting in the outer realms. Lu Yao believed he should be able to rank in the top 3, however, he wouldn't boast about being first without having fought. On the day the grand competition concluded, Master waved his hand grandly, inviting the sect master and fellow disciples to a feast. He was quite extravagant, and Lu Yao was nearly overwhelmed in the kitchen, waking up the next day feeling quite resentful. Of course, there were rewards as well. Last night, Master had thrown his 1,000 illusion mushroom into the pot. As the chef and the last to eat, Lu Yao saw numerous tables filled with prominent figures, leaving behind a little memento. It must not be cooked yet. Having eaten mushrooms for so many years, how could they be poisonous? They must not have been cooked thoroughly. Let me try cooking them again. Reward obtained. Illusory Tao True Resolution. Illusory Tao True Resolution. After use, automatically comprehend the principles of the illusory Tao. A good item that allows one to gain a principle for free, but after using it aside from his world's embryonic form trembling slightly, there was no other sensation. After all, mastering the principles of the illusory Tao did not increase his combat power at all, it merely added some means. Lu Yao had long used the low-grade talent stones. He had only one talent, and he had no idea when he'd receive a second one, so he naturally used them early to enjoy. The enhancement rose from 10 to 20. It was precisely this 20 boost that allowed him to possess the combat power comparable to that of a virtualization stage cultivator, even at the transcendence stage. When he truly stepped into the virtualization stage, aside from the transformation from advancing in life levels, he would also possess an additional 20 enhancement, which was simply outrageous. He wondered if after reaching the virtualization stage, he could contend with those at the harmonization stage. There was no answer to this question. If he really wanted to know, he would just have to try it out with his master when the time came.
Hungry! Hungry!
Junior Brother 4 ran over, tugging at Lu Yao's clothing. He was very quick to get hungry, not because his appetite was particularly great, but due to his high demand for energy. The normal absorption of spiritual energy could not alleviate his hunger, so he often came to Lu Yao to ask for food. Currently, Junior Brother 4 had learned some basic vocabulary, and his wildness had diminished. He could be said to have just begun to take on a human form, and was roughly understanding human nature. Perhaps due to having eaten too much osmanthus cake, he now loved to lie in the osmanthus grove to sleep. Whenever Lu Yao couldn't find him, he would always check the osmanthus grove, and could find him at some tree root or trunk. Junior Sister 3 typically refreshed in the study, while Junior Brother 2 usually refreshed on the back mountain, often accompanied by a mocking attendant. If one wanted to find Master, they could check by the cliff. He spent most of his time on that lounge chair. Lu Yao felt he was about to merge with that lounge chair.
Good boy, brother will give you something to eat.
Lu Yao took out some food to send Junior Brother 4 away. Not long after, Junior Sister 3 ran over to ask questions, and Lu Yao answered them one by one. After Junior Sister left, Junior Brother 2 would appear with his attendant, and then the two would challenge Lu to Demon King together. Time passed in this calm yet hurried manner. 8 years later, the world within Lu Yao's body had finally been successfully nurtured. At the moment of stepping from chaos into the realm of reality, the entire world rolled and churned in a state of chaos. The immense forces of the 5 elements collided with each other, and the principles began to intertwine, until finally the powers within the world reached a state of balance. A pale sky and tranquil earth gave birth to a barren yet vibrant world. At that moment, immense power began to propel his life-level transformation. Lu Yao officially entered the virtualization realm, possessing a true domain of principles. He named his domain the 3000 Tao Realm. A world with 3000 great Tao principles, simple and understandable. The effects were quite ordinary. Aside from providing him with a power boost, any principle of his opponents that overlapped with his 3000 principles would be suppressed by him, naturally reducing the enhancement from the domain. If he were to encounter someone whose principles clashed entirely with his, then congratulations to that lucky person, as they would be equivalent to having no domain in front of Lu Yao.
Brother, I'm hungry.
Lu Yao opened his eyes, sitting up from the boulder. Turning his head, he saw the familiar Junior Brother 4. However, he was now even more terrifyingly large. Lu Yao had already reached adulthood, but even though his appearance had turned into that of a youth, the gap with Junior Brother 4 had only widened. He was now around 184 meters tall, while Junior Brother 4 seemed close to 3 meters. He was not the thin type either. His arm muscles coiled like constrictor snakes, every inch of his form exuding strength and resilience, as if imbued with the power to tear space asunder. His bulging chest muscles resembled 2 rolling hills, with hard yet textured lines, giving a sense of calm and overwhelming visual impact. Standing beside him, Lu Yao appeared quite small, yet he was still just a child.
Here, eat this.
Lu Yao handed him an osmanthus cake. A half-brick-sized piece in his hand seemed like chewing gum barely fitting in his mouth. In these years, Master had not skimped on Lin Sheng's resources, so he currently lacked energy, and was only here out of craving. After all, he was still just a child.
How's the collection going?
Lu Yao looked up at him, asking the question Lin Sheng feared the most.
That almost done.
Seeing his expression, Lu Yao knew he hadn't memorized a thing, so he sighed, and patted Lin Sheng's waist, letting him play on his own.
Brother!
A girl in a white fox-eared dress ran over, and hugged Lu Yao from behind. He skillfully reached back to grab her collar, pulling her to the front.
Young lady shouldn't be so loud,
he said habitually after setting Junior Sister 3 down. After all, she wouldn't listen. Although he was just going through the motions, the sense of ritual couldn't be lacking.
Okay, brother.
Su Liyuan nodded obediently. Whether she would actually follow through was another matter.
What about your second brother? Second brother and junior sister Luo went down the mountain.
Recently, junior brother too had been coming to practice swordsmanship with him less and less. He said he felt he had hit a bottleneck, and it was only natural to have thoughts of going down the mountain, since mere sparring was no longer enough to improve. Now only he and junior sister 3 were left on the mountain. The others had gone down or out to play.
Sai busy, everyone's busy.
Better to be busy. The transformed white cranes on the mountain. The Xianshui python. At this moment, Lin Sheng, who was training his body, had no idea he had temporarily been expelled from human society. This morning, Elder Qi Feng sent a message to Lu Yao informing him that the drawing tools he had customized were finally refined. To be honest, Lu Yao had nearly forgotten about this matter. It had been over 8 years. He wondered what strange creations the Elder had managed to produce over those 8 years. His requirements weren't high, it just needed to withstand his power. In the afternoon, he met the Elder, who appeared somewhat haggard.
Elder Wu, are you all right? It's nothing, just a bit tired. By the way, your drawing tools. Great, thank you, Elder.
Lu Yao took a storage ring and left after saying goodbye. After he left, the Elder let out a sigh of relief, his fatigued expression noticeably easing.
Fortunately, my skills have improved.
After 8 years, he had finally managed to refine the items successfully. He didn't know where the kid had found the strange materials, which nearly led to his disgrace. But now it was finally complete. He lightly pinched his brow. He decided not to take any orders for the time being and to relax a bit. Recently, Wanhua Prefecture seemed to be hosting the Onsenatacade Rainbow Festival. It was said that beautiful flowers from various regions would be showcased along with grand dance performances, splendid and worth seeing.
Very well, let's go there.
Exhausted, Elder Wu finalized his destination, and Lu Yao took out the drawing tools to examine them. Scroll crafted from Tianyuan Realm meteorite, and various precious materials, incredibly sturdy, capable of bearing the world's power, nourishing to increased level. Brush made from Tianyuan. Oh dear. Elder Wu's craftsmanship is impressive. He had merely mentioned hoping the tools could withstand the world's power, but unexpectedly Elder Wu had directly created tools capable of bearing it. Excellent. I'll seek him out again next time. Holding the brush, he attempted to infuse it with the power of the laws and the world's power. There was not a single issue. Lu Yao felt relieved. He began to paint boldly, using the world's power as ink and the power of the laws as color, gradually filling the scroll. As he infused the void law into the scroll, this time, it finally did not explode. After a slight tremor, a small world immediately took shape. The scroll in his hands had gained some weight. Lu Yao weighed it in his hands, and found it acceptable, not too heavy. Additionally, he discovered that the small world within the painting could be compressed, and it could continue to expand. With both layering together, vast areas of the scroll were left blank. Looking at the empty canvas, Lu Yao decided to paint the scenery he was most familiar with. That would naturally be the Xianjian Sect. As he waved his brush, a world identical to the Xianjian secret realm began to form. The weight of the scroll continued to increase. By the time he completed the Xianjian secret realm, it had become heavy enough for him to feel it. He put away the scroll. Lu Yao was very satisfied with this item. On the way back he passed by the Dan Peak once again, and did not encounter the Golden Triangle this time. He heard that Lu Qing had been frequenting the Sword Peak, driving Chu Shidi to the brink of annoyance, causing him to enter seclusion. Thus Lu Yao and Shen Muyang often wandered over there when they had nothing to do. However, he hadn't gone much in the past 2 years. With Shen Muyang in seclusion trying to merge the Dao, Lu Yao was now the only bystander left. It had been a while since he last saw Qin Luofeng. Their last conversation was a year ago. He seemed to mention discovering some kind of secret realm, and after that there was no news from him. He wondered how he was doing. It should be going well, after all he was the chosen one.
He must be living quite happily now. What are you barking for?
Qin Luofeng, disheveled, and in a sorry state, was fleeing, occasionally turning back to hurl verbal abuse at his pursuers. A year ago, he passed by here, and happened to encounter the opening of the secret realm. With the spirit of "since I'm here, I might as well explore," he resolutely decided to venture inside. However, he did not expect that as soon as he entered the secret realm's door would close behind him. The good news was that this place was indeed a treasure land rich in spiritual energy, with spirit medicines everywhere. The only bad news was that it was a stronghold for evil cultivators. Once those cultivators discovered someone had infiltrated, they immediately sealed the secret realm. In the year that followed, he constantly fled within the secret realm, feeling quite desperate. Hiding, getting discovered, being chased, fighting, escaping, hiding to heal, refining pills, and then getting discovered again. He lived such a repetitive life. After 8 years of effort, he had now achieved the transformation stage. Although several void practitioners and a bunch of transformation stage cultivators were hunting him down, he was utterly unperturbed. He even had time to turn back and hurl insults. This kind of trash talk had become a classic segment he just had to experience. He just didn't understand why these people seemed to lack education. Their vocabulary was too deficient. Every time they chased him, it was just a few phrases. Running while demanding him to stop, and even threatening to leave him whole. It was laughable. They must all be underdeveloped in brain function, otherwise, how could they come up with such words? Do I really look like an idiot? Qin Luofeng sneered, then accelerated, shaking off the crowd behind him.
This spiritual power transformation technique is indeed useful. These people can't catch up with me at all.
He randomly found a spot, disguised himself as a rock, and waited for the evil cultivators to approach. His calmness was also thanks to senior brother Lu, whose jade pendant was incredibly useful. Even divine senses couldn't detect him. After he ambushed the evil cultivators, he still needed to refine pills. He had just been punched a few times by that void practitioner, and his body was bruised all over. Fortunately, as a body cultivator, he only needed a few days to recover, just to settle down.
Just wait. In 3 days he'll be back to being a good man.
In the eastern region, Kanglan Prefecture. The sunlight spilled over the mystery Immortal Mountain, where a young woman stood atop the peak. She wore a light purple cultivation robe with silver cloud patterns embroidered on the cuffs, and hem gently fluttering in the breeze, adding a touch of ethereal elegance. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, exuding confidence and a hint of arrogance, with her lustrous black hair casually tied up, a few strands falling across her face.
Are you really sure you want to do this?
Facing her master's hesitant expression, and Lingyun nodded seriously. She had fought through all her peers in Kanglan Tianzong. Her heart swelled with an unprecedented sense of invincibility, naturally wanting to challenge the geniuses from other domains. She believed the outcome would be the same as now. After all, she had never lost since childhood. As a genius, who had been pursued by many since childhood, she had always sailed smoothly with no defeats. She didn't even know what failure meant. Merely the top talents from 4 domains, nothing but rank amateurs. Looking at her confident disciple, Chen Yashuan felt a bit of a headache. For no reason, she insisted on challenging those top talents from the 4 domains. It was all Jiang Mabei's fault for encouraging her. Just because her parents were immortals. She had no backbone. Now look how inflated she's become. She couldn't just say it directly. However, she might not necessarily lose. As a descendant of immortals, and Lingyun was actually quite powerful. Even when facing Jiang Mabei, they could be said to be evenly matched with no clear advantage. At 26 years old, she was at the void transformation stage. Such strength, regardless of which domain's younger generation was considered top-notch, she might not necessarily lose to the other geniuses from several domains. Since that's the case, then let's mention it to the Sect Master and let her give it a try. Speaking of which, where's the first stop? Let me see. Northern region Tianyuan Sect. At night, on the mountainside, the peach blossom trees planted by Liu were now in full bloom, covering the entire peak. Unlike the osmanthus trees from before this time, the peach blossoms, while perpetually blooming, did not contain much spiritual energy. To restore the true essence of the peach blossom tree, it was of course necessary to have peaches. As a fruit imbued with abundant spiritual energy, Liu named the peaches Pan Tao. Perhaps due to their rarity and the concentrated spiritual energy supporting them, the Pan Tao not only had a rich and delicious taste, but also contained far more spiritual energy than the same weight of osmanthus. Based on the Pan Tao and peach blossoms, he similarly developed a series of desserts, the peach blossom soup made with Pan Tao and peach blossoms. The taste was decent, but he personally didn't enjoy it much. It was too bland for his liking. He never considered using it for cooking as it felt peculiar to stir-fry with it. However, his master was quite fond of it. But his master was a glutton, loving to eat just about anything, even trying roadside grasses for taste. He always brought out some strange ingredients. Last time, he tossed a piece of Lingyun wood into the pot, leaving the three of them lying there for half a day, unable to control their bodies. Yet he only targeted him and senior brother Shen, and would specifically tell the junior disciples not to eat those strange ingredients. When faced with Liu's questioning gaze, he could actually say something like, "Your junior brothers and sisters have low cultivation levels. Eating these things might be fatal." Liu. Shen Muyang. So only our lives are resilient enough not to die. Indeed, they wouldn't die, as their formidable physique from practicing the void allowed them to withstand various poisons that could kill a transformation stage cultivator. They would merely feel a slight numbness in their mouths. It was just as if the ingredients naturally had a peppery flavor. After all, the master never included anything beyond their tolerance levels. He often had sudden bursts of inspiration. Thus today, he tried another peculiar ingredient, the 6th grade fierce beast, the gold-eater pig, a highly toxic fish whose organs and skin contained a large amount of toxins. But honestly, it tasted quite good, and was quite sleep-inducing. He fell asleep immediately after eating it, only just waking up now. After waking, Liu decided to take a bath to relax. He had placed the previous tribulation thunder pool at the center of the peach grove for everyone to practice, especially for the 4th junior disciple, who soaked in it every day to train his body. Liu was worried he might turn into a giant from soaking too much. As for the Tao Enlightenment Stone, he had embedded it in the rock he often sat on at the top of the nearby mountain. Even his junior sister had teased him before, saying that was Liu's respawn point, as he would sit there steadfastly every day. He never expected to be mocked by this little one someday. Liu walked ahead, with a small tail closely following behind. A joyful little white-haired fox bounced along behind him, its fluffy tail wagging continuously, looking very excited. The two arrived at the edge of the pool. Liu shed his clothes, leaving only the bitter tea seeds on. The little fox watched this scene, its tail almost spinning like a propeller. His body temperature continued to rise, eyes wide open. The moment he soaked into the pool, a familiar tingling sensation surged again, and Liu let out a long sigh. Just like that, it felt amazing. Watching the little fox swimming beside him, Liu wiped the water off his face and pulled her over. "Be good, or you can soak by yourself." Wu Liu immediately behaved, having finally convinced her senior brother what if she was really kicked out. Stealing glances at her senior brother's well-built physique made her heart race. This was a benefit one wouldn't usually see. After secretly rubbing her tail against her senior brother twice, finding he didn't react, her courage grew a bit bolder, and she began to gently nuzzle his neck with her head. It was ticklish. Liu ignored her. He hadn't intended to soak with the little fox, but she insisted for a long time about what it meant to be brother and sister, claiming she wasn't human. Finally, after she promised not to revert to her human form, Lu Yao reluctantly agreed. Now it seemed tolerable. At first it felt a bit discomforting, but after a while, it felt fine. After all, she was a fox like soaking with a pet. After a while someone else arrived, and Lu Yao couldn't even be bothered to lift his head. The fourth junior disciple came in without even taking off his clothes, directly soaking in to start his training. Su Liu glanced over, then averted her gaze, continuing to snuggle against her senior brother. After a while the master also arrived. He noticed Su Liu was there, and momentarily froze, seemingly wanting to say something. But seeing her rubbing against Lu Yao's neck making soft sounds, he gave up. His figure suddenly became blurry, as if pixelated. The master also soaked in. Looking at the pixelated figure, Su Liu showed no interest continuing her endeavors. What she craved was her senior brother's body. The fourth junior disciple looked terrifying. His muscles were quite intimidating and ugly. As for the master, in her heart, he was akin to a father figure, who in their right mind would develop feelings for their own father. To this day, she still couldn't comprehend the romantic narratives penned in those novels about master-disciple relationships. Would anyone really fall in love with the master who raised them, or the disciple they nurtured? What was the difference from falling in love with one's parents or children? It defied the principles of teacher-student ethics, and it was hard to imagine how they wrote such things. Just a glance made her feel disgusted. Slurp, she extended her tongue and licked her senior brother's neck. A delicacy. Lu Yao scratched her head, saying, "Be good, or I'll toss you ashore." The little fox, afraid of being really tossed ashore, behaved, and no longer made any unnecessary movements, just contentedly continuing to nuzzle against her senior brother. Beside them, Li Changsheng remained silent. He simply pulled out a tray, which held a small stewing pot and various ingredients. He skillfully began his culinary creations. Ever since the 1,000 illusion mushroom incident, Li Changsheng felt that he too had the potential to become a great chef in the world. To this, Lu Yao expressed, "There was absolutely no possibility of that. Your junior brother is soaking." A rather unexpected voice sounded, and Shin Muyang appeared at the pond's edge. Lu Yao raised his head and looked at senior brother Shin, a bit curious. "Senior brother, have you achieved harmony?" Upon hearing this, Shin Muyang's mouth lifted into a wild grin, just as he was about to show off. A cold voice interrupted from the side. "What breakthrough in harmony? He has merely crossed that threshold. To truly achieve harmony, he probably needs several more years. Tisk, master uncle, can't you not undermine my accomplishments?" Shin Muyang said helplessly. "Then can you stop smashing my wine? I already said that was an accident." Shin Muyang felt helpless and frantic. Who knew it would be so coincidental? 5 years ago, Lu Yao brewed peach blossom wine for Li Changsheng, and the master specially found a very secluded place. Excitedly, he buried it underground and set up a gathering spirit formation, planning to drink it after some time. The master said that only aged wine could possess a soul, hence it needed to be buried for a few years before drinking. Lu Yao didn't quite understand the soul-eating monster's thoughts. After being buried for a long time, it would merely have denser spiritual energy and a more fragrant taste, but a soul. He truly didn't taste anything special. Senior brother Shin was also unfortunate. Just the day before the master was to unveil the wine, he happened to pass by there and had a sudden epiphany of a sword technique. So seeing that no one was around in the desolate area, the unfortunate senior brother immediately experimented with his sword technique. The moment the concealed formation was broken and the wine jar appeared, Shin Muyang knew he was done for. "Sister Xiaoqing, wait for me." The sweet voice of the girl echoed throughout the courtyard. She ran a few steps forward and then hugged another girl in red. "Shui, don't hug so tightly, I can't breathe." "Nonsense, you're a golden core, how could you not breathe?" Lu Shui did not believe her, increasing her grip and hugging tighter. Xiaoqing felt somewhat helpless and ultimately gave up struggling, allowing her to hold her. Inhaling the faint fragrance from Xiaoqing, Lu Shui looked utterly satisfied. One breath. Sigh, another breath. "Sister Xiaoqing smells so good." She pressed her cheek against Xiaoqing's, whispering in her ear, "Sister, you smell so good." I use some scented balm." Your hands are so small and soft." "Shall we compare sizes?" Xiaoqing swatted her mischievous hand away. This year we're going to Xianjian Sect to cultivate. I'm a bit scared, she said with some worry. Xiaoqing's talent for cultivation was not ideal. Counting the time before her transformation, she had cultivated for over 10 years, and was still only at the golden core stage. This talent might not be considered poor, but at Xianjian Sect it would be unremarkable, just ordinary. She worried about how she would be looked down upon when she got there. If someone bullied her again, she didn't dare to think any further. Don't be afraid, Sister Xiaoqing, I will protect you. Besides, brother is also at Xianjian Sect. If anyone dares to bully you, we can just find him, said Lu Yingshui. Brother, I wonder what kind of person he is. Xiaoqing asked curiously. She didn't have much impression of her brother. By the time she transformed, Lu Yao had already returned to Xianjian Sect. However, she heard from her godmother that he was a nice person, and would take good care of the two of them at Xianjian Sect. I don't have much impression either, but my brother Lu Yingshui must be a really good person, she said proudly, lifting her small face. Although her memory of her brother was only that vague view of the back of his head, and that gentle voice, Lu Yingshui was certain that her brother must be exceptionally kind. She was also looking forward to meeting her brother. I say, senior brother Shen, are you going out too? Lu Yao curiously asked Shen Muyang, who was also at the gate. Shen Muyang nodded and smiled. Yes, I'm going home for a bit. I haven't been back in so many years, I miss home. What a coincidence. You're going back too? What? Junior brother Lu is also. Lu Yao and Shen Muyang spoke as they walked outside. I see, going back to bring your sister into the sect, right? If you wait too long, she'll be past the age limit. Shen Muyang understood. The maximum age for new disciples at Xianjian Sect was 10 years old. Anyone over 10, no matter how talented, would be turned away. Only those cultivated from a young age would have a sense of belonging to the sect. Those who joined midway often lacked any real connection to the sect, treating it merely as a stepping stone. Many parents reluctant to part with their children, and having conditions, would raise them until they were nearly 10 before letting them go to Xianjian Sect to cultivate. Speaking of which, I also have a younger sister, very well behaved, probably about your age. You have a younger sister? I've never heard of that before, Lu Yao said in surprise, never knowing that senior brother Shen had a sister. Yes, she has a fire attribute spiritual body, so she went to Flame Valley, and is not cultivating at Xianjian Sect. I see. No wonder he hadn't heard anyone mention it. Turns out, she wasn't at Xianjian Sect. That makes sense, not all geniuses necessarily needed to cultivate at Xianjian Sect. The saying that every field has its own specialty is not just talk. They naturally have their own corresponding methods and guiding elders, but how could they compare with those sects that specialize in these studies? As a sect focused on swordsmanship, even a dog on the street would know 2 sword techniques. This is not an exaggeration, but a reality. On the main peak road there really is a dog named De Huang wearing a small hat with a sword coiled around its tail. All the disciples refer to it as Senior Brother De Huang. No one knows when he entered the sect, they just remember that he was there when they arrived. Senior Brother De Huang never speaks, but whenever a disciple challenges him, he immediately draws his sword to fight. If you possess enough strength, you might even unlock Senior Brother De Huang's second phase, allowing him to carry an additional sword in his mouth, becoming a dual sword wielder. Thus every new disciple entering the sect sees challenging Senior Brother De Huang as a way to test their cultivation. Forcing out the second phase is considered an honor. As for defeating Senior Brother De Huang, just dream about it. Lu Yao couldn't even win against him. When Senior Brother De Huang unleashed his virtual power, he felt something was off. It wasn't until Senior Brother De Huang realized he couldn't defeat him, and suddenly elevated to the harmonization realm, that Lu Yao's expression finally changed. So you were the boss all along? I thought you were just a roadside monster. Lu Yao and Senior Brother Shen exchanged glances, confirming their mutual understanding. They were both lesser than a dog. Very well, if only one couldn't defeat him, it would be embarrassing, but if no one could, then it's fine. No one could laugh at anyone else. The two of them flew side by side toward the Immortal boat. When they arrived, Lu Yao discovered that Senior Brother Shen was actually on the same Immortal boat as him. What a coincidence, Senior Brother. It is quite a coincidence. This immortal boat would pass through hundreds of continents. He didn't know which stop senior brother would get off at. The two chatted on the deck, encountering no incidents during the journey. Generally, evil cultivators wouldn't attack immortal boats, because you never know if the boat is carrying some terrifying powerhouse. You see many tribulation transcendents, and even great ascension powerhouses choose to hitch a ride on immortal boats. Being alone flying aimlessly in the void, and occasionally being swept by chaotic currents, is not a pleasant experience. If there is a more comfortable mode of travel, and no urgent matters, one would naturally know how to choose. Attacking an immortal boat is like opening a blind box. If luck is bad, you might just unleash a nuclear bomb. But to be fair, there are exceptions. For instance, Qin Luo Feng, every time he takes an immortal boat, he encounters evil cultivators, making him a walking accident generator. In a month, he experiences more incidents than others do in a year, with each day filled with something new and exciting. For some reason, Liu Yao thought of him and wondered what he was up to. Oh, wait a minute. Liu Yao suddenly realized that they were almost at Lingyun continent, yet senior brother hadn't shown any signs of getting off. Senior brother, aren't you getting off? Almost there. Lingyun continent. Liu Yao asked somewhat strangely. Of course, it's Lingyun continent. Have you forgotten what my nickname is? Shen Muyang had a face that said it should be obvious. Liu Yao thought for a moment senior brother seemed to be called Lingyun Sword. No way, what a coincidence, could he actually be a fellow townsman? Liu Yao glanced suspiciously at the senior brother beside him, as the two swiftly fled in the same direction. He was starting to genuinely doubt it. He couldn't help but find it a bit too coincidental. The vastness of Lingyun continent allowed for some understanding, as the senior brother was his fellow townsman. However, the direction they were flying made it clear that they both originated from the same city.
What the hell are you, from the Lu family of Lingyun continent?
Shen Muyang never expected this. With so many people sharing the surname Lu, he hadn't linked it to that Lu family.
Yes, so you're that prodigy from the Shen family, the reincarnation of an immortal. I am indeed the eldest son of the Shen family, but what do you mean by reincarnation of an immortal? Haven't you heard?
Shen Muyang shook his head, prompting Liu Yao to enlighten him about the legend. Everyone in the city knew that the Shen family had produced a remarkable son gifted beyond compare, who was taken in by the immortal of the Xianjian sect early on. It was said that he slayed gods and demons alike, with others avoiding his brilliance. His story had circulated in the city for many years, and had evolved into a version where he was a reincarnated immortal. Even Liu Yao had heard of it as a child, though he hadn't paid it much mind then. After hearing Liu Yao's account, Shen Muyang felt something was off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. It seemed absurd, yet upon reflection, most of the legends were likely true aside from the reincarnation part. He did possess considerable talent, and had never suffered a defeat before meeting Liu Yao. If the transformation into a deity counted as divine, then he indeed had killed quite a few. He had even shattered a demon in the abyss. The legend is actually about me.
Liu Yao, come visit my home sometime.
As they approached the city gate, Shen Muyang invited him, and Liu Yao promised to do so next time. As they reached the city gate, Shen Muyang suddenly smiled. A charming girl was energetically waving at them, calling out,
Brother! Brother! Over here! Liu Yao, this is my sister, she.
Shen Muyang was about to introduce her when his sister interrupted.
It's you.
Her voice suddenly rose several octaves as she pointed at Liu Yao in surprise.
It's me. I didn't expect you to be senior brother Shen's sister. What a coincidence.
Liu Yao recognized her as well.
Brother, it's him. He hit me and slapped me. You have to stand up for me. Hit you. What happened? What mischief did you do?
Seeing his sister suddenly become so agitated, Shen Muyang frowned, surprised that they actually knew each other and seemed to have a past.
I was playing with my toy on the street, and he suddenly beat it up, then hit my guard, and finally hit me too.
Shen Muyang's frown deepened as he pondered over Liu Yao and his sister. Liu Yao was also contemplating, surprised that this girl held a grudge. It had been a childhood incident, yet she still remembered it. Moreover, the truth of the matter was far from the victimhood she portrayed. Had it not been for him, at the time Li Jixian would have been bitten and disfigured. After dealing with that dog himself, the arriving guards immediately tried to attack him without a second thought. This little girl was quite unruly, not listening to his explanation and coming at him to teach him a lesson. How could he endure that? Having just formed his golden core, he went ahead and directly beat her guard up, and she ended up taking 2 slaps herself. Afterward, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Yao. In fact, some even came to apologize. As if joking, he was the 3rd young master of the Lu family, not some random person. It would be surprising if no one caused him trouble. If they did they want to survive in Lingyuan continent? Seeing Shen Muyang and thought Lu Yao didn't want to explain. He waited for senior brother Shen to defend his sister, so he would have a reason to beat the 2 of them together. It had been a long time since he had sparred with senior brother Shen, and he felt a bit eager, better to fight first and explain later. Battle? Exciting. With a crisp sound, Shen Muyang retracted his hand from the girl's head.
Alright, to be honest, I don't know you well, but I know Lu Shitty will never do something like this. What I said. If you lie again, don't blame me for hanging you up when we get home. No.
Under Shen Muyang's pressure, she finally revealed the truth of the matter. Hearing that his sister was so willful and unreasonable, he found it hard to believe that she had acted so obediently in front of him. He decided that when he got home, he would have to hang her up and give her a good beating. Turning to Lu Yao, he awkwardly said,
Sorry, Lu Shitty, I haven't disciplined her well. I'll deal with her properly when I get home. Oh, it's fine, but it's a pity.
Seeing the look of pity on Lu Yao's face, Shen Muyang's lips twitched. Bastard, what are you pitying? You didn't explain anything earlier. Did you just want an excuse to hit me? It must be. What a scheming person. He couldn't help but reflect on the wickedness of human hearts, how it could come to this. If it were 8 years ago, he would have gladly fought Lu Yao, but now, didn't he see the senior brother De Huang fighting Lu Yao using even the powers of the harmonization realm? Everyone knew that senior brother De Huang only used the same strength as his opponent. Would he really be able to take on Lu Yao? He would probably be bedridden for days. Even if he had half a step into the harmonization realm facing an ordinary genius, who had just entered it, he could only say he had the upper hand. But against a super genius in the harmonization realm, he might find himself at a disadvantage. If he fought someone with similar talents in the harmonization realm, he could only defend himself and not attack. And that bastard Lu Yao, he had been a spectator during his battle with senior brother De Huang. He felt that if he had participated, he would have likely ended up with bruises all over. Especially with that strange artifact of Lu Yao's. A scroll called the Shanhai Hui, which projected a world image that could limit at least 30% of his combat power if it pressed down on him. And there was a pen named Fu Sheng with which Lu Yao could freely add and subtract items in the domain. He didn't want to face the suppression of Lu Yao's domain and Shanhai Hui, only to then confront hundreds of ferocious beasts and evil cultivators drawn out by the Fu Sheng pen, including himself. It was utterly disgusting. The longer he fought, the closer the drawn version of himself would be to his real self. In the end, he felt like he was fighting a mirror. And Lu Yao wouldn't even strike, merely watching from the side, forcing him to stay alert and on guard at all times. It was truly insidious. He couldn't muster a single thought of fighting Lu Yao. If he could win, it would be teaching. If they were evenly matched, it would be sparring. But to charge and only to be crushed, that was just asking for trouble. He considered himself a normal person and had no such peculiar interests. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Lu Yao still bid farewell to senior brother Shen and returned home. The place was empty, not a soul in sight. Lu Yao didn't mind and sat down at the stone table in the yard. He placed a small stove on the table and began to boil water to brew tea for himself. As he sat there, he found the stone bench uncomfortable, so he switched to his own lounge chair and conveniently shrank the stone table a bit to reach it more easily. He squinted his eyes, feeling the gentle sway of the rocking chair.
Sister Qing, hurry up. Ain't you slowed down? Why are you running so fast?
2 figures chased into the small courtyard. At the moment they saw Lu Yao, both were stunned. The usually quiet courtyard unexpectedly had visitors. He did not recognize this person. Furthermore, He was strangely captivating. Although he was exceptionally good-looking, he somehow felt very ordinary. Why? Lu Yao also looked over, and in an instant a sense of blood connection washed over him, revealing the identity of the person before him. As for the one beside her, he instantly recognized her form, a large koi fish. He smiled and greeted them.
You must be Yingxue. You've grown up, and little Qing has even transformed. Brother.
As soon as Lu Yao spoke, Yingxue recognized his voice and exclaimed in surprise. Little Qing also reacted, feeling a bit nervous.
Greetings, brother. I am little Qing this year. Alright, no need to be so nervous. I don't eat people.
Seeing the small koi ready to report her birth date and time, Lu Yao gestured for them to sit down and poured each of them a cup of tea. He picked up the teacup and instinctively blew on it. Even though he could now swallow the essence of the sun, he still did it out of habit. Noticing they were still a bit tense, Lu Yao took the initiative to start a conversation.
Where have Mom and Dad gone? Why aren't they home? Dad recently achieved a breakthrough in the harmonization stage, and he took Mom to the outer realms.
Yingxue replied. Little Qing quickly added,
We are about to go to Xianjian Sect for cultivation, so they left with peace of mind, saying that brother would take good care of us.
They left. It was unexpected yet reasonable after all they needed to cultivate. Even if they were on a break, raising children for these years was still a vacation. However, they didn't even inform him, and he learned of Dad's breakthrough from his younger sister. Lu Yao suspected he had been isolated. Seeming to sense Lu Yao's thoughts, Yingxue hurriedly explained.
Brother, Mom, and Dad are just worried about you. It's fine, I'm not that fragile.
Lu Yao found it somewhat amusing, comforting her. After all, it was merely a temporary parting, nothing to be sad about. He also noticed another point.
Godmother. Yes, Godmother recognized me as her goddaughter, so I am now called Lu Shaoqing.
Seeing little Qing still looking tense, Lu Yao sat up and patted her shoulder to comfort her.
Then you will also be my sister. Don't worry, I will take good care of both of you. I believe in you, brother.
Yingxue suddenly noticed something was off. Oh no, she had become an outsider.
Tell me about your situation, cultivation level, special talents, and so on.
Lu Yao prepared to understand their circumstances.
Brother, I'm in the late golden core stage. I don't seem to have any special physique, just a faster cultivation speed. Great-grandfather said I have a high comprehension ability.
Lu Yao also had no special physique, so he agreed with Yingxue on that point. It was very reasonable.
Brother, I don't have any special physique. My cultivation speed is particularly slow, and my comprehension ability is not high. I am only at the mid-golden core stage now.
Little Qing felt a bit anxious, wondering if she was somewhat useless.
Special talents.
Lu Yao recalled little Qing's photo. Could it be a trace of true dragon blood? He pulled out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to little Qing. Looking at the blood-like liquid which resembled red glass, little Qing felt a deep longing arising from the depths of her bloodline. This special blood fascinated her, making her want to swallow it whole.
What is this? True dragon blood.
Lu Yao obtained it from Qing Luofeng, initially intending to keep it as a collection, or for a hot pot, but he found it was not tasty at all, so it had just been gathering dust.
Alright, don't say anything, just drink it.
Seeing little Qing about to speak, Lu Yao anticipated her words and interrupted her beforehand.
Brother, drinking this will really make me stronger. Of course, open your mouth, here it comes.
Lu Yao poured the dragon blood into her mouth. Immediately little Qing let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from all over her body, increasing in amount. This startled Yingxue, who anxiously grabbed Lu Yao's arm. He reached out to pat her head, comforting her.
It's alright, don't be nervous, this is normal. Dragon blood is too domineering, and she is currently expelling waste blood.
Although her brother assured her that little Qing was fine, seeing her gradually transform into a blood cocoon still made her anxious. Lu Yao raised his hand, setting up a layered spiritual gathering array for little Qing, and tossed in a pile of spirit stones to assist her transformation. Yingxue finally felt more at ease. In fact, even if it failed, he could just ask Qing Luofeng for more dragon blood. After all, his little dragon looked quite plump. A bit of blood loss wouldn't hurt. He then turned to Yingxue, already thinking of a gift for her. The Void Awakening pill. Last time he ate one, there was still one left. When he asked the sect leader later, he didn't intend to leave, as his daughter hadn't contacted him for a long time, keeping it was useless. Now it was just right to give it to Yingxue. Once consumed, she would grasp 99% of the essence of the void, and once she stepped into the transformation stage, she would automatically obtain the laws of the void. Of course, the premise was that she attained the nascent soul, otherwise it would be useless, and she might end up exploding like fireworks.
Yingxue, work hard in your cultivation, and when you reach the nascent soul stage, I will give you a great gift. Really?
I will do my best, thank you, brother.
She was actually not far from the nascent soul stage, so she was looking forward to her brother's gift.
Looks like I need to work hard on my cultivation. Yingxue decided to carve out some time from her moments spent with Sister Qing to focus on her training. This transformation lasted for 7 days, causing them to miss the disciple ceremony. However, it didn't matter, participation or not was the same. After all, they were half connected, and they could still enter. Not attending also spared them from a torment. The sect leader's speech, lasting over 3 hours, was truly a challenge to human physiological limits. He once tried to listen to the entire sect leader's speech and came to a conclusion. It was all nonsense. It's hard to imagine.
Cultivators must cultivate diligently. When absorbing spiritual energy, one must operate their techniques. If not, the conversion rate of absorbed spiritual energy is particularly low.
How could such phrases come from the sect leader's mouth, especially when those elders had warned the new disciples in advance? So after he finished speaking, there would often be thunderous applause from below. Did the sect leader know? Of course he knew and took delight in it. Who said it was all flattery? Some were even moved to tears, while a few fainted in excitement. How could this speech be bad? It was simply fantastic. What is this? Shenmu Yang looked curiously at the large blood cocoon. Lu Yao provided a detailed introduction about Xiao Qing and how she ended up like this. So is the dragon blood hot pot delicious? Not really. But that's not the main point. The main point is that we might have to wait a few more days before we can go back. Shenmu Yang had already finished his visit and was preparing to wait for Lu Yao to return with him. However, Lu Yao's sister still needed some time for her transformation. He had the patience to wait, as it wouldn't take long, and he could enjoy a few more days of food and drink here. His gaze suddenly turned towards the door, and he coldly snorted.
What are you doing standing there?
Come in. A shy figure walked in from behind the door, limping towards the two of them. She lowered her head, tears in her eyes, and bowed to Lu Yao in apology. I'm sorry. It's fine, I never took it to heart. Lu Yao was somewhat surprised. After all, this was his younger sister. Shenmu Yang was surprisingly harsh even during training with his junior sister. Seeing that Lu Yao had forgiven her, she kept her head down and obediently stood to the side. Shenmu Yang was still somewhat angry. After he returned, he investigated and found out that she had been using his name to bully others. Fortunately, she hadn't committed any heinous acts, otherwise Shenmu Yang would have personally dealt with her. Now he had only given her a beating, which was already lenient considering their parents. Senior brother, please have some tea. Lu Yingxue entered with a teapot and poured a cup of hot tea for Shenmu Yang. Looking at his own sister, and then at Lu Yao's sister, he felt increasingly frustrated at the stark difference. If only Yingxue were my sister. Speaking of which, how do you dispute custody rights with a friend if there is no blood relation? This is urgent. Glancing at Lu Yao, who was calmly sipping tea, he decided it was better not to ask, otherwise Lu Yao might turn him into a folding screen. Days passed. One day the blood cocoon finally showed signs of activity. With a crisp sound, numerous cracks began to spread across its surface, eventually transforming into a cloud of flying ash. In the place where the blood cocoon had been, only a tail of a koi remained particularly striking. Its form was already graceful, with scales as red as the morning cloud shimmering under the sunlight, and its long tail fin swayed like a soft ribbon in the air. And now this koi had taken on a dragon-like shape. Its body gradually became sturdier, the formerly rounded fish body acquiring the strong lines characteristic of dragons. A protrusion resembling dragon horn sprouted from its head, still tender, but exuding a sense of majesty. Its eyes became brighter, radiating a lively yet mysterious light. It seemed to sense its own transformation, joyfully swimming in the air, occasionally leaping high and splashing sparkling waves of spiritual energy as if showcasing its new form. Lu Yao sensed the situation immediately and arrived, but he did not disturb her joy. Instead, he quietly stood by and watched. "Brother." Xiaoqing swam towards Lu Yao, and just before reaching him, she leaped into the air, transforming into a girl. Lu Yao reached out to touch the small dragon horns on her head, curious. "Is this a side effect?" "What side effect? Isn't this horn something you couldn't control and couldn't retract?" Upon hearing her brother's explanation, Xiaoqing finally understood and shyly responded. "No, I think it looks nice, so I intentionally kept it." "All right." Lu Yao didn't quite understand Xiaoqing's sense of aesthetics, especially because it was too delicate. From above it looked like deer antlers. Those who didn't know might think her original form was that of a deer demon. Abandoning the attempt to understand Xiaoqing's aesthetics, Lu Yao prepared to find Shen Senior Brother and set off for the Xianjian Sect. Shen Senior Brother was easy to find. When Lu Yao located him, he was sleeping on a lounge chair in the yard. Lu Yao approached and shook the chair to wake him. What's wrong?" "It's time to go back to the Xianjian Sect." "Why go back to the Xianjian Sect?" "Oh yes, we really should go back." Shen Muyang had grown somewhat comfortable living this life of eating and sleeping every day. Now suddenly coming back to his senses, he realized how degenerate he had become. This simply wouldn't do. From today onward, he quickly reviewed in his mind the delicious food from Lu Yao, the singing of Ying Shui, and the time they spent playing chess together before finally gritting his teeth. No more alcohol. Huh? Lu Yao looked at his suddenly determined brother and felt puzzled. When did Senior Brother start drinking? He didn't know, and now he was planning to quit. All right, now that it's all done, let's prepare to set off. Yes, so call Ying Shui. Lu Yao locked on to Lu Ying Shui with his divine sense, and then sent her a message. Brother, are we finally setting off? Yes, pack anything you want to bring. Lu Ying Shui thought for a moment, and realized she didn't really need to bring anything. Upon seeing Xiaoqing, her eyes lit up, and she rushed over to hug her. Sister Xiaoqing, your skin seems to have improved. It's so smooth and tender. Ying Shui, don't do that, it tickles. Watching the two play around, Lu Yao chose to ignore them. Their relationship seemed quite good. He and Shen Senior Brother led the way out, with the two girls hurriedly following behind. When they reached the Immortal boat, they bought their tickets and boarded. The two of them, who were going on a long trip for the first time, seemed a bit excited, running around constantly. Even the boring void amazed them. Lu Yao understood this when he saw it for the first time. Although it wasn't as exaggerated, he was also quite curious. He suddenly turned his head and looked toward a certain side of the void. As previously mentioned, his lens had generally never been turned off. Evil Cultivator A, on the order of the Lord, I have come to try to create an accident with the Immortal boat. Evil Cultivators. Lu Yao did not disturb them. He just made a grasping motion towards the direction of the Evil Cultivators. The target is coming. Yes, prepare to move. In an instant, they felt an unstoppable force descending upon them, pressing down on their bodies and souls. The two of them didn't even have time to beg for mercy before being crushed into a bloody rain, scattering in the void. Lu Yao shook his hand, retrieving their storage rings. Just two mere ants in the void refining realm, and the weakest kind, using a single hand, was already giving them face. Seeing Lu Yao's actions, Shen Muyang frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Just two ants from the void refining realm, nothing serious. Oh, then it really is nothing serious. Shen Muyang nodded for him. These two evil cultivators indeed fell within the realm of mere ants. I have met Senior Brother Shen. Hello, Senior Brother Lu. Throughout the journey, disciples bowed or greeted Lu Yao and Shen Muyang, which piqued the curiosity of Lu Ying Shui and the others. Brother, are you well known at the Xianjian Sect? So many people know you. Well, it's just a bit of fame. Oh, I see. Lu Ying Shui understood. She did not expect her brother to have some fame within the Xianjian Sect, a place that gathered most of the geniuses from the northern region. To gain fame in such a place was something she had never dared to imagine. As for senior brother Shin, he was instinctively overlooked by her, as he spent every day eating and sleeping, unable to compete with her in chess, appearing rather dull. They arrived at the front of the Xianjian Peak Great Hall. The moment Lu Yingxue stepped onto the land in front of the hall, a powerful sword aura mixed with boundless battle intent surged into the sky. Suddenly 2 bright orange moons rose in the sky. She could feel that the 2 moons seemed to be watching them, carrying a hint of scrutiny. A slender yellow-haired dog wearing a small hat, and with a sword coiled around its tail, was approaching slowly and gracefully. Its golden pupils vaguely aligned with the 2 moons in the sky. The head tilted slightly to the side, and a long sword suddenly appeared in its mouth. It approached the crowd, biting the sword's hilt. With each step it took, Lu Yingxue felt the sword intent becoming sharper, pricking her skin with an almost painful sensation.
It's nothing.
A hand rested on her shoulder, and the stinging sensation vanished. Turning her head, she saw her brother's ever-gentle smile, which instantly relaxed her heart. The yellow dog came closer, staring intently at them. To be precise, it seemed to be staring at her brother. Lu Yao watched the big yellow senior brother's tail wagging, and the long sword feeling a bit of a headache. Ever since the last time he had sparred with Big Yellow, he always thought about having another match each time he saw him. Lu Yao naturally did not wish for that, knowing he could never win against Big Yellow, and fighting him would not help him gain any experience. Because when fighting Big Yellow, he would only ever use sword chi and sword intent. Aside from that, he had never seen him employ any domain or Dao fusion techniques. Continuing like this, he would not accumulate any experience battling against Dao fusion, making it a virtually meaningless fight.
Big Yellow, I have some matters to attend to. Can we fight later?
Big Yellow paused his wagging tail and cast an inquiring glance at Lu Yao. Lu Yao pointed to the 2 little girls beside him, saying,
These 2 are my younger sisters. They just joined the sect today, and I need to handle their paperwork. Woof!
The 2 moons in the sky and that sword intent all vanished as if everything had just been an illusion. The long sword in Big Yellow's mouth also disappeared. He let out a frustrated bark, and then found a spot to lay down, his expression showing clear disappointment. Lu Yingxue did not expect to see disappointment on a dog's face. He sat with his hands tucked away, eyes squinting, as if basking in the sun, though it was also possible he was comprehending sword intent. Who knows? The group entered the main hall, and the guarding disciples saw that it was senior brother Lu and senior brother Shen personally bringing people in. Thus he did not ask why they had come so late, and quickly processed their entry into the sect. However, since they had missed the grand ceremony, technically they did not belong to any peak now. Not a big issue. Lu Yao directly took out information on each peak for them to choose from.
Can we go wherever we want? Of course. I have connections with the peak master, so getting you in for cultivation is no trouble at all.
Upon hearing this, Lu Yingxue happily flipped through the cards, checking each one. Little Qing wanted to be with her brother, but Yingxue said that an older brother is like a father. Being with him all the time might feel a bit awkward after a while. She did not feel that way, but she listened to Yingxue. Wherever Yingxue went, she would follow. While flipping through the cards, Lu Yingxue suddenly had a bright idea and handed a jade slip to Lu Yao. He took it and looked, his expression becoming enigmatic. Qinghua Peak, a mountain peak solely for female cultivators, never admitting male disciples. He was not surprised that Yingxue chose this, but why was she smiling so lewdly now? Why did he feel like a mouse about to fall into a vat of rice? It must be an illusion. He dismissed that thought, and when he looked again, she had returned to her sweet demeanor. Lu Yao lifted the 2 of them with his power and flew towards Qinghua Peak. If relying on them to fly there by themselves, it would take forever. He had already communicated with Sect Master Jiang on the way here, and was now waiting at the mountain gate for her to come out and receive them. Soon a graceful woman emerged, surveying the 2 with curiosity in her eyes. She then turned to Lu Yao and greeted him.
Junior brother Lu, long time no see. Sister Jiang, it's been a while.
The woman was the peak master of Qinghua Peak, Jiang Wange. She addressed Lu Yao as junior brother, which was reasonable both in terms of seniority and strength.
Are these 2 your younger sisters? Yes, I will have to trouble you to take care of them in the future. That's natural, your sisters are my sisters.
Lu Yao then introduced Ying Shui and the others to Sister Jiang, advising them to approach him if they had any questions and not to feel shy about it. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back by Sister Jiang.
Junior brother Lu, are you leaving so soon? Would you not like to seashore you?
Hearing this, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he quickly replied,
I still have matters to attend to. You'll be going now, maybe next time.
As soon as he finished speaking, he tore through the void and left, fearing that the woman might pursue him.
Huh? Why did brother run away?
Lu Yingshui was a bit curious. She had never seen her usually unflappable brother display fear. Jiang Wenge was not surprised. Her yes way of pursuing people was indeed a bit strange, so it was understandable for Lu Yao to be scared. She beckoned the two little girls to return to the mountain gate together, and while walking she suddenly remembered something.
By the way, once you go in, it's best not to mention you are Lu Yao's sisters, or strange people might come to bother you. And then I will remember, master. Me too.
Seeing both of them nodding in agreement, she felt relieved. Otherwise, if Shiryu found out they were Lu Yao's sisters, how would they have any peace?
By the way, master, is my brother famous at the Xianjin Sect? Does he have many accomplishments? I saw that the senior brothers and sisters on the road all knew him. Well, your brother's fame is not much. There's only one story in total. So few. Few? Do you know Shen Muyang?
Lu Yingshui nodded. Of course she knew him, the not-so-smart senior brother Shen.
He is the contemporary sword master, having only lost once in his cultivation journey.
No way, senior brother Shen is the contemporary sword master. She was somewhat shocked upon hearing this. She had also heard stories about the contemporary sword master. Now she was being told that senior brother Shen was actually the protagonist of the legends she had heard since childhood. She could not connect the image of the invincible sword master akin to a reincarnated immortal with senior brother Shen. As Lu Yao and the others departed, a figure immediately appeared in their place. Dressed in white that rivaled the snow, she stood gracefully on the mist-shrouded mountain peak, a long sword shimmering with cold light at her back, its tassels swaying gently in the breeze. The cool moonlight cascaded down, enveloping her in a layer of silver radiance, as if she were an immortal stepping out of a painted scroll. Her brows and eyes were like distant mountains, her gaze akin to a tranquil pool, clear and pure, yet carrying a hint of innocence. Expressionless, she surveyed her surroundings, still faintly perceiving Lu Yao's lingering aura.
Have they left? Am I late again?
It was a pity, but she believed that one day she would succeed. Tomorrow she would present him with a carefully prepared gift, confident that he would be touched upon seeing it, and would surely be willing to become her Dao partner. That was a gift. She had meticulously selected one of her most cherished collectibles. It would undoubtedly leave him entranced.
Who the hell did this?
Lu Yao exclaimed, staring at the gift before his door, feeling a surge of frustration. A severed head, pale and adorned with an expression of terror and despair, lay quietly before him. All the joy he had felt that morning was shattered in an instant. After a few glances, he recognized the identity of the head. For years ago, it belonged to an evil cultivator who had advanced to the harmonization realm after slaughtering several small cities. The Lady of Bones. As for how Lu Yao recognized her, it was naturally because he had teamed up with that woman to slay her. Knowing her identity, the sender of this gift became obvious. Lin Xiyu. He recalled her blood-soaked face and the emotionless inquiry she had directed at him.
Lu Yao, do you want this head? No, what would I want that for? Why are you asking this? It's very pretty. I wanted it for my collection.
If it were her, that wouldn't be surprising. Now upon meeting, she wanted to challenge him, often tossing a piece of a fierce beast's limb or a severed head in front of him before turning to flee. Lu Yao had thought she simply disliked him, but now had she begun to openly threaten him. If she wasn't even pretending, did that mean she'd next send him more limbs and organs of evil cultivators? How infuriating. But he could bear it. Cough, of course he could. If he couldn't provoke her, he could always avoid her right. He had heard that the Nizhang festival was about to be held in Wanhua Prefecture, so he decided to go check it out and return later. He couldn't stay in this sect any longer. Lu Yao quickly packed his things to leave this time without inviting senior brother Shen. Going to the Nizhong festival with a grown man. What a ridiculous thought. He wanted to continue living in this world.
Lu shitty. Senior brother Shen.
They unexpectedly encountered each other before Nizhong City, staring wide-eyed at one another.
What are you doing here?
They fell silent, simultaneously exchanging a glance before Lu Yao walked towards the East City, while Shen Muyang headed west. Confirming with his gaze, they both seemed to not want to be misunderstood. Legend has it Ni and Chong were heirs of two great families, their long-standing enmity leading to mutual hostility. However, an unexpected incident intertwined the destinies of these two otherwise unfamiliar souls. Love is always inexplicable, and so is fate. Longing is the soil in which love sprouts, and attachment takes root at this moment. Chong felt she must be crazy. After all, she was the daughter of a rival family. What was he thinking? For a long while he finally convinced himself not to act on it, as he was the future heir of his family, and should prioritize the family business. Yet a letter shattered his feigned rationality. Ultimately, it was Ni who first fell for him, unable to restrain her longing, and thus wrote a heartfelt letter to Chong. They began to indulge in their correspondence, exchanging letters periodically. However, fate was not on their side. Chang's family discovered his secretive actions. They controlled Chong using letters to extract information from the rival family. Although Ni was puzzled by her beloved's change, she willingly shared everything with him. Love makes one blind and foolish. Ultimately, as expected, Ni's family met their downfall. The next time Chong saw her, it was amidst the ruins of her home. Her face was devoid of color, and she held tightly to a love letter stained with blood. She lay there quietly, no longer responding to any of his calls. Chong picked up the dagger from the ground, pointing it at himself. In the end, some say, they became a pair of butterflies freely flapping their wings, chasing after the dusk. Others say that Chong in the end succumbed to fear, dropping the dagger and embracing Ni's corpse, retreating into the depths of the mountains, guarding her grave forever. The Book of Ni and Chong, Lu Yao remarked.
Where did this love-struck brain come from?
Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Muyang sighed.
What a cliché plot.
Lu Yao set the book down and pondered for a moment before flying up to the sky and taking a snapshot of the entire city. The love of Ni and Chong in the end, between those who have passed and those who remain, who will suffer more with their beloved's expectations. Reward 9 deaths, rebirth pill.
Wow, this is a big deal.
Lu Yao gazed at the pills in the warehouse, nearly unable to contain his expression. 9 deaths, rebirth pills, supreme elixir. Those who have not been dead for more than 100 years can be revived using this pill. Note: ineffective for those above the Xian Immortal level. What's the difference between this and gaining an extra life? What is so special about this place that it could grant such rewards? Lu Yao began to investigate carefully, and after a while, he discovered a peculiar secret realm amidst a sea of flowers outside the city. Flower Sea secret realm suitable for planting spiritual herbs, sealed, can forcibly open the entrance with harmonization realm power. Reward 5 elements soil. There's actually a sealed secret realm here. Could it be that this secret realm is the reason for such generous rewards? What special things lie within? Well, since he was here, Lu Yao decided to see what was going on. As for offending people, he was not worried in the slightest. Whichever force discovered this secret realm would claim it, or it might belong to a powerful individual. This was the consensus of the Tianyuan Realm. Before coming here, Lu Yao had never heard of a secret realm existing in this place. It was hidden and sealed away. Surely something was amiss. Only one type of person would do such a thing: evil cultivators. Now he had no choice but to strike hard. Faced with these evil cultivators, whose purpose was to destroy the Tianyuan Realm and slaughter living beings, Lu Yao couldn't be bothered to reason with them. He had only one word:
kill!
Qin Luofeng was drenched in blood, resembling a battle god emerging from a pool of crimson, standing tall with his spear amidst a battlefield littered with corpses. His body bore numerous wounds, blood gushing from them, and his once handsome face had turned into a terrifying visage. A deep gash marred his left eye, blood obscuring his vision, leaving only his right eye shimmering with unwavering determination. His clothes were torn to shreds, flapping in the wind, revealing skin covered in wounds and bruises, with muscles rolled up in places, faint glimpses of white bone visible. His chest heaved violently, every breath accompanied by golden blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Surrounding him were the fallen bodies of evil cultivators, dismembered limbs scattered across the ground, the stench of blood permeating the air, nauseating.
A bunch of bastards thinking of killing me. You're still 100,000 years too early.
Qin Luofeng flipped the bird at the 5 standing evil cultivators. He had indeed let his guard down. A year of smooth sailing had made him forget to be cautious, and by the time he realized it, he had already fallen into a trap. Dan Lao had fallen into a deep sleep to forcefully kill the evil entity, leaving Qin Luofeng to rely solely on himself. The blood dragon tattoo on his shoulder writhed incessantly, as if wanting to break free. Qin Luofeng frowned and shouted,
"Get back! I don't need a nascent soul to stand in front of me."
The surroundings were eerily quiet despite Qin Luofeng's disheveled appearance. Like a flickering candle in the wind, the remaining evil cultivators dared not approach. The first 2 who dared to step forward were met with one spilling blood into the sky, and the other now lay at Qin Luofeng's feet, a spear piercing through his heart. No one was unafraid of death, not even they. Thus they all tacitly waiting for him to collapse. Watching the evil cultivators attacking from a distance, yet not daring to approach, Qin Luofeng felt uneasy. The world energy at his wounds continued to erode his flesh, hard to remove in the short term. He took a deep breath, yet this cautious group remained unwavering. Swish! He pulled out his spear, pointing it at the crowd, revealing a mouth full of blood-stained teeth, then unleashed several sword energies toward one of them. What? You wonder why the spear released sword energy. If it could unleash sword energy, it meant this was not just a spear, but a long-handled spirit sword. What's wrong with unleashing some sword energy? At least Qin Luofeng believed himself to be a sword cultivator. Any objections could be directed at his sword.
Die, you bastard!
Despite receiving more wounds, he disregarded them, the glimmering silver spearhead piercing through the defenses of the evil cultivator, aiming straight for his head.
Pooh!
The spear erupted through the terror-stricken eyes of the cultivator. Attacks from behind followed swiftly, and Qin Luofeng understood that he could not withstand this time. The blood dragon on his shoulder grew increasingly restless, desperately trying to break free. He had no strength left to stop it, and Hongwu ultimately broke free, standing in front of him. As Qin Luofeng pondered whether this counted as a joint burial, suddenly a shattering sound echoed through the sky, followed by a massive and familiar pressure sweeping over the area.
Senior brother!
Qin Luofeng was overjoyed, unexpectedly seeing his senior brother suddenly appear. Who would understand? It was truly a feeling of salvation, akin to finding a remedy for constipation. He glanced again at the evil cultivators, his previous determination to face death replaced with mockery. He extended his middle finger again.
Dumbfounded, huh? My reinforcements have arrived now, wait to die.
The evil cultivators were pinned in place, unable to respond to his words.
What's wrong with you? Every time I run into you, I'm either being hunted or on the way to being hunted.
He unexpected. Lu Yao appeared beside Qin Luofeng, looking at him with some exasperation. No wonder the rewards were so good. This kid was indeed in trouble. Wasn't his disaster-prone nature a bit too excessive? Even the protagonist shouldn't have it this bad. In 8 years, he had saved him 24 times. Even senior brother Shen had saved him no less than 10 times. Every time he saw him outside the sect, he was in a state of disarray. It was truly remarkable. Yet this kid seemed to enjoy the feeling of life hanging by a thread. Indeed, those who could be protagonists had something extraordinary about them. Lu Yao took out a roll of white bandage, wrapping Qin Luofeng up, making him look like a mummy. He could directly heal Qin Luofeng, but there was no need. Might as well let him use the world energy on him for training, and the bandage could provide some vitality. As long as he didn't die, it was fine.
Bang! Stupid dragon, don't ever block in front of me again.
Qin Luofeng hit the approaching dragon head hard, causing Hongwu to whimper in grievance. Seeing that after so many years, she was still only at the nascent soul stage, Lu Yao couldn't help but admire his own wisdom. Fortunately, he hadn't taken that dragon egg. Looking at how much resources Qin Luofeng had fed her over the years, more than half had gone into her belly. Her growth rate was astonishingly slow. Even a pig could acquire enough resources to reach the transformation stage, yet, with her not even a splash of water could be raised. She was still merely at the nascent soul stage, although equally ranked her battle power was unmatched, and she could even fight above her level yet, with the resources devoted to her, he could have advanced himself did he really need her level-up capability. She was a burden that ordinary folks couldn't afford to raise, yet a waste that geniuses would not look at. Having raised Qin Luofeng to this point, it was hard to express what he felt. Perhaps for him Hong Wu was no longer just a pet but akin to family. To be fair, the growth cycle of such a celestial beast is indeed lengthy. Even at the nascent soul stage, she still couldn't speak. The transformation was even more distant. Ignoring the ongoing struggle between the individual and the dragon, Lu Yao shifted his gaze to the evil cultivators lying on the ground. He approached one of them, looking down from a height, his gaze icy.
Tell me your original purpose. We want. Ah.
His skin began to dissolve, turning into blood and mud that flowed downward. The pain of both flesh and soul dissolving made him unable to hold back his scream, shouting,
Wait, I will say. Too late, I no longer wish to listen.
In the horrified eyes of the remaining few, he completely turned into a puddle of muck.
Now tell me one by one before I lose my patience. You'd better make it clear.
The voice, like that of a malevolent spirit, echoed, sending chills down the spine. Everyone was isolated from power, and Lu Yao began to interrogate them one by one. In the end, having extracted the information he wanted, Lu Yao could no longer be bothered to torment them, granting them all a swift end. Interrogating the evil cultivators is indeed troublesome. Their souls have long been corrupted, making soul-searching impossible. Lu Yao looked at Qin Luofeng after learning the details. The evil cultivators originally lurking here planned to stir up some major events during the Rainbow Festival. However, they did not expect that on the day of the meeting Qin Luofeng inexplicably mixed in. Since everyone was dressed in black robes and wearing masks, they thought Qin Luofeng was one of their own. They even looked at his unique mask and assumed he must have some special identity. Thus the ordinary evil cultivators assumed he had status and did not pay attention to Qin Luofeng following them. The leader of the evil cultivators, seeing Qin Luofeng come in with his subordinates, felt that the person they brought must be fine. Although the combined path evil cultivator found it strange seeing Qin Luofeng entering with those minor leaders, he thought he was probably a newcomer and did not inquire further. Then the crowd saw that their leader said nothing, which confirmed his special status, until Qin Luofeng stepped onto the podium.
I'll just say a few words. To put it bluntly, not putting in effort may not guarantee success, but it will definitely be effortless. Strong people never complain about their environment, as they are the ones who ruin it. As for me, I am weak. I not only complain about the environment, but also about the strong. With a single word, a female cultivator spent 180,000 spirit stones for me. I give 50,000 spirit stones to someone who betrays me, so for someone loyal to me, their rewards will far exceed these 50,000 spirit stones. Do you understand? Applause.
Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Although they did not understand what he was saying, the ordinary evil cultivators, thinking he had a special identity, still clapped in cooperation. The combined path evil cultivator watched his subordinates clapping desperately. He felt something was amiss. Is this kind of talk now popular? What if I don't understand? It seemed that everyone below understood and continued to clap. If their leader did not understand, would it be a bit embarrassing for him? Thus, to maintain his dignity, he joined in the applause. The minor leaders exchanged glances. Their leader had started clapping, so how could they just stand there? This wave was all about social etiquette. Qin Luofeng was quite moved. Usually, when he delivered such speeches in the sect, no one paid him any attention. They all made him sit at the same table as the sect master. Unexpectedly, in this unfamiliar place, so many people actually recognized him. This group exploring the secret realm together were all good people. Yes, Qin Luofeng did not recognize the evil cultivators' identities, as a higher being had helped them conceal their auras. As for their black robes and masks, so what? He had always dressed this way. Does anyone understand the dark retro style? To him, this speech resembling a cult gathering was just a mobilization meeting. So he had to go up and speak a few words. After successfully delivering his important speech, the combined path evil cultivator came up patting Qin Luofeng's shoulder, and saying words he felt were insincere.
Young man, you spoke well, your future is bright. Thank you, senior.
The applause erupted again from below. The evil cultivator felt quite pleased. He enjoyed the feeling of being adored. Holding Qin Luofeng's hand, he invited him to summarize the final work.
Exploring the secret realm. Destroying Rainbow City, killing all.
Qin Luofeng. The combined path evil cultivator. The two exchanged a glance, and Qin Luofeng suddenly broke into a smile.
Nice to meet you, goodbye.
After saying this, Qin Luofeng's aura suddenly shifted, and before the evil cultivator could react, a strike that surpassed the combined path realm suddenly exploded on his face. Seeing the leader who had just been defeated, everyone was stunned, even forgetting to stop Qin Luofeng from escaping. It was only when he managed to flee that they realized he seemed to be merely at the level of spirit transformation. He must have used some powerful weapon to kill the leader in a surprise attack. They couldn't let him escape and expose what happened here. They urgently sealed off the secret realm, not only cutting off Qin Luofeng's communication jade, but also blocking their own communication methods, ensuring that no information would leak out. The subsequent story was a year-long pursuit. Only recently had they finally lured this kid into a trap and stopped him from escaping with his spirit energy. Unexpectedly, he fought like a war god, not only killing all the spirit transformation cultivators, but also in a dire situation where he was on the brink of death, he managed to counterkill 2 void refinement cultivators. Damn, are they really the same kind of human? Why can this spirit transformation cultivator be so fierce? He looked like he was barely holding on, but this time who would dare to charge in first? Facts proved that the siege tactic was effective. Although he managed to kill another void refinement cultivator, it was fine the dead weren't their own. Just as they excitedly prepared to slay this monster, a shattering sound echoed through the heavens and earth as the portal to the secret realm was forcibly torn open. A tremendous pressure descended upon them, pitting everyone in place. One stubborn companion tried to stand his ground, only to be turned into a puddle of blood by the newly arrived demon. What else could they do? They had to confess, at least it would be a quick end. In the end, the demon kept his promise, delivering a swift end to their sinful lives. A chance encounter in the secret realm, a genius of spirit transformation strong as a monster fought with all their might and barely won. Then the arrival of an ancient combined path being strong as a monster. Qin Luofeng was still grinning and playfully tussling with Hongwu. Lu Yao did not expect that such a seemingly simple-minded person would be so capable behind the scenes. What a pity! If he had been there, this excitement would not have been missed.
Let's go, we should leave first.
Under Lu Yao's reminder, Qin Luofeng let Hongwu return to his arm, transforming into a tattoo once more. In front of others, it was better not to let her be exposed. Although Hongwu was a bit slow to grow and somewhat useless, unable to transform, she still could not act. Without the dexterous hands of a human, she could not even manage simple tasks like pouring tea. However, Hongwu was still a rare treasure of heaven and earth, a mythical beast. As a pure-blooded true dragon, she could be said to be full of treasures. Whether it was dragon blood, dragon meat, or even dragon scales, they were all excellent materials. Not everyone would covet his Hongwu. However, as long as there was that possibility, he could not take the risk. He still remembered the story his senior brother once told him about the Dragon King's third prince, who was skinned alive. This had scared Hongwu so much that she did not dare to sleep for 3 days. Even he, filled with trepidation, could not imagine how much pain Hongwu would endure if she were skinned alive. Meanwhile, the instigator, his senior brother, had laughed for 3 days. It seemed he was quite satisfied with telling a young dragon the whole backstory of this hellish joke. Lu Yao walked ahead, with Qin Luofeng following closely behind. The passers-by around them frowned and made way. Although the demonic path was unlikable, it was nevertheless an acknowledged orthodoxy. Noticing the curious glances from the bystanders, Lu Yao found it somewhat strange. Hadn't he turned off his transformation? Why were they all staring at him? After examining himself, he found nothing amiss. Good, that meant the issue lay with others. Thus he chose to ignore it, and continued walking forward. Due to the Rainbow Garment Festival, the streets were bustling with people, especially young men and women from various places, all yearning to receive blessings and unite in love on this day. There were many flowers for sale by the roadside, making him momentarily dazzled.
"Young master, would you like to buy a flower?"
A somewhat shy young girl called out to Lu Yao, clearly nervous as it was her first time doing this.
"What kind of flower?" This is our local 7-colored rainbow flower. It is said to be blessed, and giving it to a loved one symbolizes a willingness to stick together through life and death, never to part. "Let me see it."
Lu Yao gestured for her to lift the cloth covering the basket. The girl obediently lifted the cloth, and the contents immediately captured Lu Yao's attention. As beautiful and transparent as crystal, the petals shimmered with faint hues of light, truly breathtaking. Lu Yao also noted that despite being called 7-colored rainbow flowers, most of them were actually tricolored or pentacolored. He could even smell a faint fragrance.
"I'll take them all."
Lu Yao decided on the spot to buy every last 7-colored rainbow flower, planning to take them back to cultivate a sea of flowers on Wuming Peak.
"Ahem, senior brother, could you spare one for me?" "Sure."
Qin Luofeng spoke up, suddenly startling the young girl, who trembled as she handed him a flower. The corpse puppet actually spoke. How frightening. Holding the flower, Qin Luofeng felt a strange movement at his shoulder, and immediately communicated through sound.
"Don't nudge, my injury isn't fully healed yet. I'm not preparing to give it to anyone, can't I just think it looks nice. You want one too? Then, I'll reluctantly give you this one. Don't think too much, it's not like I bought it just for you. I just like it myself."
Qin Lufeng's little actions went unnoticed by Lu Yao, who remained focused on purchasing flowers.
"Oh, junior brother Lu."
Shen Muyang's voice rang out. Lu Yao looked at him, feeling as though this guy was like a permanent NPC, always appearing wherever he went. As Shen Muyang approached, he glanced at the bandaged figure behind Lu Yao, and couldn't help but frown. Why was his junior brother dabbling in demonic methods? Had he even started raising corpse puppets?
"Senior brother Shen."
The corpse puppet greeted Shen Muyang. It suddenly turned to Lu Yao.
"Wait, you actually used a fellow disciple to train a corpse puppet?"
The voice sounded familiar, almost as if.
"Junior brother Qin. It's me. What happened to you? Sigh, a child without a mother, it's a long story. Then let's keep it brief."
Qin Luofeng hesitated for a moment, scratching his head with a smile.
"He got beaten up by a heretic cultivator. I knew it."
Shen Muyang was not surprised. He was quite clear about what Qin Luofeng was like. Him getting beaten up by heretics was, to say the least, expected.
"Speaking of which, senior brother, what are you doing here?" "I came to have some fun. I originally planned to go to the Sea of Flowers to admire the blossoms, but I ran into junior brother Lu, who was heading in that direction. As a big man, I felt embarrassed to follow him, so I planned to take a detour, and look, I just happened to come across both of you." "I see then, senior brother, you missed it."
Qin Luofeng began to detail the situation over there to Shen Muyang. From stumbling into a secret realm, to being chased, from falling into a trap, to the arrival of divine weapons. Shen Muyang listened in amazement, especially when he heard that Qin Luofeng had actually fought his way through several heretic cultivators, and a bunch of nascent soul heretics. He exclaimed at the thrilling tale, wishing he could reverse the flow of time and rush in to witness it himself.
"Impressive, I didn't realize you were so capable. If it were me, I might not do it better than you did. Just luck, without senior brother Lu, I would have been a goner." "Ah, no need to be humble. If you didn't have the strength, how could you have held out until he arrived?"
The two continued to chat. Beside them, Lu Yao remained silent, focused solely on buying flowers. From spirit flowers engulfed in flames and entwined with thunder, to ordinary earthly flowers, he spared none. Upon returning, he planned to push back the restrictions on the back mountain a bit, clearing a flat area to plant a sea of flowers. The back mountain was the most suitable. Other places would require moving mountains, risking damage to the earth's veins, which would only increase the work for the Xian Shui python. If he truly did that, he could already imagine the Xian Shui python pointing at his nose and saying,
"Why are you so selfish?"
Better not do that, the poor thing has a hard enough job as it is. Lu Yao activated the law of decay and rebirth, causing the flowers he collected to wither rapidly in his hands, leaving only seeds behind. He carefully separated each seed and mentally designated where to plant them. The outermost layer would have ordinary flowers with spiritual flowers planted in succession towards the center, leaving room for the 7-colored rainbow flowers in the middle. At that time, he could use the power of the law to hasten their growth, creating a sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. Lu Yao had even envisioned himself standing amidst the blossoms. By the way, should I transplant the osmanthus and peach trees over there? Are those considered flowers or trees? Thinking it over, perhaps it's better to leave them be. Having a few trees among the sea of flowers would feel somewhat out of place.
Come on, junior brother, let's go watch the ritual dance performance.
Only then did Lu Yao realize that it was getting dark. The performance was about to begin. He hurried to catch up with the two and headed towards the city center. By the time they arrived, the place was packed with people. Due to the flight ban, the open spaces, rooftops, and trees were all filled with spectators. They arrived not too late and secured a good spot on the rooftop. The three stood under the moonlight quietly waiting. As the night descended and the lights began to shine, the aerial ritual dance performance commenced amidst the melodious music. On stage, mist swirled, creating an ethereal ambience. A man and a woman clad in light and flowing garments emerged gracefully from the clouds like spirited fairies and elegant immortals. The man stood tall and handsome with a resolute expression and deep affection in his gaze. The woman was graceful and charming, her eyes sparkling with warmth and a gentle smile. They danced gracefully, their light steps seemingly treading on clouds. The man extended his powerful arms, gently embracing the woman's waist, guiding her across the ethereal clouds. The woman tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting the man's, and the love reflected in her eyes seemed capable of melting the very air around them. The two occasionally strolled side by side, as if hand in hand, admiring the beauty of the clouds, and at other times playfully chased each other, their every move harmonizing seamlessly, their sleeves fluttering in the air like ribbons. As the celestial music reached its climax, the man released the woman, allowing her to soar freely in the air like a lively butterfly. They separated and reunited, ultimately embracing with starlight draping over their shoulders, as if to freeze the beauty of this world in that moment. The audience erupted in continuous applause and cheers, and the three on the rooftop also expressed their admiration for the performance. Was truly splendid. Ritual dance of the rainbow garment sacrifice. Lu Yao recorded this breathtaking scene, preparing to show it to his master and the others when he returned. The next morning, the three of them arrived at the flower sea outside the city. The secret realm in Lu Yao's hand continuously shrank until it finally transformed into a green orb. Others might not be able to shrink the secret realm, but for Lu Yao, who often created and destroyed small worlds, it was quite easy. Before he could speak, Qin Luofeng had already anticipated what he was about to say and spoke first.
Senior brother, you should keep it. If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago, and I wouldn't be able to claim ownership of the secret realm.
No, the monitoring should be removed. I haven't even spoken yet. In the end, Lu Yao still accepted the secret realm, otherwise seeing Qin Lufeng's fidgety appearance would be troubling. He hooked his arm around Qin Lufeng's shoulder and smiled, saying,
"All right then, senior brother, I'll treat you to something good when we get back my newly cultivated loyal orange. I'm not really fond of oranges. I prefer purple pomelo and flat peaches." "Okay, then I'll get you some purple pomelo and flat peaches. By the way, I'll let you try the eggs from the purple feathered chicken." "Thank you, senior brother."
Shen Muyang, hearing about the delicious food, also leaned in and placed his other arm around Lu Yao's shoulder.
Junior brother, if he doesn't eat the loyal orange, I can. All right, I'll let you have a taste then. What about the purple pomelo and flat peaches? You'll get to eat those too, and I'll give you some of the purple eggs as well."
Shen Muyang rejoiced loudly, shouting, "Long live Lu Yao," and praising him for being as radiant as the sun, while Qin Luofeng echoed the unending gratitude towards senior brother. The Nicha festival was far from over, but the three of them had already decided to return. After watching the ritual dance, the three of them being single naturally lost the desire to continue wandering. On the way back as they passed a mountain, Lu Yao suddenly left for a moment, which puzzled the other two, but they didn't ask further. After returning to the Sect, Lu Yao told them to wait for him at Wuming Peak, as he had some matters to attend to first. The two left. Lu Yao then went alone to Qinghua Peak. After greeting senior sister Jiang, he went straight to Lin Shiyu's door, left something behind, and also left a note. Only then did he leave feeling satisfied. Now it was my turn. Watch as I make the first move. As soon as Lin Shiyu stepped out, she saw the items in front of her door. She paused slightly, and crouched down to examine them. A grotesque and terrifying tiger's head lay there with blood still dripping from its neck.
It's beautiful.
Lin Shiyu expressed a calm admiration, her expression unperturbed. The tiger's head matched her aesthetic perfectly. She liked it very much and wondered who had placed it there. If no one wanted it, she could take it home and keep it. There seemed to be a note beside it. She picked it up and saw the bold writing. "This is your return gift. You better wait for me, this matter is not over."
Return gift.
She realized she had only given Lu Yao a gift, so this was his return gift to her. It seemed Lu Yao really liked the gift she sent. She also really liked this return gift. Her mind raced quickly, jumping to what her master had said about marriage, the bridal chamber, and having children.
What should the child be named? What child?
A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning to look, it was the new junior sister.
My child with him.
She spoke honestly, without any intention to evade. Lu Yingxue was puzzled, wondering what was happening. Had her senior sister already had a child?
Senior sister, have you gotten married? No. Are you pregnant before marriage? Future child.
Lu Yingxue. Why did she feel her senior sister was acting strange, almost like the peculiar person her master spoke of, but her curiosity drove her to ask more.
So, senior sister, how far have you two progressed? He gave me a gift. Oh, there's a chance.
Lu Yingxue's eyes lit up, hearing the sound of gossip echoing.
Where's the gift?
Lin Shiyu felt she should be quite happy. She looked at the junior sister with a kinder gaze, and it seemed they truly saw things alike. She too believed there was a chance. Pointing to the ground, she said,
This? Huh?
Lu Yingxue looked but saw no gift, only a terrifying tiger's head. She asked uncertainly,
Senior sister, are you talking about this tiger's head? Are you sure he has feelings for you? Normal people wouldn't give such things. Wouldn't they? I really like it.
All right, maybe she was too young to understand the romantic gestures of the older generation.
He even left me a message telling me to wait for him.
The mention of a love letter made Lu Yingxue even more certain this was indeed a special romantic gesture from the older generation. She took the so-called love letter and looked at it. Lu Yingxue, this was a threat letter, right? This had to be a threat letter. Coupled with the bloody tiger's head, it looked like nothing but intimidation. She asked uncertainly,
Senior sister, are you sure you didn't misunderstand? His behavior looks like he's threatening you.
Lin Shiyu shook her head affirmatively, saying,
No, I gave him a gift like this too.
All right, this was truly twisted. She could only wish for senior sister and the boy she liked to be bound together, hoping he wouldn't come out to harm others. Fortunately, my brother is a normal person, otherwise it would be a great misfortune.
Senior sister, do you know how to get closer to him?
Lu Yingxue said mysteriously, deciding to stoke the flames and help them get together.
I don't know. It'll help you.
Lin Shiyu didn't quite understand these matters. She practiced the heartless path and was not sensitive to emotions. As one of the demonic paths, the heartless path required one to abandon all unnecessary feelings, retaining only the heart towards the Tao. The benefit of this approach was rapid progress, which was also a common trait of the demonic paths. After all, if one didn't advance quickly, how could it be called a demonic path? The heartless path, as a classic representative of the demonic path, is easy to enter, but particularly difficult to achieve great success. The deeper one cultivates, the more thin emotions and desires become. Thus one must grasp a balance. If one cannot break free in time, they will ultimately become devoid of self and desire, merging with the Tao and dissipating between heaven and earth. Therefore many practitioners of the heartless path leave themselves with an emotional anchor, hoping that in the final moments they can retain a trace of humanity. That trace of humanity, which is the so-called desire, is the key to achieving great success in the heartless path. It is named heartless, but is truly full of affection, and those who achieve it are the most affectionate. Lingyun began her practice of the heartless path at a young age, and now the things she cared about had become fewer and fewer. Killing counted as one. She could only feel truly alive at the moment when she saw life dissipating before her. Collecting the remains of powerful enemies counted as another. She respected every being striving towards the Tao, so she would take what she considered the most beautiful things from them to keep. Lu Yao counted as one. The time they jointly slayed the Lady of Bones. The ordinary feeling on Lu Yao had completely faded. That almost Tao-like aura made her unconsciously want to draw closer. Although he returned to being ordinary afterward, the image of him unmatched and fighting against the Tao had been imprinted in her mind, never to be erased. After that she always thought of him. Later she asked her master, who said this is what it means to like someone. If you like someone, pursue them wholeheartedly. She followed her master's advice, approaching him in her own way, and it turned out that being with him truly made her feel an emotion called happiness.
Senior sister, listen to me. You should show your best side in front of him, revealing all your strengths.
Looking at her chattering junior sister, and the return gift on the ground, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. He has me in his heart. Lu Yao watched his master, who was modifying the restrictive formation, pondering whether he should also enhance his own array skills. Otherwise, while he had no issues laying out ordinary formations, he found himself somewhat out of his depth when it came to arranging and modifying advanced formations. His highest level of cultivation was still in the path of alchemy, being an 8-tier alchemist, while his skills in array formation and toolmaking barely reached the 6th tier. This was still due to the interconnection between array formation and toolmaking. The spiritual tools he crafted required the addition of array patterns and tool patterns, and the same applied to formations, which would also incorporate tool patterns to enhance their grade. If he wished to refine higher spiritual tools, now, he would have to seek Elder Wu. After all, his craftsmanship was truly commendable. However, he was puzzled as to why Elder Wu had suddenly announced that he would not be taking orders for a while. Otherwise, he would have liked to approach Elder Wu for some higher formation discs, considering he was not only a grandmaster in toolmaking but also in array formation. It is well known that an array master who cannot properly refine spiritual tools is certainly not a qualified alchemist. What are you thinking? The modification of the formation is complete. The master's voice interrupted his thoughts as he glanced at Li Chansheng. He was indeed a heavyweight in various fields, including alchemy, talismans, formations, and tools. As he had mentioned during their initial meeting, mastering 100 arts in cultivation, he was proficient in all. However, none of them excelled to the level of a grandmaster, otherwise Lu Yao would have simply asked his master for help. What's wrong? Nothing. With a surge of withering and flourishing energy, the flowers, grasses, and trees that had been growing in those spots all withered, leaving only a blanket of dust. He then unleashed the dustless spell, causing all dust and dirt to vanish without a trace. Once the area was cleared, several girls in white garments entered, chatting and laughing as they began to scatter flower seeds. They were the group of white cranes from Wooming Peak. His master, noticing they were too idle, decided to entrust the management of this flower seed to them from now on. Now they were already getting accustomed to the matters of the flower seed, essentially being given a job. Once the seeds were sown and watered, Lu Yao directly unleashed a wave of withering energy. Like a fast-forward in a movie, the transition from sprouting to budding occurred in an instant. Li Chansheng watched the scene with envy. This power of the law was incredibly convenient. If only he could wield it, he wouldn't have had to suffer for so many years after the flower seed was burnt down. As one of the branches of the law of time, withering and flourishing was not a trivial law that one could easily comprehend. It required a high level of understanding and some fortuitous encounters. Li Chansheng could only hasten the growth of spiritual herbs or enhance their quality. He could not directly bridge the growth process in an instant like this. Lu Yao could achieve this, but not to a great extent. he could only accelerate the process by about 10 years. Thus in the entire flower sea the flowers blooming most vibrantly were the ordinary flowers on the outer perimeter, while the inner circle only had flower buds ready to bloom. If he truly wished to see the flowers bloom, it would likely take a while. If it weren't for the inability to apply effects on the same flower twice, he would have accelerated their growth continuously. So what do you think, Master? Lu Yao looked at the flower sea feeling somewhat proud, as this was his masterpiece. Li Changsheng did not hold back his praise, giving a thumbs up, good job, well done. He decided that he would move his lounge chair here in the future. The white cranes began watering the flowers while some were trimming the leaves, appearing quite busy and diligent. If it weren't for Lu Yao happening to see one of the white crane girls. After accidentally cutting a flower, she looked around to ensure no one was watching her before casually digging a hole with her foot and secretly burying the flower. He would have almost believed her. He felt somewhat speechless, but his master merely chuckled nonchalantly. They are still just kids, it's normal for them to make small mistakes, there's no need to be concerned. Shen Muyang. A small hill rushed over. Senior brother. What's the matter, Lin Sheng? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Yao looked at the silly giant running over. Someone is looking for you outside. Someone is looking for me. Who could it be? It won't be Ying Shui, and the others, will it? What could it be? Can't they just use the contact jade token to communicate? Go on, I'll keep an eye on things here. With his master's approval, Lu Yao vanished from his spot in a flash. Lin Xiyu. Lu Yao looked at her, surprised that the person looking for him would actually be her. This was quite normal since they hadn't even exchanged contact information. The contacts in the jade token had to be added face-to-face, otherwise anyone could add someone randomly, and the scamming industry would take off. What do you want from me? Is she here to seek revenge, or to soften her stance? It seems the return gift he said previously had an effect. Lin Xiyu did not explicitly say, she simply stated follow me, and then walked outside. Seeing that she did not fly away, but was merely walking, Lu Yao followed suit. The two walked in silence. Suddenly Lin Xiyu drew her sword and slashed at the sky, creating a narrow spatial rift. Just as Lu Yao became alert, she sheathed her sword. So how is it? Impressive, right? Her next words left Lu Yao feeling somewhat confused, like Louis XVI, as he tentatively replied. Well, impressive. Lin Xiyu's lips curled up slightly, confirming that her master had not deceived her. She believed that showcasing her strengths to someone she liked was essential, and her most outstanding quality was her formidable power. From Lu Yao's reaction, it seemed he admired her strength, even beginning to acknowledge her prowess. Very well, then the next step was to display her outstanding side. With a thought, an immense power surged forth, pulling Lu Yao into a realm filled with extreme cold, mysterious ice, and boundless sword intent. Come, let us fight. She stood atop an icy throne, her pure white silver hair flowing wildly, her ice-blue pupils gazing fiercely at Lu Yao, brimming with combat spirit. Lu Yao understood. So you want to fight? In the next moment, centered around Lu Yao, the breath of life spread out, instantly melting the ice and snow. A vast new world emerged with endless mountains and rivers flowing ceaselessly, the sun and moon hanging high, radiating light upon the earth. As soon as the world appeared, it began to collide with the realm of extreme cold swords, where forces of creation and destruction continuously manifested at the borders. Lu Yao's pupils transformed into a vibrant green full of life. As he stepped forward directly towards Lin Xiyu, with each step he took, the extreme cold sword realm was suppressed, until it was compressed by a full 30% before finally stabilizing. Her strength was also instantly suppressed by 30%, even so she still possessed the power to rival those who had achieved unity with the Tao. If it weren't for Shen Muyang's sudden emergence, she would have been a strong contender for the title of Sword Master, and had she not cultivated the unstable and ruthless demonic path, the title of the current Sword Master might have belonged to her. Watching Lu Yao charge towards her, with a clenched fist, excitement flickered in her eyes as she raised her sword to meet him. The void trembled for a moment before shattering with a thunderous sound. Two figures tumbled out. Lu Yao bore several sword scars that were slowly healing. Lin Xiyu fared worse, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her figure swaying precariously. Lu Yao felt a surge of frustration. He had just wanted to teach her a lesson with his fists, hoping she would retreat. To his surprise, the more he fought her, the more exhilarated she became. Even when his fist struck her face, she blushed. Lu Yao was so startled that he halted, feeling as if he was not punishing her, but rewarding her instead. Moreover, if he kept going, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. In his eyes, there was no distinction between old and young, beautiful and ugly. There were only enemies and rivals, so he showed no mercy. However, after all, they were fellow disciples. One cannot simply kill someone because they are threatened. To those elders, this was merely a small sparring match. Lu Yao asked himself if he was some kind of sadistic chosen one. Well, at least not right now. Opposite him, the flush on Lin Xiyu's face had faded. She caressed her left cheek, reminiscing about their recent intimate contact. When his punch landed, her heart had stopped for a few seconds. Surely this must be what love feels like. She wanted a few more rounds, but for now, she needed to heal first to better connect with Lu Yao.
"Let's battle next time,"
she said to him. Lu Yao felt a bit powerless, and waved his hand, saying,
"No more fighting. You win. From now on, if I see you, I will avoid." "What are you doing?"
He looked at Lin Xiyu, who had grabbed his hand, and was pulling him away, filled with question marks. Shaking Lu Yao's hand, Lin Xiyu said with her expressionless face quite calmly,
"I won, so you are my trophy. Come with me." "Wait, I misspoke. You didn't win, I did." "Oh, so I am your trophy now." Lu Yao looked at her, who seemed obedient and ready to be disposed of, hesitating to speak, then forgetting what he wanted to say after some contemplation. "Since you are my trophy, I command you not to trouble me anymore." "All right."
What? Was it really that simple to resolve?
"I'll come find you in a couple of days. Wait for me."
Lu Yao.
"Didn't you say you wouldn't trouble me?" "Yes." "Then why are you coming to find me in a couple of days?" "To find you."
The two chatted for a while, and Lu Yao finally understood her thought process. She agreed not to trouble Lu Yao, but in her view, seeking him for a fight did not count as troubling him. He felt a headache and tried to command.
"Then you are not allowed to find me anymore. I do not accept that request."
For the first time in his life, he felt such a sense of helplessness, lacking the strength even to hang himself. In principle, he would not shy away from other sharpness, but this person was an exception. She had become his principal. In the forest, Yixingyu was cleaning his long sword. A trickle of faint golden blood flowed down, creating a red ribbon in the river. Fish eagerly chased after the blood flowing downstream. The blood of a nascent soul that had not yet fully transformed into divine blood was considered a prime tonic for these ferocious beasts, easy to refine, and would not cause them to burst.
"Where are we going next?"
A silver bell-like voice rang out as a pair of fair hands reached out to take his long sword, wiping off the droplets of water.
"Shilian Mountains."
Upon hearing his answer, Luo Qianyan frowned slightly. This was information they had extracted from that evil cultivator. There was a gathering place for evil cultivators there.
"Are we not seeking help?"
"Just the two of us. A few nascent souls not necessary. But I will protect you."
Hearing this, her furrowed brow relaxed, and she returned to her cheerful demeanor. "Then you must protect me well." "I will."
As if recalling something, he added,
"Before I die, you won't be harmed." Pa.
"What are you saying? Don't keep mentioning death, it's inauspicious." "All right."
After wiping the long sword, Luo Qianyun sheathed it, clapping her hands to signal she was done.
The two of them walked towards the nearby town, and as soon as they entered, they sensed the strongest presence there, the town chief at the Golden Core realm. There were no powerful, ferocious beasts nearby. A golden core was sufficient. If an evil cultivator appeared, Tianluo's city was nearby for help. It was said that the city lord here was a cultivator at the transformation stage, but that had nothing to do with them. As disciples of the Xiansword sect, generally no one dared to trouble them. The place where they were located was within a dynasty's territory. The greatest difference between a dynasty and a mortal kingdom was the presence of a Mahayana cultivator. If there was an immortal overseeing it, then it could be called an immortal dynasty. In the northern region there were indeed immortal dynasties, though not many, only 2. It was said that the eastern region had a few more. Yixingyu and the others had never seen disciples from a dynasty or immortal dynasty, as they were usually cultivated internally, and did not enter sects. Most sects were composed of talented commoners recruited from a young age, along with a small portion of family and clan disciples with interests or direct connections. Like his senior brother, Yixingyu couldn't help but think of Lu Yao. Having been raised by his brother since childhood, he had been away for a long time, and found himself missing the feeling of being chased and chopped at by his brother. He glanced at Luo Qianyun beside him, whom she probably wouldn't miss it, having told him every day how bad her senior brother was. He couldn't say much. She was the one who often cried out in pain during training, yet she was also the hardest hitter. Having practiced together for so many years, they had weathered it all. Even the sect leader came to inquire about the master, wondering why he hadn't seen his 2 disciples lately, asking if the master had any clues. Li Chongsheng.
Head pig, what head pig do I have? Run faster. Why are you so slow? I'm about to lose. This round doesn't count. You want to back out again, don't you?
The noisy voices rang out. Yixingyu looked over and discovered a few children competing. He approached and found they were playing turtle races. The 2 turtles were still wet with water and algae, clearly just caught not long ago. What truly caught his attention were the 2 large stones tied to them. A group of children shouted and beat the ground, trying to scare the turtles into running faster. Watching the 2 turtles struggling desperately, inching forward amidst the shouts, Yixingyu frowned. He disliked this scene immensely. It reminded him of his past self, the same indifference to life, the same sense of helplessness. He crouched down, meeting the gaze of those children. With a face full of indifference and killing intent, the scars on his eyes added a touch of terror.
If I ever see you torturing lives like this again, I will kill you.
The cold words descended along with murderous intent, causing the children to cry out and flee in all directions. After frightening them a bit, Yixingyu stood up, satisfied, feeling that this would somewhat educate them. The sword light flashed as the ropes binding the turtles snapped. He picked up the 2 turtles, preparing to return them to the river.
Let me do it, let me do it!
An excited voice rang out as Luo Qianyun snatched the turtles from his hands. Yixingyu didn't mind anyone could release them. As long as those turtles wouldn't be tortured anymore, it was a good thing. Reaching the riverbank, Luo Qianyun and the turtles exchanged wide-eyed stares before she broke into a grin.
Here you go.
She tossed the turtle out, achieving a perfect balance as it slid away into the distance, ultimately sinking to the riverbed.
Oh yeah. 62 splashes as expected of me. Let's see how far this one can fly.
Yixingyu watched the scene, helplessly rubbing his forehead. You didn't let them go either. Whether it was due to regaining a sea of flowers, Li Chongsheng had recently found Shen Muyang much more agreeable. He had even started to teach him the culinary styles he had been researching, which Lu Yao was willing to call death cuisine. In terms of taste, it was actually quite good, but out of the 10 ingredients his master used, 9 were poisonous, and the remaining 1 was deadly. Yet senior brother Shen had quite the appetite for it. As long as it was delicious, he was completely unconcerned about the toxicity.
Ha, Master Uncle, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I dare say in the Tianyuan Realm you are the foremost spiritual chef. Oh nephew, you flatter me. What foremost spiritual chef? Great talents emerge from generation to generation. The future belongs to the younger ones. But isn't it you at the helm now?
Lu Yao silently turned the skewered meat in his hand, watching Li Chongsheng and Shen Muyang enthusiastically exchanging compliments. Today was initially proposed as a flower seed barbecue, but halfway through these 2 began introducing some strange ingredients. For the health of the junior disciples, Lu Yao tactfully suggested they should leave and let him enjoy himself.
Brother, I'm hungry.
A large mouth approached, and Lu Yao quickly grabbed a roasted beef leg and stuffed it in, patting his head, as the 4th junior brother happily ran off with the beef leg.
Brother, meow meow meow.
Lu Yao also gave a chicken leg to his fox-shaped junior sister, patting her head, as well allowing her to play on her own.
Brother, I want some too.
Looking at Lingyun, who stood with her mouth agape in front of him, he was at a loss for words. She had come with Jiang Shiji. Master had invited many people this time. The younger disciples called him brother, because of their age. What were you shouting for? Seeing Lingyun still standing there with her mouth open, he picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth, then patted her head.
Be good, go play now.
To be honest, it felt pretty nice. Lingyun didn't leave, she just stood quietly eating her chicken leg, glancing at Lu Yao with each bite. Lu Yao helplessly said nothing more. Let her look, as long as she wasn't there to pick a fight, it was fine. Surprisingly, the most lively scene was at Master's side, which Lu Yao had not anticipated. Perhaps the tastes of the big shots were quite peculiar, as almost all the high-level cultivators had gathered there. They had already begun attempting to swallow chaos raw. Other places were not to be outdone, roasting all sorts of things. Even a group was roasting stones. By the way, can the star iron or really be eaten after being roasted? What difference does it make from seasoning a shu insole and eating it directly? Can chaotic stubborn stones be roasted without fear of breaking a tooth? There were also those who gathered materials on site, roasting various fresh flowers found here. Lu Yao suspected they had forgotten to bring ingredients, and fearing embarrassment could only stand out. But then again, perhaps they really did have peculiar tastes. He looked around and suddenly realized that he was actually the most normal one here. So the question arose, if he was the most normal among a bunch of abnormal people, didn't that mean he was actually the most abnormal one? Clearly this was a philosophical question not within his realm of expertise. The junior sister had finished eating, but she didn't dare come closer. Lingyun stood there like a boss, exuding an aura that deterred strangers, quite intimidating.
Sister, just call me by my name.
Lingyun came closer again, but Lu Yao interrupted her. It felt strange to hear her call him brother.
Lu Yao, I want more. Okay, open your mouth.
Lu Yao gave her another piece, and then noticed she didn't leave, still standing there looking at him.
What's wrong? Pat my head. That's not a necessary procedure. You don't have to pat your head, just eat.
Oh. Perhaps she thought that after feeding her a head pat was a necessary procedure. However, Lu Yao felt inexplicably that she seemed a bit down, as if she had a pair of invisible cat ears drooping. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yao reached out and patted her head, noticing her mood instantly brightened and her cat ears perked up again. Strange, did she actually like being patted on the head? Could it be that she has feelings for me? As soon as Lu Yao had this thought, he immediately extinguished it. How could that be? Who would threaten someone they liked and draw swords at them? However, she then came back for food several more times, each time standing there waiting for him to pat her head. Lu Yao looked at her with a strange expression and thought for a moment, cautiously saying,
You know, if you want to be patted on the head, you don't have to keep eating, just tell me directly. Oh.
She directly sat next to Lu Yao and placed his hand on her head. Nobody. You really don't consider yourself an outsider, do you? Gently stroking her smooth hair, Lu Yao's previously firm thoughts began to waver. Could it really be as he thought? He wanted to ask directly, but looking at the many people around them, and the teasing glances thrown their way from time to time, Lu Yao still wanted to save face. He simply didn't have the courage to ask directly in front of so many elders. Perhaps he should wait until after the gathering. Lingyun's mood was exceedingly pleasant at this moment, with that broad hand gently stroking her hair, making her unable to resist leaning in a bit closer. Some were delighted while others were sorrowful. In the distance, the little fox watched this scene, tears streaming down her face.
Bad woman, stop it. Don't let that tonic touch my brother, stay away from him.
She wanted to go up and intervene, but seeing the long sword behind Lingyun, she forced herself to calm down.
Woo, I'm sorry, brother, I'm too cowardly to stop her. It's my fault for being useless, but even if you're dirty, I won't despise you,
she cried while eating skewers. Her peculiar appearance caught Lu Yao's attention, leaving him somewhat puzzled. He tried taking a bite, and found it quite normal. Hadn't he added anything strange? Why was she crying while eating? Meanwhile, the leader of the Chi Peak looked at the neglected barbecue grill, lost in thought. Why was no one coming to his place? It shouldn't be. He had brought out the finest ores he had collected, yet these people didn't even glance over. Why were there so many people crowding around Master Li, who had a bunch of poisonous ingredients? People nowadays really have peculiar tastes. He glanced over that way again, sneering at them all, a bunch of people who didn't understand good food.
Good job, junior brother. Spit another one.
Chiwen cheered, his face a bit flushed. Truth be told, this peach blossom brew infused with fallen gods murk was quite intoxicating, and he was starting to feel a bit dizzy. Before him, Li Changsheng was grabbing a handful of chaotic energy and shoving it into his mouth. The surrounding people applauded and cheered, calling it a unique skill. Chiwen continued to cheer enthusiastically, urging Li Changsheng to perform another act of swallowing chaos raw. The night grew deep, and the sect leader and others were already intoxicated with those of lower cultivation, like Shen Muyan, lying on the ground lifeless, unsure if they were drunk or dead. Lu Yao glanced around and found no one paying attention to him. Thus he ceased his caressing motion and telepathically communicated with Lin Shiyu, who was squinting her eyes in enjoyment. "Come with me, I have something to ask you." After saying that, he left the sea of flowers by himself. Lin Shiyu followed closely behind. The little fox watched this scene from a distance, heartbroken. That woman was trailing behind senior brother, certainly intending to force him to kneel and return to work hard for the stars. Such things must not happen, at least not until 1,000 years after her death. The moonlight shone like a veil, draping the earth in a silver light. Under the veil the two exchanged glances. In the end it was Lu Yao who broke the silence.
I have something to ask you.
He was a bit unsure how to start. Would asking directly make him seem a bit narcissistic? Did making him touch her head mean he liked him?
What's wrong?
Lin Shiyu tilted her head, puzzled. Seeing Lu Yao's awkward demeanor, she suddenly recalled her junior sister's teaching. Her junior sister had said that when a boy suddenly invites you out saying he has something to tell you but is too shy to speak, then don't doubt it. He probably wants to confess to you. It's best to take the initiative in such situations. Lin Shiyu looked back at Lu Yao, her mind echoing her junior sister's words. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and as she gazed at Lu Yao's delicate lips, an impulse arose swiftly, overtaking her rationality. Suddenly, she moved closer to Lu Yao, and under his puzzled gaze, cupped his face with her hands. The floral fragrance around them grew stronger in the moonlight as Lin Shiyu bit her lip, her heart racing. Summoning her courage, she closed her eyes and leaned in directly. The moonlight, like water, illuminated their kissing silhouettes, and the surrounding flowers seemed to sway gently, infected by the romantic atmosphere. The warm touch and an inexplicable fragrance filled his senses. At that moment Lu Yao's eyes widened and his brain ceased to function. After a long time their lips parted, a glistening line extending between them.
"From now on the girl is named Lu Shiyu, and the boy is named Lu Wanxian." "Huh? All right."
Lu Yao hadn't snapped out of his daze, and instinctively replied. When he realized what had happened, he immediately retorted,
"No way, Lu Wanxian doesn't sound good. Then what should it be? Wait, why am I discussing this with you? What were you just doing?"
Lu Yao's face turned bright red. He didn't expect his first kiss to be lost so inexplicably, and with none other than Lin Shiyu.
"Take the initiative, that's what my junior sister taught me." "What kind of teaching is that? Why not teach something better?"
Lu Yao calmed down. Now he didn't need to ask, he already knew the answer, but he wanted to confirm it again. He looked at Lin Shiyu, whose face was slightly flushed and his tone became somewhat unnatural.
"So, do you like me?"
This was bad. She truly was interested in him.
Then why did you act that way before?" "What?" "Threatening and intimidating me."
Lin Shiyu tilted her head in confusion, wondering when she had ever threatened or intimidated Lu Yao.
"You know, throwing me some severed limbs and the heads of evil cultivators. I always thought you hated me."
Lin Shiyu's world crumbled. Thus her actions of giving her favorite collectibles to Lu Yao were interpreted by him as her hatred.
"That wasn't a threat, those were my collectibles."
She seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Lu Yao could detect a hint of grievance in her tone.
"All right, that was my mistake. However, a normal person wouldn't send such things to someone they liked, nor would they run away without a word. They wouldn't." I'm sorry.
Lu Yao had always thought she disliked him, so did that mean his previous actions were also a misunderstanding? He didn't mean it that way. Thinking about what had just happened, she suddenly felt her eyes grow warm, feeling uncomfortable, and an impulse to escape from here. Her body acted faster than her mind, and she dashed out, but was pulled back by Lu Yao, who grasped her arm. At the moment their eyes met, her vision became hazy, and 2 chills ran down her cheeks. Her chest felt tight, and she found it hard to breathe. She disliked this unfamiliar feeling. With a choked voice, she quietly sobbed, but at that moment a pair of warm hands gently cupped her face.
Why are you crying?
Lu Yao gently wiped away her tears, finding her crying figure quite adorable.
I'm not crying, I'm just shedding tears. All right. May I ask what you're shedding tears for?
She looked at Lu Yao, her eyes red, and spoke with a tone hinting at tears.
You? You dislike me. I don't dislike you. Imagine if a guy constantly gives you things you don't like and wants to fight you, would you like him?
Lingyun paused for a moment, realizing she indeed wouldn't, and shook her head.
So you don't dislike me?
Lu Yao stared at her for a while. When she appeared a bit anxious, he nodded earnestly. Setting aside those provocations and misunderstandings, he truly did not dislike Lingyun. Honestly, she even hit his aesthetic point. Especially with her head of snow-white hair. The ancestors had said that immortals have white hair and youthful faces, so isn't that just a white-haired lowly? Although the one before him wasn't a lowly, she was still a white-haired girl, wasn't she? This was the aesthetic passed down from the ancestors. How could the ancestors' vision be poor?
Really?
Once again receiving Lu Yao's confirmation, that uncomfortable feeling dissipated entirely, and she returned to her usual cool demeanor.
Then let's get married tomorrow.
Her eyes were still a bit red, yet she managed to say this expressionlessly. It was hard to imagine that the person who had just been crying was her.
No way.
Lu Yao directly rejected this proposal, and as the mist began to gather in her eyes again, he hurriedly interrupted her.
Marriage requires love between 2 people. Although we have cleared up our misunderstanding right now, I only don't dislike you. I don't have that kind of love between a man and a woman. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Lingyun nodded. She understood. She just had a weak emotional disposition and peculiar preferences, but was not devoid of values or intelligence. Her master had taught her that 2 people who love each other would become husband and wife, sharing life and death together. Although she had just done something only a Dao partner would do with Lu Yao. But that was her forcing him, so it didn't count as love. She couldn't use this to coerce Lu Yao. She needed to obtain what she wanted through her own strength.
I will make you fall in love with me.
Lingyun didn't care whether Lu Yao liked her now, as long as he didn't dislike her, that was enough.
If that day really comes, I will tell you seriously.
Lu Yao didn't want to discourage her or make his words too absolute. What if he truly developed feelings later? Wouldn't that be digging a pit for himself?
By the way, can I ask you a question?
What?
If I hadn't pulled you back just now, would you have given up on me from then on?
Lingyun thought for a moment, her tone serious and firm.
No. Then what do you plan to do in the future? Work hard in cultivation, then defeat you, and keep you hidden, so you can only be with me every day. That way, you will definitely fall in love with me.
Yes, that's what she was thinking earlier. A forced fruit may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst. If she couldn't win Lu Yao's heart, then she would first win his body. Her master had said that feelings grow over time. Sooner or later, she would make him fall in love with her, wouldn't she? Seeing she didn't seem to be joking, Lu Yao wiped away non-existent cold sweat. That was close. He almost ended up being locked in a basement, unlocking a battle defeat CG. The 2 of them returned to their previous demeanor, calmly re-entering the sea of flowers, as if nothing had just happened. She still sat beside Lu Yao, enjoying his gentle pat on the head. Her fingers occasionally brushed against her lips, as if savoring something. Watching her movements, Lu Yao couldn't help but recall that warm touch, causing his throat to tighten. He rubbed his face, trying to calm himself, but that image became increasingly vivid in his mind. After all, it was his first kiss, and it was somewhat unforgettable.
Junior brother.
Shen Muyang suddenly stood up and shouted, startling Lu Yao. He pointed at Lu Yao, and Lin Shuryu, his tone somewhat displeased.
I just saw you too.
Lu Yao instantly felt tense, and Lin Shuryu quietly perked up her ears. What did he see?
You two actually went out to eat delicious food behind my back.
Phew. Lu Yao let out a sigh of relief, as he truly thought his senior brother had seen something, but it turned out he thought they had gone out to sneak some food. However, to be fair, it was indeed quite sweet.
Thud!
Shen Muyang fell face down to the ground, unsure if he had just experienced a moment of clarity or was simply dazed. Seeing his senior brother like this, Lu Yao kindly helped him flip over, and even took out a handkerchief to cover his navel to prevent him from catching a chill. He was a magnanimous person, and wouldn't intentionally avoid carrying his senior brother to the room to rest just because he had been startled. As Lu Yao left, his feet accidentally brushed against Shen Muyang's behind several times. It was unintentional. After giving his senior brother a massage, he returned to his own roasting rack.
Let's go, I'll walk you back.
It was already late at night. Although they could stay awake, Lu Yao still felt that it was time to rest. He walked Lin Shuryu all the way to the entrance of Qinghua Peak.
Well, I'm leaving now.
Lin Shuryu stared blankly at the place where Lu Yao had disappeared, and a shout from behind pulled her back.
Senior sister.
A lively voice rang out as Lu Yingxue ran over from a distance.
Thank you, junior sister. No need to thank me. The nonsensical reply left Lu Yingxue somewhat stunned, but she instinctively followed up with,
What do you want to thank me for?
Your method is very useful. Oh. So what progress have you made? I kissed him, and he said he doesn't dislike me.
Lu Yingxue's eyes sparkled. This was very promising, and she had to seize the opportunity. So she pulled Lin Shuryu along, imparting many experiences and methods, causing Lin Shuryu to nod repeatedly. The next morning, Qinwen sat up from the sea of flowers, rubbing his forehead, still feeling a bit of a headache. To be fair, the aftereffects were indeed strong. He should ask his senior brother to add less next time. However, the faint, elegant fragrance of peach blossoms mixed with the aroma of wine, sweet yet slightly spicy, was truly unforgettable. I should ask my senior brother for more later, and slowly enjoy it at home. Or perhaps I should just directly ask for the recipe and transplant some peach trees. Back then, I could have it anytime, anywhere. By the way, I heard that last time that Brad Muyang broke the peach blossom wine that my senior brother had treasured for 5 years. This cannot go unpunished. I must teach him a lesson.
Buzz!
The communication jade talisman vibrated. Qinwen took it out to take a look. It was an elder responsible for external affairs. Not eating fatty meat is the Sect master there. Qinwen, what's the matter? Not eating fatty meat. The team from Kanglan Tianzong has arrived in the north region. Do you want to arrange for them to rest in Tianhai City or Beiyuan City? Qinwen, either is fine. Not eating fatty meat. Not eating fatty meat, Tianhai or Beiyuan. Qinwen or UIU. In a certain city's loft, a woman cursed and angrily threw the communication jade talisman to the ground. Encountering such a leader, she truly couldn't continue working with that old man. He never clarified anything, and when something went wrong, he would come looking for her. Such a person deserves to go to the 18th level of hell. I really want to go back to the southern region where every day is just eating, sleeping, basking in the sun, living like a carefree little cat. I shouldn't have transformed. Before transforming, I could still be a mascot peacefully. Ever since I transformed, the ancestor said I had grown up, and it was time to go out and earn a living. Back then, I was also blind tricked by the generous treatment of the Xianjian sect. This job is truly hard to do. After cursing for a while, she sighed, picked up the talisman from the ground, and put back on a gentle smile before walking out. Life is not easy. The cat has to sell its art. While it's good to complain, work still needs to be done, as she couldn't find a better job than this. A thick salary of spirit stones, not to mention the elixirs, travel allowances, monthly stipends, and year-end bonuses. During holidays, extra pay is distributed, and breakthroughs in realms can apply for various sect assistance. upon reaching a certain realm or tenure one can also receive improved benefits. She didn't like fighting and wasn't good at it, so she could only muddle through life in the Xianjian sect.
Evil sect master, you wait for me. The day I become the leader, it'll make you come and receive me.
As if imagining herself scolding the sect master in the future, a naive smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. The group from Kanglan Tianzong nearby looked puzzled. Was she thinking of something happy? They were about to laugh, like the moon-swallowing sky wolf.
Ahem, I'm sorry, everyone please follow me.
Realizing everyone was looking at her, her cheeks flushed slightly, as she hurriedly called for everyone. Having her manic behavior observed was embarrassing, sigh. And Lingyun walked beside her, inquiring about the situation within the Xianjian sect.
Senior, can you tell me about this generation's sword son? What kind of person is he? Of course, the current sword son of the Xianjian sect is Shen Muyang he.
Listening to the various exploits of that sword son, she nodded repeatedly. Indeed, very powerful. However, she was confident she wouldn't lose. Seeing her confident demeanor, the cat elder smiled and said,
You want to challenge Shen Muyang, don't you? Yes, senior.
The cat elder was not surprised. It was common for the younger generation to compete. However, it was still early for the heaven rankings to open, and she was so eager to challenge others.
I have met the sect master.
Lu Yao respectfully saluted the sect master. Chiwen gestured for him to not be so formal, and then under Lu Yao's curious gaze, he kept circling around him.
Sect master, is there something you need?
Feeling a bit overwhelmed by the scrutiny, he finally spoke up.
What a miraculous innate ability capable of distorting my perception.
Chiwen explained in wonder. He had not noticed this before, but now he recalled Lu Yao, and suddenly realized that Lu Yao had always appeared rather ordinary in his eyes, leading him to unconsciously overlook him.
Shut down your ability.
The last time he saw Lu Yao's true appearance without his ability was 10 years ago, and he remembered that he had looked quite cute back then. He should still be decent now, although he felt Lu Yao was very ordinary. His subconscious told him he must look pretty good.
Yes.
Lu Yao turned off his transformation ability, and he appeared clear in Chiwen's eyes. At first, he was like a drop of water submerged in a crowd, silent and extremely ordinary. However, when he shed that layer of concealment, he appeared like a gem wiped free of dust, revealing his flawless essence. Standing tall like a pine tree, his eyes resembled deep cold pools shimmering with reflections that concealed the stars and the sea. His lips always curved slightly upwards, carrying a trace of a gentle smile yet untainted by the mundane world. Everything's clamor seemed unrelated to him, with the corners of his robes gently swaying in the wind, further accentuating his extraordinary demeanor, as if he had stepped out of a traditional ink painting. Chiwen's eyes lit up. What a fine young man, quite impressive indeed. He couldn't help but feel that Lu Yao exuded an aura, as if he had trodden the path of greatness.
Very well, keep your ability under wraps for now. It will be up to you to bring glory to our Xianjian sect later. Bring glory? What am I supposed to do?
Chiwen fell silent, stroking his chin in thought. Several days later, the team from the Kanglan Heavenly Sect finally arrived at the gates of the Xianjian sect.
Someone will come to receive you shortly. I will take my leave first. All right, thank you, Elder.
Cat let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Perhaps I should suggest a change of job to the sect master. When I return, dealing with people is exhausting. Watching the elder Cat leave in a hurry, and Lingyun felt that she looked much more relaxed. She gazed towards the gates, filled with anticipation for this journey, eager to meet the geniuses of the northern region. This would be the starting point of her legendary journey. First, she would challenge the Xianjian sect, the authoritative figure of the northern region, and then use it as a stepping stone to challenge the entire northern region. After this journey, her name would resound throughout the entire Tianyuan Realm. Just as she immersed herself in her fantasies, the portal trembled, and a figure stepped out. And Lingyun focused her gaze, momentarily stunned, for this person was far too ethereal, like an immortal, just standing there created an air of unreality. After merely glancing at him a few times, she regained her composure, daring to use beauty to tempt her into corruption, attempting to thwart the fate of the Xianjian sect's prodigy being defeated by her. What a cunning sect! Let me take another look.
The true disciple of the Xianjian sect, Lu Yao, I have met you all. Please follow me. Tisk!
No matter how many times she came, Tianyuan always looked down on the Xianjian sect's behavior, as they always deliberately selected the most attractive disciples to receive guests. What good is good looks? Ultimately, strength is what matters most. Well, she really couldn't keep making excuses. The sect master really should learn from others, otherwise every time it appeared as if their sect was full of rugged men like some barbarian tribe, with each one eager to pick a fight. She scrutinized Lingyun, noting that his appearance was indeed more outstanding than those disciples who had received them before. Speaking of which, does your Xianjian sect select true disciples based on looks? Having come here so many times, I've truly never seen one who looked bad. Lingyun led the group through the portal and into the Xianjian sect. The disciples along the way looked at him in astonishment, whispering among themselves.
Hey, is that senior brother Liu? It seems so. How did he suddenly change like this? Doesn't he always look like this? It's just that I didn't notice it before.
The surrounding voices naturally did not escape Lingyun's ears. He felt a bit of a headache. The sect master sure knew how to give him work. He had originally intended to have him guard the door to showcase the best image of the Xianjian sect to outsiders. However, he found that no matter who stood next to him, they would be overshadowed. It was impossible to find another person comparable to him for the job of guarding the door. Thus, he was assigned to be responsible for receiving guests, and was told not to embarrass the Xianjian sect. Isn't this just asking him to sell his looks? The gazes of the surrounding people made Lingyun feel a bit uncomfortable. He had never been the center of so much attention. He led everyone to the Sword Peak and arranged their accommodations.
You may explore the Xianjian sect at your leisure. Tomorrow, the Xianjian sect will arrange for your sect's prodigies to engage in discussions and exchanges. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
After Lingyun finished speaking, he wanted to make a hasty exit, but someone called him back.
Wait a moment.
Lingyun turned around and saw that he had been stopped by two girls.
What can I do for you, junior sisters?
One was at the transformation stage, and the other was at the peak of the void refinement stage. Lingyun automatically categorized them as weaklings, so naturally they were his junior sisters. Although being called junior sister was somewhat displeasing, and Lingyun did not forget her purpose. The previous elder had been away for a long time, so his knowledge was surely not as clear. This person, as a true disciple, would certainly provide more authentic and reliable information.
Excuse me, do you know Shen Muyang? Oh, senior brother Shen, yes, I know him. Do you think he is strong?
Upon hearing this, Lingyun scrutinized her for a moment, then shook his head.
I wouldn't advise you to challenge senior brother Shen. You won't be able to defeat him. Hey, why do you say that? Senior sister is quite formidable.
The petite transformation stage junior sister spoke up, somewhat displeased. This was senior sister, and after all, among the younger generation of the Cullinary Heavenly Sect, there was no one who could rival her, and she had even forcefully defeated several top-ranking true disciples.
Oh, is she really that impressive? Of course. She is the strongest talent of our Cullinary Heavenly Sect.
Upon hearing this, Lingyun's expression grew a bit more serious. This cultivation level could only rank in the top 10 among the true disciples of the Xianjian sect, yet unexpectedly, she was the strongest of the Cullinary Heavenly Sect. So her strength must be considerable. She might even have some special techniques.
Sorry, I didn't expect junior sister to be so strong. My wording was inappropriate. I wish you success in your challenge tomorrow. Thank you.
And Lingyun's mood improved significantly upon hearing this, and even her chin lifted slightly, appearing somewhat proud. Lingyun, complying with their request, guided them once more through the Xianjian sect, acting much like a seasoned tour guide as he introduced its scenic landmarks and historic sites.
This is Xianjian Peak, the location of the sect's main hall. This is Dan Peak. Judging by its name alone, you've surely already guessed its purpose.
As Lingyun spoke, numerous disciples from Dan Peak greeted him warmly along the way. An 8th rank master of alchemy, and an exceptionally refined one at that, his renown within Dan Peak even eclipsed that of certain 9th rank grandmasters. To every disciple who approached with questions, he responded patiently and kindly. And Lingyun watched this scene unfold and instinctively classified Lingyun among the prodigies of alchemical cultivation, she even witnessed several renowned alchemical grandmasters seeking his counsel on intricate matters. She knew these masters well, figures whose reputations resonated far beyond the eastern region.
This is the Danding office. This is the Pill Pavilion. This is Qin Luofeng. Wait, Qin Luofeng.
Lu Yao narrowed his eyes, momentarily doubting whether he was hallucinating. He stared at Qin Luofeng, who scratched his nose with an awkward self-deprecating smile. Reality itself seemed to waver.
I thought you were still exploring that secret realm yesterday. How in the world did you end up here? Cough, cough. That secret realm collapsed yesterday. I was swept into a chaotic void current, and when I emerged again, I found myself near the Xianjin Sect.
Lu Yao fell silent for a moment, then slowly raised his thumb.
Impressive.
Indeed, the protagonist was nothing short of a walking catalyst for calamity.
Zhang Feng.
Another voice rang out beside them, startled, incredulous, belonging to the Nascent Soul's senior sister.
Oh, it's you.
So engrossed had he been in conversation with his senior brother that he'd overlooked those nearby, only now realizing an acquaintance stood before him.
But your name is Zhang Feng. Why does he call you Qin Luofeng? And aren't you from the Dilling Valley?
A cascade of confusion left Yi Qingqing momentarily flustered. Qin Luofeng cast her a cool, dismissive glance.
Out in the world, identity is what you claim it to be. If I say I'm someone, you believe me. Just beware the day your own foolishness kills you. You deceived me. And I'm not stupid. If you're not foolish, then tell me, why were you hunted by demonic cultivators?
Yi Qingqing fell abruptly silent. She'd been lured into a trap by demonic cultivators, only escaping after exhausting every trick and stratagem at her command. Had she not encountered Qin Luofeng, himself pursued, she dared not imagine what fate might have awaited her. Facing Lu Yao's inquisitive gaze, Qin Luofeng leaned in and murmured softly,
Senior brother, this is the fool I told you about, the one I met beyond Sanwang Mountain.
Lu Yao nodded, finally understanding. So that was her. During his trials near Sanwang Mountain, Qin Luofeng had stumbled upon a group of demonic cultivators siphoning the earth's ley lines, and without hesitation, he intervened, seizing the opportunity, and promptly found himself relentlessly pursued. While fleeing, he encountered a woman similarly hunted. He rescued her on impulse, intending perhaps to use her as a decoy should escape fail. He'd simply cast her forth to draw fire. Yet she proved astonishingly gullible, believing every word he uttered, obeying each instruction without question, leaving him in the end too embarrassed to exploit her.
So this is the Zhang Feng you mentioned?
And Lingyun gazed curiously at Qin Luofeng. Ever since their last encounter, her junior sister had spoken endlessly of a youth named Zhang Feng. She described him as upright and compassionate, having saved her life, and even when she succumbed to a love toxin, refusing to take advantage, instead, he slapped her awake and compounded an antidote pill. The only oddity was his habit of clutching his arm and letting out sudden, inexplicable cries, as if afflicted with chronic joint pain. Truth, it seemed, shifted with perspective. What Lu Yao heard was the tale of a naive burden dragged through perilous survival, Qin Luofeng's version. What Lingyun heard was the story of a fallen maiden finding refuge in a noble, courageous, and brilliant youth, with whom she shared unforgettable trials and triumphs. Though deceived, Yi Qingqing bore no ill will toward him. Rather, she admired his cleverness, and chided herself for never thinking to adopt a false name.
By the way, senior brother, she's from the Kanglin Heaven Sect, isn't she? Why is she here? You don't know? Should I?
Seeing Qin Luofeng's genuine bewilderment, Lu Yao explained, whereupon comprehension dawned. Good heavens, he truly lived in a 2G world while the entire Xianjian sect buzzed with the news. He remained blissfully unaware.
So tomorrow, I'll get to spar with the Eastern region's elite talents.
Qin Luofeng sounded exhilarated. Combat, pure exhilaration. Clashing with geniuses from foreign realms, that was even more thrilling.
Qin Luofeng, could you show me around the Xianjin sect? It's my first time here,
Yi Qingqing asked, slightly bashful. Qin Luofeng declined outright. He needed to prepare for tomorrow. Women, after all, only slowed his sword-drawing speed.
Hongwu, stay calm.
he whispered telepathically to soothe her. He couldn't fathom why Hongwu so disliked women. Each time he drew near any female, Hongwu bristled with unmistakable ire. Was it mere homosocial repulsion? Yi Qingqing refused to relent.
Then, after tomorrow, could we explore together? Regrettably, I cannot fulfill any of your 3 requests.
Blind to their own entanglement, they remained oblivious, while Lu Yao observed with crystalline clarity, discreetly preserving the moment. Triangular tension, 2 women vying, yet the man caught between them bears all wounds. Reward acquired, Tianjing Sha. Now it was Lu Yao's turn to raise an eyebrow. The image showed only Qin Luofeng and Yi Qingqing. Where precisely was the triangular tension? Never mind. It held no relevance to him.
Junior brother, please escort her. I'll take senior sister in to explore elsewhere.
Lu Yao betrayed Qin Luofeng without hesitation. Why should he labor under the Sect master's orders while this fellow idled freely?
Huh? Senior brother, I need to prepare for tomorrow. One day, what preparation could possibly require?
Qin Luofeng faltered. Truth was he had no real preparations, only a desperate pretext to distance himself from this relentless nuisance. Yet, with his senior brother having spoken, compliance was inevitable. He owed Lu Yao debts he could never repay, leaving him perpetually deferential, humbled by the weight of unrepaid kindness.
Understood. I'll accompany her. Good.
Watching his expression, utterly resigned, Lu Yao felt deeply satisfied. Precisely so suffering must be shared.
Truly delightful. Delightful. Did you mean delightful?
And Lingyun tilted her head, puzzled.
Isn't delightful delightful? Perhaps it is.
She paused, then smiled faintly, a genuine quiet amusement. This Lu Yao certainly spoke in delightfully peculiar ways. The next day, within Xianjin Peak, in a vast arena capable of accommodating 1,000,000 people, a small portion of the seats were already filled. Due to the immense destructive power of high-level cultivators, this place was specifically designated for battles among those at the Nascent Soul stage and above, the Hidden Void Realm. The solid surrounding space was so resilient that even those in the Tribulation Transcendent stage could not damage it, and it would generate a special small secret realm for combat. There would also be live broadcasts outside, allowing everyone to witness the thrilling outcomes. The prodigies of Xianjian Sect had long been waiting here. Everyone, this is the place I mentioned, designated for battles among cultivators at the Nascent Soul stage and above. Over there are your opponents for this event. Lu Yao led the disciples of Kanglan Heavenly Sect into the arena, while introducing the Hidden Void Realm. As they stepped into this special arena for cultivators, it felt as if they were in a vast world surrounded by towering mountains silently cradling the arena. The sky was a deep blue, the sunlight poured down, gilding the entire arena in golden hues, while distant clouds lingered among the mountains, adding a touch of mystery. The stands of the arena were built against the mountains, layered upon each other full to capacity. The chatter and cheers of the disciples intertwined, creating a powerful wave of sound that resonated in the air. Brilliant beams of light flashed across the sky, illuminating it like shooting stars. These were the disciples qualified to accept challenges, showcasing their unique skills as they entered the arena. Some soared through clouds, while others flew on swords, their forms graceful and actions elegant, each clash accompanied by thunderous sounds that reverberated through the air. They descended to the center of the arena, waving to their junior disciples below. The audience's emotions were ignited with cheers and shouts rising and falling, some spectators excitedly standing and waving their flags. The disciples of Kanglan Heavenly Sect were also somewhat excited. It was their first time witnessing such a scene. Qin Yashuan. These people from Xianjian Sect are just showy fond of these flashy things. That short-haired blonde over there is Xiao Wanli. He excels in lighting techniques, and his power is quite decent. That gloomy-looking one is Jiu Feng. He has some skills, so you'd better try to take him down quickly, or once his formations stack up, even I would have a hard time. The one in the robe is Lan Ruofeng. She has decent mastery in the 5 elements path, and that is Lin Qiyu. Both her swordsmanship and her mastery of extreme cold are quite impressive. Lu Yao introduced the strongest true disciples one by one to Lingyun. The sect leader specifically asked him to pay attention to Lingyun, mentioning that she was quite remarkable. That swordsman. And Lingyun did not mind Lu Yao's somewhat dismissive remarks. She was more concerned about her strongest opponent. Look, the one who appears serious is indeed strong. Following Lu Yao's finger, she saw the figure dressed in blue. And Lingyun stared at him, her pupils contracting. In her eyes, Shen Muyang resembled a colossal sword piercing through the heavens. Merely standing there, the sharp sword aura made her spiritual eyes ache. It seemed that Shen Muyang sensed her gaze and looked over. After just a brief exchange of glances, she immediately turned away. The feeling of facing a sword abyss sent chills down her spine. She couldn't help but think, this is bad. It seemed Shen Muyang really had some strength. How did he feel even stronger than Jiangmabai? She doubted that even with her spiritual eyes and Tao body activated using her celestial root, she could secure an easy victory. It would probably be a hard-fought win. Perhaps she should heed the previous elder's advice and start by battling others first. If nothing is wrong, I will enter the arena now. Lu Yao's inquiry interrupted her thoughts, and she looked at him with curiosity. Are you going to watch the battle? Yes, actually, I was also supposed to be a participant, but the sect leader wouldn't let me compete, saying it would be somewhat unfair. And Lingyun nodded, realizing that indeed, it would be a bit unfair. He seemed to be particularly outstanding in alchemy. Before coming here, she hadn't even heard of Lu Yao's name. The preconceived notion made her think that for Lu Yao to earn the respect of a grandmaster in alchemy, he must possess remarkable talents in the area. How could someone so devoted to alchemy possibly have time to practice anything else? What a pity, I really wanted to compete. It's been a long time since anyone was willing to spar with me. I've said that blades and swords are blind. It's normal to go all out in a spar, yet they still think I'm being too rough. Aren't they embarrassed to bully an alchemist? I didn't expect these disciples from Xianjian Sect to have principles. Very well, I acknowledge you and Lingyun. Then I wish you a victorious start. Yes, thank you. Receiving this blessing, her mood was quite pleasant. After bidding farewell to Lu Yao, she turned and led everyone into the central area of the hidden void realm. Brother, over here. In the sea of people, Lu Yingxue waved her little hand, desperately beckoning Lu Yao over. Although it was somewhat noisy, it did not hinder his hearing. He sat down next to Yingxue, who held sunflower seeds in her left hand, and embraced Shaoqing with her right, looking quite content. Elder brother. Shaoqing also greeted Lu Yao, who smiled in response. Brother, why aren't you in the competition? The sect leader won't let me go. Ah. Why not? Hearing her brother's answer, she was slightly displeased, especially since he was so impressive. Even the senior brothers and sisters were up there brimming with enthusiasm. Yet her brother wasn't even allowed to participate. She was a bit surprised when she saw him earlier. She always thought her brother should be on stage, which is why she had dragged Shaoqing to attend. Oh, the sect leader said, as we are from brother sects, we should give each other some face. If I went up, they wouldn't have anyone to fight. Oh, I see. Then it's fine. Upon learning it was because he was too strong that he wasn't allowed to compete, Lu Yingxue instantly felt relieved. The sect leader's approach was understandable. She could fully grasp the good intentions behind it. Above the hidden void realm, the esteemed individuals were watching the battles. Chen Yashuan and Qiwen stood side by side, engaging in friendly conversation. I wonder why your Xianjian sect always engages in such flashy things. It's all show without substance. A useless Kanglan heavenly sect. If you can't organize a proper event, just say so. How dare you criticize us for being flashy? TCH trash sword cultivators, do you believe that I could take on 10 of you by myself? A bunch of muscle-bound fools, how dare you bark? If you're unconvinced, come and spar. Are you afraid of me? After both sides fully exchanged their opinions, they reached a tacit understanding of peace and prepared to engage in further discussions afterward, hoping to strengthen the friendly cooperation between both parties. Chen Yashuan felt a hint of sorrow. The visitors from the Kanglan Tianzong included many disciples at the void refinement stage, all of whom were talented individuals under 100 years old. The sect leader thought that since they were coming anyway, it would be better to bring more people to broaden their horizons, so he simply let her choose a few individuals to bring along. It was merely to broaden their horizons. She knew in her heart that except for Lingyun none of them could match the top disciples of the Tianyuan sect. Those were truly monstrous peers, each a remarkable talent within the void refinement stage, and among them stood out Shenmue. Her expression grew serious. This person had clearly already 1 foot in the Tao integration stage, and would soon achieve it. No wonder he was known as the current sword master. Indeed, his talent was formidable. Against him Lingyun would likely lose 8 out of 10 times. However, it was also good for her to learn a lesson to understand that there are always greater talents beyond. Shenmue would be able to advance to the Tao integration stage in no more than 2 years. As the sword master, his strength must be exceptionally powerful, probably securing a spot in the top 3 of the heavenly rankings. I wonder how Jiangmabai compares to him. And what about the nine-tailed celestial demon from the southern region, the saint son of the Wujia from the western region, and that mysterious saintess from the central continent? These are all strong contenders for the top spot in the heavenly rankings. As a list established by the Tao, it only selects prodigies under 100 years old, and the criteria for evaluation is very straightforward: sheer power. The rankings are not fixed. The initial list is determined by the Tao based on its perceived strongest individuals. Those ranked lower can challenge those above them, and if they win, they automatically replace the defeated. Each time the heavenly rankings are compiled, there are always dark horses rising, but generally speaking the positions of the top 20 are unshakable, with only internal rearrangements occurring. As for the benefits of being on the heavenly rankings, naturally there are many. When the rankings are settled after 10 years, rewards corresponding to the rankings will be granted. Not only can one be included in the historical records of the Tianyuan Realm, leaving a mark in history, but they can also receive the blessing of fortune from the Tianyuan Realm for 100 years. Back in the day, Tianyuan was almost ranked first. She was ranked 100,868. Well, she was just over 100,000 ranks behind the first place. Rounding it off, wasn't it just a little gap? Reasonable.
Does anyone wish to challenge me?
Xiao Wenli was the first to fly out, his expression arrogant, as he issued a challenge to the Kanglin Tianzong's team. He had always been this arrogant, but after recently being taught a lesson by a certain monster, he had toned it down. Now that he was no longer present, could he not continue to be arrogant? The disciples of Kanglin Tianzong exchanged glances, all fully aware of their own strengths. They could feel the gap between them just from the pressure.
I would like to test your skills, fellow Taoist.
And Lingyun stepped forward, intending to challenge others first. And now that Xiao Wenli had stepped up, she might as well try him first. As soon as Lingyun's words fell, Xiao Wenli erupted with the power of thunder, purple lightning dancing around him, like a spirit snake crackling with sound, as the dazzling electric light reflected in his pupils. He crossed his arms, tilting his head back in an extreme display of arrogance, his laughter resonating like thunder, making the surrounding air vibrate.
Ha ha ha, come fight me!
He roared, his voice echoing like rolling thunder throughout the heavens and the earth. With each word he spoke, the surrounding thunder surged even more, as if responding to his arrogance. He strode forward, and wherever he passed the ground was shattered by thunder, creating deep chasms, and smoke filled the air. The scattered bolts of lightning forced nearby cultivators to hurriedly defend themselves. He looked at the surrounding cultivators, their faces reflecting shock, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery, the corners of his mouth curling up into an extremely arrogant arc.
How dare ants attempt to resist the might of heaven? Under my thunderous laws, you are merely sheep awaiting slaughter.
The disheveled appearances of the crowd made him laugh until he fell back and forth, his wild laughter filled with contempt for all living beings. He walked through the ruins like a king overlooking the world, the thunder under his control, behaving like obedient servants ready to destroy everything at his command. And Lingyun watched this scene somewhat speechless. Indeed, what her master said was correct. The people of the Tianyuan sect can really put on a show. In reality, all of Xiao Wenli's antics contributed nothing to the battle. He knew it himself, but how could he resist looking cool?
Tisk!
Not knowing these flashy tricks, and Lingyun could only scoff, and then pulled Xiao Wenli into her domain. The two of them vanished from their original spot, and the big screen above the arena displayed their situation within the domain. And Lingyun's domain was an endless sea, calm and tranquil. Xiao Wanli's domain, however, was much more extravagant, filled with surging thunder that rolled restlessly throughout the realm. As their domains clashed strangely, whenever lightning fell within the ocean's range, it would quickly sink, leaving no ripple behind. Even when he appeared above that ocean, he could feel a tremendous force dragging him down. Some kind of heavy water domain. It seemed that he could not engage her in close combat. Although he enjoyed this flashy feeling, Xiao Wanli was not foolish enough to lose his mind. The eastern region was originally a warlike place, particularly popular for extreme physical training methods. Although Lingyun had not integrated her own domain with her true spirit into her body, she must have trained her physique exceptionally. Moreover, with this heavy water domain, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in close combat. With this thought, he waved his hands, continuously condensing thunder spears, shooting them towards Lingyun. Countless bolts of lightning transformed into a rain of swords, enveloping Lingyun as they charged towards her. As mentioned before, even a dog from the Xianjian sect would wield dual sword techniques. Although he primarily practiced the thunder path unexpectedly, he was actually also a sword cultivator. Taste my thunder sword energy storm.
Flashy but impractical.
And Lingyun scoffed, but her eyes were filled with a thirst for effects. Why had her master never taught her these techniques? Compared to this, she felt like a primitive person. As she casually shattered the incoming thunder spears, she prepared to close in on her opponent, and as for how to do that, she would certainly charge through the rain of swords. And Lingyun charged through without a care, completely oblivious to the fact that the electric arcs she shattered had not dissipated. Xiao Wanli revealed a confident smile. The scattered thunder began to gather and arrange itself, ultimately forming an overlapping thunder sword formation that trapped Lingyun within.
Didn't expect this, did you? I am not only a sword cultivator, I am actually also a formation master.
And Lingyun faced the formation's deadly grip, her expression unchanged. She opened her spiritual eyes to scan, and every node of the formation became clear in her vision. The Dao body of the Chengmu activate. The realm shattered, and the two stepped out from the void. And Lingyun appeared calm, while Xiao Wanli looked somewhat disheveled, rubbing his chest and baring his teeth. The difference was clear. Xiao Wanli had lost his earlier arrogance, and quietly flew back to his original position. Qiu Feng approached him with a sinister grin, whispering in Xiao Wanli's ear with his extraordinary bubble-like voice.
"Aunt."
Xiao Wanli immediately turned as red as a cooked shrimp, his body flushed from head to toe. He mumbled something about how sparring doesn't count as winning or losing. If it were a life-or-death battle, I would definitely win, and similar stubborn remarks, which drew loud laughter from the crowd. The air was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. However, Lingyun couldn't quite smile. She had just utilized her Chengmu Dao body, barely managing to defeat Xiao Wanli. This person clearly lacked any special constitution or talent, yet he managed to push her to such an extent, relying solely on the pure path of thunder and swordsmanship. In comparison, if she were to rely solely on her pure Dao cultivation without those special talents, she would be utterly overwhelmed. This battle made her realize her own shortcomings. The benefits from special talents would diminish as her cultivation grew, eventually becoming negligible. In the past, her invincibility within the sect had prevented her from recognizing this fact. Although her master had warned her not to rely too heavily on such things, she hadn't taken it to heart at the time, as no one had ever brought her any real pressure. Xiao Wanli closed his eyes, no longer looking at Qiu Feng, who was breathing down his neck, and sealed off his five senses.
"Huh?"
Qiu Feng sneered, looking down on Xiao Wanli's actions. This kid had entered the sect at the same time as him, and his greatest pastime was to hover around him, a social phobic. Why? Because he knew that he wouldn't be rebutted or scolded, allowing him to show off to his heart's content. One day he could no longer stand it, and bravely scolded him a few times, telling him to get lost. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wanli became even more excited. Qiu Feng would never forget the expression on Xiao Wanli's face that day.
"What? You're not mute and can actually speak. Wonderful, come listen to my 5,000-word plan to dominate the Xianjun sect."
Now looking at the red-faced Xiao Wanli, who had sealed off his senses, Qiu Feng felt a great sense of joy. He prepared to record this moment with a recording stone for repeated viewing. He glanced around and found that the others were indifferent to this scene. One was a lifeless ice block, another was hypocritical, and one was devoid of any joy or sorrow, almost ready to become a monk. Suddenly he felt it was rather uninteresting.
Forget it,
he thought, then stood up.
Xianjin Sect True Transmission Qiufeng, may I ask for your guidance? Do you need to rest?
And Lingyun immediately shook her head.
No need.
Qiufeng did not expand his domain. All his prowess lay in the formation path, and he did not require that little boost. Dense formation patterns began to take shape around him, overwhelming in number. And Lingyun looked grave. After guarding for a while the various lethal formations she had imagined did not descend, only one gathering spirit formation after another super gathering spirit formations continued to take shape. Opening her spiritual eyes to examine, she discovered that the only eye of the formation was actually on Qiufeng. This method was truly unfamiliar to her, and she hesitated on whether to interrupt him. Just as she hesitated, dense formation patterns began to flicker on Qiufeng, spreading from his hands to his entire body. His momentum began to rise sharply, and Lingyun's expression changed as she activated her Turin root bone and charged forward.
Brother, what kind of technique is that?
Lu Yingxue looked on with curiosity, inquiring with Lu Yao beside her. Lu Yao began to explain that this Qiufeng indeed had some skills. Unlike ordinary formation masters, he had inscribed all his attacking formations onto his own body. Once activated, his power would soar to an unimaginable extent. If he fully activated, even Lu Yao would find it somewhat troublesome. The only drawback was the enormous amount of energy required. If he relied solely on his own power to activate, he would instantly be drained to a husk. Thus he always set up gathering spirit formations to provide energy for himself. The more gathering spirit formations, the stronger he became. Fighting such a person means not giving him any breathing space, otherwise, he would only grow stronger the more they fought. This method was almost akin to the demonic path, but on deeper inspection, it couldn't be categorized as such. If it truly were demonic, what they saw now would not be a complete Qiufeng, but rather a super formation composite that had entirely abandoned its human form. Would that still count as a person? It should, as the definition of humanity in the Tianyuan Realm is quite broad. As long as one acknowledges their identity as a human, they are considered as such. Otherwise, starting from the nascent soul, one would already be very far from humanity. The harmonization realm could be considered as energy life, and those immortals could face the power of extinction directly. When the world is destroyed, ordinary means would find it very difficult to kill them completely. Therefore, in the chaos sea, you better pray that your world isn't discovered by a stranger immortal, and you better pray that he is a good person. Otherwise, if he discovers the value of your world, it won't be long before your world meets its doom. Qiufeng also fell to defeat. He had not activated all his formations when Lingyun forcefully struck him, breaking his gathering spirit formation. The drawbacks were too significant, prompting Qiufeng to ponder the possibility of condensing the formation patterns into something akin to a mustard seed, allowing for the inscription of more formation patterns. Yes, he needed to prioritize gathering spirit formations, otherwise his energy supply would be insufficient. Without any bitterness over his defeat, he had already begun to think about ways to improve his own path. He usually engaged in such activities, rarely stepping outside, living in a depressingly low profile. He was fully immersed in his own world. Aside from a certain someone who often came to bother him, life was quite peaceful. When he completely perfected this path, he would leave a legacy within this sect. For now, he couldn't. Aside from being powerful, there were many shortcomings. I should go back and meditate for a few years, aiming to upgrade the formations further. Although Lingyun had defeated Qiufeng, it was a Pyrrhic victory, and her aura was depleted. She felt somewhat lost. She had previously thought she could easily overcome everyone, yet now, after only battling a formation master, she was left in such a predicament. This was still relying on her ability to disrupt her opponent. If he reached his peak before their next battle, she would definitely not stand a chance against him.
Am I really that strong?
She asked herself, beginning to doubt her previous confidence. Clearly back at the Tianyuan sect, everyone avoided her brilliance. But why had she become so weak upon arriving at the Xinjiang sect? Were they stronger than the Tianyuan sect? Not necessarily. High above her master infused a stream of mana into her body, instantly restoring all her injuries and consumption. And Lingyun gazed at the swordsman at the center of the crowd, hesitating. Should she really challenge him? She had struggled so much against this formation master, and going against him, she would likely lose 9 out of 10 times. I want to challenge Shinjianji.
She ultimately made up her mind. Even if she lost, she wanted to see the gap between them.
Shenmue remained composed, extending a finger.
I will only strike once. If you can withstand it, then you win.
Facing his dismissive attitude, and Lingyun felt a surge of anger. Who does he look down on? Does he mean to say that she can't even withstand one strike from him? This was too much of an insult for Lingyun to accept. She knew she would lose, but she would never allow herself to be unable to take even a single blow.
Arrogant.
In an instant, she unleashed all her means, drawing Shenmue into her domain. Yet she found that he merely stood there quietly, showing no intention of striking. Lingyun charged toward Shenmue, carrying boundless heavy water. It was only when she was nearly upon him that Shenmue finally moved. He didn't even draw his sword, he merely waved his hand casually, and a silver-white sword energy shot out, slicing past Lingyun's cheek, causing her to freeze in place. In that fleeting moment, as the sword energy passed, she caught a whiff of death. It was the first time she faced such a feeling heated since childhood. Her breath caught, and her true spirit felt as if it had plunged into an ice cellar, cold and rigid. Behind her, the sword energy directly tore through everything in front of her, shredding her domain into countless specks of starlight, ultimately crashing into the spatial barrier and disappearing. The two emerged from the void, and Lingyun couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The connection of their domains was shattered, and she was injured as well. At that moment, however, she couldn't care less about her injuries. Her entire being felt numb, and her eyes reflected a hint of confusion. She truly lost with just one move. She really couldn't withstand even a single strike from him.
So I am not a top genius at all. My master has been deceiving me.
The audience erupted in a roar, and Shenmue raised his hand, smiling kindly at his junior brothers and sisters. He paid no attention to Lingyun, who looked as if her Tao heart had been shattered. Anyone who would lose their resolve after one failure could not go far in his eyes. They were no different from a useless person, and thus he would not respect them. As long as there was a heart to pursue the Tao, and a willingness to move forward, Shenmue would offer respect even to those deemed talentless. But those who wallowed in self-pity would not receive such respect. A rotten orange is still a rotten orange, no matter how great its potential. In the Tianyuan Realm, Chiwen observed this scene, and curiously asked,
"Aren't you going to comfort her?" "No need, she isn't that fragile. Besides, a little setback is beneficial,"
Tianyuan replied with a sigh, somewhat helpless.
"Her parents handed her over to me because they couldn't bear to see her suffer. Besides, she's my sister. How could she possibly cause me trouble?"
Good heavens, so she's a privileged person. Chiwen detested such connections. Unlike him, who had no celestial relatives, only a few senior brothers, who had become immortals. Sai lacking any backing at all was truly frustrating. Just as Tianyuan had said, and Lingyun quickly emerged from her dazed state. However, she had lost her previous confidence and composure. Shenmue finally regarded her properly, and smiled at her.
"Thank you, senior sisterin. You don't need to mock me, senior brother. In your eyes, I must be a waste of space, right?" "Not at all. Senior sister, you are still very strong. You just happened to encounter me at the wrong time."
And Lingyun was unsure if this was a consolation or mockery. Was she really strong? Yet she couldn't even withstand a single strike. Shenmue, observing her demeanor, decided to embody the spirit of humanistic care his junior had mentioned. He comforted her.
"You must understand that there will always be mountains higher than yours. Senior sister, you are already a genius that countless people look up to." "Is that so? But I also need to look up to senior brother, who is like a mountain."
"Me?
A mountain?"
Shenmue pointed to himself, looking disdainful.
"What? Senior brother is not considered a mountain. Of course, I have people I need to look up to as well."
And Lingyun looked skeptical. How could Shenmue, who had defeated her with a single strike, claim he had people to look up to. What is he saying? If he wants to comfort her, he doesn't need to make up such words. She's not that fragile. Seeing her like this, Shen Muyang felt it unnecessary to explain further. Seeing is believing. And so this duel came to an end, and her journey of challenges also concluded. And Lingyun never expected that her plan to conquer the Northern Territory would end at the very first stop. She now had no desire to continue and prepared to go back and focus on improving herself. She had relied too much on her talent and unique constitution. If this continued, she might end up becoming ordinary. However, before leaving, there was still one thing she wanted to do. During her few days here, she felt that she had made some friends. Although their time together was short, she had a good impression of that person. He had a gentle demeanor, and spoke with wit and humor, and he wasn't bad-looking. Remembering his previous regret of not being able to take the stage, and Lingyun decided to fulfill this small wish of his before leaving. So she pointed to the audience where Lu Yao was sitting and said,
"I want to spar with Lu Yao. I hope the elder will grant this request."
As soon as her words fell, the previously roaring atmosphere fell silent. Countless pairs of eyes turned to her, which puzzled Lingyun a bit. What's going on? Is it such a big deal to challenge a disciple in the audience? Even in the Tianyuan Realm, there was a moment of silence. After a long while, a single word,
"Okay,"
was heard. In the crowd, Lu Yao pointed to himself, astonished that he unexpectedly had a chance to take the stage. Having received permission from the Sect leader, Lu Yao suddenly vanished from his spot and reappeared in the center.
"I never expected you would want to challenge me. Yes, you are the first friend I met in the Xianjin sect." "Is that so? I won't be holding back."
"No need." Before Lingyun could finish her sentence, several people, including Shen Muyang, who had previously defeated her, surrounded them.
"Calm down, senior brother Lu. Yes, don't go too hard. Junior brother, she is a guest, be a little lenient with her."
Seeing the expressions of those around her, as if they thought Lu Yao could casually defeat her, and Lingyun's previously low-key mood began to sour. What does this mean? Do they look down on her? Even if Lingyun lost, she had still defeated Xiao Wanli and Xiao Feng. What does it mean to go easy on her? What does it mean that she is a guest and should be treated lightly? What a joke. No need. Until Lu Yao's fist shattered her domain. When those fists began to loom larger in her vision, and Lingyun felt somewhat dazed. She seemed to be transported back to her childhood. Her mother held her high, calling her the cutest little darling. Her father was also watching them tenderly from the side, his eyes full of love. She had earned praise from her parents for being the fastest to establish her foundation among the disciples. Her life, which had surged forward triumphantly, flashed before her eyes. Starting cultivation at the age of 2, achieving golden core at 8, transforming into a deity at 17, and practicing void at 26, she was hailed as a genius among geniuses. Even Jiang Maobai had lost to her. She had always believed she was invincible among her peers, until she encountered Shen Muyang in this. A jade-like fist looming in front of her. It seemed she could still see her kind great-grandmother. Thank you." And Lingyun accepted Lu Yao's apology, instinctively saying a few words. Although the last punch had been pulled back, it still left her left cheek swollen, which had yet to subside. She did not know what the residual power above was composed of. Even her master sighed upon seeing it, and they could only wait for it to dissipate slowly. She picked up the gift and examined it closely with her unswollen right eye, discovering a never-before-seen glazed pearl.
"This is a pill I created myself. I call it the 7-color glazed pill. If carried for a long time, it can temper one's vitality and spiritual energy."
Lu Yao explained the effects of the pill, but Lingyun suddenly noticed a flaw.
"Wait, carry it?" "Yes." "Then can it not be eaten?" "It can, but it is not advised. If taken directly, there may be some side effects."
And Lingyun fell silent for a moment. If it cannot be eaten directly, then how can it be called a pill? The effect sounded more like some sort of spiritual artifact, and what did it mean that eating it directly would have side effects? Lu Yao noticed her puzzled expression, and explained somewhat awkwardly.
"Well, this was created while I was refining pills, so it counts as a pill." "How casual." It's just an attempt of mine. I added formations and patterns into the pill. Hey, then this is a spiritual artifact.
The method used to create this looks undeniably like that of a spiritual artifact. Moreover, combining 3 methods, how did he manage to do that? And Lingyun was very curious.
Perhaps, but you better not eat it. Although the effects are quite good, the side effects will cause your body to emit a 7-colored glow with an unknown duration. Currently, the shortest time reported could be a week. What do you mean by unknown duration?
Ahem, the last person who helped me test the medicine has been glowing for a week now. The side effects sounded terrifying. Just the thought of becoming a walking 7-colored glazed lamp surrounded by spectators made her prefer death. And Lingyun aimed the 7-colored glazed pill towards the sun, and the slowly flowing 7-colored radiance fell upon her cheek in the sunlight, making her look exceptionally beautiful. Well, it looks quite pretty. If it can't be eaten, then it can't be eaten. She would just mount it as a necklace when she got back. Meanwhile, on Wuming Peak, a group of girls in white surrounded each other, exclaiming in admiration.
So beautiful. I want one too. Yo, why didn't senior brother ask me to test the medicine?
They chattered excitedly, looking at the white crane in the center. Its feathers turned into a 7-colored glazed hue, radiating an aura filled with envy. The object of envy raised its head high somewhat proudly, saying,
That's naturally because I work hard and was noticed by senior brother. You're talking nonsense. Don't think I didn't see you breaking a branch of a spirit flower last time and secretly burying it. I didn't.
Chuiran, caught red-handed, immediately felt her face heat up, her voice losing confidence. It shouldn't be. She had clearly observed last time and thought no one would notice her, right? She looked at the one who exposed her, the 13th sister, the youngest among them. As a favored kind of demon clan that treasured luck and peace, the Yunhe. Their ancestors despised unending conflicts, thus they joined the Xianjian sect, passing down through generations. Whenever they come of age, they are sent to a certain peak to become named disciples of the Peak Master. They had been at Wuming Peak for over 10 years, in fact from birth, until now they were only in their early 20s. However, the Kamingafage standard for demons was of course different from that of humans. Since coming to Wuming Peak, she noticed that her younger sisters were becoming increasingly aloof. She squinted her eyes, looking at the 13th sister. All right, they've grown bold enough to expose their elder sister. Since their parents are not around, she must demonstrate her authority as an elder sister. Transforming into a shimmering figure, she suddenly pounced on the 13th sister, reaching for her armpit.
Ha ha, elder sister, don't. It tickles. Do you realize your mistake? Ha ha, but you clearly just...
Chuiran froze for a moment, then quickened her pace again. Damn it, she hadn't realized her mistake yet. Now, she had to strike back hard. The watching girls were scared and stepped back in unison. The eldest sister's methods were terrifying. At the foot of the mountain by the riverbank, a black-tailed Xianshui python rested its hands on the riverbank, enviously watching this scene, its snake tail unconsciously swaying gently.
So beautiful, I want to shine too.
She couldn't even imagine how handsome she would look if her true form transformed like that. For the first time in her demon life, Xia Jingyan developed an interest in learning alchemy. After all, the raw materials were all on the mountain, and senior brother would definitely be willing to share the formulas with her. It seemed senior brother had sent them all a copy of the alchemy techniques before. At that time, Lu Yao did consider teaching them alchemy, but no one was interested. In the end, he could only carve his knowledge onto a tablet and throw it to them, letting anyone interested learn it themselves. She took out a jade tablet and began to check it.
Alchemy from beginner to expert. 3 years of alchemy, 5 years of medicinal preparation. How pills are made.
What's going on? Clearly she hadn't even clicked into it yet. Why was she already feeling a headache just by looking at the titles? It must be an illusion. This definitely has to be an illusion. After spending several hours reading through it, she found something strange. Why was it so vague? Is this really meant to teach someone alchemy? Until she saw a line of small text at the end. The above are all contents of the directory. For detailed content, please open the second jade tablet. Ah. So I spent several hours just reading the directory. Xia Jingyan suddenly had a bad premonition, as if there was an abyss waiting for her ahead. Although she wanted to throw the jade tablet away immediately, the thought of how handsome she would look as her true form transformed made her grit her teeth and take out the second jade tablet. Speaking of which, senior brother seemed to have given her a dozen or so jade tablets. It couldn't all be the same.
Of course not. You must not forget. All right. I will find time to visit you at Tianyuan. I won't forget. That's good. You are the first friend I made in the northern region. You can't lie to me. That's natural.
Having received Lu Yao's assurance, she finally felt at ease, a smile returning to her face. If one overlooked her slightly swollen left cheek, she was still quite cute. She turned to look the other way. The junior sister was also saying goodbye, but it seemed to be going rather poorly.
Qin Luofeng, I will wait for you at Tianyuan. I will also take you on a tour then.
Qin Luofeng looked somewhat helpless.
I already said that I saved you only to use you. I know. But you did save me, and in the end you didn't give up on me, but helped me escape, right?
Yi Qingqing's smile remained undiminished as she tilted her head to look at Qin Luofeng, speaking earnestly. Qin Luofeng. It was precisely because of her innocent demeanor that he couldn't bear to use her in the end.
So you won't even know when someone is deceiving you. I won't be deceived. You are a good person.
Qin Luofeng was taken aback. Was this what senior brother meant by the good person card?
A gentleman judges by actions, not by intentions. The moment you helped me escape, you became a good person. Qin Luofeng, we will see each other at Tianyuan. If you don't come, I really will wait for you forever.
Yi Qingqing waved her hand, disappearing before him. Qin Luofeng gazed at the place where the girl had vanished, somewhat lost in thought.
A gentleman, me.
Perhaps he should visit Tianyuan sometime. It would be a good way to broaden his horizons. It's not because Yi Qingqing called him a gentleman. More than a month had passed. On that afternoon, beside a pavilion on a cliff at Wuming Peak, Qin Luofeng and Shen Muyang sat facing each other, each holding a black and white piece. Senior brother Shen, hurry up. You've been thinking for an instant's worth of time, can't you figure it out? Qin Luofeng urged playfully, while Shen Muyang across from him was already somewhat flushed. What's the rush? He gazed at the chessboard, various strategies flashing through his mind, but ultimately he dismissed them all. He picked up and put down the piece in his hand, unsure where to place it. Haha, I've won again. Nearby at another table, a little fox laughed triumphantly. The fourth junior brother looked at the 5 black pieces lined up on the chessboard. He felt a bit gloomy and scratched his hair with his large palm. It shouldn't be like this. How did senior sister manage to play like this without him noticing? So what do you think, junior brother? Would you like senior sister to teach you a move? The little fox was clearly in a good mood. Upon hearing that his senior sister was willing to teach him, the fourth junior brother eagerly nodded. Watch closely you play like this first. I shall call it the underpants formation. Shen Muyang looked at this scene with disdain, thinking how 2 kids playing Go Bang were so smug. Make your move already, senior brother. Qin Luofeng urged again, having returned to his earlier flushed state, feeling somewhat at a loss as he observed the thoroughly suppressed chessboard. No way. A certain self-proclaimed chess saint, senior brother Shen, can't even defeat a newbie like me. He exclaimed, how could you make a move like that? It's so terrible. Even my grandma plays better than this. If you scatter rice on the board, even a chicken would play better than you. After a round of mockery, Qin Luofeng suddenly noticed that his opponent had gone quiet. He looked up in confusion at senior brother Shen. In the midst of his astonished gaze, Shen Muyang stood up. He looked far away, gazing at Qin Luofeng, and uttered a nonsensical statement. Junior brother Qin, do you know what a true chess saint is? Huh? I don't know. Then today I will teach you true victory, and defeat lies not on the chessboard but beyond it. What do you? Before he could comprehend his senior brother's words, he saw him suddenly grab the chessboard and aim it at him. Come on, junior brother. Feel why your senior brother is called the chess saint of the Xianjian sect. Qin Luofeng retreated in terror, running, while cursing who plays chess with brute force. Who said I only know brute force? My extraordinary wisdom tells me it's time to use my super strength to make you acknowledge my super intellect. Qin Luofeng Xuanjian cursed. Moments later, he covered his head, his face full of defiance, but ultimately, he succumbed to brute force and acknowledged senior brother Shen's title as chess saint. Shen Muyang felt quite pleased. Great, he had successfully preserved his title as chess saint and his position as the second in the Xianjian Sect's chess hierarchy. As for why he wasn't first, quite simple, he couldn't defeat junior brother Lu. He could only settle for second. One day, when he could surpass him, he would naturally become number one. His gaze fell on the two players at another chessboard, and suddenly he felt a desire to play. So he replaced the fourth junior brother and began playing against the little fox. Shen Muyang smiled confidently, looking relaxed. "Hell, let me show you what it means to be the chess saint of the Xianjian sect. Then please enlighten me, senior brother." Moments later, Shen Muyang's smile had completely vanished, and he silently gazed at the little fox. Su Liyue shrank her head and glanced at Qin Luofeng, who was still covering his head, timidly saying, how about we just count senior brother Shen as the winner? No need, I lost. Although it was a bit embarrassing, he wouldn't bully a child, of course. Qin Luofeng didn't count. Shen Muyang's gaze wandered and quickly locked onto a new target. "You come play a game with me." "Huh, me?" "Yes, you." The fourth junior brother pointed at himself in surprise, and after receiving a confirming reply, he took the place of the third junior sister and sat down. He casually made the first move. Thinking of his senior sister's earlier instruction, he placed a piece down directly. Shen Muyang followed suit. Ignoring how the opponent played, he placed the second piece on the left. The opponent chose to block us. No need to worry, we'll play the crucial move, forming the underpants formation. Shen Muyang looked at his three pieces lined up in a straight line, and slowly issued a question mark. The opponent moved beside us. We continued to attack with a live 2. The opponent felt threatened and continued to block us. No need to worry, we continued to attack. Snap. Shen Muyang's pieces had already lined up to 5. He looked at the fourth junior brother, who was completely immersed in his formation, oblivious to the world, and covered his face with one hand. Alright, bullying a fool brings no sense of achievement. Better to continue playing with junior brother Qin. Stop touching, let's play a game of chess. Lu Yao said, somewhat speechless, as he caught the small hand that had been caressing the back of his hand. Just now Lin Xiyu saw them playing chess, and thus expressed her desire to learn as well. No objection to that, Lu Yao took her to another pavilion and began teaching. While teaching, her hand unknowingly brushed against Lu Yao's hand. The small gesture was interrupted, and Lin Xiyu paused, pulling her hand back. She leaned against Lu Yao, her expression flat, and said, "This way I can better feel your thought process when you play chess. Is that true? Are you sure it's not just a desire to touch?" "It's not." She nodded firmly, leaving Lu Yao feeling uncertain. Could it be that he really misunderstood her? After a while, Lin Xiyu suddenly spoke. "Will what I just did disturb your teaching?" "No, why?" Upon hearing Lu Yao say this, she placed her delicate little hand against his again. "Do you want to feel the thought process again? This time it's not." "Then what is it?" Faced with Lu Yao's confusion, she replied earnestly, "This time, I just want to touch your hand." "All right, as long as it doesn't disrupt the teaching. What are you going to do again?" Faced with Lin Xiyu, who had raised her hands, Lu Yao asked in confusion. Lin Xiyu said nothing, only spread his palms, then placed them palm to palm. "Your hands are so warm. Why are they so much bigger than mine? How about we compare sizes?" She said this and began to interlock her smaller hands with his large ones. "Hey, don't say such things with a cold expression, it's very eerie." "Is it? But junior sister said you would like this." "Which junior sister is that?" "Stay away from her. What kind of things has she taught you?" "Oh." She released her hands, grasping Lu Yao's wrist, her movements gentle yet firm, slowly raising his hands and bringing them to her warm cheek. The sensation of her delicate skin transmitted through his palms, the warmth quickly spreading throughout his body, causing his heartbeat to quicken. He slightly widened his eyes, his gaze falling on the girl's flushed face, her cheeks tinged with crimson, beautiful, as if from a dream. Lin Xiyu's eyelashes fluttered gently, and the air seemed to freeze. She said, "This way you would like it too."
Alright, I'm off for now.
N.
MM.
And before Qinghua Peak Lu Yao was preparing to depart, when a sudden shout echoed from afar. N.
Brother.
Lu Yao turned and saw Ingxue and Shaoqing approaching. N.
Elder brother.
And as they drew near, Shaoqing also greeted him respectfully. Lu Yao smiled warmly in return. He absent-mindedly stroked the dragon horn atop Xiaqing's head. It seemed slightly longer now, though still uncannily reminiscent of a deer's antler. N.
Did brother come to visit us? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking.
And Lu Yao glanced sideways at Lin Xiyu beside him, inexplicably flustered, and gave an evasive reply. And Lu Yingxue watched the scene closely, her eyes narrowing shrewdly. Flustered, she kept glancing between Lin Xiyu's elder brother and Lin Xiyu herself, whose expression remained icy and detached, and suddenly grasped the truth. N.
My brother is Lin Xiyu's devoted admirer.
How infuriating. Lin Xiyu already had someone she loved, yet he dared intrude without hesitation. And as his younger sister, she couldn't voice her objections outright, so she resolved to speak with Lin Xiyu privately after Lu Yao left. She would instruct Lin Xiyu on how to firmly reject her brother, thereby extinguishing his hopes once and for all.
Ahem, well, I've something urgent to attend to. I'll take my leave now.
N.
MM.
N.
Remember what I told you?
N.
Oh.
In an instant, Lu Yao vanished from sight, leaving the two young women staring blankly at each other. Before Lu Yingxue could utter a word, Lin Xiyu spoke first.
You two are his sisters.
N.
Yes.
And she blinked, bewildered. Wasn't that obvious? Suddenly, two hands settled gently atop their heads, stroking them tenderly. Lin Xiyu's voice, cold and unwavering, sounded again.
Call me sister.
N.
Sister.
N.
Lin's sister.
And Lin Xiyu gave a satisfied hum. So these were Lu Yao's sisters. Then her willingness to assist in pursuing him meant she'd already accepted Lin Xiyu's claim. Excellent. From now on they would be her sisters too. N. Shaoqing blissfully basked in the affectionate touch, while Lu Yingxue sensed something deeply amiss. A chilling possibility dawned upon her. N.
Sister, surely you don't mean to say you're in love with my brother.
N.
I am.
N. Lu Yingxue's heart lurched. The worst scenario had materialized. So I teach you how to win over your beloved, only for you to turn around and pursue my brother. And that's betrayal in its purest form. In recalling Lin Xiyu's earlier conduct, and knowing Lu Yao was by all accounts perfectly sane, it followed that the note she received earlier might truly have been a threat penned by her brother himself, and their union plainly could end only in ruin. Above all, Lin Xiyu appeared mentally unbalanced. If she ever became Lu Yingxue's sister-in-law, the very thought of waking one morning to find a severed head resting at her doorstep sent shivers down her spine. And if she ever visited their parents, she might just present them with a pile of corpses as a greeting gift in unthinkable terror. And this outcome had to be prevented.
Sister, perhaps you might consider giving up on my brother.
N.
Why? Well, how should I put it? He simply isn't worthy of you.
N.
He is.
And Lu Yingxue hadn't expected such stubbornness. Just moments before, Lin Xiyu had seemed quite reasonable.
Sister, please heed my counsel. Let him go.
N.
No.
N.
Why not?
N. Lin Xiyu paused, then replied calmly.
Lu Yao told me not to listen to you anymore.
N.
What?
N.
I refuse.
And inside the grand hall, the cat vehemently protested and flatly rejected the Sect Master's proposal. She'd originally approached the Sect Master seeking a transfer, but instead, he'd asked whether she'd like to undertake the cleansing of the demon abyss. And preposterous? Was she to cleanse the demon abyss? She joined Xianjian's sect precisely because she lacked aptitude and inclination for combat, yet now even her workplace demanded battle. What then was the point of joining at all? Her face fell into a deep scowl as she began hissing pointedly at the Sect Master. Qi merely glanced at her exasperated and said,
Fine, if you refuse the demon abyss, then fulfill your duties in diplomacy.
N. In displeasure painted every line of her feline features, yet resignation lingered beneath.
I'll raise your salary, and grant you 1 month's vacation annually.
At those words her sullenness evaporated, replaced instantly by a radiant smile.
Truth be told, I've always held profound passion for this vocation, and possess unparalleled expertise in this domain. I believe I was born for precisely this calling.
In her demeanor underwent a complete metamorphosis, her smile now gentle, serene, and utterly sincere. After all appearances shift with remuneration. Wen's lips twitched. This lazy cat's capacity for rapid transformation was truly astonishing. Nate only meant to tease her, never seriously intended sending her into battle. Few possess the dedication to serve diligently in logistical roles. Those with even modest talent inevitably pursue the Tao. Cats like her, ambitionless, diligent, and reliable, were exceedingly rare, thus she deserved careful reassurance. Should she truly resign, who would handle diplomacy? Him. At the mere thought of celestial envoys, Wen felt a wave of nausea. Better to increase her salary. Delighted, the cat bounded out of the grand hall, her tail whipping wildly behind her, slapping rhythmically against her thigh. Enraged, she seized her own tail and smacked it twice.
Naughty tail! Naughty tail!
And the Sect master remained silent, merely pressing his palm to his brow in weary resignation. How had the ancient cat patriarch entrusted this descendant to the world? Truly fearless, she'd surely perish were it not for Xianjian Sect's shelter. And had she ventured westward instead, she'd likely already be cleansing the demon abyss, where martial prowess mattered far more than personal preference. Speaking of the demon abyss, he suddenly recalled something important, and activated his jade token to contact someone.
Buzz?
Lu Yao reclined lazily in his rocking chair, retrieving his jade token. Wen, come to the grand hall immediately. I need you. Free and unfettered. Stop typing question marks. Just get here. Free and unfettered, understood. He stowed the token and hurried toward the grand hall, curious about the Sect master's summons. Surely, he wouldn't be asked to exploit his charm again.
Greetings, Sect master.
Lu Yao bowed respectfully. Wen waved him off.
Enough pretense, we're alone. Attack me with your utmost strength.
Though puzzled, Lu Yao complied without hesitation. Gathering all his power, he launched a fierce punch directly at Wen.
Thud!
Non-muffled impact reverberated. The Sect master caught the blow squarely in his palm, which tingled faintly with residual force. His eyes lit with approval.
Fine, lad.
And now assured of Lu Yao's capability, he could rest easy, no longer fearing for his safety.
Hand me your communication jade token.
Sect
master, you aren't planning to loan me 500,000 spirit stones, are you? Keep talking, and you just might find yourself indebted.
Lu Yao handed over the token. Wen accepted it, then withdrew his own. After a brief adjustment, golden characters, Xianjian, and a miniature sword emblem shimmered into being upon Lu Yao's token.
Yes, exactly as you suspect.
Lu Yao stared, utterly baffled. Wasn't this the insignia reserved exclusively for Xianjian Sect elders? What precisely did the Sect master intend?
Your cultivation strength qualifies you for the rank of elder. As the saying goes, those who possess ability bear greater responsibility. I have a matter requiring your immediate attention.
Friends familiar with demonic cultivators should be aware of the origins of the Devil's Abyss. It is a remnant left behind after the failed summoning of outer celestial demons by dark cultivators, and if left unchecked it will wreak havoc in the surrounding areas. Due to the difficulty of timely prevention and control, powerful beings intervened and modified the laws of heaven and earth. This resulted in the chaotic creatures summoned being restricted to a small subspace, making it difficult for them to cause significant damage. However, if left unattended, the demonic energy overflowing from the Devil's Abyss will gradually erode the surrounding space, thereby expanding the area of the abyss. Of course, the emergence of the Devil's Abyss is not solely detrimental. As special beings that thrive on the consumption of chaotic energy, when they are slain, they drop exceptionally pure chaotic crystal stones. These crystals can be used in medicine, weapon forging, talisman, drawing, and formation crafting, making them a versatile resource, arguably even harder currency than spirit stones. The higher the level of the chaotic creature, the better the quality of the crystals it drops. Periodically, major sects will send out forces to slay the strongest creatures within the Devil's Abyss, leaving behind some weaker ones for the locals to deal with. They take the lion's share, naturally leaving a little behind for others. Because the Devil's Abyss is connected to the Sea of Chaos, after each cleanup, a new batch of creatures within the capacity of the local small factions will be released under the deliberate manipulation of the heavenly restrictions. It's like an automatic refresh, particularly for creatures one could say they are endless and cannot be completely exterminated. Moreover, the primal desire for the world source drives them to continuously rush into the intentionally open gaps of the Devil's Abyss. This time, what Liu Yao needs to do is eliminate some of the strongest chaotic creatures among the weaker ones in the Abyss. The rewards will belong to him, and he can also gain some merit. It's truly just a side benefit. He has no interest in low-level items, and the high-level items require too much merit, which he is too lazy to accumulate. The elder responsible for these weaker abysses had gone into seclusion, and seeing Liu Yao idling all day, the sect leader decided to send him out. He understood all this, but
why are you here as well?
He turned to Lin Qiyu beside him, full of confusion.
The sect leader said my strength is sufficient, and since I don't often go out, I should accompany you for safety,
she explained to Liu Yao, shaking the jade token at her waist that had also been elevated to elder status. Like Liu Yao, she had little need for these external objects, thus, she was the type to stay in the sect for long periods. The sect master thought it's fine to send one sheep out, but 2 sheep can also be herded, so he sent them both out together just in time for Liu Yao to be there, ensuring safety. As for others, they would still go out to train. It's just that Liu Yao and his peculiar companion never leave the sect.
All right, that makes sense. Just remember to stick close to me,
he said.
Amen,
she replied. The two of them traveled through the Immortal boat multiple times, eventually arriving at one of their destinations, the territory of Immortal Dynasty.
I told you to stay close to me, not like this,
Liu Yao said, as he looked at her holding his hand.
Oh,
she replied, releasing his hand and wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her entire body against his back.
Forget it, you can keep holding on,
Liu Yao conceded, not out of shyness, but primarily due to the curious glances from passers-by. Holding hands was less noticeable. Lin Qiyu took his hand again, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. What the junior sister said was indeed correct. People are always compromising, and this way he agreed to hold hands. By the way, this line was one that Liu Yao did not allow her to continue listening to the junior sister's schemes before, so it can be heard. They arrived at the palace gates with Liu Yao leading Lin Qiyu, where they were guided by the maids to a side hall to rest. He could easily fly into the palace and make the emperor come out to see him, even bowing before him. Liu Yao's background allowed him to do this, and he had the strength to do so. The strongest here was just an ordinary person who had just entered the Dao integration stage. Of course, it was just a metaphor. Liu Yao wouldn't do that. He was always a kind person and preferred to give others some face. If others are easy to talk to, then he will also be easy to talk to. However, if they are difficult to converse with, he would use a method they could understand to ensure they communicated well. If they still don't understand, then there's no need to listen further, and he would strive to practice listening skills in the next life. He took a sip from his teacup. It's so bitter, why would anyone like to drink this? He discreetly swapped the tea in his cup for his sweet tea. Turning to look at Lin Qiyu, who frowned after finishing hers, Liu Yao also took the opportunity to replace her cup. Footsteps were heard from outside, and a figure stood at the door adjusting his clothing several times before stepping inside.
I am Tianyuan, the junior of the 2 Immortal seniors,
he said, bowing his head, somewhat nervous. Not to mention the elders of the Xianjian sect, even the top sects in this continent, were not something he could offend. He knew that the minimum requirement to become an elder of the Xianjian sect was to be at the Dao integration stage. Their ancestor was only at the Dao integration stage, let alone those who came out of the Xianjian sect, which one of them wouldn't beat their ancestor several times over.
No need to be nervous, we are just here to deal with the Devil's Abyss, and we'll leave afterward. Yes, thank you, seniors.
He finally dared to lift his head to look at the 2 elders, and from their appearance alone, they seemed excessively young. Compared to his middle-aged appearance, they looked like two children. Even so, he did not dare to show the slightest disrespect. It was normal for seniors to maintain any appearance. He had heard that some seniors with peculiar preferences like to maintain a youthful appearance.
"What is your name, young man?" In response to the senior,
Lu Yao directly switched to elder mode, asking all sorts of questions, while Lin Qiyu simply remained silent. She was not good at handling such situations, and was generally not very talkative. Through their conversation, Lu Yao learned about the identity of the person in front of him. He was the third prince of this mortal dynasty. Among several brothers, his talent was exceptional, and he was highly likely to inherit the throne in the future.
"Is that so? What is your current cultivation level?" In response to the senior's question, "I have been cultivating for over 100 years, and am now at the peak of the golden core stage."
Lu Yao paused in his tea-drinking motion. Over 100 years old, and he had just called someone a young man. He combined with Lin Qiyu had not yet reached the age of this person in front of him, yet this person called him senior, and referred to himself as a junior. "Oh no, I have become an old person." As for his cultivation level, it was quite normal, though there were plenty of teenage golden core cultivators in the Xianjian Sect. Those were all top talents across the entire northern region. Qin Luofeng, for instance, did not attain golden core until he was 20, and was called a waste by others, indicating the talent of the disciples. In such a remote place, a golden core cultivator over 100 years old could indeed be considered a genius. That night within the majestic palace, the lights shone brightly, casting a starlight glow that illuminated the myriad treasures throughout the hall. The emperor sat in the main seat, his expression solemn yet tinged with anticipation, while the civil and military officials stood in neat rows on both sides, the atmosphere grave, but subtly charged with excitement. The skilled chefs from the imperial kitchen meticulously prepared exquisite dishes, and the aroma of food wafted through the hall, while the melodious sounds of silk and bamboo began to play, and the dancing maidens clad in splendid garments twirled gracefully, their figures light as swallows. The crowd whispered among themselves, endlessly discussing. The celestial beings arriving this year were not the ones they were familiar with in the Great Chu, leaving them somewhat uneasy regarding their preferences. After a long period of anxious waiting, the two celestial beings finally appeared, their extraordinary demeanor instantly causing everyone in the palace to hold their breath. The emperor rose to greet them, his face adorned with a respectful smile, inviting the two celestial beings to take their seats.
"I have the honor of meeting you both."
The officials simultaneously bowed, their eyes filled with reverence. Although they exchanged cheerful words, there was a hint of restraint among them. The emperor frequently raised his cup to toast the celestial beings, his words laden with respect and inquiry. The celestial beings maintained an air of calm, occasionally responding with ethereal voices that seemed to emanate from beyond the heavens. Outside, the night was cool as water, yet the palace was warm and lively. The flickering candlelight elongated and shortened the shadows of everyone present, intertwining the sounds of music, conversation, and laughter.
"Brother Ichen, is that the celestial being? They seem to be about our age." "You mustn't speak carelessly,"
he hurriedly interrupted Yuer, knowing that this celestial being could easily obliterate their great Chu. Such matters were not to be discussed lightly. Hadn't he noticed how the noble offspring around them began to distance themselves from the two? Zhang Yichen understood that they were not suited for such occasions, yet his father harbored a hope that perhaps one among them might have some special constitution that would catch the celestial being's attention. If even one person could join the Xianjian sect, wouldn't the entire Great Chu soar to new heights? Although they had never succeeded before, they remained undeterred.
"Huh?"
Feeling a sudden awareness, he turned his head and met the gaze of the celestial being, who greeted him with a gentle smile. That smile left him momentarily dazed, and he couldn't help but wonder, could it be that I possessed the grace of a celestial being? Lu Yao merely nibbled at a few morsels. The chef's skills here were truly lacking, and even dishes made by senior brother Shen, who inherited his master's techniques, surpassed these. Bored, he glanced around and overheard their quiet conversations, so he looked over. He found that the other party was also watching him, and Lu Yao returned a smile before averting his gaze. Turning to his side, he noticed that Lin Qiyu still wore her usual expressionless face. Yet inexplicably Lu Yao sensed that she seemed quite displeased with such an occasion, her whole demeanor appearing wilted. He took her hand from beneath the table and gently patted her as a comfort, saying,
"It will be over soon. If you truly dislike it, you can return to rest first."
She murmured, and he could clearly feel her mood lifting considerably. Under the table she started to idly play with Lu Yao's fingers. While she did not mind the lively crowd, the insincere smiles on the faces around her left her feeling somewhat displeased. Perhaps sensing that Lu Yao and the others were uninterested in such occasions, the banquet soon came to an end. Lu Yao and the others were led to a quiet little courtyard to rest. After exchanging good nights, the two returned to their respective rooms. Their rooms were adjacent, and although it was evident that the relationship between the two celestial beings was unusual, the Emperor did not dare to presumptuously arrange for them to share a room. Sometimes cleverness can lead to one's downfall. Thinking less and doing less may not lead to achievements, but it certainly prevents one from making significant mistakes. The next day, in a remote valley, a prince led the way, at the front followed by a large group of skilled individuals from their dynasty. Once the celestial beings had slain the great demon inside, it would be their turn to enter.
"The entrance to the abyss of demons is just ahead, esteemed celestial beings."
This place was as secluded as could be, but that was to be expected. After all, what kind of malevolent cultivator would summon a celestial demon in a bustling city? Lu Yao surveyed his surroundings, indeed sensing a peculiar spatial fluctuation here that must be the so-called abyss of demons. The prince stood gravely before the entrance to the abyss, the surrounding stones emanating a strange eerie glow, seemingly harboring countless eyes watching from the shadows. He slowly took out the sealing key from within his robe, performing a hand seal, as mysterious patterns flickered across the key before it shot out. The moment it touched the abyss, a blinding light flashed, and the runes in the air began to flicker and pulse, emitting a deep resonant hum. The wind grew increasingly fierce, causing the prince's black robe to billow loudly as various grotesque illusions faintly materialized in the mist, clawing and threatening to devour him. From deep within the abyss, a series of muffled roars echoed, as if a sinister power was awakening. As the stone door slowly opened, a potent sense of decay rushed forth, making one feel uneasy. Even Lu Yao frowned. This sense of decay was said to emanate from the destruction of the world, and it was normal for living beings to feel repulsed by it. Any creature that had witnessed the world's destruction would carry this unique scent. Lu Yao had heard the Sect master speak of it, and had imagined it would be somewhat uncomfortable, but he never expected it to be so unbearable, as if someone had shattered a rotten egg right in front of his nose. That foul stench continued to seep out, beginning to corrode the surrounding space. Lu Yao took a deep breath, donning an expression of fearless determination, and stepped resolutely into the abyss of demons alongside Lingyun. In the dim, eerie realm, Lu Yao felt as though he were submerged in foul water, an overwhelming urge to leave immediately. Now he finally understood why this seemingly lucrative position was not favored by many elders. The previous elder responsible for this task had reportedly been doing it for hundreds of years. It is well known that any living being, when faced with the cries and tragedies of other lives, will feel a flicker of compassion. But humans do not. They only tear apart your body, extract your chaotic heart, and then point at you, claiming you lack the sensation of pain. The muddled memories of its inheritance told it so. Humanity is a deeply wicked race. We merely wish to destroy their world, consume the essence of their realm, and let them return to the embrace of chaos. Not only do humans fail to show gratitude, they label them as monsters, hunt them down, and obstruct them from accomplishing this grand goal. Monsters are good, humans are bad. It once followed a powerful celestial demon. After the latter destroyed a world, it also devoured some essence, a taste that lingered in its memory, until it sensed the aura of the world's essence again. Without a second thought, it dove straight into that rift in the void. Two equally powerful kin accompanied it. This was great news, for strength meant a significantly higher success rate for this operation. Next, they needed to find a way to breach this space and feast. Before they could act, the spatial portal suddenly opened, and a massive wall swept over them. This was an outright provocation. Could they endure it? They immediately charged forward. The moment it spotted the target, it almost mistook it for a powerful celestial demon, only to quickly realize this must be humanity. As the top race in the endless sea of chaos, humans are the model for most celestial demons. The more they resemble humans, the stronger they are. It seemed that some rule existed. These weak monsters could not imitate humans, not even in appearance. As it gazed at that human, an instinctive desire for slaughter surged, eclipsing the caution imprinted in its inheritance regarding humanity. Human, it'll hit you with a sliding tackle. Bang. Lu Yao exploded 2 more monsters. Their forms had already grown exceedingly dim, their power plummeting sharply, now reduced to the level of the virtual realm. A mere roadside monster. He didn't even need to lift a finger, relying on his divine sense to attack. They could not withstand it. Polluted land, a subspace tainted by chaotic malevolent thoughts akin to a cesspit. Surely no one enjoys lingering there. Reward acquired, void drop. Not the best reward, but extremely practical. Lu Yao took it out. It appeared to be an ordinary tassel at first, which he hung at his waist. Instantly the foul odor within 100 meters vanished without a trace. Lu Yao felt this was the best reward he had ever received, even more useful than an immortal artifact. Lin Shi was also nearing the end. That wolf-like monster was nearly annihilated by her. Thus Lu Yao increased his force. After another round of relentless strikes, the 2 monsters finally perished, leaving behind 2 black spirit stones. Monsters are truly difficult to kill, repeatedly needing to be worn down. He picked up the 2 spirit stones to examine the immense pure chaotic energy contained within, even astonished Lu Yao. No wonder they are harder than spirit stones, as hard currency. Lin Xiyu approached, momentarily stunned. As she neared Lu Yao, that uncomfortable feeling dissipated. She was about to speak when Lu Yao interrupted her directly. Keep it for yourself. Oh! She retracted her outstretched hand, storing the spirit stones in her storage ring. Lu Yao scanned the entire space again, comparing it with the strengths of the group outside. Thus he killed a few more high-tier virtual realm chaotic monsters to ensure that the group outside could handle it. The 2 then immediately left. Although the foul odor was no longer detectable, Lu Yao did not want to linger in the cesspit for even a moment. Outside, it's been resolved we have other places to go, so we are leaving now. Immortal? He hadn't finished speaking when the 2 immortals disappeared from sight. Not a single ripple was sensed. The prince could only smile wryly. Was this the gap between him and the Tao harmonization experts? With the immortals gone, the work still had to be done, but he didn't know how to explain it to his imperial brother. Are we not going back? In the void, Lin Xiyu grasped Lu Yao's arm, asking in confusion. Do you want to attend that banquet again? No. Right, then why go back? Lu Yao couldn't think of a single reason to return. There were no entertainment activities, no beautiful scenery, and the food in the palace was terrible. His assessment was that it would be better to hurry to the next place. Wait, what's that noise? Lu Yao's and his companion's communication jade talismans vibrated simultaneously. In a dark and eerie valley surrounded by ghostly evil cultivators, their black robes concealed their forms, and their faces were forever masked by distorted demonic visages. Yi Xingyu tightly shielded Luo Tianyuan behind him, his long sword flickering with a faint light. His gaze was steadfast yet betrayed a hint of fatigue, as the recent fierce battle had drained much of his spiritual energy. Luo Tianyuan shivered, her hands gripping the sword tightly, fear etched on her face. The evil cultivators began to slowly close in, their heavy and synchronized footsteps resonating like the drums of death. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. Yi Xingyu took a deep breath, gathering his remaining spiritual energy, preparing to fight to the death. A call for help had already been sent out. Those nearby would come. But would anyone truly come to this cursed place? Suddenly an evil cultivator charged from the side, black flames raging in his hands, casting a fiery rain that darkened the sky. Yi Xingyu swung his long sword, unleashing powerful sword chi that shattered the fiery rain and surged toward the enemy's face. However, as he defended against this attack, another evil cultivator launched a sneak attack from behind, directly threatening his senior sister. Yi Xingya's heart tightened. Just as he intended to turn around to save her, he saw that the pale-faced senior sister had already reduced that evil cultivator to pulp. The senior sister exclaimed in terror, taking down one evil cultivator with each sword strike leaving Yixingya's jaw twitching. With him protecting her, Luo Tianyuan had barely needed to act now. It seemed they could hold on for a while longer. Looking around, the area covering 1,000 miles had turned to wasteland due to their prolonged battle. All life within had been affected, with none surviving, leaving only them and the evil cultivators. The intelligence was wrong. They had been deceived. There were not a few nascent souls here, but dozens. After fighting until now, they had only managed to eliminate 1/3 of the evil cultivators. If it weren't for their formidable fighting strength, they would have been done for long ago. Speaking of which, these people really knew how to choose a location. Even after a whole day, no one had come to provide support, and the likelihood of anyone arriving was slim. Could it be that they really had to? He gritted his teeth, making a difficult decision. He could only use the protective treasure his senior brother had given him. He hadn't wanted to use it, as doing so would let his brother know, and he didn't want to be seen as useless. But looking at Luo Tianyuan, he thought, never mind, if I'm useless, then I'm useless. It's not like this has just started. At most he would use what his brother gave him, but he absolutely couldn't use what his master gave him. He insisted on coming. How could he implicate Luo Tianyuan and cause her harm? He took out a pearl, about to activate it, as his senior brother had taught him. A familiar aura descended from the sky, accompanied by a terrifying force that turned everyone except for them into crimson fireworks. A fissure opened in space, and 2 figures stepped out. Watching the scene, Yixingyu felt a bit dazed. Did I already use it? Speaking of which, this projection is so vivid, as if senior brother really came. Is that Lingyun beside him? When did she leave her power in this pearl? Senior brother never mentioned it. The projection did not dissipate after eliminating the evil cultivator, but walked straight towards them. Seems a bit taller now. The enormous hand above made him pause. This sensation didn't feel like a projection. Senior brother? It's me. Why have you forgotten me so soon? No, Yixingyu hurriedly explained, but Lu Yao interrupted him, thinking it would be better to trust he could explain than to believe that Hawking could dribble past messy. Luo Shimei, you tell us what happened with you two. Ah. Oh. Hearing that it concerned her, Luo Tianyuan quickly responded and began to explain to Lu Yao. I and Yixingyu were deceived by the evil cultivators, thinking there were only a few nascent souls here, but we didn't expect to be surrounded like this. I see. Lu Yao understood, and didn't blame them. Instead, he continued to pat his junior brother's head, which felt soft like a plush toy. Yixingyu turned his head to the side, feeling a bit shy. Senior brother, I've grown up. Seeing his resistant expression, Lu Yao directly pinched his face, and tugged it outward. So you've grown up, huh? Now you dare to defy your senior brother. I didn't. Lu Yao released his hand, and looked at Yixingyu, finally realizing how much he had grown. Time flies so quickly. Lu Yao's impression of him was still that of the little being who he used to carry around. Now he was in a state that could no longer be carried. He couldn't help but sigh, alas, as he entered the rebellious phase already. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, and reached out to summon some nearby spoils, tossing them to his 2 junior disciples. A bunch of storage rings from the nascent soul stage. He wasn't some scrap collector. At the very least, he needed to collect items from the Void Realm, or higher, to find them somewhat appealing. Lu Shixiang, how did you end up here? Luo Tianyuan also curiously asked, subconsciously ignoring Lingyun. She had long heard of Lingyun's reputation, and had seen her a few times, knowing it would be pointless to ask her. Oh, this. Lu Yao shook the jade token and smiled. Actually, you should now call me Elder Lu. Under the command of the sect leader, I'm here to clean up the demon abyss. Alas. It's really the elder's mark. So cool. When can I get one too? Why don't you ask the sect leader? Luo Tianyuan thought for a moment, and felt that her master would reward her with her favorite stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, so she shook her head repeatedly. Then forget it. Lu Yao felt a bit regretful for not being able to trick Luo Shimei. Are you two planning to return to the sect, or continue training elsewhere? I want to see what the demon abyss looks like. What about you, Yixingyu? Whatever. She looked at Lu Yao smilingly, asking, senior brother, can you take us along? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Alright, But if you don't behave, he'll throw you to the sect leader and tell him what happened today. Please don't. It'll be good. If her master found out about her carelessness and put herself in danger, she would definitely be locked up. She didn't want that. After checking the surroundings again, to confirm nothing was left behind, Lu Yao took the two newly joined little ones and vanished into the void. Every so often he would emerge from the void to ascertain their course. Due to his comprehension of the void laws, his speed was faster than that of an immortal vessel. He had not used this method of travel before simply because it was uncomfortable. However, ever since he had just entered a cesspit, his tolerance had suddenly increased significantly. After all, how much worse could it get? It was certainly better than being in the demon abyss. Like cross-dressing, there are only 0 times and countless times. He was starting to somewhat love this feeling of soaring through the void. In a certain pit, many figures in black robes gathered. They silently looked at the 4 people on the high platform. The atmosphere was incredibly oppressive when suddenly one of them stepped forward, his voice low and solemn. The Master has bestowed us with power to fulfill the will of returning to chaos. The world is but an illusion. The return to the source of all things is the eternal truth. We shall fight for the truth. Praise be to the Master. The great chaotic demon returned to the source. The crowd below began to applaud and shout praises to the Master. Whether their loyalty was genuine could only be judged subjectively. In reality, most of them had never seen this so-called Master. They became evil cultivators simply because they didn't want to endure the hardships of cultivation. Imagine, with your talent, it would take nearly 100 years of cultivation to barely reach foundation establishment. Now an opportunity is presented to you. Just kill a few people and sacrifice some lives, and you can easily establish your foundation. Complete the tasks given above, and you will be rewarded with cultivation, saving you 1,000 years of hard work. At that moment, would you still diligently cultivate? What's wrong with selling your soul to the chaotic demon? Who would care about my soul if I didn't sell it? As for the so-called world destruction, don't be ridiculous. They all knew very well that these demons would never destroy the Tianyuan Realm. They just wanted to steal some of the world's essence and conveniently annoy those immortals. Evil cultivators were merely the cheapest and most useful means to that end. Something so trivial to them could be exchanged for a batch of transfer devices, occasionally killing some beings and then offering their corpses to them. The more they had, the stronger they became, and the more world essence they could extract. Then the evil cultivators could obtain their share of the profits, rapidly enhancing their power. This is a path of no return. From the moment they set foot on it, there was no possibility of turning back. With a constant aura of the chaotic demon emanating from them, they were destined to never appear openly again. The black robes and masks that could conceal their auras became their standard attire. Though it seemed more obvious, it was still better than having nothing. Their past identities had been submerged beneath their masks, leaving behind a group of madmen living for power. As targets of suppression in the entire Tianyuan Realm, they could usually only hide in secret realms or deep mountains. Now was no different. This place was so remote that no one would ever come here. Absolutely impossible. The leading evil cultivator looked at the slightly undulating space, his pupils constricting. A tall figure stepped out from within. He glanced around and revealed a warm smile to them. You all are quite lucky today, and my luck is pretty good too. What bad luck? Everyone was immobilized, unable to move. Lu Yao stepped forward and placed his hand on the shoulder of the lead figure in black robes. Come on, give me a smile. Sorry, I forgot you were wearing a mask. Lu Yao pointed the camera at himself and all the evil cultivators behind him. Click. Fortune favors you. It seems relative. If someone is lucky, then naturally someone else must be unfortunate. You have received the reward Lucky Aura. This was the first time he had obtained an aura-type item. Thank you. You're welcome. By the way, are you an elder of the Lingyun Sect? Lu Yao looked at the jade pendant at her waist, which was indeed the style of the elder's jade pendant from the Lingyun Sect. Yes, and you are as well. She was also a bit curious, not expecting to meet a fellow sect member here, and even being rescued by someone. Although there were several unfamiliar faces that was normal. The Xinjiang sect was so large that there were bound to be some elders she hadn't met before.
By the way, my name is Qi Wanqing. I am Lu Yao. Lin Qiyu. I am Luo Qianyuan. Yi Xingyu.
After everyone introduced themselves, Lu Yao noticed a key detail.
Senior Sister Qi, what is your relationship with the sect leader? Oh, he is my father. By the way, why do you call me Senior Sister? Indeed, strictly speaking, we only became elders a few days ago, so naturally, we are your junior brothers and sisters.
Unexpectedly, she was indeed the sect leader's daughter. Who could have guessed that she would casually reveal such a connection? Lu Yao was surprised, and Qi Wanqing across from him was even more astonished. She remembered that she had only left for a little over 20 years, when did such a number of juniors appear, and they had even become elders. What? The Dao Fusion Realm. How absurd. Even if she had just left, they must be only 30 years old at most. This world is truly insane.
By the way, Senior Sister Qi, what are you doing in this void rift?
Upon mentioning this, Qi Wanqing became a bit embarrassed and awkwardly explained.
Well, I just went to visit my mother, and I was tired, planning to rest for a bit. Unexpectedly, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I found myself stuck inside.
Lu Yao understood instantly. It turned out that the physique of the spirit-devouring tiger was to blame. He unconsciously looked at the top of her head. So those weren't cat ears, but actually tiger ears. Although he really wanted to ask, it was clearly inappropriate at the moment. She had just returned from seeing her mother, and asking such a question would be rather rude. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yao solemnly said,
Senior Sister, my condolences. One must always look forward. Condolences? What condolences? What are you talking about? Didn't you just come back from seeing your mother? Yes.
Qi Wanqing replied, somewhat confused, unable to grasp what this junior brother was saying. Lu Yao was equally puzzled. Did she really take this lightly? Just the pain of losing her mother.
Ahem, since Senior Sister is so open-minded, I won't say more. May your mother rest in peace in the heavens. What? My mother just had a quarrel with my father and moved out. It's not a crime worthy of death, right? Ah. She's not dead.
But didn't my great-grandfather say?
Lu Yao recalled his great-grandfather's words. He seemed to have said that Senior Sister Qi's mother passed away shortly after she was born.
Lu Yao. Oh no, it seems he indeed did not say she was dead. It turns out she really left. My great-grandfather deceived me. Why did he have such a sorrowful expression back then, as if mourning the deceased? It made me think she had already left. After Lu Yao explained the circumstances, Qi Wanqing finally realized that it was a misunderstanding. She needed to go back and tell her father that someone was spreading rumors about her mother's death.
Well then, Senior Sister Qi, we still have a mission to attend to, so we must part ways here. I'll see you at the sect. My little treasury is over there. I'll send you some good stuff later. No need, it's just a small effort. It's fine, you refuse your share and I'll send mine.
After bidding farewell to Qi Wanqing, Lu Yao and the others continued towards their destination, hoping to find more fellow sect members along the way. He didn't directly give the Void Spirit Awakening pill to Qi Wanqing that was reserved for Yingxue. Although he had now obtained the second Void Night Bloom, he should go to the sect leader, for that the sect leader was the one he needed to negotiate with rather than directly discussing it with Qi Wanqing.
Buzz!
As Lu Yao stepped into the void again, the jade pendant vibrated. When he took it out to look, it was actually a message from Lingyun. And then Lu Yao, guess what I just saw? Photo, and then you've never seen this before, right? Xiao Yao's I haven't seen a scene like this. Can you shoot a video? Sure. On the Immortal ship Class A, and Lingyun picked up the jade pendant, aiming it at the two ferocious beasts that were training in the distance. Their mountain-like figures were entangled and rolling, and the surrounding area looked as if it had been flattened by a nuclear bomb, utterly chaotic. She excitedly filmed. Having lived this long, it was indeed the first time she had seen such a scene. It was rare to have a friend to share it with. Filmed well, send. And in video, how is it? Xiao Yao's I good, you did well. He indeed had never seen ferocious beasts training, especially two so large. turning to send it to his master. Forget it, he had lived so long, what hadn't he seen? Better to send it to senior brother Shen and the others. Noticing Lu Yao laughing, Lin Xiyu looked at him puzzled.
What's going on? Here, take a look.
Lu Yao handed the jade pendant over. Lin Xiyu took it, and saw a slight blush appear on her face as she looked at Lu Yao.
Is it a hint? Hey, what kind of hint? What are you thinking? Who would use the animal world as a hint? But the sect leader.
A single sentence left Lu Yao speechless. He thought for a long time, and could only say,
in any case, it is definitely not a hint. Forget about this matter.
After thinking for a moment, he added,
Right, also forget about the sect leader's matter. Oh, I'll do as you say.
Next to them, Luo Tianyuan felt as if she had heard something extraordinary. Why hadn't her master told her about this? Now that she knew, would she be silenced when she returned? Better to keep it to herself. The few of them maintained a strange silence as they quickly moved forward. During this time, Lu Yao did not uncover anything significant. Perhaps just encountering senior sister Qi had used up all his luck. Upon arriving once again outside a city, this place was not ruled by any dynasty, but belonged to a small sect. The strongest within this sect was merely at the initial stage of the Dao fusion realm. After all, a place that could send Lu Yao and the others to solve problems was bound to lack any particularly powerful cultivators. When they revealed their identities, the sect leader quickly came to welcome them. Seeing him so respectful, Lu Yao couldn't help but think, if that little brat Qin Luofeng were here, would he reveal his identity only to have the gatekeeping disciples not believe him, ridicule him, and then have an elder come out who also wouldn't believe him, and in the end? Damn it, Lu Yao could already picture the crooked smile on Qin Luofeng's face. He hurriedly dispelled that image. It was pure mental pollution.
Greetings, esteemed immortal envoys. Please follow me.
Though he did not consider himself an immortal envoy, Lu Yao saw no need to correct their address. After all, they had used that title for decades. Leading the envoys to the grand hall, Master Li finally exhaled in quiet relief. Scarcely had he assumed the sect master seat when this unexpected visit occurred. In truth, they knew nothing of the impending opening of the demon abyss. Their insignificance had stripped them even of the right to be informed. The announcement came unilaterally from the Xianjian sect.
The demons within the demon abyss have accumulated sufficiently. Time for cleansing.
Had it not been for the Xianjian sect's deliberate patronage of minor sects like theirs, they would never have flourished at all. Toward the Xianjian sect, he harbored profound reverence and gratitude. The words spoken by its immortal envoy to the former sect master still echoed vividly in his memory.
The Northern Realm is not the Xianjian sect's domain. We are merely its vanguard. We ask not for your gratitude, only that you never forget you are citizens of the Tianyuan Realm. As for serving the Tianyuan Realm, you are already doing so.
Even now, he could not fathom the meaning behind that final line. Were they truly already serving the Tianyuan Realm? What service? How could he be unaware of it himself? Perplexed, he resolved to simply cooperate fully with the envoys. Incidentally, this year's envoys seemed unfamiliar. Had not Elder Zhang served in that role for centuries? Sensing his hesitation, Lu Yao offered a gentle smile.
Elder Zhang is currently sequestered in cultivation retreat. This time we handle the demon abyss cleansing. He shall resume duty next cycle. Many thanks for the clarification, Immortal Envoy.
Relief washed over him. He felt reassured knowing a familiar face would return.
Then please wait briefly while we prepare. No banquet is necessary. We must still attend to several other demon abysses. Ah, very well. I shall retrieve the key at once.
His prepared remarks lodged in his throat. He mused wryly. This envoy was the antithesis of the last, efficiency incarnate. Elder Zhang, by contrast, always shared meals and wine with them, exchanging tales of history, distant lands, and personal wanderings. For one who had lived over a millennium, most of it within the tranquil Qianqing prefecture, such stories remained endlessly captivating. Yet soon enough he would see Elder Zhang again. He wondered what would the elder recount this time. Tales of extraterritorial wonders, secrets buried in antiquity, or perhaps those beloved chronicles of unofficial history. Retrieving the key, he guided Lu Yao and his companions to the Sect's rear mountains. Unlike others, they had situated the demon abyss within their Sect grounds. More precisely, they had built their entire Sect atop it. He glanced back at the two young disciples, bringing juniors along to broaden their horizons, truly exemplary seniors. The familiar ritual commenced. Arcane runes shimmered into existence across the sky, and the gateway to the demon abyss reappeared.
You two remain outside until we complete the cleansing, then enter with the others. Yes. Don't worry, senior brother Lu.
Assured by their pledge, Lu Yao entered the abyss with Lin Xiyu. To his surprise, only 2 Harmony Attainment Realm demons awaited. Nonetheless, Lu Yao yielded one to Lin Xiyu. After all, she had come all this way, she deserved some measure of participation. The cleansing concluded swiftly. Lu Yao, almost bored, sat idly beside her, observing her battle. Chaos demons fed upon the primordial essence of worlds, and thus were immune to domain suppression. Only under such conditions could he witness her combat prowess outside the realm. As he watched, he occasionally delivered a casual punch to the demon form he conjured beneath him, ensuring its peaceful slumber.
Woo!
A mournful cry faded as the demon dissolved into black mist, leaving Lu Yao suspended midair, seated serenely in empty space. Stowing away the chaos crystal, he tilted slightly sideways, as if leaning against an invisible table, and propped his cheek upon his palm, continuing to observe Lin Xiyu's battle. This expedition would yield abundant high-grade chaos crystals. Upon returning, he would commission Elder Wu to forge a formation disc. He wondered whether the Elder had resumed accepting commissions. Surely after so long he must have rested sufficiently. He still possessed several rare metals acquired via photographic enchantments. Those two could be melted down together. While pondering Elder Wu, Lin Xiyu had already finished her fight. She approached Lu Yao, her expression faintly sullen.
What's wrong?
He asked, concerned, softening his tone.
I dislike this place. It's barren of anything meaningful.
Lu Yao instantly understood. It was common knowledge Lin Xiyu collected the most beautiful parts of her defeated foes, and demons left behind only crystals upon death. Clearly crystals held no allure for her. She had, however, admired those fierce, majestic claws. Pity they could not be preserved. Lu Yao reached out gently, kneading her cheeks and smoothing the furrow between her brows.
There, no more frowning. Later I'll take you to hunt a formidable beast. Okay.
Her mood brightened instantly. Lu Yao found her refreshingly transparent and remarkably easy to console. Effortless even. With cleansing complete, the two reopened the demon abyss entrance. Outside, the waiting delegation surged in, junior brothers and sisters among them, eager to gain experience and serve as unpaid laborers.
Let's go!
Lu Yao soared skyward with Lin Xiyu in tow, bound for the beast. The Sect master had mentioned a Harmony Attainment Realm beast dwelling 1 million li eastward. That one would suffice. A round trip would be swift. As for his junior brother's safety, not a concern. Perhaps the boy himself remained unaware, but Lu Yao saw clearly. Both master and Sect master had embedded soul seals upon him. Should true life or death peril arise, even low-tier great perfection cultivators would receive 2 sharp slaps before being permitted to depart, let alone mere harmony attainment or tribulation transcendence adepts. Surely no one imagined such prodigies ventured forth utterly unprotected. Their guardians simply withheld such safeguards, to allow genuine cultivation through trial. Others aside, Lu Yao himself bore no fewer than 5 great perfection soul seals. From his great-grandfather, his Sect master, and 2 Pill Peak elders, who persistently urged him to join their peak, declaring him the future hope of alchemical arts. Indeed, a fine sentiment. Once the 9th-tier osmanthus cake reached perfection, he would share it with them first. Let all taste the flavor of the future sovereign of alchemy's own creation. Yet, there appeared to be no osmanthus trees beyond the Sect's walls. Perhaps a greenery initiative was warranted to propagate osmanthus across the land. Truly necessary. Otherwise, future geniuses might painstakingly acquire his osmanthus cake, only to scour the entire Tianyuan Realm in vain, bewildered by the very notion of osmanthus.
Lu Yao here. Huh? Thank you.
Deep in thought, Lu Yao instinctively accepted what Lin Xiyu extended. Only moments later did he realize he held an eye. Seeing his bewilderment, she pointed to the orb.
It's beautiful. I give it to you.
Only then did he examine it closely. Not flesh nor blood, but carved from a kind of jade, intricate and undeniably exquisite.
Truly beautiful. I cherish it deeply, thank you.
Senior brother, you all go ahead. Where are you going? Lu Yao looked at his little junior brother, who seemed to be in a strange mood, feeling puzzled. From the moment he set foot on this land, he sensed something was off. His little junior brother's mood had seemingly not been very high. Facing Lu Yao's confusion, Yixingyu looked at him, with the remaining eye calmly saying, going home. After bidding farewell to his senior brother, he walked towards the home he remembered. The path seemed quite far, yet also very near. Near enough to be close to this sect, far enough to exist only in his memories. Clearly every brick and tile was still there, yet looking around it felt as if nothing remained. What are you coming over for? Standing beside the ruins of the past, he turned to look at Luo Qianyun. Can't I come? You can. Luo Qianyun felt it was time to show her concern as a senior sister. She stepped forward, patting the shoulder of her junior brother with a crisp sound. Junior brother, you have to be strong. Even though you have lost your family, you still have me. I can totally become your family, right? Looking at Luo Qianyun's serious expression, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Luo Qianyun pouted, unhappy. Hey, what are you laughing at? I'm trying to comfort you here. I know, thank you. Then why are you still? He turned his head away, just gazing at the ruins, saying, I'm not sad. Really? Have you heard of immortals? I've heard of them, what about it? I've heard that immortals possess the power to reverse the flow of time. Yi Xingya's eyes brightened with determination, as he gripped the hilt of his sword as if making a promise to himself. I don't have time to linger in the sorrow of yesterday. I will keep moving forward until I can revive everyone. I believe that one day I will achieve it. It might take 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, but so what? I will keep going until that day of success comes. Looking at the confident Yixingyu, Luo Qianyun was momentarily mesmerized. This was a side of her junior brother she had never seen before. He actually looked a bit handsome. Yixingyu? She suddenly called out to him, drawing his gaze. What's up? Nothing, it's just that you suddenly said so much, I'm a little not used to it. Get lost? Haha, now that's more like it. Watching her junior brother revert to his usual one-word replies, she began to giggle. How nice, but how could she miss out on the path to immortality? It upset her that he hadn't brought her along. Humph. Heaven did not give birth to me, Luo Qianyun. The path to immortality is as long as a night. Once I become an immortal, I will definitely make you beg me for help. Just thinking about Yixingyu clinging to her leg saying, please Qianyun, sword immortal, I can do anything, made her want to laugh. Yixingyu merely glanced at the still giggling Luo Qianyun and quietly distanced himself, feeling as if she was contemplating something very inappropriate. And Lingyun lay on her bed, sharing the video she had filmed today with another good friend. And how's it going, Jixing? Isn't this interesting? Busy with something? Why not cultivate? How much have you improved today? Have you been practicing well? And woo, don't scold me, why are you like an old lady always talking about cultivation when we meet? Busy with something? Then what do you want to talk about? And Lingyu's eyes brightened at this, and she began to share her experiences on her journey in the northern region. And let me tell you, I met a new friend here. He's really good looking, has a great personality, and most importantly, he's so powerful. Busy with something, is that so? Then congratulations. And next time, I'll introduce him to you. Busy with something, definitely next time. And Lingyu pouted, what does definitely next time even mean? She has said that every time, yet has never followed through. Humph, big liar. At this moment in the eastern region within the Tianyuan Sect, sunlight filtered through the mottled shadows of the trees, casting interwoven patches of light and shadow on the ancient wooden chessboard. The mountain breeze blew through, bringing with it bursts of wood fragrance, tranquil yet elegant. The bamboo curtain by the window swayed gently with the breeze, making a rustling sound, adding to the serenity. A young girl sat quietly in front of the chessboard playing with several chess pieces in her hand. Her white clothes embroidered with golden threads swayed gently with her movements. Her long lustrous black hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, with a few strands dancing in the breeze. Her clear and bright eyes were focused intently on the chessboard. After a long time, she finally made a move. "Did you meet someone interesting at the Xianjin Sect?" And Lingyu's words made her involuntarily recall a figure from her memories. He seemed to have been at the Xianjin Sect, but unfortunately, when Lingyu and the others set off for the northern region, she was in seclusion and missed him. The girl picked up another chess piece, her thoughts a bit chaotic. She leaned over the table, resting her chin on her hands. "I really want to find him, but after my master let me out of seclusion, I was supposed to go to the demon abyss to train. It's decided I'll go find him once I'm done. I wonder how he is now. Has he grown tall and strong? Has he been bullied? Has his personality changed? If we meet again, will we become strangers? I'm so powerful now, I'll make him call me Sister Ji Xing when we meet again." Her thoughts gradually drifted away with the wind, crossing rivers and mountains towards the northern region. Clatter. The chess piece in her hand fell to the ground, the sound startling her awake. "Li Ji Xing, what on earth are you thinking? That guy still has your secrets." "Ugh, so annoying." Cultivation. She closed her eyes, seemingly entering a meditative state. As for whether she truly entered that state, who knows? Perhaps. "Hey, why aren't you replying to me?" And Lingyu looked at the jade tablet that had been silent for a long time, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. How could she do this? She was just trying to share with her out of kindness, yet she completely ghosted her. Lu Yao was much better. At least he would always respond to her messages, unlike this Li Ji Xing, who was so annoying, always pressuring her. And every day she would say things like, "Aren't you the strongest in the Tianyuan sect? Jiang Mabai and the others are just letting you win. How could that be? My talent in Lingyu is well known. Okay. These people are all my defeated opponents." Although there were some unexpected events during this trip to the Xianjin Sect. And Lingyu paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the performance of those people at the Xianjin Sect and thinking about the Tianyuan Sect as a sect of equal standing. It didn't make sense for there to be such a disparity. So is there a possibility that the people in the Tianyuan Sect are really letting her win? Just thinking about this possibility, she felt as if her nose had suddenly turned red. Her actions over the years seemed like a clown trying to amuse everyone. Could it be that all these years they have seen me as a joke? After a while, the section of the demonic abyss cleansing assigned to them was drawing to a close. This was the final stop, Yinqingzhou. In truth, Lu Yao had deliberately chosen this last destination. It was also Lin Shiyu's hometown. Since they were here anyway, Lu Yao resolved to accompany her home, though she professed indifference. After a day's journey, they at last reached the city where her family lived. The Lin household could hardly be called a great clan, barely even a clan at all. Their modest renown stemmed only from Lin Shiyu's grandfather, who rose fortune by chance and became a major cultivator at the tribulation transcendence stage. That singular ascent was what made the Lin name somewhat known. In reality, apart from the old patriarch, there were only 2 or 3 others, a handful at most, and he had but a single son. It was a line of single inheritance even into Lin Shiyu's generation. Lu Yao gathered from her words that she was the only child, at least before she left. Any impressions? None. Even standing at her own doorstep, she remained composed. Sent away to the Xianjin Sect as a child, she held little memory of this place she was told was home. Everything around her felt unfamiliar. A toddler in an old-fashioned open-crotched garment burst out and bounding past Lu Yao, and the others skidded to a halt.
Brother, what are you doing at my door?" "Oh, just passing by."
Lin Shiyu's voice cut in before Lu Yao could answer. She grabbed his hand and turned to leave. She did not seem particularly pleased. Lu Yao let her lead him away.
"Shiyu? Is that you, Shiyu?"
A delighted voice rang out, and Lin Shiyu abruptly stopped. When she turned, a figure both familiar and slightly estranged came into view.
"Yes, it's me. Why have you returned? Your father was worried we'd distract you from cultivation, and made us keep our distance.
The woman was astonished and delighted. She had not seen her daughter for many years, and had feared she might never set eyes on her again.
Just visiting.
Her tone retained that characteristic coolness, yet the woman showed no displeasure. She was simply overjoyed and urged Lin Xiyu inside.
So you're the eldest sister. Father says you're so talented, he wants me to grow up to be like you,
the child exclaimed happily.
Mm.
Though her response seemed minimal, Lu Yao could feel the hand gripping his tighten a little. The woman's astonishment froze for a beat before she ran toward the house, calling back as she ran.
Husband, come out quickly, Xiyu is back.
At the sound, he came forth, a man whose countenance bore an austere gravity. He exchanged a long measured look with Lin Xiyu before uttering a few words.
You're back. Yes.
A heavy, awkward silence settled between them. At last Lu Yao stepped forward to break it.
Junior Lu Yao, greetings, uncle. Hello.
He watched Lin Xiyu as she clung to Lu Yao's hand, words forming on his lips, and dying away in the end. He said nothing more.
How is your health, uncle? It's fine. Is that so? Ha ha.
Lu Yao inwardly chastised himself. Asking after the well-being of a nascent soul cultivator was as redundant as wishing a 99-year-old man a long life. He simply could not bear the strained atmosphere. He wondered half to himself whether Lin Xiyu's father cultivated the Wuqing Dao. Why else was he so taciturn? At least it was plain she was truly their kin.
Well then, shall we eat first?
The woman could not endure the tension either with matters, as they were better to begin with a meal. She was already moving toward the kitchen. Lin's father seemed as if he wanted to say something now, and then his eyes flicked to Lu Yao, a trace of awkwardness in his expression. Lu Yao immediately understood. He pulled at the chubby little boy's hand.
Brother's visiting your home for the first time. Take me around, will you? But I just met you, wah.
Lu Yao clapped a hand over the child's mouth, scooped him up, and hurried them away. After Lu Yao left, the two who remained still stood like unopened shells.
How have you been these years? Very well.
Another silence followed.
He is well.
Lin Xiyu's brief reply closed off whatever the man had been about to say. Perhaps there were not many words left to exchange. Perhaps the answer he sought was already given. At least, he was better off than she was, wasn't he?
It was my failure. It concerns not you, it was my own choice.
Lin Fei watched in panic as Lu Yao's hand edged closer in a mischievous reach, and then, with a death-playful pinch, Lu Yao put an end to the teasing.
Heh, children are such fun.
No one bothered to argue over titles. Lin Xiyu had been holding his hand for a long time. People were not blind. Who could claim the two of them were nothing to each other? Not even her own family, nor Lu Yao himself, truly believed they were entirely unrelated. Better to accept the name, at least it would reassure her parents that she was not alone at the Xinjian sect, that someone was there to look after her. Left on the ground, Lin Fei felt the world collapse his pride, as the street's little boss had been mortally wounded. If his friends learned of today's humiliation, how could he maintain his reign? Exhausted, he felt like consigning the world to ruin.
Why the long face? Smile, won't you? Brother will buy you some candy. Really, brother-in-law?
Lin Fei's expression changed in an instant, his face brightening faster than the turning of a page.
Of course, I wouldn't lie to a child. There's a ginger candy shop on the corner, they're so good.
Judging by the boy's eager look, Lu Yao waved a large hand.
Buy it, lead the way. Thank you, brother-in-law. Long live brother-in-law. Good lad, he'll treat you later to some purple pomelo and flat peaches. What are those, brother-in-law?
Their silhouettes stretched long under the setting sun cast upon the worn blue bricks. As evening fell, the child's familiar shout rang out again. Lin Xiyu and her father sat at a stone table and watched Lu Yao lead the boy inside. He still held the packet of ginger candy. The child bounded along, clearly delighted. Watching the scene, Lin Xiyu sat motionless, her face vacant, lost in some private reverie. Suddenly, she felt something being pressed into her mouth, sweet and spicy. When she came back to herself, Lu Yao had already released the chubby boy and was standing before her. He held a packet of ginger candy in one hand and had produced a piece with the other, offering it to her lips.
How is it, sweet? I brought this just for you. Sweet.
Seeing Lu Yao's warm smile, the scene that had troubled her slipped away. A small smile tugged at her mouth, and for the first time her tone held a hint of expectation.
I want another. I knew you'd want more. Open up.
The fishing rod swung, the bait fell into the water, and Tutoring looked at the surface, his heart calm and undisturbed.
What have you decided?
Another figure sat down beside him, casting out his own fishing rod. Tutoring didn't even turn his head, merely casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wanli, his eyes showing a hint of coldness, a touch of disdain, and a sense of indifference.
Hey, what's with that look in your eyes? Why is there a statistical chart? It's a new technique I learned, taught by Senior Brother Shen. I see, then I'll ask him about it tomorrow. No, don't change the topic, answer me quickly.
Seeing he couldn't dodge the question, Tutoring had no choice but to express his thoughts.
It's still too early. Too early. We've been practicing in the Void Realm for several years now.
Xiao Wanli had a different opinion. In his view, Tutoring was being overly cautious. He had previously proposed this idea multiple times, only to be rejected each time, always for the same reason.
You can't really believe we won't encounter any danger if we go to the Outer Realms, can you? So what? Isn't cultivation supposed to have its ups and downs?
Xiao Wanli casually pulled up a fish and placed it in his fishing gear. Then with a mysterious air he said,
I say, Fingzi, don't you really want to experience the feeling of leaving the Tianyuan Realm? Not interested. Sigh. I've heard that once we leave the Tianyuan Realm, the restrictions on us will disappear and we'll feel our strength surge. Not interested.
Xiao Wanli pulled up another fish, tossing it into his gear, while Tutoring glanced at it. He had no interest in Xiao Wanli's so-called trip to the Outer Realms, had rather study his formations and break through to the combined realm. Wouldn't it be safer to go then? Why go out now to seek thrills?
Tisk, if you ask me, Fingzi, you're just too cautious. If you were as adventurous as I am, you would have already succeeded in your formation research.
Tutoring stared at him for a while, making him feel a bit uneasy.
Fool! What do you mean? It's what Senior Brother Lu taught me. It means you're really impressive. Oh, thanks.
Xiao Wanli didn't realize anything was off, mainly because Tutoring always wore a sullen expression, making it hard to tell what he was trying to convey. He happily pulled up another large fish. This time Tutoring could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked,
What bait are you using? Bait? I never use that kind of stuff. Then how do you catch fish?
Xiao Wanli responded with a confident smile, lifting his line to show Tutoring.
Actually, I don't even have a hook on my line. Is this what Senior Brother Lu meant by Jiang Taigong, fishing with a net? Only those willing to bite will take the bait. What do you mean? How come Senior Brother never mentioned this to me?
Xiao Wanli was puzzled. How could Senior Brother have shared so many odd things with him? Of course, you cannot expect a reckless person like you to understand formations. If you didn't, how could you even have the opportunity to communicate with Senior Brother?
It's as if the fish willingly come to you. They really didn't resist. How do you do that? Using this.
He smiled and extended a finger where arcs of electricity danced.
It's simple. I stun them with electricity, then reel them in with a line.
Tutoring felt he must have lost his mind for a moment to believe this guy had any secret. He silently distanced himself from Xiao Wanli. No wonder he couldn't catch any fish, they were all stunned by this guy. He moved further away, quietly starting to bait, scattering a little of everything edible. As he noticed the bait was gently stirring, Tutoring felt a surge of joy and was about to cast his line.
Ha ha ha! I've done it!
Suddenly a figure sprang from the spot where he had just baited, startling the area he had just prepared. Tutoring glared at the intruder, thinking, you better be a tribulation transcendence expert, or else I will definitely make you pay for this. Once he got a clear look at who it was, his anger dissipated. Oh well, it was Elder Zhang. He had heard he was in seclusion to break through to the Great Ascension stage, and now it seemed he had succeeded.
Ha ha ha!
Elder Zhang had barely laughed twice before being startled by the overwhelming resentment behind him. He turned around to see Tutoring holding a fishing rod, glaring at him with a sullen face, making him feel a bit awkward. As a fishing enthusiast himself, he naturally understood what had happened.
Ahem, I apologize. It's fine.
Chiofeng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There was nothing he could do if he couldn't win.
As an apology, I can tell you about an excellent fishing spot.
Upon hearing this, Chiofeng's eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened.
Please elaborate.
Elder Zhang was momentarily dazzled by his sparkling eyes, and secretly complained about what strange things young people practice nowadays, almost blinding him.
This fishing spot is located.
Chiofeng excitedly ran off with his fishing rod, leaving Xiao Wenli, who had just arrived, utterly confused.
Huh? What is he doing? Hey, Wenli. What the Elder Zhang, you actually came out of seclusion. Great. Can you tell me more about the Outer Realms? Of course.
Elder Zhang took out a chair, and sat down, resting his elbows on his knees, gesturing in the air, as he began to explain. To prevent the beings within the Tianyuan Realm from causing excessive damage to the world. Thus, there is a fundamental law of the world that in this realm all powers will be reduced to the utmost limit. However, once one leaves the Tianyuan Realm, these restrictions will be lifted, and it is then that a cultivator's true power can be realized.
Elder Zhang, is it true that once you reach the Void Realm you can refine entire galaxies with a single hand? Absolutely true. Back in the day, I once entered a world structured like a universe, and refined an entire star domain, obtaining the Wanling Zuan Dao Gold. What is a universe? That's a long story.
Elder Zhang began recounting his glorious tales, thoroughly explaining to Xiao Wenli what a universe is. He also educated him on what science is, and the power of advanced technological worlds. Cyber Sword Immortal's Mecha Great Saint, the Endless Starry Wall. Xiao Wenli listened with rapt attention, marveling at the wonders of the Outer Realms. This further solidified his desire to drag Chiofeng along to explore.
By the way, I heard another wild tale. Do you want to hear it? Oh, do tell.
Xiao Wenli was curious about what sort of wild story could make Elder Zhang so cautious. Elder Zhang looked around, and then whispered,
I've heard that the young Qiuyuan Xinzuan in his youth, due to life's pressures, once sold. Huh? Hey, don't doubt me. My ancestor once patronized his business 5 spirit stones a time. I heard there were long lines.
Xiao Wenli snapped out of his initial shock and quickly covered his mouth. Are you out of your mind? An immortal master of that caliber surely has a realm of truth. How dare you concoct such stories about him?
Then Uncle, well, take our leave.
He stood rooted to the spot, watching their silhouettes recede side by side into the distance.
Well then, everyone's gone.
His wife's voice snapped him back to reality. He suddenly sensed a figure appear beside him, his father.
Father! Why so glum? Not pleased to see your son-in-law pay a visit? No. It's just that I feel utterly useless.
Hearing this, the elder man clapped his shoulder, unsure how to console him, and swiftly changed the subject.
By the way, who was that young man just now? He looked oddly familiar. His name is Lu Yao, from the Lu clan of Lingyun continent. He's Xiao Ye's current senior fellow cultivator. Wait, Lu clan. What did you say his name was again? Lu Yao. Is something amiss, father?
The elder murmured the name Lu Yao repeatedly under his breath, then gave Lin Wuqi several hearty pats on the shoulder, his weathered face breaking into a broad smile.
Excellent. Excellent. No wonder he bore the air of an old friend. Father, you know him? Not personally, but I knew his grandfather.
Lin Wuqi frowned, inwardly baffled. What did that mean? Seeing his confusion, the elder explained.
Do you recall me telling you about the sworn brother I made in my youth during my wanderings beyond our lands? I remember. Could it be? Yes, exactly as you suspect. Only later did I learn he hailed from the Lu clan of Lingyun continent. Before entering seclusion, elder brother told me had sired a grandson named Lu Yao.
His spirits lifted considerably. Logically, Lu Yao ought to address him as grandfather. And now it seemed his granddaughter had taken a quiet interest in Lu Yao, truly a union that would bind families even more closely. Should they, he would indeed become Lu Yao's grandfather in truth. At the thought of one day hearing his brother's great-grandson call him great-great-grandfather on mother's side, his lips curled upward uncontrollably. How splendid! How magnificently venerable the title sounded! He couldn't help but wonder, when would they finally marry? He was already impatient to meet the yet unseen great-great-grandson. One more puzzling matter lingered: did Xiao Yu truly harbor affection for him? After all, she had held tightly to his hand, yet her demeanor had seemed strangely aloof. Had only returned moments before their departure, and thus remained unclear about the full situation. If unsure, why not simply ask? He turned to his son.
By the way, why does Xiao Yu seem so icy? Will they ever make a match? Father! It's my fault.
What?
You wretched scoundrel! I shall personally escort you to the netherworld this very day.
Upon hearing the full account, the elder erupted in fury. So enraged, he nearly struck his son down on the spot. Was this even human conduct?
I never once blamed you for lacking talent, yet you sacrificed your daughter's heart upon the altar of your own vanity, forcing her onto the path of utter detachment. Her cultivation advanced swiftly, but to what end? In the end, she became detached from emotion self and Tao itself, stripped even of her own identity. At that point, could she still be called human? Now you regret it, but regret changes nothing. The path cannot be reversed, she must walk it to its grim conclusion. Recalling how they departed, hand in hand, he felt a dull ache behind his temples. So, will they or won't they?
And how precisely would he explain this to his elder brother?
My granddaughter cultivated the path of utter detachment, and now she's come to entangle your grandson.
Had certainly earned a beating. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could devise some counter-cultivation method, a heavenly Tao of universal compassion to temper the imbalance. Gazing at his meek, long-suffering son, his anger flared anew. Had merely looked away for a short while, and without a whisper this calamity had unfolded beneath his own roof. The more he pondered, the more incensed he grew. Snatching his belt from his waist, he resolved to bestow upon Lin Wuqi a long-overdue measure of paternal discipline.
Patriarch, we've returned to report our mission.
Lu Yao called out toward the inner sanctum of the Grand Hall. Though had already sent word ahead, protocol demanded formal entry.
Enter.
They stepped inside to find the Patriarch seated at his desk, brush in hand, inscribing something with deliberate strokes. Lu Yao approached and glanced down, to behold 4 bold, vigorous characters dancing across the paper. Lu Yao couldn't help but praise.
What a magnificent phrase! Heaven rewards diligence.
Chiwen cast him a sidelong glance. Flattery had its limits. Even he didn't know what had been sketching, it was pure improvisation. Lin Xiyu leaned in as well and nodded.
Indeed.
Another sycophant. Since when had she adopted such habits? Had Lu Yao corrupted her? Setting down his brush, the Patriarch regarded them.
You performed admirably. Far swifter than old Zhang. I heard someone mention my name. A resonant voice rang out as a refined-looking man strode in. His gaze locked instantly upon the characters on the desk, and he sighed, deeply impressed.
What a magnificent phrase. Heaven rewards diligence. Chiwen slowly raised an eyebrow. Were they truly blind? That was mere scribbling. How on earth had they deciphered heaven rewards diligence from it? He scrutinized the strokes carefully, still utterly unable to discern heaven rewards diligence.
You are the pair who cleansed the demon abyss on my behalf, truly prodigious for your years. Elder's praise is too generous. Just call me senior brother, you're both elders now.
He cared little for titles. If personalities aligned, he welcomed friendship with anyone. Chiwen set aside his ink, painting, his brow furrowed with exasperation.
Address him as senior uncle.
What was Zhang Tianyuan scheming? If he called Chiwen senior brother, and Lu Yao followed suit, then Lu Yao would stand as Chiwen's peer. All right. Had just emerged from seclusion. So had broken through to the Great Ascension realm. Excellent. Another Great Ascension level workhorse to command. Chiwen glanced over. Zhang Tianyuan was already deep in conversation with Lu Yao, who nodded eagerly, eyes alight.
Let me tell you, when the divine derivation Immortal Sovereign was young, he once faced hardship due to. Truly so. How utterly fascinating.
Chiwen's lips twitched involuntarily. Brother Zhang had begun reciting one of his infamous apocryphal tales again, his loose tongue having landed him in trouble more times than he could count. Recall last time, The demon sovereign of the Tao cultivation sect descended personally from the celestial realms to the primordial realm just to chastise him. Had elder brother Huang not intervened and shielded him, Zhang Tianyuan would have lain bedridden for a year or more. Not a shred of caution remained in him. Perhaps it was time to banish the lad to the celestial realms. Let the immortals administer a sound thrashing until he learned humility. Chiwen found the idea highly plausible. After all, the immortals wouldn't kill him outright, and countless ancestral elders of the Xian sword sect watched over the celestial realms. Granted, there remained a non-negligible chance those same elders might join the kicking circle. On second thought, better not. If this workhorse lay incapacitated for a decade or more, who'd handle the duties? Surely not rely perpetually on geniuses like Lu Yao to cleanse the demon abyss.
Let me tell you, word has it that senior brother Chi back in the southern region was driven by dire circumstance.
Chiwen's eyes narrowed. The boy had already launched into the tale of how Head supposedly pursued the spirit-devouring tiger in the southern region after falling on hard times. Utter nonsense. Shed pursued him. A trip to the celestial realms for Brother Zhang seemed increasingly urgent. As Lu Yao stepped into the nameless peak, he sensed something was off. Why was it so quiet? Usually, he would see the group of cloud cranes flying about, but now there were none. Out of respect for others' privacy, Lu Yao refrained from probing with his divine sense, and instead began to wander on his own. It wasn't until he reached the riverbank that he realized where everyone had gone. A group of cloud crane maidens had formed a circle, nervously yet expectantly watching the center. Lu Yao saw that the one in the center was Xian Shuian, but what was her name again? He forgot, but judging by her appearance, she seemed to be refining pills. Curious, he stood behind the crowd and watched for a while. From the herb she was adding, it appeared she was preparing to concoct a luminous pill. This type of pill, when consumed, would glow, but seemed to serve little purpose otherwise. He found it hard to understand the thought process of these demon folk.
Bang!
A burst of black mist erupted from the lid, and Xia Jingyan knew she had failed again. Sigh. She let out a sigh, and the maidens around her wore expressions of disappointment.
What are you all doing?
A familiar voice came from behind, and everyone turned around in surprise.
It's Senior Brother. Great. Senior Brother has returned. We're saved. Please help us refine some 7-colored glazed pills.
They chattered excitedly around Lu Yao, their eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Yao was puzzled. Why would they want to practice that? After asking for details, he learned that they had started learning alchemy simply because they found it aesthetically pleasing and wanted to replicate it themselves. Their ideas were truly strange. Although he didn't fully understand, Lu Yao felt pleased that someone was willing to learn his alchemical techniques.
Senior Brother, could you teach me how to make the 7-colored glazed pill?
Xia Jingyan approached Lu Yao with a request to which he had no objections. Considering that they only wanted the glowing effect, he even simplified the recipe, preserving and enhancing the luminescence while adding features for a divine aura. Before long, the first batch of improved 7-colored glazed pills was ready, and everyone eagerly vied to be the test subject. In the end, it was Chuiran, leveraging her status as an older sister, who successfully secured the opportunity to test the pill. After transforming back into her original form, Chuiran consumed the pill. Soon a gentle and sacred glow radiated from her body, reminiscent of moonlight pouring down, or the first ray of dawn breaking through morning mist, wrapping her in a mysterious and divine aura. The feathers of the white crane were as pure as snow, without a hint of color, delicate and smooth, each strand shimmering with a soft light akin to meticulously carved fine jade. Her long beak was a faint yellow, slender and sharp, exuding an air of unassailable authority. The splash of crimson atop her head resembled a cinnabar mole, vibrant and striking, which appeared even more stunning against the white glow, adding a lively touch to her sacred form. When she spread her wings, her expansive wings resembled 2 white screens, with light cascading down her feathers.